The turbine blades in their jet engines were worn, reducing performance and fuel efficiency. 200 miles behind them, the backfire bombers were finishing their refueling operations. The Tu-22Ms had been accompanied by tankers, and after topping off their tanks, they headed south, slightly west of the Badger's course track. With an AS-6 Kingfish missile hanging under each wing, the backfires too were potentially vulnerable. But the backfire had the ability to run at high Mach numbers and stood a fair chance at survival, even in the face of determined fighter opposition. Their crews were the elite of Soviet naval aviation, well paid and pampered by Soviet society. Their commanders had reminded them at the regimental briefings. Now it was time to deliver. All three groups of aircraft came south at optimum cruise speed, their flight crews monitoring fuel consumption, engine heat, and many other gauges for the long overwater flight. USS Nimitz. Toland stepped outside for a breath of air. It was a fine morning, the cotton ball clouds overhead turning briefly pink from the sunrise. Saratoga and Foch were visible on the horizon, perhaps 8 miles away, their size impressive even at this distance. Closer in, Ticonderoga was cutting through the 5-foot seas, white-painted missiles visible on her twin launchers. A few blinker lights traded signals. Otherwise, the ships in view were gray shapes without noise, waiting. Nimitz's deck was covered with aircraft. F-14 Tomcat interceptors sat everywhere. 2 were hooked up on the midships catapults, only 100 feet from him, their 2-man flight crews dozing. The fighters carried Phoenix long-range missiles. The attack bombers carried buddy store tanks instead of weapons. They'd be used to refuel the fighters in flight, enabling them to remain aloft an extra 2 hours. Deck crewmen in multicolored shirts scurried about, checking and rechecking the aircraft. The carrier began turning to port, coming around into the westerly wind in preparation for launching aircraft. He checked his watch, 0558. Time to get back to CIC. The carrier would go to general quarters in 2 minutes. The intelligence watch officer took one more breath of fresh sea air and wondered if it would be his last. North Atlantic. "Contact," the technician said over the Bear's interphone. "Signals indicate an American airborne radar transmitter, carrier type." "Give me a bearing," the pilot commanded. "Patience, Comrade Major." The technician made an adjustment on his board. His radio interferometers timed the signals as they arrived at antennae arrayed all over the aircraft. "Southeast. Bearing to signal is 131. Signal strength 1. He is quite distant. Bearing is not changing as yet. I recommend we maintain a constant course for the present." The pilot and co-pilot exchanged a look, but no words. Somewhere off to their left was an American E-2C Hawkeye radar aircraft. A flight crew of 2, a radar intercept officer, and 2 radar operators. It could manage the air battle for over 100 enemy aircraft, could vector a missile-armed interceptor in at them within seconds of detection. The pilot wondered just how accurate his information was on the Hawkeye's radar. What if they had already detected his bear? He knew the answer to that. His first warning would come when he detected the fire control radar of an American F-14 Tomcat heading right at him. The bear held course 180 while the plotting officer tracked the change in bearing to the radar signal. In 10 minutes, they might just have an accurate fix. If they lived that long. They would not break radio silence until they had a fix. "I have it," the plotting officer reported. "Estimate distance to contact is 650 kilometers. Position 47 degrees, 9 minutes north, 34 degrees, 50 minutes west." "Get it out," the pilot ordered. A directional HF antenna in the aircraft's tail fin turned within its housing and radioed the information to the raid commander, whose Bear Command aircraft was 100 miles behind the snoopers. The raid commander compared this datum with that from the reconnaissance satellite. Now he had two pieces of information. The Americans' position 3 hours ago was 60 miles south of the estimated plot for the Hawkeye. The Americans probably had two of them up, northeast and northwest of the formation. That was normal fleet doctrine. So the carrier group was right about here. The Badgers were heading right for it. They would encounter the American radar coverage in 2 hours. Good, he said to himself. Everything is going according to plan. USS Nimitz. Toland watched the aircraft plot in silence. The radar picture from the Hawkeyes was being transmitted to the carrier by digital radio link, enabling the battle group commander to follow everything. The same data went to the group air defense boss on Ticonderoga, and every other ship fitted with the Naval Tactical Data System. That included the French ships, which had long since been equipped to operate closely with the U.S. Navy. So far there was nothing to be seen except the tracks of American military and commercial aircraft ferrying men and supplies across the ocean, and dependents back to the States. These were beginning to swing south. Warned that an air battle was possible, the pilots of DC-10s and C-5As were prudently keeping out of the way, even if it meant having to land and refuel on the way to their destinations. The group's 48 Tomcat interceptors were now mostly on station, spread in a line 300 miles across. Each pair of Tomcats had a tanker aircraft in attendance. The attack birds, Corsairs and Intruders, carried oversized fuel tanks with refueling drogues attached. And one by one the Tomcats were already beginning to top off their fuel tanks from them. Soon the Corsairs began returning to their carriers for refills. They could keep this up for hours. The aircraft remaining on the carriers were spotted on the decks for immediate takeoff. If a raid came in, they would be shot off the catapults at once to eliminate the fire hazard inherent in any type of aircraft. Toland had seen all this before, but could not fail to be amazed by it. Everything was going as smoothly as a ballet. The aircraft loitered at their patrol stations, tracing lazy, fuel-efficient circles in the sky. The carriers were racing east now at 30 knots to make up the distance lost during launch operations. The Marines' landing ships Saipan, Ponce, and Newport could make only about 20 knots, and were essentially defenseless. East of the group, carrier S-3A Viking and landing-based P-3C Orion anti-submarine aircraft were patrolling for Soviet submarines. They reported to the group ASW commander on the destroyer Caron. There was as yet nothing for anyone to direct his frustration against. The old story known to all fighting men. You wait. North Atlantic. The raid commander was rapidly accumulating data. He now had positions on 4 American Hawkeyes. The first 2 had barely been plotted when the second pair had showed up, outside and south of the first. The Americans had unwittingly given him a very accurate picture of where the battle group was, and the steady eastward drift of the Hawkeyes gave him course and speed. His bears were now in a wide semicircle around the Americans, and the Badgers were 30 miles north of American radar cover, 400 miles north of the estimated location of the ships. Send to Group A. Enemy formation at grid coordinates 456-810, speed 20, course 100. Execute attack plan A at 0615 Zulu time. Send the same to Group B. Tactical control of Group B switches to Team East coordinator. The battle had begun. The Badger crews exchanged looks of relief. They had detected the American radar signals 15 minutes before, and knew that each kilometer south meant a greater chance that they would run into a cloud of enemy fighters. Aboard each aircraft, the navigator and bombardier worked quickly to feed strike information into the Kelt missiles slung under each wing. 800 miles to their southwest, the backfire crews advanced their throttles slightly plotting a course to the datum point supplied by the raid commander. Having circled far around the American formation, they would now be controlled by the strike officer aboard the first bear to make electronic contact with the Hawkeyes. They had a solid fix on the NATO formation, but they needed better if they were to locate and engage the carriers. These crews were not relieved, but excited. Now came the challenging part. The battle plan had been formulated a year before and practiced, over land exclusively, 5 times. 4 times it had worked. Aboard 80 Badger bombers, pilots checked their watches, counting off the seconds to 0615 Zulu. Launch! The lead Badger launched 8 seconds early. First one, then the second aircraft-shaped Celt dropped free of its pylon, falling several hundred feet before their turbojet engines ran up to full power. Running on autopilot, the Celts climbed back to 30,000 feet and cruised on south at 600 knots indicated airspeed. The bomber crews watched their birds proceed for a minute or two. Then each of the bombers turned slowly and gracefully for home, their mission done. 6 Badger J standoff jamming aircraft continued south. They would stay 60 kilometers behind the Celts. Their crews were nervous but confident. It would not be easy for American radar to burn through their powerful jammers, and in any case the Americans would soon have many targets to concern them. The Celts continued on, straight and level. They carried their own electronic equipment, which would be triggered automatically by sensors in their tail fins. When they entered the theoretical arc of the Hawkeye's radar range, transponders in their noses clicked on. USS Nimitz. Radar contacts. Designate Raid 1, bearing 349er, range 460 miles. Numerous contacts. Count 140 contacts, course 175, speed 600 knots. The master tactical scope plotted the contacts electronically, and a pair of plexiglass plates showed another visual display. "So, here they come," Baker said quietly. "Right on time. Comments?" Toland didn't get a chance. The computer display went white. "Clipper Base, this is Hawk 3. We're getting some jamming," reported the senior airborne control officer. "We plot 6, possibly 7 jammers, bearing 340 to 030. Pretty powerful stuff. Estimate we have standoff jammers, but no escort jammers. Contacts are lost for the present. Estimate burn through in 10 minutes. Request weapons free and release to vector intercepts." Baker looked over to his air operations officer. "Let's get things started." Air Ops nodded and picked up a microphone. "Hawk 3, this is Clipper Base. Weapons free. I say again, weapons are free. Release authority is granted. Splash me some bombers. Out." Svensson frowned at the display. "Admiral, we're coming about to clear decks. Recommend the formation stays together now." He got a nod. "Clipper Fleet, this is Clipper Base. Come left to 270. Launch all remaining aircraft. Execute." On the single command, the formation made a 180-degree left turn. Those ships that did not as yet have missiles on their launchers rectified this. Fire control radars were trained north, but kept in standby mode. 30 different captains waited for the word to activate. North Atlantic. She was pissed off. Sure, she thought, I'm good enough to fly. I'm good enough to be an instructor pilot for the Eagle, engineering test pilot, assistant project officer for the ASAT program. I'm good enough to get an invite to Houston even. But will they let me fly combat? No, there's a war going on, and I'm nothing but a goddamned ferry pilot. Shit. Her name was Amy Nakamura. She was a major United States Air Force, with 3,000 hours of jet time, 2/3 of it in F-15s. Short and stocky, like many fighter pilots, only her father had ever called her beautiful. He also called her Bunny. When her fellow pilots found that one out, they shortened it to Buns. She and 3 men were ferrying 4 brand-new Eagle fighters to Germany, where others, men, would get to use them properly. They each carried fast-pack conformal fuel tanks to make the trip in one long hop, and for self-defense, a single Sidewinder missile, plus their usual load of 20mm cannon shells. The Russians let women fly combat in World War II, she thought. A couple even made ace. "Hey, Buns, check your 3 o'clock," called her wing man. Nakamura had phenomenal eyesight, but she could scarcely believe it. "Tell me what you see, Butch." "Badgers? Fucking Tu-16 Badgers. Tally-ho, where's the Navy supposed to be?" "Close. Try and raise 'em, Buns." Navy Task Force, this is Air Force Ferry Flight Golf 49er. We are eastbound with 4 Foxtrot 15s. We have a visual on a Russian bomber formation position. Shit, do you read? Over. "Who the hell is that?" a Hawkeye crewman asked aloud. The communications technician answered. "Golf 49er, we need authentication. November 4 Whiskey." This could be a Russian playing radio games. Major Nakamura swore to herself as she ran her finger down the list of communication codes. There. "Alpha 6 Hotel. Golf 49er, this is Navy Hawk 1. Say your position. Warning, we are calling in the clans on those Badgers. You'd better get clear, acknowledge." "Like hell, Navy. I got visual on 3+ Badgers northbound. Position 49 north, 33 east. "Northbound?" the intercept officer said. "Golf, this is Hawk 1. Confirm your visual. Say again your visual." "Hawk 1, this is Golf. I now have a dozen Badger. Say again, Tango Uniform 1-6 Bombers visual. South of my position, heading towards me and closing fast. We are engaging. Out." "Nothing on radar, boss," the radar operator said. "That's way the hell north of here." Then what the hell is he talking about? Major Amelia Buns Nakamura reached down without looking to toggle up her missile and head-up display to tactical. Then she flipped the switch for her air intercept radar. Her IFF system interrogated the target as a possible friendly and came up blank. That was enough. "Frank, take your element east. Butch, follow me. Everybody watch your fuel states. Charge!" The Badger pilots were a little too relaxed, now that the most dangerous part of their mission was behind them. They didn't spot the 4 American fighters until they were less than a mile away, their robin's egg blue paint blending them in perfectly with the clear morning sky. Buns selected her cannon for the first pass and triggered 200 rounds into the cockpit of a Badger. The twin-engine bomber went instantly out of control and rolled over like a dead whale. 1. The Major howled with delight, pulled the Eagle up into a 5G loop, then over to dive on the next target. The Soviets were alerted now, and the second Badger attempted to dive away. It had not the slightest chance. Nakamura fired her Sidewinder from a range of less than a mile and watched the missile trace all the way into the Badger's left side engine and blast the wing right off the airplane. 2. Another Badger was 3 miles ahead. "Patience," she told herself. "You have a big speed advantage." She nearly forgot that the Russian bomber had tail guns. A Soviet sergeant reminded her of it, missing, but scaring the hell out of her. The Eagle jerked in a 6G turn to the left and closed on a parallel course before turning in. The next burst from her cannon exploded the Badger in midair, and she had to dive to avoid the wreckage. The engagement lasted all of 90 seconds, and she was wringing wet with perspiration. "Butch, where are you?" "I got one! Buns, I got one!" The Eagle pulled up alongside. Nakamura looked around. Suddenly the sky was clear. Where had they all gone? "Navy Hawk 1, this is Golf. Do you read? Over." "Roger, Golf." "Okay, Navy, we just smoked 4. Repeat 4 Badgers for you." "Make that 5, Buns," the other element leader called in. "Something's wrong, sir." The radar operator on Hawk 1 motioned to his scope. "We have these buggers just popped through, and they say they bagged some, gotta be 300-400 miles away." Clipper Base, this is Hawk 1. We just had contact with an Air Force ferry flight eastbound. They claim they just splashed 5 Badgers northbound several hundred miles north of us. Say again, northbound. Toland's eyebrows went up. Probably some had to abort, Baker observed. This is close to their fuel limit, isn't it? Yes, sir, replied Air Ops. He didn't look happy with his own answer. Burn through, announced the radar operator. We have reacquired the targets. The Celts had flown on, oblivious to the furor around them. Their radar transponders made them look like 110-foot Badgers. Their own white noise jammers came on, somewhat obscuring them yet again on the radar scopes, and autopilot controls began to jerk them up, down, left, right, in 100-meter leaps as an aircraft might do when trying to avoid a missile. The Celts had been real missiles once, but on retirement from frontline service 6 years earlier, their warheads had been replaced with additional fuel tankage, and they had been relegated to a role as target drones, a purpose they were serving admirably now. Tally-ho! The first squadron of 12 Tomcats was now 150 miles away. The Celts showed up perfectly on radar, and the intercept officers in the back seat of each fighter quickly established target tracks. The Celts were approaching what would have been nominal missile launch distance, if they were the bombers everyone thought they were. The Tomcats launched a volley of million-dollar AIM-54C Phoenix missiles at a range of 140 miles. The missiles blazed in on their targets at Mach 5, directed by the fighters' targeting radars. In under a minute, the 48 missiles had killed 39 targets. The first squadron broke clear as the second came into launch position. USS Nimitz. Admiral, something is wrong here, Toland said quietly. What might that be? Baker liked the way things were going. Enemy bomber tracks were being wiped off his screen just as the war games had predicted they would. The Russians are coming in dumb, sir. So? So this far the Soviets have not been very dumb. Admiral, why aren't the backfires going supersonic? Why one attack group? Why one direction? Fuel constraints, Baker answered. The Badgers are at the limit of their fuel. They have to come in direct. But not the backfires. The course is right. The raid count is right. Baker shook his head and concentrated on the tactical plot. The second squadron of fighters had just launched. Unable to get a head-on shot, their missile accuracy suffered somewhat. They killed 34 targets with 48 missiles. There had been 157 targets plotted. The third and fourth Tomcat squadrons arrived together and launched as a group. When their Phoenixes had been fully expended, 19 targets were left. The two fighter squadrons moved in to engage the remaining targets with their cannon. Clipper Base, this is Sam Boss. We're going to have some leakers. Recommend we start lighting up SAM radars. Roger, Sam Boss. Permission granted, answered the Group Tactical Warfare Coordinator. North Atlantic. I have air search radars bearing 037, the Bear ESM officer noted. They have detected us. Recommend we illuminate also. The Bear lit off its big bulge look-down radar. USS Nimitz. New radar contact. Designate Raid 2. What? Snapped Baker. Next came a call from the fighters. Clipper Base, this is Slugger Lead. I have a visual on my target. The squadron commander was trying to examine the target on his long-range TV camera. When he spoke, the anguish in his voice was manifest. Warning! Warning! This is not a Badger. We've been shooting at Celt missiles. Raid 2 is 73 aircraft, bearing 217, range 130 miles. We have a big bulge radar tracking the formation, said the CIC talker. Toland cringed as the new contacts were plotted. Admiral, we've been had. The Group Tactical Warfare officer was pale as he toggled his microphone. Air warning red. Weapons free. Threat axis is 217. All ships turn as necessary to unmask batteries. The Tomcats had all been drawn off, leaving the formation practically naked. The only armed fighters over the formation were Foch's 8 Crusaders, long since retired from the American inventory. On a terse command from their carrier, they went to afterburner and rocketed southwest toward the backfires. Too late. The Bear already had a clear picture of the American formations. The Russians could not determine ship type, but they could tell large from small, and identify the missile cruiser Ticonderoga by her distinctive radar emissions. The carriers would be close to her. The Bear relayed the information to her consorts. A minute later, the 70 backfire bombers launched their 140 AS-6 Kingfish missiles and turned north at full military power. The Kingfish was nothing like the Celt. Powered by a liquid fuel rocket engine, it accelerated to 900 knots and began its descent, its radar homing head tracking on a pre-programmed target area 10 miles wide. Every ship in the center of the formation had several missiles assigned. "Vampire! Vampire!" the CIC talker said aboard Ticonderoga. "We have numerous incoming missiles. Weapons free." The group anti-air warfare officer ordered the cruiser's Aegis weapons system into full automatic mode. Tycho had been built with this exact situation in mind. Her powerful radar computer system immediately identified the incoming missiles as hostile and assigned each a priority of destruction. The computer was completely on its own, free to fire on its electronic will at anything diagnosed as a threat. Numbers, symbols, and vectors paraded across the master tactical display. The fore and aft twin missile launchers trained out at the first targets and awaited the orders to fire. Aegis was state-of-the-art, the best SAM system yet devised. But it had one major weakness. Tycho carried only 96 SM-2 surface-to-air missiles. There were 140 incoming Kingfish. The computer had not been programmed to think about that. Aboard Nimitz, Toland could feel the carrier heeling into a radical turn. Her engines advanced to flank speed, driving the massive warship at over 35 knots. Her nuclear-powered escorts, Virginia and California, were also tracking the Kingfish, their own missiles trained out on their launchers. The Kingfish were at 8,000 feet, 100 miles out, covering a mile every 4 seconds. Each had now selected a target, choosing the largest within their fields of view. Nimitz was the nearest large ship, with her missile ship escorts to her north. Tycho launched her first quartet of missiles as the targets reached a range of 99 miles. The rockets exploded into the air, leaving a trail of pale gray smoke. They had barely cleared the launch rails when the mounts went vertical and swiveled to receive their reloads. The load and fire time was under 8 seconds. The cruiser would average 1 missile fired every 2 seconds. Just over 3 minutes later, her missile magazines were empty. The cruiser emerged from the base of an enormous gray arch of smoke. Her only remaining defenses were her gun systems. The SAMs raced in at their targets with a closing speed of over 2,000 miles per hour, directed in by the reflected waves of the ship's own fire control radars. At a range of 150 yards from their targets, the warheads detonated. The Aegis system did quite well. Just over 60% of the targets were destroyed. There were now 82 incoming missiles, targeted on a total of 8 ships. Other missile-equipped ships joined the fray. In several cases, 2 or 3 missiles were sent for the same target, usually killing it. The number of incoming vampires dropped to 70, then 60, but the number was not dropping quickly enough. The identity of the targets was now known to everyone. Powerful active jamming equipment came on. Ships began a radical series of maneuvers, like some stylized dance, with scant attention paid to station keeping. Collision at sea was now the least of anyone's worries. When the Kingfish got to within 20 miles, every ship in the formation began to fire off chaff rockets, which filled the air with millions of aluminized mylar fragments that fluttered on the air, creating dozens of new targets for the missiles to select from. Some of the Kingfish lost lock with their targets and started chasing Mylar ghosts. 2 of them got lost and selected new targets on the far side of the formation. The radar picture on Nimitz suddenly was obscured. What had been discrete pips designating the positions of ships in the formation became shapeless clouds. Only the missiles stayed constant, inverted V-shapes, with line vectors to designate direction and speed. The last wave of SAMs killed 3 more. The vampire count was down to 41. Toland counted 5 heading for Nimitz. Topside, the final defensive weapons were now tracking the targets. These were the CIWS 20mm Gatling guns, radar-equipped to explode incoming missiles at a range of under 2,000 yards. Designed to operate in a fully automatic mode, the 2 after-gun mounts on the carrier angled up and began to track the first pair of incoming Kingfish. The portside mount fired first, the 6-barrel cannon making a sound like that of an enormous zipper. Its radar system tracked the target and tracked the outgoing slugs, adjusting fire to make the 2 meet. The leading Kingfish exploded 800 yards from Nimitz's port quarter. The 1,000 kilograms of high explosive rocked the ship. Toland felt it, wondering if the ship had been hit. Around him, the CIC crewmen were concentrating frantically on their jobs. 1 target track vanished from the screen. 4 left. The next Kingfish approached the carrier's bow and was blasted out of the sky by the forward CIWS too close aboard. Fragments ripped across the carrier's deck, killing a dozen exposed crewmen. Number 3 was decoyed by a chaff cloud and ran straight into the sea 1/2 mile behind the carrier. The warhead caused the carrier to vibrate and raised a column of water 1,000 feet into the air. The 4th and 5th missiles came in from aft, not 100 yards apart. The aftergun mount tracked on both, but couldn't decide which to engage first. It went into reset mode and petulantly didn't engage any. The missiles hit within a second of one another, one on the after-port corner of the flight deck, the other on the number 2 arrestor wire. Toland was thrown 15 feet and slammed against a radar console. Next he saw a wall of pink flame that washed briefly over him. Then came the noises. First the thunder of the explosion, then the screams. The after CIC bulkhead was no longer there. Instead, there was a mass of flame. Men 20 feet away were ablaze, staggering and screaming before his eyes. Toland's only thought was escape. He bolted for the watertight door. It opened miraculously under his hand, and he ran to starboard. The ship's fire suppression systems were already on, showering everything with a curtain of salt water. His skin burned from it as he emerged, hair and uniform singed, to the flight deck catwalk. A sailor directed a water hose on him, nearly knocking him over the side. "Fire in CIC," Toland gasped. "What the hell ain't?" the sailor screamed. Toland fell to his knees and looked outboard. Foch had been to their north, he remembered. Now there was a pillar of smoke. As he watched, the last Kingfish was detonated 100 feet over Saratoga's flight deck. The carrier seemed undamaged. 3 miles away, Ticonderoga's after-superstructure was shredded and ablaze from a rocket that had blown up within yards of her. On the horizon, a ball of flame announced the destruction of yet another. My God, Toland thought, might that be Saipan? She had 2,000 Marines aboard. "Get forward, you dumbass!" a firefighter yelled at him. Another man emerged to the catwalk. "Toland, you all right?" It was Captain Svensson, his shirt torn away and his chest bleeding from a 6 cuts. "Yes, sir," Bob answered. "Get to the bridge. Tell him to put the wind on the starboard beam. Move!" Svensson jumped up onto the flight deck. Toland did likewise, racing forward. The deck was awash in firefighting foam, slippery as oil. Toland ran recklessly, falling hard on the deck before he reached the carrier's island. He was in the pilot house in under a minute. "Captain says put the wind on the starboard beam," Toland said. "It is on the fucking beam," the executive officer snapped back. The bridge deck was covered with broken glass. "How's the skipper?" "Alive. He's aft with the fire." "And who the hell are you?" the XO demanded. "Toland, Group Intel. I was in CIC." "Then you're one lucky bastard. That second bird hit 50 yards from you. Captain got out? Anyone else?" "I don't know. Burning like hell." "Looks like you caught part of it, Commander." Bob's face felt as if he'd shaved with a piece of glass. His eyebrows crumpled to his touch. "Flash burns, I guess. I'll be okay. What do you want me to do?" The XO pointed to Toland's water wings. "Can you con the ship?" "Okay, do it. Nothing left to run into anyway. I'm going aft to take charge of the fire. Communications are out, radar's out, but the engines are okay and the hull's in good shape. Mr. Bice has the deck. Mr. Toland has the con," XO announced as he left. Toland hadn't conned anything bigger than a Boston whaler in over 10 years, and now he had a damaged carrier. He took a pair of binoculars and looked around to see what ships were nearby. What he saw chilled him. Saratoga was the only ship that looked intact, but on second glance her radar mast was askew. Foch was lower in the water than she ought to have been, and ablaze from bow to stern. "Where's Saipan?" "Blew up like a fucking firework," Commander Bice replied. "Holy Jesus, there were 2,500 men aboard. Tycho took one close aboard. Foch took 3 hits. Looks like she's gone. 2 frigates and a destroyer gone, too. Just fucking gone, man. Who fucked up? You were in CIC, right? Who fucked up?" The 8 French Crusaders were just making contact with the backfires. The Russian bombers were on afterburner and were nearly as fast as the fighters. The carrier pilots had all heard their ship go off the air and were consumed with rage at what had happened, no longer the cool professionals who drove fighters off ships. Only 10 backfires were within their reach. They got 6 of them with their missiles and damaged 2 more before they had to break off. USS Caron, the senior undamaged ship, tracked the Russians on her radar, calling Britain for fighters to intercept them on the trip home. But the Russians had anticipated this and detoured far west of the British Isles, meeting their tankers 400 miles west of Norway. Already the Russians were evaluating the results of their mission. The first major battle of modern carriers and missile-armed bombers had been won and lost. Both sides knew which was which. The fire on Nimitz was out within an hour. With no aircraft aboard, there were few combustibles about, and the ship's firefighting abilities equaled that of a large city. Toland brought her back to an easterly course. Saratoga was recovering aircraft, refueling them, and sending all but the fighters to the beach. 3 frigates and a destroyer lingered to recover survivors, as the large ships turned back toward Europe. "All ahead full," Svensson ordered from his seat on the bridge. "Toland, you all right?" "No complaints." No point in it. The ship's hospital was more than full with hundreds of major injury cases. There was no count of the dead yet, and Toland didn't want to think about that. "You were right," the captain said, his voice angry and subdued. "You were right. They made it too easy, and we fell for it. There'll be another day, Captain." "You're goddamned right there, Will. We're heading for Southampton. See if the Brits can fix anything this big. My regulars are still busy aft. Think you can handle the con a little longer?" "Yes, sir." Nimitz and her nuclear escorts bent on full speed, nearly 40 knots, and rapidly left the formation behind. A reckless move, racing too fast for anti-submarine patrols. But a submarine would have to move quickly indeed to catch them. Chapter 21. Nordic Hammer. Hill 152, Iceland. "I know that was a fighter, and there had to be more than one," Edwards said. It was raining again, probably for the last time. The clouds to the southwest were breaking up, and there was a hint of clear sky on the horizon. Edwards just sat there in his helmet and poncho, staring into the distance. "I suppose you're right, sir," Smith replied. The sergeant was nervous. They'd been on this hilltop for almost 24 hours, a long time to be stationary in hostile country. The best time to move out would have been during the rain showers, when visibility was cut to a few hundred yards. Soon the sky might be clear again, and it wouldn't get dark again for quite a while. As it was, they sat on their hilltop in camouflage ponchos that kept them partly dry and wholly miserable. There was a heavy shower north of them that prevented their seeing Reykjavik, and they could barely make out Hafnarfjordur to the west, which worried the sergeant, who wanted to know what Ivan was up to. What if they detected Edwards's satellite radio and began to triangulate on it? What if there were patrols out? "Lieutenant?" "Yes, Sarge?" "We got those phone lines on one side of us and those power lines on the other." "You want to blow some up?" Edwards smiled. "No, sir, but Ivan is going to start patrolling them soon, and this ain't a very good place for us to make contact." "We're supposed to observe and report, Sarge," Edwards said without conviction. "Yes, sir." Edwards checked his watch. It was 1955 Zulu. Doghouse might want to talk with him, though they hadn't called into him yet. Edwards broke the radio out of the pack again, assembled the pistol grip antenna, and donned his headset. At 1959, he switched on and tracked in on the satellite carrier wave. "Doghouse calling Beagle. Doghouse calling Beagle. Do you copy? Over." "Well, how about that?" He toggled the transmit switch. "Roger, we're here, Doghouse." "Anything new to report?" "Negative, unless you want to know about the rain. Visibility is down. We can't see very much." The communications watch officer at Doghouse looked at a weather map. So it really was raining there. He hadn't been able to convince his boss that Beagle could be trusted. Edwards had answered the questions that the counterintelligence guys had come up with. They'd even had a voice stress analyzer handy to check the tapes of his answers. The needle had pegged on the last answer about his girlfriend. That hadn't been faked. Copies of the relevant parts of his personnel package had been faxed to them. Upper fifth of his class at Colorado Springs. Good in math and engineering studies. Did extremely well in his post-graduation studies in meteorology. His eyesight had worsened slightly during his tenure at Colorado Springs, becoming just bad enough to keep him from flying. Regarded as quiet and shy, but evidently well-liked by his classmates. Not a warrior type, the psychological profile said. How long would the kid last? Keflavik, Iceland. One MiG-29 was flying. The others were in the hardened shelters the Americans had only just finished at the end of runway 11. The fighter's mission was twofold. It was a standing combat air patrol aircraft should an incoming raid be detected. But more importantly, it was being tracked carefully by the ground radar controllers. Their radar needed to be calibrated. Iceland's irregular terrain made for troublesome radar performance. And as with the surface-to-air missiles, the instruments themselves had been badly jostled by the trip aboard the Fusik. The fighter flew circles around the airport, while the radar operators determined that what their instruments told them was correct. The fighters were fully fueled and armed, their pilots resting on cots near them. At the moment, the Bowsers were fueling the Badger bomber that had given the fighters navigational and electronic support. Soon it would be leaving to bring in 9 more. The Air Force detachment was rapidly finishing their job of clearing the airfield. All but one of the runways was swept clear of fragments now. The remains of the American aircraft had been bulldozed off the pavement. The fuel pipeline would be repaired in an hour, the engineer said. Quite a busy day, the major said to the fighter commander. It's not over yet. I'll feel better when we get the rest of the regiment in, the colonel observed quietly. They should have hit us already. How do you expect them to attack? The colonel shrugged. Hard to say. If they're really serious about closing this field, they'll use a nuclear warhead. Are you always so optimistic, Comrade Colonel? The raid was an hour away. The 18 B-52H bombers had left Louisiana 10 hours before and landed to refuel at Sandrestrom Air Force Base on Greenland's west coast. 50 miles ahead of them were a single Raven EF-111 jamming aircraft and 4 F-4 Phantoms configured for defense suppression. The radar was about halfway calibrated, though what had been done was the easy part. The fighter that had just landed had flown racetrack ovals from due north around the western horizon to due south of Keflavik. The area to the west of the airbase, though not exactly flat, was nearly so, with low, rocky hills. Next came the hard part, plotting radar coverage of the eastern arc over Iceland's mountainous center, a solid collection of hills that worked up to the island's tall central peak. Another fulcrum rolled off the runway to begin this task, its pilot wondering how long it might take to map all the nulls, areas blanked to radar coverage by the steep valleys, areas that an attacking aircraft could use to mask its approach to Keflavik. The radar officers were plotting probable troublesome spots on their topographical maps when an operator shouted a warning. Their clear radar screens had just turned to hash from powerful electronic jammers. That could mean only one thing. The klaxons sounded in the fighter shelters at the end of runway 11. Fighter pilots, who had been dozing or playing dominoes, jumped to their feet and raced to their aircraft. The tower officer lifted the field phone to give more exact warning to the fighters, then called up the missile battery commander. "Incoming air raid." Men leaped into action all across the airbase. The fighter ground crews hit the built-in self-starters, turning the jet engines even as the pilots climbed into the cockpits. The SAM battery turned on its search and fire control systems, while the launch vehicles slewed their missiles into firing position. Just under the radar horizon, 18 B-52 bombers had just lit off their ECM jamming systems. They were deployed in 6 groups of 3 each. The first skimmed over the top of Mount Snæfellsnes, 60 miles north of Keflavik, and the rest came from all around the west side of the compass, converging on the target behind a wall of electronic noise provided by their own systems and the supporting EF-111 Raven jammer. The Russian fighter just lifting off climbed to altitude, the pilot keeping his radar off as he scanned the sky visually, waiting for intercept information from the ground-based radar. His comrades were even now taxiing into the open, racing straight down the runway and into the sky. The aircraft that had just landed taxied to a fuel bowser, its pilot gesturing and cursing at the ground crewmen who were struggling to fuel his fighter. In their haste, they spilled 10 gallons of fuel over the wing. Amazingly, it did not ignite, and a dozen men ran in with CO2 extinguishers to prevent an explosion as the fighter drank in a full load of fuel. Hill 152, Iceland. Edwards's head jerked up at the noise, the distinctive roar of jet fighters. He saw a dark trail of smoke approaching in from the east, and the silhouettes passed within a mile. The shapes were heavy with ordnance, the up-angled wingtips making identification easy. "F-4s!" he hooted. "They're our guys!" They were phantom jets of the New York Air National Guard, configured as wild weasel SAM killers. While Russian attention was on the converging bomber raid, they skimmed over hilltops and down valleys, using the crenellated landscape to mask their low-level approach. The back-seat crewmen in each aircraft counted the missile radars, selecting the most dangerous targets. When they got to within 10 miles of Keflavik, they popped up high and fired a salvo of standard-arm anti-radar missiles. The Russians were caught by surprise, Laboring to direct missile fire at the bombers, they didn't expect a two-part raid. The incoming missiles were not detected. 3 of the arms found targets, killing 2 search radars and a missile launch vehicle. One launch commander turned his vehicle around and trained manually on the new threat. The Phantoms jammed his fire control radar, leaving behind a series of chaff clouds as they came in at 30-foot height. As each pilot raced to the target area assigned to him, he conducted a hasty visual search. One saw an undamaged SAM launcher and streaked toward it, dropping Rockeye cluster bomb canisters that fell short but spread over 100 bomblets all over the area. The SA-11 launcher exploded in his wake. Its crew never knew what had happened. 1,000 yards beyond it was a mobile anti-aircraft gun vehicle. The Phantom engaged it with his own cannon, badly damaging it as he swept across the rest of the peninsula and escaped back over the sea, a cloud of chaff and flares in his wake. It was a letter-perfect weasel mission. All 4 aircraft were gone before the Soviet missile crews were able to react. The 2 SAMs that were launched exploded harmlessly in chaff clouds. The battery had lost 2/3 of its launcher vehicles and all of its search radars. 3 of the mobile guns were also destroyed or damaged. The bombers were now a mere 20 miles out, their powerful ECM jamming systems drowning the Soviet radar with electronic noise. They could not defeat the radar on the mobile guns, however. The new system had a radar for which they were not equipped, but it didn't matter. The guns had been designed to deal with small fighters, and when their radars tried to lock on the huge bombers, they found a target so large that their radar signals traced from one part to another. The computers could not decide what the target range was, and kept recycling automatically, rendering the electronics package useless. The gun crews cursed as one man and switched over to manual fire control, using their eyes to sight in on the massive incoming targets. The bombers popped up to 900 feet now, hoping to avoid the worst of the gunfire and escape without loss. They had not been warned of a possible fighter presence. Their mission was to wreck Keflavik before fighters could get there. Now surprise was on the Soviet side. The fulcrums dived out of the sun at the bombers. Their own fire control radars were nearly useless as they approached, but half their missiles were infrared-guided, and the American bombers gave off enough heat to attract the attention of a blind man in a fur coat. The southbound flight of 3 never saw them coming in. 2 took missile hits and exploded in midair. The 3rd radioed for fighter cover, jinking his aircraft hard, too hard. His 2nd dive bottomed out too late, and the aircraft disintegrated on the ground north of Keflavik in a fireball visible to Edwards 30 miles away. The Russian fighters were experiencing an airman's dream. All 8 aircraft had individual targets, and they split to hunt them singly before Keflavik absorbed too many bomb hits. The bomber crews pressed in on their targets. It was too late to run away, and all they could do was scream for the fighters to come back and support them. The ground-based gunners joined in. Firing over open sights, a young sergeant hit a bomber just dropping its load. The bomb bay took a dozen rounds, and the aircraft vanished in a deafening explosion that shook the sky and damaged yet another B-52. One missile launch crew successfully switched their missile control systems to the backup infrared mode and fired a single rocket at a bomber. It hit just after the bombs were released. The bomber's wing erupted in flame, and the aircraft swooped east, trailing a black river of smoke. They watched it approach their hill, a wounded monster whose right wing trailed burning fuel. The pilot was trying to maintain altitude so that his crew could eject, but all 4 of his right engines were gone, and the burning wing collapsed. The bomber staggered in the air and dropped, rolling into the west face of Hill 152. None of the crew escaped. Edwards didn't have to give an order. In 5 seconds his men had packed their gear and were running northeast. The remaining bombers were now over the target and screaming for help from their escorting fighters. 8 successfully dropped their bomb loads before turning clear of the area. The Soviet fighters had claimed 5 by now, and the surviving crews were desperate to escape the unexpected hazard. The Russians were now out of missiles and attempting to engage with their cannon. That was dangerous. The B-52s retained their tail guns, and one Fulcrum was damaged by machine gun fire from his target and had to break off. The final element of confusion was the return of the American Phantoms. They carried only 3 Sparrow missiles each, and when they lit off their missile intercept radars, the Soviet fighters all received warning tones from their defense systems. The Fulcrums scattered before the 12 incoming missiles and dove for the ground. 4 dropped down right on top of Edwards's group, swooping low over a crashed B-52 east of Hafnerfjordur. When they came back up, the sky was clear again. The Phantoms were short on fuel. They could not press their attack and turned away without a single kill. The surviving bombers were now safely hidden in the cloud of jamming. The Soviets reformed and moved back to Keflavik. Their first impression was a bad one. Fully 200 bombs had fallen within the airport perimeter, and 9 of them had found runway targets. But runway 11 was unscarred. As they watched, the single Fulcrum left on the ground roared off into the sky, its pilot frantic with rage, demanding a vector to a target. He was ordered to patrol as the rest of the squadron landed to refuel. The first battle had mixed results. The Americans lost half their bomber force in return for damaging 3 of Keflavik's 5 runways. The Soviets had most of a SAM battery smashed to little gain, but Keflavik was still usable. Already the ground personnel were running to the runway repair equipment left behind by the Americans. At the end of each runway was a pile of gravel, and a half-dozen bunkers contained steel mats. Heavy equipment would bulldoze the debris back into the holes, even it out, then cover it over with gravel and steel. Keflavik was damaged, but its runways would be fully operational again before midnight. USS Faris. "I think this one's for real, Captain," the ASW officer said quietly. The line of colored blocks on the passive sonar display had lasted for 7 minutes. Bearing was changing slowly aft, as though the contact were heading for the convoy, but not Faris. The frigate was steaming at 12 knots, and her Prairie masker systems were operating. Sonar conditions were better today. A hard thermocline layer at 200 feet severely impeded the utility of a surface sonar. Faris was able to deploy her towed array sonar below it, however, and the lower water temperature there made for an excellent sound channel. Better still, the layer worked in both directions. A submarine sonar had as much trouble penetrating the thermocline as a surface sonar. Faris would be virtually undetectable to a submarine below the layer. "How's the plot look?" the tactical action officer asked. "Firming up," ASW answered. "Still the distance question. Given the water conditions and our known sonar performance, our sonar figure of merit gives us a contact distance of anything from 5 to 14 miles on direct path, or into the first convergence zone. That predicts out from 19 to 23 miles. A convergence zone is a trick of physics. Sound traveling in water radiates in all directions. Noise that traveled down was gradually turned by water temperature and pressure into a series of curves, rising to the surface, then bending again downward. While the frigate could hear noise out from herself for a distance of about 14 nautical miles, the convergence zone was in the shape of an annulus, the area between 2 concentric circles, a donut-shaped piece of water that began 19 miles and ended 23 miles away. The distance to the submarine was unknown, but was probably less than 23 miles. That was already too close. The submarine could attack them or the convoy they guarded with torpedoes, or with surface-to-surface missiles, a technology pioneered by the Soviets. "Recommendation, gentlemen?" Morris asked. The TAO spoke first. "Let's put the helicopter up for the near solution and get an Orion working the far one." "Sounds good," ASW agreed. Within 5 minutes, the frigate's helo was 5 miles out, dropping LOFAR-type sonobuoys. On striking the water, these miniature passive sonar sets deployed a non-directional sonar transducer at a pre-selected depth. In this case, all dipped above the thermocline layer to determine if the target was close. The data was relayed back to Faris's Combat Information Center. Nothing. The passive sonar track, however, still showed a submarine or something that sounded like a submarine. The helo began moving outward, dropping sonobuoys as it went. Then the Orion arrived. The 4-engine aircraft swooped low along the frigate's reported bearing to target. The Orion carried over 50 sonobuoys and was soon dropping them in sets both above and below the layer. "I got a weak signal on number 6 and a medium on number 5, a sonar operator reported. Excitement crept into his voice. "Roger, confirm that," the tactical coordinator on Bluebird 3 agreed. He'd been in the ASW game for 6 years, but he was getting excited too. "We're going to start making mad runs." "You want our helo to back you up?" "Roger that, yes, but tell him to keep low." Seconds later, the frigate's SH-2F Sea Sprite helicopter sped off north, her magnetic anomaly detector trailing out by cable from a shroud on the right side of the aircraft. Essentially a highly sensitive magnetometer, it could detect the disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field made by a large chunk of ferrous metal, like the steel hull of a submarine. "Signal on number 6 is now medium strength. Signal on 7 remains medium." The plotting team took this to mean that the submarine was heading south. "I can give you a working range figure," ASW said to the TAO. 42 to 45,000 yards, bearing 340 to 336. The frigate relayed this at once to the Orion. As they watched on radar, the P-3C quartered the area, flying very precise tracks across the box of ocean defined by Faris's sonar data as the probable location of the submarine. A computer system plotted the lines as they extended to the south. "Faris, this is Bluebird. Our data indicates no friendly subs in the area. Please confirm. Over." "Roger that, Bluebird. We confirm no reports of friendlies in the area." Morris had checked that himself half an hour before. "Signal strength increasing on number 6. We now have a weak signal on number 5. Number 7 is fading out." The technician was really struggling to be professionally impassive now. "Range is firming up. Estimate target speed roughly 8 knots. Distance 43,000 yards. "Transient, transient," called the ship's sonar operator. A metallic noise had come from the target bearing. A closing hatch, a dropped tool, an opening torpedo tube door. Something had made a uniquely man-made sound. "Confirm mechanical transient. Copied on buoys 5 and 6, the aircraft called immediately. "Confirmed," Faris's TAO answered. "We got that on the towed array, too. We evaluate the contact as positive submarine at this time." "Concur," the Orion replied. "Positive red boat classification. Madman. Madman, madman, smoke away. We have a mad contact." A big spike appeared on the mad readout. Instantly, a crewman flipped a switch to deploy a smoke marker, and the aircraft turned hard right to circle back on the contact point. "Plotted." The tactical action officer marked the position on his tactical display scope with a large V symbol. The helo raced in on the contact as the Orion circled back. "Madman," its systems operator called out, and the helo dropped its own smoke bomb slightly south and west of the Orion's. The data was now being relayed to the frigate's torpedo tube and ASROC attack directors. Neither had anything like the range to engage the target, but that could change quickly. "Patience," Morris breathed from his chair in the CIC. Then louder. "Take your time, people. Let's lock this guy in before we fire." The Orion's tactical coordinator agreed, forcing himself to relax and take the time needed. The P-3 and the helicopter made another mad run north to south. This time the Orion got a reading and the helo did not. Another run, and both had the contact's course line. Next came an east-to-west run. At first, both missed, but on the second run both had him. The contact was no longer an it. Now it was a he, a submarine being driven by a man. Control of the operation now passed exclusively to the tactical coordinator on the Orion. The big patrol aircraft orbited 2 miles away as the helicopter lined up for the final pass. The pilot made a very careful check of his tactical display, then locked his eyes on the gyro compass. The helo began the last mad run, with the Orion 2 miles behind it. "Madman! Madman! Smoke away!" The final smoke marker dropped, a green flare floating on the surface. The Sea Sprite banked hard to the right to clear the area as the Orion came in low. The pilot watched the smoke's movement to figure wind drift as he lined up on the target. The P-3C's bomb bay doors opened. A single Mk-46 ASW torpedo was armed for launch. "Torp away!" The torpedo dropped cleanly. Its braking parachute trailed out of the tail to make sure the weapon entered the water nose down. The Orion also dropped an additional sonobuoy, this time a directional DIFAR. "Strong signal, bearing 179er. The torpedo dove to 200 feet before beginning its circular search. Its high-frequency sonar came on as it reached search depth. Things started happening quickly. The submarine had been oblivious to the activity over her head. She was an old foxtrot. Too old and too noisy for frontline operations, she was there nevertheless, hoping to catch up with the convoy reported to her south. Her sonar operator had noted and reported a possible overhead splash, but the captain was busy plotting the position of the convoy he had been ordered to approach. The torpedo's homing sonar changed that. Instantly the Foxtrot went to flank speed, turning hard to the left in a pre-planned evasion maneuver. The suddenly increased noise of her cavitating screws was discernible to several sonobuoys and Ferris's tactical sonar. The torpedo was in ping and listen mode, using both active and passive sonar to find its target. As it completed the first circle, the passive receptors in the nose heard the cavitation noises of the submarine and homed in on them. Soon the active sonar pings were reflecting off the submarine's stern as it dodged left and right, trying to get away. The torpedo automatically went to continuous pinging, increasing to maximum speed as it homed in on its target, like the remorseless robot it was. The sonar operators on the aircraft and the frigate had the best picture of what was happening. As they watched, the bearing lines of the submarine and torpedo began to converge. At 15 knots, the Foxtrot was too slow to run away from the 40-knot torpedo. The submarine began a radical series of turns, with the torpedo in pursuit. The Mk-46 missed its first attempt for a kill by 20 feet, and immediately turned for another try. Then the submarine's captain made a mistake. Instead of continuing his left turn, he reversed it, hoping to confuse the oncoming torpedo. He ran directly into its path. Immediately overhead, the helicopter crew saw the water appear to leap, then froth, as the shock wave of the explosion reached the surface. "We have warhead detonation," the pilot reported. A moment later, his systems operator dropped a passive buoy. The sound came into them in less than a minute. The Foxtrot was dying. They heard the sounds of air blowing into her ballast tanks and continued flank power from her electric motors, her propellers struggling to overcome the weight of water entering the hull and drive the wounded submarine to the surface. Suddenly the engine sounds stopped. 2 minutes later, they heard the metallic scream of internal bulkheads being torn asunder by water pressure as the submarine fell below crush depth. "This is Bluebird. We score that one as a kill. Can you confirm? Over." "Roger, Bluebird," the ASW officer answered. "We copied blowing air and breakup noises. We confirm your kill." The crewmen cheered, forgetting the decorum that went with duty in CIC. "All right. That's one less to worry about. We'll give you a big assist on that one, Ferris. Nice job from your sonar folks and the helo. Out." The Orion increased power and returned to her patrol station forward of the convoy. "Assist, hell," snorted the ASW officer. "That was our contact. We could have dropped the torp on him just as easy as he did." Morris punched him in the shoulder and went up the ladder to the pilot house. The bridge crew was all grins. Soon the bosun's mate would paint half of a red submarine silhouette next to the pilot house door. It had not struck them yet that they had just helped in the killing of 100 young men not at all unlike themselves, their lives cut short by the hammering pressure of the North Atlantic. "What's that?" called a lookout. "Possible explosion on the starboard beam." Morris grabbed his binoculars and raced out the open door. The lookout pointed. A column of black smoke was reaching into the sky from the direction of the convoy. Someone else had just gotten his first kill. USS Nimitz. Toland had never seen so many welding torches operating. Under the supervision of the executive officer and 3 damage control experts, crewmen were using acetylene torches to cut away the damaged portions of Nimitz's flight deck and its supporting steel beams. What had been bad enough became worse on more thorough examination. 6 of the enormous frames under the flight deck had been wrecked, and the damage extended 2 decks below that. A third of the hangar deck was burned out. Most of the plane fueling network and all of the ordnance elevators had to be repaired. CIC was gone, and with it all of the computers and communications needed to fight the ship. The arrestor wire systems would have to be fully replaced. The main search radar was gone. The list went on. Tugs were pushing the wounded carrier into Southampton's ocean dock, a task made doubly hard because of the ship's induced 10-degree list. Water cascaded from the carrier's cliff-like hull into the harbor, while more entered the bilges below. Already a senior Royal Navy repair expert and the chief of the Vosper ship repair yard were aboard, reviewing the damage below and cataloging the material needed to enable the ship to operate again. Captain Svensson watched the messenger lines being shot off to handlers who would secure the ship. He was an angry man, Toland noted. 500 of his men known dead, another 300 wounded, and the count was nowhere near complete. The most grievous losses were in the flight deck crews, many of whose shelters had been immolated by the 2 Soviet missiles. They would also have to be replaced before Nimitz could sail and fight again. "Toland, you'll be heading to Scotland." "Excuse me, sir?" "The air wing is being split. The fighters and Hawkeyes are going north. Ivan's been pounding on the Brits' northern radar line, and their fighters have taken a beating trying to help the Norwegians out. The Tomcats are already on the way, and we'll be loading their missiles onto the dock so the Brits can fly them north. I want you to operate with the fighter teams to evaluate what Ivan's up to with his Badgers, and maybe help our guys to cull off some of the bastards. The attack birds are joining the NATO Tactical Air Reserve for the present." "When do I leave?" Toland reflected that he had nothing to pack. The Kingfish had taken care of that, too. His first order of business was to cable his family that he was all right. Iceland. "Doghouse, this is Beagle, and what the hell just happened? Over." Beagle, I am authorized to tell you that an attack was just made against Keflavik. No kidding, Guy. A B-52 just crashed right on our goddamned hill. Didn't you tell anybody that I reported fighters? Your information was evaluated as unconfirmed and was not passed on, Beagle. I did not concur in that. Continue your report. I saw 4 Soviet single-seat aircraft with a twin-rudder configuration. I can't be sure of the type, but they had double tails. You copy that? Twin rudders, copy that. Confirm you saw 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, Doghouse. I can't arrange them to parade overhead, but if you send bombers in here unescorted again, mister, don't blame me. Any survivors from the crash you saw? Negative. No shoots. And no way anyone would have survived the crash. Saw 1 fireball on the horizon, but I'm not sure what that was. How did the weasels do? Can't say, Beagle, but thanks for the word on the SAMs. You have instructions for me? Your status is being re-evaluated now. We'll be back on the hour. Make it 2, fella. We have to move some before the bad guys send a patrol this way. Out. The Marines were around him, weapons ready, alert for the patrol or helicopter, or both, that had to be heading their way. Edwards tore off the headset and repacked the radio. Great, just great, he muttered. Let's move it, people. They had already jogged a full kilometer from their former home, heading due east into the uninhabited wasteland that formed this part of the island. Smith kept them on slopes, off the crests and hilltops that could silhouette them against the clearing sky. There was a lake off to their left, with many houses on its western side. They had to be careful here. There was no telling who might note their passing and inform someone of it. They passed under the main power transmission lines at a run, angling south to keep a crest line between them and most of the houses. An hour later they were in the Holmes Round lava field, an incredible collection of rocks overlooking Highway 1, one of Iceland's 2 major thoroughfares. There were vehicles on the road heading in both directions. Many of them carried soldiers. "What are we figuring to do now, sir?" Smith asked pointedly. "Well, Sarge, we got good concealment here. Hell, a guy 50 yards away would have trouble spotting us in this crap. I say we wait for it to get a little dark tonight and get north of the road. Once we get past that, the population thins out. At least that's what the map says. It ought to be fairly safe once we get away from the population centers." "What will our friends on the other side of that radio say about that?" "I guess we better find out." Edwards checked his watch. He was nearly 2 hours overdue. Doghouse was annoyed with him. "What kept you off the air?" "We just moved about 8 clicks. Maybe you'd prefer we waited around and counted the Russians picking over the wreckage. Listen up. We're all alone here, and that's a little scary, you know." "Understood, Beagle." "Okay, we got orders for you. You have a map of the area you're in?" "That's a firm, a 1 to 50,000 one." "Okay. They want you to move to Grafferholt. There's a hill there. You're supposed to find a safe place near there and belly up for further instructions." "Hey, Doghouse, before we get any farther, what if Ivan starts playing DF games and tries to track us down from our radio transmissions?" "Okay, about time you asked that. The radio you got is encrypted UHF, single sideband. That means it's got thousands of channels, and having him lock into one is not real likely. Second, you have a directional antenna. When you transmit, make sure there's a hill between you and them. UHF is line of sight only. So you ought to be safe on that score, too. Happy?" "It helps." "How soon can you get to that hill for us?" Edwards looked at the map. About 7 kilometers. A comfortable 2-hour walk in peacetime, maybe 3 or 4 not-so-comfortable hours, given the terrain here. They'd have to wait for darkness, detour around a few villages. And there was that one other little thing to be concerned about. 12 hours minimum. Roger. Understood, Beagle. Copy 12 hours. That's fine. We'll be calling for you then. Anything else to report? Some activity on the road below us. Several trucks. Army type, painted green. Lots of personal vehicles, 4x4s. No armored stuff, though. Okay, take your time and play it safe. Your mission is to avoid contact and report. We'll be here if you need us. Out. At Doghouse in northern Scotland, the communications officer leaned back in his swivel chair. The lad sounds somewhat rattled, an intelligence officer commented over his tea. Not quite SAS material, is he? Another asked. Let's not be too hasty, said a third. He's bright, something of an athlete, and he had the presence of mind to escape when events called for it. Seems a bit high-strung, but given his position, that's understandable, I think. The first pointed on the map. 12 hours to go this little distance? Across hilly open terrain, with a whole bloody division of paras running about in lorries and BMPs, and with the sun that never sets. What the hell do you expect of 4 men? Demanded the fourth. A man dressed in civilian clothes, who had been gravely wounded while in the 22nd SAS Regiment. If that lad had any sense, he'd have packed it in yesterday. Interesting psychological profile here. If he manages to get to this hill on time for us, I think he'll do all right. USS Faris. The convoy had scattered. Toland looked at the radar display, an expanding ring of ships, now beginning to turn back east to reassemble. One merchantman had been sunk, another badly damaged and limping west. 3 frigates were trying to locate the submarine that had done the damage. Gallery had gotten a possible contact and fired a torpedo at it, without result. 4 helicopters were dropping sonobuoys in hope of reacquiring it, and a half-dozen sonars were pinging away. But so far it looked as though the submarine had evaded the angry escorts. That was a beautiful approach, the tactical action officer observed grudgingly. His only goof was hitting the back end of the convoy. His fire control wasn't all that great, Morris said. They say they had sonar readings on 5 fish. Figure 3 targets. 2 hits for a kill on one and a scratch hit on another for damage. The other was a clean miss. Not a bad afternoon's work. What's he doing now, people? How much you want to bet it's an old nuke boat? TAO asked. Their fire control systems aren't up to current standards, and they can't run very fast and still stay covert. He just barely made the intercept and bit off 2 ships. When they scattered, he didn't have the speed to pursue without advertising his position, and he's too smart for that. Then what did he do? ASW asked. He was in close when he launched, ducked inside the convoy and went deep, used the noise from the thundering herd to mask himself, then motored off clear. North. Morris bent over the display. Most of the Murchies went northeast when the scatter order went out. He probably went north to trail, and maybe hoped to get another shot in later. What do you think we're up against? Intel says this area had 3 Foxtrots and a November, plus maybe another nuke. The one we killed was probably a Fox. Doesn't have the speed to trail the convoy. The ASW officer looked up. But a November would. We're not up against a new nuke. He'd still be shooting. Call it a November. Okay. Say he came north at 6 or 7 knots, then turned east, hoping to pick us up again tomorrow, say. Where would he be? Right now? Here, sir, ASW said. He pointed to a spot 15 miles aft of the frigate. We can't go back after him. No, but we can listen for him if he tries to play catch-up. Morris thought hard. The convoy would be altering base course to 120 on the hour to head farther south, away from the suddenly increased threat of Soviet long-range bombers. More time would be needed for them to reform and establish proper stations. That would allow the submarine to cut the corner and close the target. With all the zigzagging the Murcheys were doing, their effective speed of advance was only about 16 knots, and a November might try to catch up with that. I want the operators to pay particular attention to this sector. Our friend just might be back. Call in a P3? TAO wondered. Morris shook his head. They want to keep station forward. The main threat is still ahead of us. Us cans have to worry about the trailers until we get a hot contact anyway. I think this guy will trail, and he might try and get off a contact report. Kiev, the Ukraine. Good news, the naval officer said. Our bombers report sinking 3 aviation ships, 2 cruisers, and 2 destroyers. Alexeyev and his boss exchanged a look. Their colleagues in blue would be insufferable now. How firm is that evaluation? Sink Southwest asked. There were 4 carrier-type ships photographed before the attack. The next satellite pass 8 hours after the attack showed only 1. 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers were also missing. Finally, we have intelligence reports of numerous carrier-type aircraft landing at French naval air bases in Brittany. Our submarines were unable to make contact with the formation. It would seem that one was sunk, unfortunately, but our first naval air battle was a smashing success. We will close the Atlantic for you, comrades, the captain predicted. We may need it closed, Alexeyev said after the captain left. His boss grunted agreement. Things in Germany were not going well. The Soviet Air Force had been hurt even worse than they had feared, and as a result, the land campaign was already far behind schedule. On the second day of the war, the first day's objectives had been met in only one army's zone, and that one was being heavily counterattacked 20 kilometers east of Hamburg. Tank losses had been 50% higher than predicted, and control of the air was in jeopardy, with many units reporting heavier than expected air attacks. Only half of the Elbe bridges had been replaced as yet, and the floating ribbon bridges could not carry all the load of the highway bridges they replaced. The NATO armies had not yet reached their peak strength. American reinforcements were still arriving by air, mating up with their prepositioned equipment. The Soviet first echelon was being bled, and the second echelon was still largely trapped behind the Elbe. Iceland. About as dark as it's going to get, Edward said. The light level was what meteorologists and sailors called nautical twilight. Visibility was down to 500 yards, with the sun just below the northwest horizon. The lieutenant put on his pack and rose. His Marines did the same, with as much enthusiasm as a child on his way to school. They headed down the shallow slope towards the Sudura River. More a fair-sized creek, Edwards thought. The lava field provided good cover. The ground was littered with rocks, some as much as 3 feet high, a landscape that broke up shapes and disguised movement to the casual observer. He hoped there was nothing more than that out there. They had observed a number of Soviet patrols, mainly on military trucks that passed through the area at intervals of about 30 minutes. They saw no fixed positions. Certainly they had garrisoned the hydroelectric power station at Burfell, farther east on Route 1. No one had bombed that yet. The lights were still bright in some of the homes below them. The rocks got smaller as the land changed to a grassy meadow. There had been sheep here recently. The smell was unmistakable, and the grass was short. Instinctively the men walked in a crouch toward a gravel road. The houses and barns here were spread irregularly. They picked a spot where the space between buildings was about 500 yards, hoping that the dim light and their camouflage uniforms would make them invisible to any observer. No one was about in the open. Edwards halted his group and looked carefully through his binoculars at the nearest houses. Lights burned in some, but no people were visible outside. Perhaps the Russians had imposed a curfew, meaning that anyone seen moving might be shot on sight. Happy thought. The riverbanks sloped downward sharply about 20 feet to the water, and were covered with rocks smoothed by years of erosion at high water time. Smith went down first as the others lay with weapons ready at the lip of the south bank. The sergeant moved slowly at first, checking the water depth before hurrying across, rifle held high in the air. Edwards was surprised how quickly he went through it, then up the far bank. The sergeant waved, and the rest of the men followed. Edwards soon found out why the sergeant had crossed the stream quickly. The waist-deep water was icy cold, like most of the streams on Iceland, fed by melting glaciers. He gasped and went across as fast as he could, his rifle and radio held above his head. A minute later, he was atop the far bank. Smith chuckled in the dark. I guess that woke everybody up. Like to froze my balls off, Sarge, Rogers groused. Looks clear ahead, Edwards said. Beyond this meadow is another creek, then the main road, a secondary road, then up a hill into a lava field. Let's keep moving. Right, Lieutenant. Smith got to his feet and moved off. The others trailed behind him at 5-yard intervals. The little bastard's in a hurry, isn't he? The ground here was agreeably flat, the grass as high as their boot tops. They moved rapidly, keeping low, weapons held ready across their chests as they angled slightly east to avoid the village of Holmore. The next stream was shallower than the Sudora, though no less cold. They stopped on crossing it, now only 200 yards from the highway. Again Smith moved off first, this time with his back bent double, moving in rushes followed by pauses while he knelt to examine the terrain repeatedly. The men behind him matched his movements exactly, and the team got together again in tall grass 50 feet from the road. Okay, Smith said. We cross one at a time, a minute apart. I go first. I'll stop 50 feet on the other side by those rocks. When you cross, don't screw around. Run and keep low and come to me. If you see something coming, get as far from the road as you can and drop. They can't see you if you lay still, people. Take things real easy, okay? Everyone, Edwards included, nodded agreement. The sergeant was as good as his word. After a final look to be sure that nothing was moving in their direction, he raced off across the road, his personal gear flopping and slapping against his body as he did so. They waited a minute, then Garcia followed. After another minute, Rogers went. Edwards counted to 60 and darted forward. The lieutenant was amazed and appalled at how stressful this was. His heart pounded with terror as he reached the roadway, and he froze dead in the center. Automobile lights were approaching them from the north. Edwards just stood there, watching them come closer. "Move your ass, Lieutenant," the sergeant's voice rasped at him. The lieutenant shook his head clear and ran to the sound of the sergeant's voice, one hand holding his helmet in place on his head. "Lights coming down," he gasped. "No shit. Be cool, sir. People, let's get spread out. Find some good cover and freeze. And make goddamn sure those weapons are on safe. You stay with me, sir." The two privates moved left and right into tall weeds, disappearing from view as soon as they stopped moving. Edwards lay next to Sergeant Smith. "You think they saw me?" The darkness prevented him from seeing the angry expression accompanying Smith's reply. "Probably not. Don't freeze in the road like that again, sir." "I won't. Sorry, Sarge, this isn't exactly my thing." "Just listen and learn what we tell you, okay?" Smith whispered. "We're Marines. We'll take good care of you." The lights approached slowly, proceeding down the steep grade to their north. The driver didn't trust the loose gravel surface. The north-south road split here, forking left and right to Route 1. It had to be a military truck, they saw. The lights were rectangular, taped slips over headlights installed at the Soviets' massive Kama River factory, built largely with Western aid. The truck stopped. Edwards did not allow himself to react, except that his grip tightened on the plastic stock of his rifle. What if someone had seen them cross the road and telephoned the Russians? Smith's hand reached out and pushed the lieutenant's rifle down. "Let's be careful with that, Lieutenant," Smith whispered. The 10 men in the truck dismounted and spread into the grass off the road, perhaps 50 yards away. Edwards couldn't tell if they carried weapons or not. Each man stopped, and almost in unison they unbuttoned their flies to urinate. Edwards gawked and nearly laughed. Finished, they moved back to the truck, which started up and proceeded west on the fork to the main road, motoring off with the sound on a poorly muffled diesel engine. The Marines reformed as the truck's taillights dipped under the horizon. "Too bad," Rogers smiled in the semi-darkness. "I could have blowed one guy's pecker right off." "You done good, people," Smith said. "Ready to move out, Lieutenant?" "Yeah." Shamed by his performance, the lieutenant let Smith lead them off. They crossed the gravel road and 100 yards later were in yet another lava field, climbing over rocks into the wasteland. Their wet fatigue pants clung to their legs, drying slowly in the cool westerly breeze. USS Faris. "Our friend the November doesn't have an anechoic coating," ASW said quietly, pointing to the display. "I think that's him, running to catch up with the convoy." "We have this trace plotted at about 46,000 yards, the tactical action officer said. "Get the helo up," Morris ordered. 5 minutes later, Faris's helicopter was running southwest at full speed, and Bluebird 7, another P-3C Orion, was closing on the datum point from the east. Both aircraft flew low, hoping to surprise the submarine that had killed one of their flock and gravely damaged another. The Russian had probably made a mistake by increasing his speed. Maybe he had orders to trail the convoy and radio data for other submarines to use. Maybe he wanted to catch up to make another attack. Whatever the reason, his reactor pumps were running and making noise that his hull could not contain. His periscope was up, and that gave the aircraft a chance to spot him with their look-down radars. The helo was closer, and its pilot was communicating with the tactical coordinator of the Orion. This could be a textbook attack if things worked out right. "Okay, Bluebird, we are now 3 miles from Datum Center. Say your position." "We're 2 miles behind you, Papa 1-6. Illuminate." The systems operator flipped the cover off the radar switch and moved it from standby to active. Instantly, energy began to radiate from the radar transmitter slung under the helicopter's nose. "Contact! We have a radar contact bearing 165, range 1,100 yards. Stream the mad gear." The pilot advanced his throttles to race toward the contact. "We got him too," the TACO called swiftly. The petty officer beside him armed a torpedo, setting its initial search depth for 100 feet. The helicopter's anti-collision lights came on, the red lights flashing in the darkness. No sense in hiding their approach now. The sub must have detected their radar signals and would now be attempting a crash dive. But that took more time than he had. "Madman! Madman! Smoke away!" the systems operator screamed. The smoke was invisible in the darkness, but the short green flame was an unmissable beacon in the darkness. The helo banked left, clearing the way for the Orion, now only 500 yards behind him. The P-3C's powerful searchlights came on, spotting the telltale wake left by the now invisible periscope. The mad contact had been right on, the pilot saw at once. The Orion's bomb doors swung open, and the torpedo dropped toward the black waters along with the sonobuoy. "Positive sonar contact. Evaluate as submarine," a sonar board operator said over the intercom. The tone lines displayed on his screen were exactly what a November at high speed looked like, and the torpedo chasing her was already on continuous pinging. "Torpedo is closing the target rapidly. Looks good, TACO. Closing. Closing. Impact!" The torpedo's sound tracing merged with that of the submarine, and a brilliant splotch appeared in the waterfall display. The Orion's operator switched the sonobuoy from active to passive, recording the recurring rumbles of the torpedo warhead explosion. The submarine's screw sounds stopped, and again he heard the sound of blowing air that quickly stopped as the submarine began her last dive. "That's a kill! That's a kill!" exulted the TACO. "Confirm the kill," Morris said over the radio. "Nice job, Bluebird. That was a real quick draw." "Roger, copy, Ferris. Thank you, sir. Beautiful job with the helo and the detection guy. You just got another assist. Hell, we might just orbit you for a while, Captain. Looks like you got all the action. Out." Morris walked to the corner and poured himself a cup of coffee. So they had just helped to kill a pair of Soviet submarines. The TAO was less enthusiastic. "We got a noisy old foxtrot and a November who did something dumb. You suppose he had orders to trail and report, and that's why we got him?" "Maybe," Morris nodded. "If Ivan's making his skippers do things like that, well, they like central control, but that can change if they find out it's costing them boats. We learned that lesson ourselves once." USS Chicago. McCafferty had his own contact. They had been tracking it for over an hour now, the sonar operators struggling to discern random noise from discrete signal on their visual displays. Their data was passed to the fire control tracking party, 4 men hovering over the chart table in the after corner of the attack center. Already the crew was whispering, McCafferty knew. First the yard fire before they were commissioned. Then being pulled out of the Barents Sea at the wrong time. Then being attacked by a friendly aircraft. Was Chicago an unlucky boat? They wondered. The chiefs and officers would work to dispel that thought, but the chiefs and officers held it too, since all sailors believed in luck, an institutional faith among submariners. "If you're not lucky, we can't use you," a famous submarine admiral once said. McCafferty had heard that story often enough. He had so far been devoid of luck. The captain moved back to the chart table. "What's happening?" "Not much in the way of a bearing change. He has to be way out there, Skipper. Like the 3rd convergence zone. Maybe 80 miles. He can't be closing us. We would have lost the signal as he passed out of the zone." The executive officer was showing the strain of the past week's operations, too. "Captain, if I had to guess, I'd say we're tracking a nuclear sub. Probably a noisy one. Acoustical conditions are pretty good, so we have 3 CZs to play with. And I'd bet he is doing the same thing we are, patrolling a set position. Hell, he could be running back and forth on a racetrack pattern, same as us. That would account for the minimal bearing changes." The captain frowned. This was the only real contact he'd had since the war started. He was close to the northern border of his patrol area, and the target was probably just on the other side of it. Going after it meant leaving the bulk of his assigned sector unprotected. "Let's go after him," McCafferty ordered. "Left 10 degrees rudder. Come left to new course 351. All ahead 2/3. Chicago rapidly turned to a northerly heading, accelerating to 15 knots, her maximum silent speed. At 15 knots, the submarine radiated only a small amount of noise. The risk of counter-detection was slight. since even at this speed her sonars could detect a target 5 to 10 miles off. Her 4 tubes were loaded with a pair of Mk-48 torpedoes and 2 Harpoon anti-ship missiles. If the target was a submarine or a surface ship, Chicago could handle it. Grafferholt, Iceland. "You're early, Beagle," Doghouse replied. Edwards was sitting between 2 rocks and leaning back against a third, the antenna resting on his knee. He hoped it was pointing in a safe direction. The Russians, he figured, were strung mostly along the coast from Keflavik to Reykjavik, well to the west of the direction to the satellite. But there were houses and factories below him, and if they had a listening post down there... "We had to get here before it got too light," the lieutenant explained. They had run the last kilometer with the rising sun behind them. Edwards took some small comfort in the fact that the Marines were puffing harder than he was. "How secure are you?" "There is some movement on the road below us, but that's a good ways off, maybe a mile." "Okay, you see the electrical switching station southwest of you?" Edwards got out his binoculars with one hand to check. The map called the place Artun. It held the main electrical transformers for the power grid on this part of the island. The high-voltage lines came in from the east, and the feeder cables radiated out from this point. "Yeah, I see it." "How are things going, Beagle?" Edwards almost said they were going great, but stopped himself. "Lousy. Things are going lousy." "Roger that, Beagle. You keep an eye on that power station. Anything around it?" "Stand by." Edwards set down the antenna and gave the place a closer look. Aha. "Okay, I got 1 armored vehicle, just visible around the corner on the west side. 4 armed men are in the open. Nothing else that I can see." "Very good, Beagle. Now you keep watch on that place. Let us know if any SAMs show up. We also want data if you see any more fighters. Start keeping records of how many trucks and troops you see, where they're heading. Be sure to write things down. Got that?" "Okay. We write it all down and report in." "Good. You're doing all right, Beagle. Your orders are to observe and report," Doghouse reminded them. "Avoid contact. If you see enemy troops heading in your direction, bug out. Don't worry about calling in, just bug the hell out and report when you can. Now get off the air for a while." "Roger that. Out." Edwards repacked the radio. It was getting so that he could do it with his eyes closed. "What gives, Lieutenant?" Smith asked. The lieutenant grunted. "We sit tight and watch that electrical place off that way. You suppose they want us to turn some lights off?" "There's too many troops down there, Sarge," Edwards replied. He stretched and opened his canteen. Garcia was on guard atop the knoll to his right, and Rogers was asleep. "What's for breakfast?" "Well, if you got peanut butter and crackers, I'll trade you my peaches for it." Edwards ripped open the sea ration container and inspected the contents. "Deal." Chapter 22. Reposts. USS Chicago. The submarine slowed to reacquire the target. She'd run deep at 15 knots for over an hour, and now reduced speed and came up to 500 feet, right in the middle of the deep sound channel. McCafferty ordered an easterly course, which allowed the towed array sonar, his tail, to bear on the supposed target to the north. It took several minutes before the array was straight and aligned in the proper direction, so that the sonar operators could begin their work in earnest. Slowly the data came up on their displays, and a senior petty officer plugged in a set of headphones, hoping for an aural detection. There was nothing to detect. For 20 minutes the screen showed only random noise patterns. McCafferty examined the paper plot. Their erstwhile contact would now be exactly 2 convergence zones away, and should have been easily detected, given known water conditions. But their screens showed nothing. "We never did have a classification." The executive officer shrugged. "He's gone. Take her up to antenna depth. Let's see what's cooking topside." McCafferty moved back to the periscope pedestal. He could not fail to note the instant tension in the compartment. The last time they'd done this, they'd nearly been sunk. The submarine leveled off at a depth of 60 feet. Sonar did another check and found nothing. The ESM mast went up, and the electronics technician reported only weak signals. The search periscope went up next. McCafferty made a very quick check of the horizon. Nothing in the air, nothing on the surface. "There's a storm to the north. Line squall," he said. "Downscope." The executive officer grumbled an inaudible curse. The noise from the storm would make the normally difficult task of finding a conventional sub motoring along on battery power nearly impossible. It was one thing for them to dart a short distance out of their patrol area with a good chance for a kill. It was another to leave for a whole day looking for something that they might never find. He looked at the captain, waiting for the decision to be made. "Secure from general quarters," McCafferty said. "XO, take us back to station at 10 knots. Keep her deep. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me in 2 hours." The captain walked a few steps forward to his stateroom. The bunk was already folded down, unmade, from the port side bulkhead. Instrument repeaters would show him course and speed, and a TV set could show him whatever the periscope might be looking at, or a taped movie. McCafferty had been awake for about 20 hours now, and the added stress that comes from a combat environment made it feel like a week. He took off his shoes and lay down, but sleep would not come. Keflavik, Iceland. The colonel ran his hand along the bomber silhouette painted on the side of his fighter. His first combat victory recorded on his gun cameras. Not since a handful of his comrades had fought in the skies of North Vietnam had a Soviet Air Force pilot won a real air-to-air victory. And this one had been over a nuclear-capable bomber that might otherwise have threatened the homeland. There were now 25 MiG-29 fighters on Iceland, and 4 of them were aloft at all times to protect the bases as the ground troops tightened their control of the island. The B-52 raid had hurt them. Their main search radar was slightly damaged, but another was being flown out today, a more modern mobile unit whose position would be changed twice a day. He wished they had an airborne radar, but learned that losses over Germany had severely limited their availability. The news of the air war there was not good, though the 2 regiments of MiG-29s were doing well. The colonel checked his watch. In 2 hours, he would be leading a squadron escorting a small force of backfires that was searching for a convoy. Grafferholt, Iceland. Okay, Doghouse, I can see 6 fighter aircraft sitting on the runways at Reykjavik. They all got red stars on them. They have twin rudder configuration and appear to be armed with air-to-air missiles. 2 SAM launchers and some kind of gun. Looks like a Gatling gun, mounted on a tracked vehicle. That's a Zulu Sierra Uniform 30, Beagle. They're very bad news. We want to know all about those bastards. How many of them? Only one, located on the grassy triangle a few hundred yards west of the terminal building. Are the fighters together or dispersed? Dispersed. 2 on each runway. There's a small van with each pair, plus 5 or 6 soldiers. I estimate 100 troops here with 2 armored vehicles and 9 trucks. They're patrolling the airport perimeter, and there are several machine gun emplacements. The Russians also seem to be using the local short-haul airliners for moving troops around. We've seen soldiers boarding the little twin prop birds. I've counted 4 flights today. We have not seen a Russian chopper since yesterday. How's Reykjavik City look? Doghouse asked. It's hard to see into the streets. We can look down a valley towards the airport, but we can only see down a few streets. One armored vehicle is visible in there parked, like at an intersection. Troops are just hanging around, like cops or something at every intersection we can see. If I had to guess, I'd say most of their troops are around Reykjavik and Keflavik. Not many civilians around, and almost no civilian traffic. There's a lot of movement on the main roads, both along the coast to our west and also east on Route 1. It's all back-and-forth traffic, like they're patrolling. We've counted a total of 50-some trips, split about even on the 2 highways. One other thing. We saw some Russians using a civilian vehicle. We haven't seen a jeep yet, except a few of ours on the airport grounds. The Russians have jeeps. Their kind, I mean, right? I think they've commandeered the people's 4x4s. That's practically the national vehicle here, and a lot of them are moving around on the roads. Any more incoming transport flights? 5. We have clear skies, and we can watch them going in towards Keflavik. 4 were IL-76s, and the other one looked kind of like a C-130. I don't know the designation for that one. Are the fighters flying? We saw one take off 2 hours ago. I'd say they have a patrol up and have fighters here and Keflavik both. That's a guess, but I'll bet money on it. I'd also say the fighters we're looking at can roll off in less than 5 minutes. Looks a lot like a hot pad alert status. Okay, copy that, Beagle. How is your situation? We're pretty well concealed, and the Sarge has 2 escape routes scouted. We haven't seen the Russians beat any bushes yet. Mostly, they seem to be hanging in populated areas and on the roads. If they start heading this way, we'll be bugging out. Exactly right, Beagle. We will probably be ordering you off that hill soon anyway. You're doing good, boy. Hang in there. Out. Scotland. The kid's doing all right, the Major said. He was in an awkward position. An American officer in a NATO communications post run by Brit intelligence types who were evenly split on Edwards's reliability. I'd say he's doing bloody marvelously, nodded the senior Brit. He'd lost an eye quite some time ago by the look of it, but was still one tough-looking bastard, the Major thought. Notice how he discriminates between what his observations and opinions are. Weather forecaster, snorted another. We must get some professionals in there. How quickly can we whistle some up? Perhaps by tomorrow. The Navy wants to put them in by submarine, though, and I agree. A bit dicey for a parachute infiltration, you know. Iceland's covered with rocks. The place is made to break ankles and legs. Then there's the Soviet fighters. No hurry on putting troops there, is it? We've got to reduce their air assets first, and generally make life as difficult for them as we can. That starts tonight, the Major said. Nordic Hammer Phase 2 will hit around the local sunset time. Hope it works better than Phase 1 did, old boy. Stornoway, Scotland. So, how are things going up here? Toland asked his Royal Air Force counterpart. Right before boarding the flight, he'd sent the telegram to Marty. I'm all right. On the beach for a while. Love. He hoped that would reassure her. Probably the news of the carrier battle was already in the papers. Could be better. We've lost 8 tornadoes trying to assist the Norwegians. We're about down to a bare minimum for local defense, and Ivan's begun to attack our northern radar installations. Sorry about what happened to your aircraft carrier, but I must say we are very happy indeed to have you chaps with us for a bit. Nimitz's interceptors and radar birds were split among 3 RAF bases. The maintenance crews were still arriving by transport aircraft, and some hitch had developed with the missiles. But the F-14s each carried a full load for one engagement, and they could use RAF Sparrows to reload. Operating off a land base, the fighter could carry a larger load of fuel and ordnance, packing a heavier punch than off a ship. The fighter crews were in a foul humor. Having used their aircraft and precious missiles to kill drones, they had returned to the formation to see the fearful results of the mistake. The total loss of life was still uncertain, but scarcely 200 men had escaped from Saipan, and only 1,000 from Foch. In terms of casualties, this had been the bloodiest defeat in the history of the United States Navy, with thousands of men gone and not a single kill to offset the losses. Only the French had scored against the backfires, succeeding with 20-year-old Crusaders where the vaunted Tomcats had failed. Toland sat in on their first briefing, conducted by the RAF. The fighter pilots were absolutely silent. He had trouble gauging their mood. No jokes, no whispered remarks, no smiles. They knew that the error had not been theirs, that it was not their fault at all, but that didn't seem to matter. They were shaken by what had happened to their ship. As was he. Toland's mind kept coming back to the image of the 4-inch thick flight deck steel bent into the sky like cellophane, a blackened cavern below it where the hangar deck used to be. The rows of bags, crewmen who had died aboard the world's most powerful warship. "Commander Toland?" An airman tapped him on the shoulder. "Would you come with me, please?" The two men walked to the operations room. Bob noted instantly that a new raid was being plotted. The operations officer, a flight lieutenant, motioned for Toland to join him. "1 regiment, perhaps less. One of your EP-3s is snooping up there and caught their radio chatter while they were refueling north of Iceland. They'll be going for one of these convoys, we think." "You want the Tomcats to ambush them on the way home?" "The timing's going to be tricky." "Extremely. Another complication. They will use Iceland as a navigational check and a secure assembly point. We know Ivan has fighters there, and now it's reported that he has fighters operating from these 2 airfields on Iceland." "Is the source for this something called Beagle?" "Ah, you've heard about that one." "Yes." "What kind of fighters?" "Twin tails is what your chap reported. Could be MiG-25s, 29s, or 31s. "Fulcrums," Toland said. "The others are interceptors. Didn't the B-52s get a look at them?" The briefing he'd just left had gone over the Air Force mission against Keflavik. More good news to cheer the troops up. Evidently not a good one, and superficially they are quite similar. I agree they're probably fulcrums, and the sensible thing for Ivan to do is have the fighters establish a safe corridor for his bombers. They might have to tank coming back. Go for the tankers? We've thought of that, but they have 1 million square miles of ocean to use. The area on the chart was obvious. The timing for that will be damned near impossible, but we think it would be worth the effort sometime in the future. For the moment, our primary concern is air defense. After that, we think Ivan may be planning an amphibious operation for Norway. If his surface fleet sorties, it's our job to hammer it. USS Faris. Raid warning, Skipper, the executive officer said. There's about 25 backfires downbound, target unknown. Well, they won't be going after the carrier group, not with 25 aircraft now that they're under NATO fighter cover. Where are they now? Probably over Iceland. 3 to 5 hours off. We're not the biggest convoy in range, but we are the most exposed. On the other hand, if they go for all those independents out there, they can hunt undefended ships in open ocean. But I wouldn't. Our ships are carrying war material. The convoy had only 5 SAM-equipped ships. A ripe target. Grafferholt, Iceland. Contrails, Doghouse. We have contrails overhead. Looks like 20 or so. passing overhead right now. Can you get an ID? Negative. Large aircraft with no engines visible on the wings, but I can't be sure of the type. They're pretty high, heading south. Can't gauge the speed either. No sonic booms, though if they were busting Mach 1, we should have heard it by now. Repeat your count, Doghouse ordered. I count 21 sets of contrails, 2-1 sets, heading about 180. All the fighters at Reykjavik lifted off and went north about 30 minutes before they passed overhead. They still haven't landed back here yet, but we do not know where they are. The bombers do not appear to be escorted. Nothing else new to report. Roger, Beagle. Let us know when the fighters land. Might be nice to get a feel for their cycle time. Out. The major turned to his sergeant. Get that one out on the printer right now. Confirm the 1 regiment backfire raid downbound. Over Reykjavik right now. Estimated course 180. Possibly with fighter escort. Yeah, better put that in too. The NATO Communications Center was about the only thing working as planned. The communications satellites in their as-yet unreachable orbits over the equator were supplying information to units all over the world. And here in Scotland was one of the main nodes, military parlance for a high-tech telephone exchange. USS Faris. A good day for contrails, Morris saw. Just the right mixture of temperature and humidity at high altitude. It would cause condensation in the hot exhaust from aircraft engines. They could see the tracks of air traffic crossing the Atlantic. The big 20-power binoculars usually kept on the bridge wings for surface lookout work had been moved to the flying bridge atop the forward superstructure, and his lookouts were using them to identify the aircraft. They were mainly looking for Bears, the Soviet search aircraft that scouted targets for the backfires. Everyone was tense, and no relief was in sight. The submarine threat was bad enough, but with the carrier group savaged the day before, the convoy was virtually naked to air attack. They were too far at sea for any hope of land-based fighter protection. Faris had only the most rudimentary air defenses. She could barely protect herself and was of no use whatever to anyone else. The ships equipped with surface-to-air missiles were now assembling in line on the north side of the convoy, 20 miles south of the frigate, while Faris continued her anti-submarine search. All the frigate could do was keep watch on her threat-warning instruments and radio any data developed. They were sure that Ivan would be using his own big bulge search radars aboard the Bears to locate and classify the target. The convoy commander's plan was to use the SAM ships as an additional row of targets, formed up just like the merchantmen. With luck, an especially curious bear might mistake them for unarmed ships and be lured in for a visual search. A long shot, it was the only card they had to play. Contact. We have a big bulge radar bearing 009. Signal strength is low. Miss us, you bastard, the tactical action officer breathed. Not much chance of that, Morris said. Get the data to the escort commander. The Bear was on a southerly heading, using its radar only 2 minutes out of every 10 as it approached the convoy. Soon another was detected slightly to the west. Plotting teams estimated their positions, and a report was sent via satellite to Sinklant Fleet in Norfolk with an urgent request for assistance. Norfolk receipted their message. 10 minutes later, they learned that no help was available. Faris manned her gun mount. The Point Defense Missile System and Gatling gun radar aft were switched to standby. Other radar was kept off. The radar operators in the Combat Information Center sat nervously at their posts, fingering their switches while listening to the ESM reports and stealing an occasional look at the plot. Both of them probably have us now. Morris nodded. Next come the backfires. The captain thought of the battles he had studied at the Naval Academy. Early in World War II, when the Japanese fleet had had air superiority, or when the Germans had used long-range condors to circle convoys, radioing their positions to any interested party, and not a thing the Allies back then could do about it. He'd never expected to be in the same fix. The same tactical situation repeating itself after 40 years. It was absurd, Morris told himself. Absurd and terrifying. "We have a visual sight on a bear just over the horizon at 280, the talker said. "Director, use your optics to track the target aft," the tactical action officer said at once. He looked over to Morris. "Maybe he'll fly close enough for a shot." "Don't light off any radars just yet. He might just wander into somebody's missile envelope if he's not careful." "No way he'll be that dumb." "He will try to evaluate the convoy defenses," Morris said quietly. "He can't have them visually yet. Not quite yet. Then for a while all he'll be able to see is bumps with wakes behind them. Not easy to identify a ship from an airplane, mister. Let's see just how curious this guy is." "Aircraft just changed course," the talker reported, "turning east towards us. Air action starboard. Right standard rudder, all ahead full. Come to new course 180, Morris ordered immediately. He turned south to lure the bear closer to the SAM ships. "Illuminate the target. Weapons free. Engage when he gets within range." Ferris heeled hard to the left as she changed course. Forward, the 5-inch gun mount rotated clockwise as the ship brought her stern across the target bearing. As soon as the gun mount was unmasked, fire control radars gave it a target solution, and the long barrel gun elevated to 30 degrees and locked on the target. The point defense missile mount on the fantail did the same. "Target is at 30,000 feet, range 15 miles and closing." The escort commander still had not authorized a missile launch. Better to have Ivan shoot his missiles first, before he knew what lay in his path. Data from the carrier battle was already out to the fleet. The big Russian air-to-surface missiles were not especially hard targets to hit, since they ran straight for their targets, though you did have to react in a hurry. They were mighty fast. He figured that the bear was still doing a target evaluation and did not yet know the strength of the escort force. The longer he was kept in the dark, the better, because the backfires would not have much time to loiter this far from their bases. And if the bear came in just a little closer... "Commence firing," the TAO shouted. Ferris's gun mount went to full automatic mode, firing a round every 2 seconds. The bear was barely within range of her gun, and there was scant chance of a kill. But it was time to give him something to worry about. The first 5 rounds fell short, exploding harmlessly a mile from the bear. But the next 3 came closer, one exploding only 200 yards from his left wing. The Soviet pilot instinctively turned right to evade. That was a mistake. He didn't know that the nearest row of merchantmen carried missiles. Seconds later, 2 missiles launched, and the bear immediately dove to evade, a shower of chaff in her wake as she headed right for Ferris, which gave the frigate's gun crew another chance to score a kill. They fired off 20 new rounds as the plane approached. Perhaps 2 were close enough to damage the bomber, but there was no visible result. The missiles came in next, tiny white darts trailing columns of gray smoke. One missed and detonated in the chaff cloud, but the second detonated 100 yards away from the bomber. The warhead expanded explosively like a watch spring, breaking into thousands of fragments, and several ripped into the bear's port wing. The massive prop jet lost power in one engine and suffered major wing damage before the pilot regained control just outside Ferris's gun range. She headed off north, trailing smoke. The other bear remained discreetly out of everyone's range. The raid commander had just learned a lesson that he'd pass on to his regimental intelligence officer. "More radars coming on. Down beats," warned the ESM technician. "I count 10. Count is increasing. 14. 18. The air search radar operator sang out next. Radar contacts bearing 034, range 180 miles. I count 4 targets. Now 5. 6 targets. Course 210, speed 600 knots. Here come the backfires, TAO said. Radar contact, came the next call. Vampire, we have inbound missiles. Morris cringed inwardly. The escorts all switched on their radar transmitters. Missiles trained out on the incoming targets. But Farris was not part of that game. Morris ordered his ship to flank speed, turning north to race away from the missile's probable target area. The backfires are turning back. The Bear is holding position. We have some radio chatter. Now 23 inbound missiles. Bearing changing on all contacts, TAO said. They're all headed for the convoy. Looks like we're in the clear. Morris could hear the crew in the Combat Information Center take one deep collective breath. He watched the radar display with marginal relief. The missiles were streaking in from the northeast, and the SAMs were coming up to meet them. The convoy was again ordered to scatter, the merchantmen racing away from the center of the target. What followed had an eerie resemblance to an arcade game. Of the 23 Soviet-launched missiles, 9 broke through the SAMs and dove into the convoy. They hit 7 merchantmen. All 7 were lost. Some disintegrated at once under the hammering impact of the 1,000-kilogram warheads. The others lingered long enough for their crews to escape with their lives. The convoy had left the Delaware with 30 ships. Only 20 were left, and there was almost 1,500 miles of open ocean between them and Europe. Grafferholt, Iceland. 2 backfires ran short of fuel and decided to land at Keflavik. Behind them was the damaged Bear. It circled Reykjavik, waiting for the backfires to clear the runway. Edwards reported it in as a propeller aircraft with a damaged engine. The sun was low over the northwestern horizon, and the Bear gleamed yellow against the cobalt-blue sky. "Stay on the air, Beagle," Doghouse ordered. 3 minutes later, Edwards saw why. This time there was no standoff jamming to warn the Soviets. 8 FB-111s swept in over the rocks, southwest from the island's rocky center. They skimmed down the bottom of Selya Valley in elements of 2, their green and gray camouflage making them almost invisible to the fighters circling overhead. The lead pair turned due west, with another pair half a mile behind it. The remaining 4 went south, around Mount Huss. Holy shit! Smith saw them first, 2 fast-moving tail fins to the south. Just as Edwards found them, the lead aircraft popped up and launched a pair of TV-guided bombs. The wingmen did the same, and both attackers turned north. The 4 bombs homed in on the transformer station below them, and all landed within the fence perimeter. As though a single switch had been thrown, every light in view went out. The second pair of aardvarks roared low over Highway 1, blazing over the rooftops of Reykjavik to line up on their target. The leader lofted his own smart bombs, and his wingman broke left for the airport tank farm on the waterfront. Moments later, the control tower exploded, along with a hangar, and Rockeye cluster bombs blew the fuel tanks apart. Caught by surprise, the Russian gun and missile crews fired too late. The defense troops at Keflavik were surprised too, first by the sudden loss of electrical power, then by the bombers, which arrived only a minute later. Here too the control tower and hangars were the primary targets, and most came apart under the impact of 2,000-pound bombs. The second team found 2 parked backfires and a missile launch vehicle for their Rockeyes to hit, and sprinkled more softball-sized bomblets over the runways and taxiways. Meanwhile, the FB-111s continued west on afterburner, with gunfire and missiles chasing them. And fighters. 6 Fulcrums dove for the retreating Varks, whose protective jammers filled the sky with electronic noise. Free of their ordnance loads, the American bombers blazed away at 700 knots, a scant 100 feet over the wave tops. But the Soviet fighter commander would not turn away from this one. He'd seen what they had done to Keflavik, and he was furious at having been caught unaware despite having his fighters aloft. The Fulcrums had a slight speed advantage and closed the gap slowly. They were over 100 miles offshore when their missile radars burned through the Americans, jamming. 2 fighters immediately launched missiles, and the American aircraft jinked up, then down to lose them. One FB-111 took a hit and cartwheeled into the sea, and the Soviets were preparing a second volley when their threat receivers came on. 4 American Phantoms were waiting in ambush for them. In a moment, 8 Sparrow missiles were diving toward the Fulcrums. Now it was time for the Soviets to run. The MiG-29s wheeled and ran back for Iceland on afterburner. One was felled by a missile and another damaged. The battle had lasted all of 5 minutes. Doghouse, this is Beagle. The electrical station is gone. The Varks knocked it flat, Guy. One hell of a fire at the southwest edge of the airport, and looks like the tower got chopped in half. 2 hangars look shot up. I see 2, maybe 3 burning aircraft, civilian types. The fighters got off half an hour ago. Damn, that tank farm is burning like a son of a gun. Lots of people running around on the ground below us. As Edwards watched, a dozen vehicles with headlights blazing ran back and forth over the roads below him. 2 stopped a kilometer away and dismounted troops. Doghouse, I think it's time for us to leave this hill. That's a Roger, Beagle. Head northeast towards Hill 482. We'll expect to hear from you in 10 hours. Get moving, boy. Out. Time to leave, sir. Smith tossed the lieutenant his pack and motioned for the privates to move. Looks like we can score one for the good guys. Keflavik, Iceland. The MiGs landed on the still undamaged runway 18, the base's longest. They had barely stopped rolling when ground crews began the process of turning them around for further combat operations. The colonel was surprised to see the base commander still alive. How many did you get, Comrade Colonel? Only 1, and they got one of mine. Didn't you get anything on radar? The colonel demanded. Not a thing. They hit Reykjavik first. 2 groups of aircraft that came in from the north. The bastards must have flown between the rocks, the major snarled. He pointed to the big mobile radar that sat in the open between 2 runways. They missed it completely. Amazing. We must move it. Someplace high, very high. We'll never get an airborne radar, and unless we improve radar warning, this low-level business will eat us up. Find a good hilltop. How badly are our facilities damaged? Many small holes in the runways from these bomblets. We'll have them all patched in 2 hours. The loss of the tower will hinder our ability to operate large numbers of aircraft. When we lost electrical power, we lost the ability to move fuel through our pipeline, probably lost the local telephone service. He shrugged. We can make adjustments, but it's a major inconvenience. Too much work, too few men. We must disperse the fighters, and we must make alternate arrangements for fueling. The next target will be the fuel dumps. Did you expect this to be easy, comrade? The colonel looked over at the blazing pyres that only 30 minutes before had been a pair of Tu-22M backfires. The damaged Bear was just touching down. Their timing was too good. They caught us when half my fighters were escorting a bomber force off the north coast. Luck, perhaps, but I do not believe in luck. I want ground troops to check for enemy infiltrators around all the airports. And I want better security arrangements. What the hell is that? A Rockeye bomblet lay on the concrete not 20 feet from them. The major took a plastic flag from his jeep and set it near the bomb. The Americans set some for delayed detonation. My men are already searching for them. Be at ease, comrade. All your fighters have landed safely. Your dispersal areas are clear. The colonel drew back a few feet. What do you do with them? We've already practiced this. We'll use a specially fitted bulldozer to push them off the concrete. Some will explode, some won't. Those that do not go off of their own accord will be detonated by a marksman with a rifle. The tower? 3 men were on duty. Good men. The major shrugged again. You must excuse me, I have work to do. The colonel took a last look at the bomblet before walking toward his fighters. He'd underestimated the major. Iceland. There's a light on our hill, Garcia said. Everyone dropped to the ground. Edwards got next to the sergeant. Some bastard just lit a cigarette, Smith observed sourly. He'd finished his last one several hours before and was going through withdrawal symptoms. Now you see why we're carrying our trash with us? They're looking for us? Edwards asked. Figures. That attack was pretty cute. They'll wonder if the Airedales had any help. I'm surprised they didn't do it sooner. Guess they were pretty busy with other stuff. Think they can see us? Edwards didn't like that idea. From 2 miles? Pretty dark for that. And if they're smoking, they're being pretty casual. Relax, Lieutenant. It isn't all that easy to find 4 guys. Lots of hills to check out on this rock. We want to be careful where we walk. Keep off the ridges, like. Even if they got low-light gear, we won't be easy to see if we keep to the valleys. Let's move it out, troops, and keep low. USS Ferris. One last merchant was burning. Her crew had abandoned ship 2 hours before, but still she burned on the western horizon. More deaths, Morris thought. Only about half of the crews had been saved, and there wasn't time for a more careful search. The convoy had sailed without a designated rescue ship. The helicopters had pulled many out of the water, but most of them were still needed to hunt submarines. He held a dispatch saying that Orions out of Lagis had prosecuted and probably killed an Echo-class missile submarine in their path. Some good news, but intelligence reported indications of 2 more. The loss of Iceland was a disaster whose dimensions were only now becoming apparent. The Soviet bombers had a clear line to reach into the trade route. Their submarines were racing through the Denmark Strait, even as the NATO navies were trying to position their submarines to reform the barrier they had lost, the barrier upon which the convoys depended. The Air Force and Navy would soon try to rearrange fighter coverage to harass the backfires, but those measures were all stopgaps. Until Iceland was fully neutralized, or better yet retaken, the Third Battle of the North Atlantic hung in an uneven balance. At the Pacific Fleet bases of San Diego and Pearl Harbor, darkened ships stood out to sea. Once in open ocean, they all headed south toward Panama. Chapter 23. Returns. USS Ferris. Things had settled down again. A very relative term. The backfires were still coming down the gap over Iceland, but they'd hit another convoy this afternoon, killing 11 merchantmen in the process. All the eastbound convoys were angling south, trading a longer voyage to Europe for reduction of the air threat. As bad as losses were to this point, nearly 60 ships had already been sunk. A routing south at least meant the Soviet bombers would carry only 1 missile instead of 2. The strain was beginning to tell on everyone. Morris's crew had been port and starboard for almost a week now. 4 hours on duty, 4 hours off. Sleep patterns had been broken up. People didn't eat proper meals. Crucial maintenance requirements cut into what sleep allocations his men had. On top of that was the knowledge that a submarine or aircraft attack could come at any time. The work was still getting done, but Morris noted that his men were becoming terse and ill-tempered. People were beginning to trip over door sills, a sure sign of fatigue. More serious mistakes would soon follow. The relationship between fatigue and errors was as certain as gravity. In another day or so, he hoped a solid routine would establish itself, something for his men to adjust to. There were signs of this, and his chiefs were telling him not to worry. Morris worried. Bridge, combat, sonar contact, possible submarine, bearing 009. Here we go again, the conning officer said. For the 24th time on this voyage, Ferris's crew raced to battle stations. It took 3 hours this time. No Orions were available for them, and the escorts pooled their helicopters to track down the submarine, all directed by Morris and his CIC crew. This submarine driver really knew his business. At the first suspicion that he had been detected, perhaps his sonar had detected a helicopter overhead or heard the splash of a falling sonobuoy, he went deep and began a confusing series of sprints and drifts, porpoising over and under the layer, working hard to break contact, toward the convoy. This one wasn't interested in running away. The submarine disappeared and reappeared on their tactical plot, always closing, but never revealing his position clearly enough for a shot. Gone again, the anti-submarine warfare officer said pensively. A sonobuoy dropped 10 minutes earlier had detected a weak signal, held it for 2 minutes, then lost it. The sky is beautiful. And too close, Morris said. If the submarine was continuing south, he was now at the edge of the frigate's active sonar range. Up to now, Ferris had not revealed herself. The sub's captain would know surface ships were about from the presence of the helicopters, but it wasn't likely that he suspected a frigate only 10 miles south of his position. Morris looked up at the ASW officer. Let's update our temperature profile. 30 seconds later, they dropped a bathythermograph probe. The instrument measured water temperature and reported it to a display in the sonar compartment. Water temperature was the most important environmental condition affecting sonar performance. Surface ships checked it periodically, but a submarine could do it continuously. Yet another edge that went with a submarine. There, Morris pointed. The gradient's a lot stronger now, and this guy's exploiting it. He's staying out of the deep channel, probably doing his sprints on top of the layer instead of under it where we expect. Okay. The helicopters continued to drop buoys, and the brief glimpse they got were of a target heading south, toward Ferris. Morris waited 10 minutes. Bridge, combat. Left standard rudder. Come to new course 011, Morris ordered, pointing his ship at the submarine's estimated position. The frigate was doing 5 knots, moving quietly on the calm seas. The CIC crew watched the heading readout on the aft bulkhead change slowly from the easterly heading. The tactical display was useless. Confused by many brief reports from sonobuoys, most of which were probably false signals to begin with, the computer-generated estimate for the submarine's position covered over 100 square miles. Morris walked over to the paper display in the after corner of the room. I think he's about here. Morris tapped the chart. Comments? Running shallow? That's contrary to doctrine, ASW pointed out. Soviet submariners were supposed to stick with established doctrine, the Fleet Intelligence Report said. Let's find out. Yankee search. The ASW officer gave the order at once. Yankee search meant turning on the frigate's active sonar and hammering the water to find the sub. Morris was taking a chance. If the submarine was as close as he thought, then he was advertising his own ship's location and inviting a missile attack that his point defense systems were ill-equipped to stop. The sonar operator watched his screen intently. The first 5 pings came up blank as the sonar beam swept west to east. The next one painted a bright dot on the screen. Contact. Positive sonar contact. Direct path. Bearing 014. Range 11,600 yards. Evaluate as probable submarine. Nail him, Morris ordered. The solid-fuel ASROC booster ignited, blasting clear of the ship and curving across the sky with a trail of pale gray smoke. The rocket burned out in 3 seconds, coasting through the sky like a bullet. 1,000 feet over the water, the torpedo separated from the booster, retarded by a parachute in its fall toward the water. "He's changed course, sir," the sonar operator warned. "Target is turning and increasing speed. There's the fish. We have the torp in the water and pinging. Dropped in pretty close." The tactical action officer was ignoring this. 3 helicopters were converging on the target datum point now. There was a good chance the torpedo would miss, and the task now was to pin the contact down. He ordered a right turn, allowing the frigate's passive sonar array to track in on the submarine, which was moving swiftly now to evade the torpedo, and making a lot of noise. The first helicopter arrived and dropped a buoy. "Twin screws and cavitation noise. Sounds like a Charlie at full speed, sir," a petty officer announced. "I think the torp may have him." The torpedo switched from ping and listen to continuous pinging, chasing after the racing submarine, arcing downward. The weapon momentarily lost the sub as she passed through the thermocline layer, then reacquired when it too entered the colder, deep water, rapidly closing the distance. The submarine loosed a noisemaker, but it malfunctioned. Another was loaded into the launcher. Too late. The torpedo struck the submarine on her port screw and exploded. "All right," hooted a petty officer on the sonar crew. "We have warhead detonation. We got the sucker." "We have impact. We have detonation," confirmed a helo crew. "Stand by. Target engines have not stopped completely. Additional propulsion noises. Clanking. Air blowing. He's blowing tanks. Coming up. Target is coming up. We have bubbles on the surface. Hot damn, there he is." The Charlie's bow broke the surface 6 miles from the frigate. 3 helicopters circled the wounded vessel like wolves, and Ferris turned north to close the target, her 5-inch gun tracking it. It wasn't necessary. The forward hatch opened and men began scrambling out. More appeared on the sail, jumping overboard as the submarine's engine room filled with water. A total of 10 got off before the submarine slid backward below the waves. Another appeared on the surface a few seconds later, but no more. The helicopters dropped life jackets to the men in the water. The helo with the rescue hoist aboard managed to lift 2 men before the frigate arrived on the scene. Morris supervised the operation from the bridge. The motor whaleboat was swiftly launched, and the rescue was an easy one. The Russian crewmen were stunned and did not resist. The helicopters guided the boat to each man, carefully searching the area for more. All 11 were recovered, and the whaleboat returned to the drop lines. Ferris's chief bosun supervised the operation, an ensign standing quietly at his side. No one had seriously considered this possibility. A torpedo hit on a submarine was supposed to kill her entirely. Prisoners, Morris thought to himself. What the hell am I supposed to do with prisoners? He had to decide where to keep them, how to treat them, how to interrogate them. Did he have anyone aboard who spoke Russian? The captain turned the con over to his executive officer and hurried aft. Armed crewmen were already there, holding their M14 rifles awkwardly as they looked down with great curiosity at the whaleboat. The boat crew secured the hoist lines to the lift points, and the seamen on the winch lifted the boat up into the davits. The Soviets were not an impressive lot, many of them clearly in shock from their near escape from death. Morris counted 3 officers, one of them probably the captain. He whispered a quick command to Bosun Clark. The chief had his armed party step back and took the whistle from his pocket. As the whaleboat settled into place, he blew a 3-tone note on his whistle and saluted the Soviet captain like an arriving dignitary. The Russian's reaction was one of astonishment. Morris stepped forward to help him off the boat. "Welcome aboard, Captain. I'm Captain Morris, United States Navy." Ed looked around briefly to see the incredulous expressions on his crew's faces. But his ploy failed. The Russian said something in Russian, and either spoke no English or had the presence of mind to pretend he didn't. Someone else would have to handle the interrogation. Morris told his bosun to carry on. The Russians were taken below for a medical check. For the moment, they'd be kept under guard in sickbay. The bosun hurried back for a moment. "Skipper, what the hell was that all about?" Chief Bosun's Mate Clark inquired. "They've probably been told that we'd shoot them in the head. I read a book once that said the most effective technique... Look, there was this German, the guy specialized in getting information out of our guys in World War II, okay? He was good at it, and what he did was treat our guys decently. Hell, they sponsored him to come over after the war, and now he's an American citizen. Separate the officers from the enlisted and the senior EMs from the juniors. Keep 'em separate. Then make sure they're kept comfortable. Feed 'em, give 'em cigarettes, make 'em feel safe. If you happen to know anyone aboard who has a bottle, get it, and give our guests a couple of stiff drinks. Everybody gets new clothes. We keep theirs. Send all of it to the wardroom. We'll see if they have anything valuable. Make sure they're treated nice, and just maybe we can get one or two to spill his guts." "You got it, Skipper." The chief went away shaking his head. At least he'd get to paint a whole submarine on the pilot house this time. Morris went back to the pilot house. He ordered his men to secure from general quarters and the frigate to return to her patrol station. Next, he called up the escort commander and reported on the prisoners. "Ferris," the Commodore replied, "you are directed to paint a gold A on your ASROC launcher. Well done to all aboard, Ed. You're the champs for this crossing. I'll get back to you on the prisoners. Out." The captain turned around to see that the bridge watch had not left. They'd all heard the Commodore on the radio. Their fatigue was gone, and the grins directed at Morris meant more to him than the words of his boss. Kiev, the Ukraine. Alexeyev looked over the intelligence material on his desk. His boss was in Moscow for a high-level briefing. But this data should be, he corrected himself, little different from what his commander was hearing. "Things are not going well in Germany?" Captain Sergetov asked. "No. We were supposed to have reached the outskirts of Hamburg by H+36. A day and a half, the plan called for. Instead, we're not quite there yet, and Third Shock Army has taken murderous losses from NATO aircraft." He paused, staring at the map. "If I were the NATO commander, I'd counterattack again, right there." Perhaps they are unable to do so. Their first counterattack was repulsed, at the cost of a broken tank division and 60 aircraft. Victories like that we can do without. The picture in the south is scarcely better. The NATO forces are trading space for time, and doing it very well. Their ground forces and tactical aircraft are operating over the same ground they've practiced on for 30 years. Our losses are nearly double the estimates, and we can't sustain that. Alexeyev leaned back. He chided himself for being defeatist. It was mainly a manifestation of his desire to join the action. He was certain, as any general would be certain, that he could do things better. What about NATO losses? Heavy, we think. They have been remarkably profligate in their weapons expenditures. The Germans have staked too much on defending Hamburg, and it has to be costing them dearly. If I could not counterattack in their place, I would withdraw. A city is not worth breaking the balance of your army. We learned that lesson at Kiev. Excuse me, Comrade General, what about Stalingrad? A somewhat different situation, Captain. Remarkable, nonetheless, how history can repeat itself, Alexeyev muttered, studying the map on the wall. He shook his head. West Germany had too much in the way of road communications for that to work. The KGB reports that NATO has 2, at most 3 weeks' supply of munitions left. That will be the decisive factor. What of our supplies and fuel? The young captain asked. His answer was a scowl. Iceland. At least there was water. The streams were fed by glaciers that lay in the center of the island. Water that had fallen as snow over 1,000 years before, long before atmospheric pollution, and been compressed to ice. When finally it melted to fill the rocky streams, it turned back into water of crystalline purity and marvelous taste, but absolutely no nutritional value. It was also ice cold, and fords were not easily found. Down to 1 day's rations, Lieutenant, Smith observed as they finished off their meal. Yeah, we'll have to think that one over. Edwards assembled his trash. Garcia collected it all for burial. If there had been a way to cover their footprints in the dirt, Smith would have had them doing that too. It wasn't easy. As Edwards assembled his radio, he listened to muttered Spanish curses and the sound of a folding shovel slamming against the loose rocks that passed for soil atop Hill 482. Doghouse, this is Beagle, and we're running out of food. Over. Sorry to hear that, Beagle. Maybe we'll have some pizzas sent out. You funny bastard, Edwards said without toggling the transmit key. What do you want us to do this time? Have you been spotted by anyone? We're alive, ain't we? Negative. Tell me what you can see. Okay, there's a gravel road downhill to the north, maybe 2 miles away. Looks like a farm. Plowed fields like, but can't tell what's growing there. Another sheep farm to the west of us. We passed it coming here. Lots of sheep. 10 minutes ago, we saw a truck on the road heading west. Haven't seen anything flying yet today, but I suppose that'll change. The only civilians we've seen have been right by their houses. We haven't even seen farmers with their sheep. And the farm to the north has no visible activity. No. Say again, 0 civilian road traffic. Ivan's got this island shut down, Doghouse. Really shut down. That's about all I can say. Tell those VARC drivers they really did the job on that powerhouse. Nothing left but a hole in the ground. We haven't seen an electric light lit since. Copy that, Beagle. Okay, your orders are to head north towards Vamsfjordur. You need to take a wide detour east to avoid all these bays I see. We want you there in 10 days. Say again, 10 days. 12 at the most. You can make it easy. Stay out in the boonies and avoid contact with anyone. Continue the normal contact schedule and report on anything you see that may be of interest. Acknowledge. Roger, Doghouse. You want us inside of Vamsfjordur at the end of next week, and keep up the usual radio routine. Anything else? Be careful. Out. Vamsfjordur? Smith asked. That's 100 miles on a straight line. They want us to detour east to avoid contact. 200 miles. Walking over this shit. Smith's frown was enough to split a rock. End of next week? 10 or 11 days? Edwards nodded dumbly. He hadn't known it would be that far. Gonna be a little tough, Mr. Edwards. The sergeant pulled a large-scale map from his case. I don't even have cards for the whole coastline. Damn. Look here, Lieutenant. The ridges and rivers on this rock come out from the center like the spokes on a wheel, you see? That means we climb a lot. And these here ain't little hills. All the low places got roads, and sure as hell we can't follow no roads, right? He shook his head. Edwards forced a grin. Can't hack it? I thought you Marines were in good shape. Smith was a man who ran 5 miles every morning. He could not recall ever seeing this little Air Force wimp out doing road work. "Okay, Mr. Edwards. They say nobody ever drowned in sweat. On your feet, Marines. We got orders for a little hike." Rogers and Garcia exchanged a look. Mr. was not exactly a term of endearment for an officer, but Smith figured that insubordination only counted if the officer knew he was being insulted. Keflavik, Iceland. The helicopters took time to assemble. The big AN-22 transport had delivered 2 Mi-24 attack choppers, quite a load even for that 4-engine monster. Another IL-76 flight had delivered the technicians and flight crews to assemble, service, and fly them. There had been a major oversight in the plan, the general thought. The one helicopter that had survived the strafing attack on the first day was now broken down. And, of course, the broken part was not one which had been included in their prepackaged equipment. There should have been more helicopters. He shrugged eloquently. No plan was ever perfect. More helicopters would be flown in, plus a few more mobile radar sets and some additional SAM launchers. The Americans looked to have every intention of making his tenure on Iceland difficult, and he needed more equipment to counter that. Then there were those KGB bastards. "We have to pacify the island," they said. As if Iceland wasn't already passive enough. There had been not a single incident of active resistance yet. Not one, the general thought, remembering his year's service in Afghanistan. Compared with that mountainous hell, this was paradise itself. But that wasn't good enough for the KGB. Nekul Torni barbarians. 1,000 hostages had been taken, only to learn that there was no jail space to keep them. So my paratroopers must guard the poor harmless wretches, using up a whole company of troops. His orders were to cooperate with the local KGB contingent. One did not cooperate with the KGB, of course. One was dominated by them. There were KGB officers with his mobile patrols, to advise, they put it. General Andreev was beginning to worry. Crack paratroopers were not the sort to be good jailers. Had they been ordered to go easily on the Icelanders, that would be one thing. Instead, their orders forced them to be harsh, which generated hostility. Some people had actually been heard to cheer when the last American bombers had come through. Absurd, the general thought. They had lost electricity, but we had lost nothing. And they cheered. Because of the KGB's orders. What stupidity. An opportunity lost. He considered protesting his orders to his central command in Moscow, but to what point? An officer who disliked the KGB was an officer who disliked the party itself. He was aroused from his reveries by the whining sound of turboshaft engines. The first of the Mi-24 Hinds was turning its rotor, testing its engines. An officer ran toward him. "Comrade General, with your permission, we are ready for a test flight. We're doing it light, unarmed. We'll load weapons when we get back." "Very well, Captain. Just check out the hilltops around Keflavik and Reykjavik." "How long on the second one?" Andreev asked. 2 hours. "Excellent. Good work, Comrade Captain." A minute later, the heavy attack chopper lifted into the air. "Down and freeze!" Garcia screamed. It didn't come close to them, but seeing it was enough. "What kind is it?" "Hind. It's an attack bird like the Cobra." "Bad news, Lieutenant. It carries 8 troops and a whole shitload of rockets and guns. And don't even think about shooting at it. Sucker's armored like a damn tank." The Mi-24 circled the hill they'd just been on, then disappeared, heading south to loop over another hill. "Didn't see us, I guess," Edwards said. "Let's keep it that way. Keep the radio stowed a while, Lieutenant. We can call this one in after we move out a ways, okay?" Edwards nodded agreement. He remembered a brief on Soviet helicopters in the Air Force Academy. "We are not afraid of the Russians," an Afghan had been quoted, "but we are afraid of their helicopters." Bitburg, Federal Republic of Germany. Colonel Ellington awoke at 6 that evening. He shaved and walked outside, the sun still high in the evening sky. He wondered what mission they'd have tonight. He was not a bitter man, but to have nearly a quarter of his crews, men with whom he had worked for 2 straight years, lost in a week, was a difficult thing to accept. It had been too long since his experience in Vietnam. He'd forgotten how terrible losses could be. His men could not stand down a day to mourn their dead and ease the pain, much as they needed to. They were being carefully rested. Standing orders gave them 8 hours of sleep a day. Like night hunters, they slept only by day. They were making a difference, however. He was sure of that. Every night the black and green Frisbees lifted off for some special target or other, and the Russians still had not figured a counter. The strike cameras mounted in each aircraft were bringing back pictures that the wing intelligence officers could scarcely believe. But at such a cost. Well, the colonel reminded himself that 1 sortie a day was a lighter load than the other air crews were bearing, and that the close support crews were taking losses equal to his own. Tonight held another mission. He ordered his brain to occupy itself with that task alone. The briefings took an hour. 10 aircraft would fly tonight, 2 planes each at 5 targets. As commander, he drew the toughest. Surveillance indicated that Ivan had a previously unsuspected forward fuel dump at a position west of Wittenberg that was supporting the drive on Hamburg, and the Germans wanted it taken out. His wingman would go in with Durandals, and he'd follow with Rockeyes. There would be no supporting aircraft on this one, and the colonel didn't want jammer aircraft to go in with him. 2 of his lost birds had had such support, and the jamming had merely alerted the defenses. He examined the topographical maps closely. The land was flat, not much in the way of mountains and hills to hide behind, but then he could skim at treetop level, and that was almost as good. He'd approach from the east, behind the target. There was a 20-knot west wind, and if he came in from leeward, the defenders would be unable to hear his approach until bomb release. Probably. They'd egress the area by heading southwest. Total mission time, 75 minutes. He computed his necessary fuel load, careful as always to allow for the drag of his bombs. To the bare-bones fuel requirements, he added 5 minutes on afterburner in case of air-to-air combat, and 10 minutes to orbit Bitburg for landing. Satisfied, he went off for breakfast. With each bite of toast, his mind ran through the mission like a movie, visualizing every event, every obstacle, every SAM site to be avoided. He randomly inserted the unexpected. A flight of low-level fighters at the target. What effect would this have on the mission? What would the target look like on this approach? If he had to make a second bombing pass, from what direction? Major Isley ate with his commander in silence, recognizing the blank look on his face and running through his own mental checklist. They headed straight into East Germany for 50 miles before turning north at Rathenau. 2 Soviet mainstay aircraft were up, a good distance back from the border, and surrounded by agile flanker interceptors. Staying well outside the effective range of their radar, the 2 aircraft flew low and in tight formation. When they screeched over main roads, it was always in a direction away from a course to their target. They avoided cities, towns, and known enemy depots where there might be SAMs. The inertial navigation systems kept track of their progress on a map display on the pilot's instrument panel. The distance to the target shrank rapidly as the aircraft curved west. They flashed over Wittenberg at 500 knots. The infrared cameras showed fueling vehicles on the roads heading right for the target area. There. At least 20 tank trucks were visible in the trees, fueling from underground tanks. Target in sight. Execute according to plan. Raj, acknowledged Shade 2. I have them visual. The Duke broke left, clearing the way for his wingman to make the first run. Shade 2's aircraft was the only one left with the proper ejector racks for the bulky, hard-target munitions. God. The Duke's display showed an SA-11 launcher right in his flight path, its missiles aimed northwest. One of his aircraft had learned the hard way that the SA-11 had an infrared homing capacity that no one had suspected. The colonel reefed his aircraft into a hard right turn away from the launcher, wondering where the rest of the missile battery's vehicles were. Shade 2 skimmed over the target. The pilot toggled off his 4 bombs and kept heading west. Gunfire rippled across the sky in his wake. Too late. The French-made Durandal weapons fell off the ejector racks and scattered. Once free, they pointed down, and rockets fired to accelerate the munitions straight at the ground. They were designed to break up concrete runways and were ideal for underground fuel tanks. The bombs did not explode on impact. Instead, the hard steel weapons lanced into the ground, penetrating several feet before detonating. 3 found underground fuel tanks. The Durandals exploded upward, breaking open a path for burning fuel to leap into the air. It was the next thing to a nuclear detonation. 3 white columns of flame rocketed into the air, spreading like fountains and dropping fuel for hundreds of yards. Every vehicle in the compound was engulfed in flame, and only those men near the perimeter escaped with their lives. Rubber fuel bladders brought to the site exploded a few seconds later, and a river of burning diesel and gasoline spread through the trees. In a matter of seconds, 20 acres of woods were transformed into a fireball that raced skyward, punctuated by secondary explosions. Ellington's fighter rocked violently as the shockwave passed. "Damn," he said quietly. The plan called for him to use his cluster munitions to ignite what the Durandals had burst open. "Don't think the Rockeyes are necessary, Duke," Isley observed. Ellington tried to blink away the dots as he turned away, keeping as low as he could. He found himself flying right down a road. The Soviet commander-in-chief of the Western Theater was already angry, and what he saw to the east didn't help. He just conferred with the commander of the 3rd Shock Army at Zarentin to learn that the attack had again bogged down within sight of Hamburg. Furious that his most powerful tank force had failed to achieve its objective, he'd relieved its commander on the spot and was returning to his own command post. Now he saw what could only be one of his 3 major fuel depots rising into the clear sky. The general cursed and stood, pushing aside the roof panel on his armored command vehicle. As he blinked his dazzled eyes, a black mass seemed to appear at the lower edge of the fireball. "What's that?" Ellington wondered. His TV display showed 4 armored vehicles in a tight column. One of them a SAM launcher. He flicked his bomb release controls to armed and dropped his 4 Rockeye canisters, then turned south. His tail-mounted strike cameras recorded what followed. The Rockeyes split open, distributing their bomblets at a shallow angle across the road. They exploded on impact. Sink West died a soldier's death. His last act was to seize a machine gun and fire at the aircraft. 4 bomblets fell within a few meters of his vehicle. Their fragments sliced through the light armor, killing everyone inside even before its fuel tank exploded, adding another fireball to a sky that had still not returned to darkness. USS Chicago. The submarine came slowly to the surface, spiraling up to allow her sonar to check the entire area as she rose to antenna depth. His luck had been bad so far, McCafferty considered, which was not a situation that encouraged risk-taking. As the submarine leveled off beneath the waves, the ESM mast went up first, sniffing for hostile electronic signals, then the search periscope. The captain made a quick sweep around the sky, then the surface, his executive officer closely watching the television readout to back up the skipper's observations. Everything looked clear. There was a moderate sea running, with 5-foot swells, and the clear blue sky was decorated with fair-weather cumulus clouds. On the whole, a beautiful day. Except for the war. "Okay, transmit," McCafferty ordered. His eyes never left the periscope, which he turned continuously, angling the lens up and down to look for trouble. A petty officer raised the UHF antenna, and the OK to transmit light blinked on in the radio room aft of the attack center. They had been summoned to the surface by an extremely low-frequency radio message with their call sign, QZB. The senior radioman powered up his transmitter, keyed out QZB on the UHF satellite broadcast band, and waited for a reply. There was none. He gave his neighbor a look and repeated the procedure. Again the satellite missed the signal. The petty officer took a deep breath and transmitted QZB yet a third time. 2 seconds later, the hot printer in the after corner of the room began to print up a coded reply. The communications officer keyed a command into the cipher machine, and the clear text came up on another printer. "Top secret. From ComSubLent to USS Chicago. 1. Report large Red Fleet amphibious group departing Kola, 11:50 Zulu, 19 June. Force composition, 10-plus fibs with 15-plus combatant escort, including Kirov, Kiev. Heavy, repeat, heavy air ASW support this group. Expect also Red Fleet SS, SSN support this group. Westerly course, high speed. 2. Evaluate objective this group, Badu. 3. Proceed at best speed to 70 north, 16 west. 4. Engage and destroy. Report contact if possible before attack. Other NATO SS, SSN traffic this area. Air support possible, but not, repeat, not likely at present. 5. Will amplify location this group as possible." McCafferty read the dispatch without comment, then handed it to the navigator. "How long to get there at 15 knots?" "About 11 hours." The navigator took a pair of dividers and walked them across the chart. "Unless they're flying, we'll be there long before they are." "Joe?" The captain looked at his executive officer. "I like it. Right on the 100-fathom curve, and water conditions are a little squirrely there. What with the Gulf Stream coming in so close and fresh water coming out of the fjords. They won't want to be too close inshore because of the Norwegian diesel boats, and they won't stray too far out because of the NATO nukes. If I had to bet, I'd say they'll come right to us." "Okay, take her down to 900 feet and head east. Secure from general quarters. Let's get everybody fed and rested." 10 minutes later, Chicago was on a heading of 081, steaming at 15 knots. Deep, but in relatively warm water from the ocean current that begins in the Gulf of Mexico and runs all the way to the Barents Sea, she enjoyed sonar conditions that made detection by a surface ship nearly impossible. The water pressure prevented cavitation noises. Her engines could drive the submarine at this speed with only a fraction of her total rated power, obviating the need for the reactor pumps. The reactor's cooling water circulated on natural convection currents, which eliminated the major source of radiated noise. Chicago was completely in her element, a noiseless shadow moving through black water. The crew's mood changed slightly, McCafferty noticed. Now they had a mission. A dangerous mission, but one they had trained for. Orders were carried out with calm precision. In the wardroom, his tactical officers reviewed tracking and attack procedures long since memorized, and a pair of exercises were run on a computer. Charts were examined to predict likely places for especially bad water conditions in which they might hide. In the torpedo room, 2 decks below the attack center, sailors ran electronic tests on green-painted Mk-48 fish and the Harpoon missiles in their white canisters. One weapon showed an electronic fault, and a pair of torpedomen immediately stripped off an inspection plate to replace a component. Similar checks were made of the Tomahawk missiles in their vertical launch tubes nested in the bow. Finally, the weapons control team ran a computer simulation through the Mk-117 attack director to ensure that it was fully operational. Within 2 hours, they were sure that every system aboard was operating within expected limits. The crewmen exchanged hopeful smiles. After all, they reasoned, it wasn't their fault that no Russian had been dumb enough to come their way, was it? Just a few days before, hadn't they practically landed on the beach? In Russia, without being detected? The old man was a real pro, wasn't he? USS Ferris. Dinner was awkward, to say the least. The 3 Russian officers sat at the end of the table, mindful of the 2 armed guards 10 feet away, and the cook in the wardroom pantry, who kept a large knife conspicuously in view. The officers were served by a young seaman, a beardless boy of 17 who scowled mightily at the Russians as he served the salad. "So," Morris said cordially, "do any of you speak English?" "I do," answered one. "I am instructed, my captain, to thank you for rescue our men." "Tell your captain that war has rules, and so does the sea. Please tell him also that he showed great skill in his approach." Morris poured some Thousand Island dressing on his lettuce as the message was translated. His officers were keeping a close eye on their guests. Morris was careful to avert his gaze. His remark had the desired effect. A rapid exchange took place at the other end of the table. "My captain asks how you find us. We, how you say, get away from your helicopters, no?" "Yes, you did," Morris answered. "We did not understand your operating pattern." "Then how you find us?" "I knew you were attacked earlier by the Orion and that you ran at high speed to catch up with us. The angle for your attack was predictable." The Russian shook his head. "What attack is this? Who attack us?" He turned to his commander and spoke for 30 seconds. "There's another Charlie out there," Morris thought, "if he's not lying to us. We ought to get someone who speaks Russian to talk to the crewmen below. Damn, why don't I have one of those?" "My captain says you are mistaken this. Our first contact with you was from helicopters. We did not expect your ship to be here." "Is this new tactic?" "No, we've practiced this for some years." "How you find us then?" "You know what a towed array sonar is? We first detected you on that, about 3 hours before we shot at you." The Russian's eyes went wide. "Your sonar so good as that?" "Sometimes." After this was translated, the Russian captain spoke what seemed a terse order, and the conversation stopped. Morris wondered if his radio technicians had wired the microphone into the Russians' quarters yet. Perhaps what they said among themselves would be useful to fleet intelligence. Until then, he'd continue to make them comfortable. "How is the food aboard a Soviet submarine?" "Not same as this," the navigator answered after conferring with his boss. "Good, but not same. We eat different foods. More fish, less meat. We have tea, not coffee." Ed Morris saw that his prisoners were going after their plates with scarcely concealed gusto. "Even our sub-guys don't get enough fresh vegetables," he reminded himself. An enlisted man entered the wardroom and stood by the door.
It was his leading radioman. Morris waved him over. The sailor handed the captain a message form. "The special job is done," it read. And Morris noted that the man had taken the time to print it up on a standard message format so that no one would suspect what it meant. The Russians' accommodations were all bugged now. Morris dismissed his man with a nod and pocketed the form. His bosun had miraculously discovered 2 bottles of hard liquor, probably from the chief's quarters, but Morris knew better than to inquire, and these would find their way to the Russians tonight. He hoped the liquor would loosen tongues. Chapter 24. Rape. USS Ferris. Morris didn't wave at the low-flying aircraft, but wanted to. The French Navy's patrol plane signaled that they were within range of land-based air cover. It would take a very brave Russian sub-skipper to want to play games here, with a screen of French diesel subs a few miles north of the convoy lane, and several ASW patrol aircraft forming a tricolored umbrella over the convoy. The French had also sent out a helicopter to collect the Russian submariners. They were being flown to Brest for a full interrogation by NATO intelligence types. Morris didn't envy them the trip. They'd be held by the French, and he had no doubt that the French Navy was in an evil mood after the loss of one of its carriers. The tapes his crew had made of their conversations were also being sent. The Russians had talked among themselves, aided by the chief's liquor, and perhaps their whispered conversations had some value. They were about to turn the convoy over to a mixed British-French escort force and take over a group of 40 merchantmen bound for America. Morris stood on the bridge wing, turning every 5 minutes or so to look at the 2 half and 1 full silhouettes that the bosun had painted on both sides of the pilot house. No sense having some jerk on the wrong side of the ship missing them, the bosun had pointed out seriously. Their ASW tactics had worked fairly well. With Ferris as outlying sonar picket and heavy support from the Orions, they had intercepted all but one of the inbound Russian subs. There had been a lot of skepticism on this point, but the tactic had worked, by God. But it had to work better still. Morris knew that things would be getting harder. For the first trip, the Soviets had been able to put no more than a fraction of their submarines into action against them. Those submarines were now forcing their way down the Denmark Strait. The NATO subforce trying to block the passage no longer had the SOSUS line to give them intercept vectors, nor Orions to pounce on the contacts that submarines could not reach. They would score kills, but would they score enough? How much larger would the threat be this week? Morris could see from their return route to the States that they were adding nearly 500 miles to the passage by looping far to the south, partially because of the backfires, but more now to dilute the submarine threat. 2 threats to worry about. His ship was equipped to deal with only one. They'd lost a third of the convoy, mainly to aircraft. Could they sustain that? He wondered how the merchant crews were holding up. They had closed in on the convoy, and he could see the northernmost line of Murchies. On the horizon, a big container ship was blinking a light at them. Morris raised his glasses to read the signal. "Thanks for nothing, Navy." One question answered. USS Chicago. "So, there they are," McCafferty said. The trace showed almost white on the screen, a thick spoke of broadband noise bearing 329. It could only be the Soviet task force heading for Bodo. "How far out?" McCafferty asked. "At least 2 CZ, Skipper, maybe 3. The signal just increased in intensity 4 minutes ago." Can you get a blade count on anything? No, sir. The sonarman shook his head. Just a lot of undifferentiated noise for the moment. We've tried to isolate a few discrete frequencies, but even that's all screwed up. Maybe later, but all we got now is a thundering herd. McCafferty nodded. The third convergence zone was a good 100 miles off. At such ranges, acoustical signals lost definition, to the point that their bearing to target was only a rough estimate. The Russian formation could be several degrees left or right of where they thought. And at this range, that was a difference measured in miles. He went aft to control. "Take her west 5 miles at 20 knots," McCafferty ordered. It was a gamble, but a small one. On reaching station, they'd found unusually good water conditions, and the small move risked losing the contact temporarily. On the other hand, getting precise range information would give him a much better tactical picture and enable him to make a solid contact report, and make it by line-of-sight UHF radio before the Soviet formation got close enough that they could intercept the submarine's transmission. As the boat raced west, McCafferty watched the bathythermograph trace. As long as the temperature didn't change, he'd keep that good sound channel. It didn't. The submarine slowed rapidly, and McCafferty went back to sonar. "Okay, where are they now?" "Got 'em. Right there, bearing 332. "XO, plot it and get a contact report made up." 10 minutes later, the report was sent via satellite. The reply ordered Chicago in. "Go for the heavies." Iceland. The farm was 3 miles away, thankfully downhill through tall, rough grass. On first sighting it through binoculars, Edwards called it the gingerbread house. A typical Icelandic farmhouse, it had white stucco walls buttressed by heavy wooden beams, a contrasting red-painted trim, and a steeply pitched roof right out of the brothers Grimm. The outlying barns were large but low-slung with sod-covered roofs. The lower meadows by the stream were dotted with hundreds of large, odd-looking sheep with massively thick coats of wool, asleep in the grass half a mile beyond the house. "Dead-end road," Edward said, folding up the map. "And we could use some food. Gentlemen, it's worth the chance, but we approach carefully. We'll follow this dip to the right and keep that ridgeline between us and the farm till we're within half a mile or so."
"Okay, sir," Sergeant Smith agreed.
The 4 men struggled into a sitting position to don their gear yet again. They'd been moving almost continuously for 2.5 days, and were now about 35 miles northeast of Reykjavik. A modest pace on flat roads, it was a man-killing effort cross-country, particularly while staying watchful for the helicopters that were now patrolling the countryside. They had consumed their last rations 6 hours before. The cool temperatures and hard physical effort conspired to drain the energy from their bodies as they picked their way around and over the 2,000-foot hills that dotted the Icelandic coast like so many fence pickets. Several things kept them moving. One was the fear that the Soviet division they had watched airlifted in would expand its perimeter and snap them up. No one relished the thought of captivity under the Russians. But worse than this was fear of failure. They had a mission, and no taskmaster is harsher than one's own self-expectations. Then there was pride. Edwards had to set an example for his men, a principle remembered from Colorado Springs. The Marines, of course, could hardly let a wing wiper outperform them. Thus, without thinking consciously about it, 4 men contrived to walk themselves into the ground, all in the name of pride. "Gonna rain," Smith said. "Yeah, the cover will be nice," Edwards said, still sitting back. "We'll wait for it." "Jesus, I never thought working in daylight would be so goddamn tough. There's just something weird about not having the friggin' sun go down." Tell me about it. And I ain't even got a cigarette, Smith growled. Rain again? Private Garcia asked. Get used to it, Edwards said. It rained 17 days in June, on average, and so far this has been a wet year. How do you think the grass got so tall? You like this place? Garcia asked, dumbfounded enough to forget the sir. Iceland had little in common with Puerto Rico. My dad's a lobsterman working out of East Point, Maine. When I was a kid, I went out on the boat every time I could, and it was always like this. What are we going to do when we get down to that house, sir? Smith brought them back to things that mattered. Ask for food. Ask? Garcia was surprised. Ask, and pay for it with cash, and smile, and say, "Thank you, sir," Edward said. Remember your manners, guys, unless you want him to phone Ivan 10 minutes after we leave. He looked around at his men. The thought sobered them all. The rain started with a few sprinkles. 2 minutes later, it was falling heavily, cutting visibility down to a few hundred yards. Edwards wearily got to his feet, forcing his Marines to do likewise, and they all moved downhill as the sun above the clouds dipped in the northwestern sky and slid down behind a hill. The hill, since they'd probably have to climb it the next day, they thought of it as a mountain, had a name, but none of them could pronounce it. By the time they were a quarter-mile from the farmhouse, it was as dark as it would get, and the rain had the visibility down to about 80 yards. Car coming. Smith saw the glare of the lights first. All 4 men dropped and instinctively aimed their rifles at the dots on the horizon. Relax, guys. This road here breaks off the main road, and those lights could just be... Shit, Edwards cursed. The lights hadn't taken the sweeping turn on the coastal highway. They were coming down the road to the farm. Was it a car or a truck with its driving lights on? Spread out and stay awake. Smith stayed with Edwards, and the 2 privates moved downhill about 50 yards. Edwards lay prone, his elbows propped up on the wet grass and binoculars to his eyes. He didn't think they could be spotted. The marine pattern camouflage made them nearly invisible in daylight as long as they didn't move rapidly. In the dark, they were transparent shadows. Looks like a pickup, 4x4, something like that. Lights are pretty far off the ground, bouncing around too much to be a track, Edwards thought aloud. The lights came directly, but slowly, to the farmhouse and stopped. Its doors opened, men got out, and one stepped in front of the headlights before they were extinguished. Damn, Smith snarled. Yep, looks like 4 or 5 Ivans. Get Garcia and Rogers over here, Sergeant. Right. Edwards kept his binoculars on the house. There were no electric lights lit. He guessed that this area got its power from Artun, and he'd watched the bombs wipe that plant off the map. There was some internal illumination, though, maybe from candles or a hurricane lamp. It really was a lot like home, Edwards told himself. Our electricity went off often enough, from nor'eastern storms or ice on the wires. The people in that house had to be asleep. Working farmers, early to bed, early to rise. Wears you out and dulls the brain, Edwards thought. Through the lenses, he watched the Russians, he counted 5, circle the house. Like burglars, he thought. They looking for us? No. If they were looking for us, there'd be more than 5 guys in a 4x4. That's interesting. They must be looting. But what if somebody... Jesus, we know that somebody lives there. Somebody lit that lamp. What are they up to? What gives, sir? Smith asked. Looks like we got 5 Ruskies. They're playing peeper, looking in the windows, and... One just kicked the door in. I don't like the way this is going, troops. A scream confirmed his evaluation. A woman's scream had cut right through the falling rain and made them feel someone's terror, chilling men already cold. People, let's move in a little. We stay together and we damned well stay alert. Why are we moving in now, sir? Smith asked sharply. 'Cause I say so. Edwards stowed his field glasses. Follow me. Another light was lit in the building, and it seemed to be moving around. Edwards walked quickly, keeping low in a way that punished his back. In 2 minutes he was a few yards from the truck that had driven in, no more than 20 yards from the home's front door. Sir, you're getting a little careless, Smith warned. Yeah, well, if I guess right, so are they. I bet. There was a sound of breaking glass. A shot rang out through the semi-darkness. It was followed by a blood-chilling shriek, and a second shot, and a third. Then there was another scream. What the hell's going on in there? Garcia asked in a rasp. A hoarse male voice shouted something in Russian. The front door opened, and 4 men came out. They conferred for a moment, then split into pairs, going left and right to side windows, where all 4 men stood to look inside. Then there came another scream, and it was perfectly clear what was going on. Those sons of a bitches, Smith observed. Yeah, Lieutenant Edwards agreed. Let's back off and think about this for a minute. The 4 men retreated about 50 yards and bunched together. I think it's time we do something. Anybody disagree? Edwards asked. Smith just nodded, interested in Edwards's change of demeanor. Okay, we take our time and do it right. Smith, you come with me and we go around the left. Garcia and Rogers go around the right. Go wide and come in slow. 10 minutes. If you can take 'em alive, that's okay. If not, stick 'em. We try not to make noise. But if you gotta shoot, make goddamn sure the first burst does it, okay? Edwards looked around for additional Russians. None. The 4 men slipped out of their packs, checked their watches, and moved out, crawling through the wet grass. There was another scream, but none after that. Edwards was glad there weren't. He didn't need the distraction. The crawling was a slow, tiring effort that sapped the strength from his arms. Edwards and Smith took a long route, around a tractor and some other implements. When they came into the clear, there was only 1 man on their side of the house. Where's the other one? The lieutenant asked himself. Now what do we do? You gotta stick to the plan. Everyone's depending on you. Back me up. Smith was amazed. Let me, sir, Back me up, Edwards whispered. He set his M16 down and drew his combat knife. The Russian soldier made it easy as he stood on tiptoe, entranced with the goings-on within the farmhouse. 10 feet behind him, Edwards got to his feet and approached 1 slow step at a time. It took him a moment to realize that his target was a full head taller than he was. How was he supposed to take this monster alive? He didn't have to. There must have been an intermission inside. The Soviet private slumped down and reached in his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, then turned slightly to light one from a cupped match. He caught Edwards out of the corner of his eye, and the American lieutenant lunged forward with his knife, stabbing the larger man in the throat. The Russian started to cry out, but Edwards wrestled him down and slapped his left hand over the man's mouth as he struck again with the knife. Edwards twisted the man's head one way and the knife the other. The blade grated against something hard, and his victim went slack. Edwards felt nothing, his emotions submerged in a flood of adrenaline. He wiped the knife on his trousers and stood on the man's body to look in the window. What he saw caught the breath in his throat. "Hi, guys," Garcia whispered. 2 Russian privates turned to face a pair of M16s. They had left their rifles in the truck. Garcia gestured at the ground with his rifle, and both men went face down, spread-eagled. Rogers frisked them both for weapons, then went around the front to report in.
"Took 'em both alive, sir."
He was surprised to see their wing wiper lieutenant with blood on his hands. "I'm going in," Edwards told Smith. The sergeant nodded quickly. "I'll cover you from here. Rogers, you back him up." The lieutenant moved through the half-open door. The living room was empty and unlit. The noise of heavy breathing came from around the corner, and a steady pale light. Edwards approached the corner and found himself faced with a Russian in the process of unbuttoning his pants.
There was no time for much of anything. Edwards rammed his knife under the man's ribs, turning his right hand within the brass-knuckled grip as he pushed the blade all the way in. The man screamed and lifted himself up on his toes before falling backward, trying to get himself off the knife. Edwards withdrew and stabbed again, falling atop the man in a grotesquely sexual position. The paratrooper's hands tried to force him off, but the lieutenant felt the strength drain from his victim as he moved farther forward to stab him again in the chest. A shadow moved, and he looked up to see a man stumbling forward with a pistol, and the room exploded with noise. "Freeze, motherfucker!" Rogers screamed, his M16 aimed at the man's chest, and everyone's ears ringing from the thunder of the 3-round burst. "You okay, Skipper?" It was the first time they had called him that. "Yeah." Edwards got to his feet, letting Rogers precede him as he backed the Russian up. The man was exposed below the waist, his pants hobbling his ankles. The lieutenant picked up the pistol the Soviet had dropped and looked down at the man he'd knifed. There was no doubt that he was dead. His handsome Slavic face was contorted with surprise and pain, and his uniform blouse was soaked black with blood. The eyes might have been marbles for all the life they contained. "You okay, ma'am?" Rogers asked, briefly turning his head around. Edwards saw her for the second time, sprawled out on the wooden floor. A pretty girl, her woolen nightdress torn apart, barely covering one breast, and the rest of her pale body, already red and bruised in several places, exposed for all to see. Beyond her in the kitchen, Edwards saw the unmoving legs of another woman. He went into the room and saw a dog and a man, also dead. Each body displayed a single red circle in the chest. Smith came in. He looked around the room, then at Edwards. The wimp had fangs. "I'll check the upstairs. Heads up, Skipper." Rogers kicked the Russian down to the floor and placed his bayonet point in the small of his back. "You move and I'll fucking cut you in half," the private snarled. Edward stooped down to the blonde girl. Her face was puffing up from blows to the jaw and cheek, her breath coming in shudders. He guessed her age at 20 or so. Her nightdress was destroyed. Edwards looked around and, pulling the cloth off the dining room table, draped it over her. "You okay? Come on, you're alive, honey. You're safe. You're okay now." Her eyes seemed pointed in different directions at first. Then they focused and came over to the young lieutenant. Edwards cringed to see the look in them. His hand touched her cheek as gently as he could. "Come on. Let's get you up off the floor. Nobody's going to hurt you. Not now." She started shaking so violently that it seemed the whole house would join her. He helped her up, careful to wrap the tablecloth all around her. "Come on." "Upstairs is clear, sir," Smith returned, holding a robe. "You want to put this on the lady? They do anything else to her?" "Killed her mom and dad. And a dog. I imagine they were going to do her too when they got finished. Sarge, get things organized. Search the Russians. Get some food, anything else that looks useful. Move quick, Jim. Lots of things we gotta do. You have a first aid pack?" "Right, Skipper. Here."
Smith tossed him a small package of bandages and antiseptics, then went back out the door to check on Garcia. "Let's get you upstairs and cleaned off." Edwards wrapped his left arm around her shoulders and helped her up the steep old wooden steps. His heart went out to the girl. She had china blue eyes, obscenely empty of life, though even now they caught the light in a way certain to attract any man's attention. As they just had, Edwards thought. She was only an inch shorter than he, with pale, almost transparent skin. Her figure was marred by a slight bulge at the abdomen, and Mike had a good idea what that was. The rest of her figure was so perfect. And she'd just been raped by one Russian, paving the way for a long night of it, Mike Edwards thought, enraged that once more this foul crime had touched his life. There was a small room at the top of the twisting stairs. She entered it and sat on the single bed. Who? She stammered in accented English. "We're Americans. We escaped from Keflavik when the Russians attacked." "What's your name?" "Vigdis, August's daughter." The slightest sign of life in her voice. Vigdis, the daughter of August, dead in the kitchen. He wondered what Vigdis meant, sure that it wasn't pretty enough. He set the hurricane lamp on the night table and broke open the pack. Her skin was broken along the jawline, and he swabbed disinfectant there. It had to hurt, but the girl didn't wince at all. The rest of her he'd seen was just bruised, maybe some scrapes on her back from the hardwood floor. She'd fought hard to defend herself and taken a dozen punches. And certainly she was no virgin. Just a bloodied face. It could have been far worse, but Edwards's rage continued to grow. Such a pretty face, desecrated. Well, he'd already reached that decision. "You can't stay here. We have to leave soon. You'll have to leave too." "But—" "I'm sorry. I understand. I mean, when the Russians attacked, I lost some friends too. Not the same as your mom and dad, but... Jesus!" Edwards's hands shook in frustration as he stumbled through the meaningless words. "I'm sorry we didn't get here sooner." What is it that some of the feminists say? That rape is the crime that all men use to subjugate all women? Then why do you want to go downstairs and... Edwards knew that something almost as satisfying was in the works. He took her hand, and she didn't resist. "We're going to have to leave. We'll take you anywhere we can. You must have family around here, or friends. We'll take you to them, and they can take care of you. But you can't stay here. If you stay here, you're sure to get killed. Do you understand?" He saw her head nod jerkily in the shadows. "Yes, please. Please leave me alone. I must be alone for a little." "Okay." He touched her cheek again. "If you need anything, call us." Edwards went back downstairs. Smith had taken charge. There were 3 men on their knees, blindfolded, gagged, and hands tied behind their backs. Garcia was standing over them. Rogers was in the kitchen. Smith was sorting through a pile of stuff on the table. "Okay, what do we got here?" Smith regarded his officer with something akin to affection. "Well, sir, we got us a Russian lieutenant with a wet dick, a dead sergeant, a dead private, and 2 live ones. The lieutenant had this, sir." Edwards took the map and unfolded it. "Damn, ain't that nice?" The map was covered with scribbled markings. "We got another set of binoculars, a radio. Shame we can't use that. Some rations. Looks like shit, but better than nothing. We done good, Skipper. Bagged 5 Russians with 3 rounds expended." "What do we need to take, Jim?" "Just food, sir. I mean, we could take a couple of their rifles, and that'd double up our ammo load, you know. But we're already loaded pretty heavy. And we aren't here to fight a war, just to play scout. Right. I think we ought to take some clothes. Sweaters and like that. We taking the lady with us? Have to. Smith nodded. Yeah, makes sense. Hope she likes walking, sir. Looks like she's in decent shape, except for being pregnant. 4 months, I'd say. Pregnant? Garcia turned. Raping a pregnant girl? He muttered something in Spanish. Any of them say anything? Mike asked. Not a word, sir, Garcia answered. Jim, take a look at the girl and get her down here. Her name's Vigdis. Easy on her. Don't worry, sir. Smith went upstairs. The lieutenant's the one with it hanging out, right? Garcia nodded, and Edwards went around to face him. He had to remove the gag and blindfold. The man was his own age. He was sweating. You speak English? The man shook his head. Spreche Deutsch. Edwards had taken 2 years of German in high school, but suddenly found himself unwilling to talk with this man. He had already decided to kill him, and he didn't wish to speak with someone he was about to kill. It might bother his conscience. Edwards didn't want his conscience to remember this. But he watched the man for a minute or two, examining what sort of person would do what he had done. He expected to discover something monstrous, but didn't. He looked up. Smith was leading Vigdis down the stairs. She's got good gear, Skipper. Nice warm clothes. Her boots are all broke in. I expect we can get her a canteen, a parka, and a field pack. I'd let her bring a brush and girl stuff, sir. I'll get her some soap, too, and maybe a razor. Way to go, Sergeant. Vigdis, Edwards said, getting her attention. We will be leaving soon. He turned to look back down at the Russian. Lieutenant, wofür? Warum? What for? Why did you do all this? Not for me, for her. The man knew what was coming. He shrugged. Afghanistan. Skipper, they're prisoners, Rogers blurted. I mean, sir, you can't... Gentlemen, you are charged under Uniform Code of Military Justice, with 1 specification of rape and 2 specifications of murder. These are capital crimes, Edwards said, mainly so that he could assuage his conscience for the other 2. Do you have anything to say in your defense? No? You are found guilty. Your sentence is death. With his left hand, Edwards pushed the lieutenant's head back. His right hand flipped the knife into the air, reversing it. Then he swung it viciously, striking the man's larynx with the pommel. The sound was surprisingly loud in the room, and Edwards kicked him backward. A terrible thing to watch, it lasted several minutes. The lieutenant's larynx was instantly fractured, and its swelling blocked his trachea. Unable to breathe, his torso bucked from side to side as his face darkened. Everyone in the room who could see watched. If any felt pity for the man, none showed it. Finally, he stopped moving. I'm sorry we weren't faster, Vigdis, but this thing won't be hurting anyone else. Edwards hoped that his amateur psychiatry would work. The girl went back upstairs, probably to wash, he thought. He'd read that after being raped, one thing women wanted to do was bathe, as though there were a visible stigma from being the victim of an animal's lust. He turned toward the remaining 2. There was no way they could manage prisoners, and what they had been up to merely provided him with a good excuse. But these 2 hadn't hurt the girl yet, and... I'll take care of it, sir, Garcia said quietly. The private was standing behind the kneeling prisoners. One of them was making some noise, but even if he hadn't been gagged, none of the Americans knew a word of Russian. They had no chance at all. Garcia stabbed from the side, sticking his knife completely through one neck, then the other. Both men fell. It was over quickly. The private and the lieutenant went into the kitchen to wash their hands. Okay, We load them back into the 4x4 and drive it back to the main road. We'll see if we can fake an accident and torch the vehicle. Get some liquor bottles. We'll make it look like they were drinking. They were, sir. Rogers held up a bottle of clear liquor. Edwards gave the bottle a brief look, but shook off the thought. Figures. If I guess right, these guys were the crossroads guards from the main highway. Or maybe just a patrol. I don't think they can guard every crossroads on this island. If we're just a little lucky, maybe their bosses will never figure out we were involved in this. A long shot, he thought, but what the hell? Skipper, Smith said. If you want to do that, we gotta... I know. You and Rogers stay here and get ready. If you see anything else we can use, pack it up. When we get back, we'll have to haul ass. Edwards and Garcia loaded all the bodies into the back of the truck, careful to sort through the battle gear. They unloaded waterproof parkas whose camouflage pattern was almost identical with their own, and a few other items that wouldn't be missed, then drove off quickly down the road. Luck was with them. There was no permanent guard post at the crossroads, perhaps because the farm road led nowhere. The Russians had probably been a patrol team, and had chosen the farm for a little informal R&R. 200 yards down the coastal highway, the road paralleled a steep cliff. They halted the vehicle there and manhandled the bodies into the seats. Garcia emptied a jerry can of gasoline into the back, and the two men pushed it toward the edge with the rear hatch open. Garcia tossed a Russian grenade into the back as it went over the edge. Neither man wanted to admire their handiwork. They ran back the half-mile to the farmhouse. Everything was ready. We have to burn the house, Miss Vigdis, Smith was explaining. If we don't, the Russians will know for sure what happened here. Your mom and dad are dead, ma'am, but I'm sure they'd want you to stay alive, okay? She was still too much in shock to offer more than token resistance. Rogers and Smith had cleaned off the bodies and moved them upstairs to their own bedroom. It would have been better to bury them, but there just wasn't time. Let's get moving, people, Edwards ordered. They should have been moving already. Somebody had to be coming to investigate the burning truck, and if they used a chopper. Garcia, watch the lady. Smith has the rear. Rogers, take the point. We have to put 6 miles between us and this place in the next 3 hours. Smith waited 10 minutes before tossing his grenade into the house. The kerosene he'd spread on the first floor went up at once. USS Chicago. The contact was a lot better now. They had classified one ship as a Kashin-class missile destroyer, and her propeller blade count indicated a speed of 21 knots. The leading elements of the Soviet formation were now 37 miles away. There seemed to be 2 groups, the leading formation fanned out and screening the second. McCafferty ordered the ESM mast raised. It showed lots of activity, but he expected that. Up scope. The quartermaster worked the operating ring, then snapped the handles into place and stepped back. McCafferty swept the horizon quickly. After 10 seconds, he flipped the handles up, and the periscope was instantly lowered back into its well. It's going to be a busy day, troops, the captain said. He always let the attack center crew know as much of what was going on as possible. The more they knew, the better they could do their jobs. I saw a pair of Bear Fs, one due north, the other west. Both a good way off, but you can bet they're dropping sonobuoys. XO, take her back down to 500 feet, speed 5 knots. We'll let them come to us. Con, sonar. Con, aye, McCafferty answered. We got some pingers, active sonobuoys to the northwest. We count 6 of them, all very faint. The sonar chief read off the bearings to the signal sources. Still no active sonar signals coming from the target formation, sir. Very well. McCafferty returned the mic to its holder. Chicago's depth was changing quickly as they dove at a 15-degree angle. He watched the bathythermograph readout. At 220 feet, the water temperature began to drop rapidly, changing 12 degrees inside of 70 feet. Good, a strong layer to hide under, and cold water deep to allow good sonar performance for his own sensors. 2 hours before, he had removed the torpedo from one of his tubes and replaced it with a Harpoon missile. It gave him only one torpedo ready for instant use if he found a submarine target, but a salvo of 3 missiles available to fling at surface ships, plus his Tomahawks. He could fire either now and expect hits, but McCafferty didn't want to fire at just anything. There was no sense wasting a missile on a small patrol craft when there was a cruiser and a carrier out there waiting for him. He wanted to identify specific targets first. It wouldn't be easy, but he knew that easy things didn't have to be done by the 688 class subs. He went forward into sonar. The chief caught him out of the corner of his eye. "Skipper, I may have a bearing to Kirov. I just copied 6 pings from a low-frequency sonar. I think that's him, bearing 039. Trying to isolate his engine signature now. And if... Okay, some more sonobuoys are dropping to the right." The display showed new points of light well to the right of the first string, and a sizable gap between the two. "Think he's dropping them in chevrons, Chief?" McCafferty asked. He got a smile and a nod for an answer. If the Soviets were deploying their sonobuoys in angled lines left and right of the formation, that could mean that their ships were heading right for Chicago. The submarine would not have to maneuver at all to intercept them. She could stay as quiet as an open grave. "They seem to be alternating them above and below the layer, sir. A pretty fair gap between them, too." The chief lit a cigarette without averting his eyes from the screen. The ashtray next to him was crammed with butts. "We'll plot that one out. Good work, Barney." The captain patted his sonar chief on the shoulder and went back to the attack center. The fire control tracking party was already plotting the new contacts. It looked like an interval of just over 2 miles between the sonobuoys. If the Soviets were alternating them above and below the layer, there was a good chance he could sneak between a pair. The other question was the presence of passive buoys, whose presence he could not detect. McCafferty stood at the periscope pedestal watching his men at work as they entered data into the fire control computers, backed up by other men with paper plots and handheld calculators. The weapons control panel was lit up by indicators showing ready. The submarine was at battle stations. "Take her up to 200 feet. We'll listen above the layer for a few minutes." The maneuver paid off at once. "I got direct path to the targets," the sonar chief announced. They could now detect and track sound energy radiating directly from the Soviet ships, without depending on the on-again, off-again convergence zones. McCafferty commanded himself to relax. He'd soon have work enough. "Captain, we're about due for another sonobuoy drop. They've been averaging about every 15 minutes, and this one might be close." "Getting that horse jaw sonar again, sir," sonar warned. "Bearing 320 at this time. Signal weak. Classify this contact as the cruiser Kirov." "Stand by. Another one. We have a medium-frequency active sonar bearing 331, maneuvering left to right. We classify this contact as a Cresta II ASW cruiser." "I think he's right," the plotting officer said. "Bearing 320 is close to our bearings for a pair of screen ships, but far enough off that it's probably a different contact. 331 is consistent with the center screen ship. It figures. The Cresta will be the screen commander, with the flagship a ways behind him. Need some time to work out the ranges, though." The captain ordered his submarine to stay above the layer, able to duck beneath it in seconds. The tactical display was evolving now. He had a workable bearing on Kirov. Almost good enough to shoot on, though he still needed range data. There seemed to be a pair of escorts between him and the cruiser, and unless he had a proper range estimate, any missile he launched at the Soviet flagship might attack a destroyer or frigate by mistake. In the interim, the solution on the attack director set the harpoons to fly straight for what he believed to be the battle cruiser Kirov. Chicago began to zigzag left and right of her course track. As the submarine changed her position, the bearing to her sonar contacts changed also. The tracking party could use the submarine's own course deviation as a baseline to compute ranges to the various contacts. A straightforward process, essentially an exercise in high school trigonometry. It nevertheless took time because they had to estimate the speed and course of the moving targets. Even computer support couldn't make the process go much faster. And one of his quartermasters took great pride in his ability to use a circular slide rule and race the computer to a hard solution. The tension seemed to grow by degrees. Then it plateaued. The years of training were paying off. Data was handled, plotted, and acted upon in seconds. The crew suddenly seemed a physical part of the gear they were operating. Their feelings shut off, their emotions submerged, only the sweat on their foreheads betraying that they were men after all, and not machines. They depended absolutely on their sonar operators. Sound energy was their only indication of what was happening, and each new bearing report triggered furious activity. It was clear that their targets were zigzagging, which made the range computations even more difficult. Con, sonar, active sonobuoy close aboard to port, below the layer, I think. Right full rudder, all ahead 2/3, the executive officer ordered instantly. McCafferty went to sonar and plugged in a set of headphones. The pings were loud, but distorted, he thought. If the buoy was below the temperature gradient, the signals radiating upward would be unable to detect his submarine. Probably. Signal strength? He asked. Strong, the chief replied. Even money they might have picked us up. 500 yards farther out and they lose us for sure. Okay, they can't monitor them all at once. The XO moved Chicago 1,000 yards before returning to base course. Overhead, they knew, was a Bear F ASW aircraft armed with homing torpedoes and a crew whose job it was to listen to the sonobuoy signals. How good were the boys and the men? That was one thing that they didn't know. 3 tense minutes passed and nothing happened. All ahead 1/3, come left to 321, the executive officer ordered. They were now through the line of buoys. 3 more such lines were between them and their target. They'd nearly determined range for 3 of the escorts, but not to the Kirov yet. Okay, people, the bears are behind us. That's one less thing to worry about. Range to the nearest ship? He asked the approach officer. 26,000 yards. We think he's a Savrameni. The Cresta is about 5,000 yards east of him. He's pinging away with hull and VDS sonars. McCafferty nodded. The variable depth sonar would be below the layer and had scant chance of detecting them. The hull sonar they'd have to pay attention to, but it wouldn't be a problem for a while yet. Okay, the captain thought, things are going pretty much according to plan. Con, sonar, torpedoes in the water, bearing 320. Signal faint. Say again, torpedoes in the water, 320. Bearing changing. Additional, lots of active sonars just lit up. We're getting increased screw noise for all contacts. McCafferty was in the sonar room before the report ended. Torpedo bearing change? Yes. Moving left to right. Jesus, I think somebody's attacking the Russians. Impact. The chief jabbed his finger at the display. A series of 3 bright spokes appeared right on the bearing to Kirov. The display suddenly went berserk.
The high and medium frequency segment lit up with active sonar lines. The lines indicating ships became brighter as the ships increased engine speeds and changed direction as they began to maneuver. Secondary explosion on this contact. Holy shit! Lots of explosions in the water now. Depth charges, maybe. Something's really ripping the water up. There's another torpedo. Way off, bearing changing right to left. The display was now too complex for McCafferty to follow. The chief expanded the timescale to allow easier interpretation, but only he and his experienced operators could understand it. Skipper, it looks like somebody just got inside on them and launched an attack. He got 3 solid hits on Kirov, and now they're trying to beat on him. These 2 ships appear to be converging on something. Another torpedo in the water, don't know whose. God, look at all these explosions. McCafferty went aft. Periscope depth, now. Chicago angled upward, taking a minute to reach her position. He saw what might have been a mast on the horizon, and a column of black smoke, bearing 320. Over 20 radars were operating along with a number of voice radios. Downscope. We have any target solutions? No, sir, the XO answered. When they started maneuvering, all our data went to hell. How far to the next Sonobuoy line? 2 miles. We're positioned to run right through a gap. Make your depth 800 feet. Ahead full, move us in. Chicago's engines sprang into life, accelerating the submarine to 30 knots. The executive officer dived the boat to 800 feet, ducking deep below a sonobuoy set for shallow search. McCafferty stood over the chart table, took a pen from his pocket, and unconsciously began chewing on the plastic end as he watched his sub's course take him closer and closer to the enemy formation. Sonar performance dropped virtually to nil with the high speed, but soon the low-frequency sounds of the exploding ordnance echoed through the steel hull. Chicago ran for 20 minutes, zigzagging slightly to avoid the Russian sonobuoys, as the fire control men kept updating their solutions. Okay, I'll head 1/3 and take her back up to periscope depth, McCafferty said. Tracking party, stand by for a firing run. The sonar picture cleared up rapidly. The Soviets were continuing to hunt frantically for whoever had fired at their flagship. One ship's trace was entirely gone. At least one Russian ship had been sunk or crippled. Explosions rippled through the water, punctuated by the screeing sound of homing torpedoes. All were close enough to be a matter of real concern. Shooting observation. Upscope. The search periscope slid upward. McCafferty caught it low and swept the horizon. Jesus. The TV monitor showed a bear only half a mile to their right, heading north for the formation. He could see 7 ships, mainly mast tops, but one Sovramany-class destroyer was hull down, perhaps 4 miles away. The smoke he'd seen before was gone. The water resounded with the noise of Russian sonars. Raise the radar, power up, and stand by. A petty officer pushed the button to raise the submarine's surface search radar, activated the system, but kept it in standby mode. Energize and give me 2 sweeps, the captain ordered. There was a real danger here. The Soviets would almost certainly detect the submarine's radar and try to attack it. The radar was on for a total of 12 seconds. It painted a total of 26 targets on the screen, 2 of them close together about where he would have expected Kirov to be. The radar operator read off ranges and bearing, which were entered into the Mk-117 fire control director and relayed to the Harpoon missiles in the torpedo tubes, giving them bearing to target and the range at which to switch on their seeker heads. The weapons officer checked his status lights, then selected the 2 most promising targets for the missiles. Set. Flood tubes.
McCafferty watched the weapons panel operator go through the launch sequence. Opening outer doors. Solution checked and valid, the weapons officer said calmly. Firing sequence 1, 2, 3. Shoot, McCafferty ordered. Fire 2. The submarine shuddered as the powerful impulse of high-pressure air ejected the weapon from the tube, followed by the whoosh of water entering the void. Fire 1. Fire 3. 2, 1, and 3 fired, sir. Torpedo tube doors are shut. Pumping out to reload. Reload with Mark 48s. Prepare to fire Tomahawks, McCafferty said. The fire control men switched the attack director over to activate the bow-mounted missiles. Upscope. The quartermaster spun the control wheel. McCafferty let it come all the way up. He could see the smoke trail of the last harpoon, and right behind it, McCafferty slapped the periscope handles up and stepped back. Helix heading in. Take her down, all ahead flank. The submarine raced downward. A Soviet anti-sub helicopter had seen the missile launch and was racing in at them. Left full rudder. Left full rudder, aye. Passing through 100 feet. Speed 15 knots, the XO reported. There he is, McCafferty said. The pings from the helicopter's active sonar reverberated through the hull. Reverse your rudder. Shoot off a noisemaker. The captain ordered his submarine back to an easterly course and reduced speed as they dropped through the layer. With luck, the Soviets would mistake the noisemaker for the cavitation noises of the submarine and attack it as Chicago drew clear. Con, sonar, we have a destroyer heading in bearing 339. Sounds like a Sovremeni. Torpedo in the water aft. We have one torpedo in the water bearing 265. Right, 20 degrees rudder. All ahead 2/3. Come to new course 175. Con, sonar, new contact. Twin screws. Just started with a low-frequency sonar, probably a Utiloi. Blade count says 25 knots, bearing 351 and constant. Torpedo bearing changing, heading aft and fading. Very well. McCafferty nodded. The helicopter dropped on the noisemaker. We don't have to sweat that one. All ahead 1/3, make your depth 1,000 feet. The Sovremeni he didn't worry too greatly about, but the Utiloi was another thing entirely. The new Soviet destroyer carried a low-frequency sonar that could penetrate the layer under certain conditions, plus 2 helicopters and a long-range rocket-boosted torpedo weapon that was better than the American ASROC. Bawa, the sound of a low-frequency sonar. It had hit them on the first shot. Would it report Chicago's position to the Utiloi? Or would the submarine's rubber coating prevent it? Target bearing 351. Blade count is down, indicates speed of 10 knots, sonar reported. Okay, he's slowed to search for us. Sonar, how strong was that ping? Low edge of detection range, sir. Probably did not get a return off us. Contact is maneuvering, bearing now 353. Continuing to ping, but his sonar is searchlighting west to east away from us. Another helo is pinging, sir, bearing 098. This one's below the layer, but fairly weak. XO, take us west. We'll try to loop around them to seaward and approach their amphibs from the west. McCafferty returned to the sonar room. He was tempted to engage the Utiloi, but could not launch a torpedo this deep without using a dangerously high amount of his reserve high-pressure air. Besides, his job was to kill the command ships, not the escorts. His fire control team set up a solution anyway in case killing the Russian destroyer became a necessity. God, what a mess, the chief breathed. The depth charging up north has tapered off some. Bearing is steadying down on these contacts here. Either they've resumed their base course or they're heading away. Can't tell which. Uh-oh, more sonobuoys are dropping down. The chief's finger traced the new dots in a steady line, heading toward Chicago. Next one's going to be real close, sir. McCafferty stuck his head into the attack center. Bring her around south and go to 2/3.
The next sonobuoy splashed into the water directly overhead. Its cable deployed the transducer below the layer and began automatic pinging. "They got us for sure, Skipper." McCafferty ordered a course change to the west and again increased to full speed to clear the area. 3 minutes later, a torpedo dropped into the water, either dropped by the Bear or fired from the Utiloy. They couldn't tell. The torpedo started searching for them from a mile off and turned away. Again, their rubber anechoic coating had saved them. A Helo's dipping sonar was detected ahead of them. McCafferty went south to avoid it, knowing that he was being driven away from the Soviet fleet, but unable to do much about it at the moment. A pair of helicopters was now after him, and for a submarine to defeat 2 dipping sonars was no simple exercise. It was clear that their mission was not so much to find him as to drive him off, and he could not maneuver fast enough to get past them. After 2 hours of trying, he broke off for the last time. The Soviet force had moved beyond sonar range, their last reported course being southeast toward Anuya. McCafferty swore to himself. He'd done everything right, gotten through the outer Soviet defenses, and had had a clear idea of how to duck under the destroyer screen. But someone had gotten there first, probably attacked Kirov, his target, and messed everything up for his approach. His 3 harpoons had probably found targets, unless Ivan had shot them down. But he'd been unable even to monitor their impacts, if they had made impacts. The captain of USS Chicago wrote up his contact report for transmission to ComSublant and wondered why things were going the way they were. Stornoway, Scotland. "A long way to go," the fighter pilot said. "Yeah," Toland agreed. "Our last report had the group heading southeast to evade a submarine attack. We figure they're back to a southerly course now, but we don't know where they are. The Norwegians sent their last RF-5 in to look, and it disappeared. We have to hit them before they get to Bodu. To hit them, we need to know where they are." "No satellite intel?" "Nope." "Okay, I go in with the reconnaissance pod, out and back, 4 hours. I'll need a tanker to top me off about 300 miles out." "No problem," the RAF group captain agreed. "Do be careful. We need all your Tomcats to escort the strike tomorrow." "I'll be ready in an hour." The pilot left. "Wish you luck, old boy," the group captain said quietly. This was the 3rd attempt to locate the Soviet invasion force by air. After the Norwegian reconnaissance aircraft had disappeared, the Brits had tried with a Jaguar. That, too, had vanished. The most obvious solution was to send a Hawkeye with the strike to conduct a radar search, but the Brits weren't letting the E-2s stray too far from their shore. The UK radar stations had taken a fearful pounding, and the Hawkeyes were needed for local defense. "It's not supposed to be this hard," Toland observed. Here was a golden opportunity to pound the Soviet fleet. Once located, they could strike the force at dawn tomorrow. The NATO aircraft would swoop in with their own air-to-surface missiles. But the extreme range of the mission gave no time for the strike force to loiter around looking. They had to have a target location before they took off. The Norwegians were supposed to have handled this, but NATO plans had not anticipated the virtual annihilation of the Royal Norwegian Air Force in a week's time. The Soviets had enjoyed their only major tactical successes at sea. And they were successes indeed, Toland thought. While the land war in Germany was heading toward a high-technology stalemate, up to now the vaunted NATO navies had been outmaneuvered and outthought by their supposed dullard Soviet adversaries. Taking Iceland had been a masterpiece of an operation. NATO was still scrambling to re-establish the Greenland-Iceland United Kingdom barrier with submarines that were supposed to have other missions. The Russian backfires were ranging far into the North Atlantic, hitting 1 convoy a day, and the main Russian submarine force hadn't even gotten there yet. The combination of the two might just close the Atlantic, Toland thought. Then the NATO armies would surely lose, for all their brilliant performance to date. They had to stop the Soviets from taking Bodø in Norway. Once emplaced there, Russian aircraft could attack Scotland, draining resources from the German front and hampering efforts to interdict the bomber forces heading into the Atlantic. Toland shook his head. Once the Russian force was located, they'd pound hell out of it. They had the right weapons, the right doctrine. They could launch their missiles outside the Russian SAM envelopes, just as Ivan was doing to the convoys. It was about time things changed. The tanker lifted off first, followed half an hour later by the fighter. Toland and his British counterpart sat in the intelligence center napping, oblivious to the teletype printer that chattered in the corner. If anything important came in, the junior watch officers would alert them, and senior officers needed their sleep too. "Huh?" Toland started when the man tapped his shoulder. "Coming in, sir. Your Tomcat is arriving, Commander." The RAF sergeant handed Bob a cup of tea. 15 minutes out. Thought you might wish to freshen up." "Thanks, Sergeant." Toland ran a hand over his unshaven face and decided not to shave. The group captain did, mainly to preserve the look that went with an RAF mustache. The F-14 came in gracefully, its engines idling and wings outstretched as though grateful for the chance for a landing on something larger than a carrier. The pilot taxied into a hard shelter and quickly dismounted. Technicians were already removing the film cartridge from the camera pod. "Nothing on their fleet, guys," he said at once. The radar intercept officer came down behind him. "God, there's fighters up there," the Rio said. "Haven't seen so much activity since the last time we went through aggressor school." "And I got one of the bastards, too. But no joy on the fleet. We covered the coast from Orland to Skagen before we turned back. Not one surface ship visible." "You're certain?" the group captain asked. "You can check my film, Captain. No visual sightings, nothing on infrared. No radar emissions, but airborne stuff. Nothing, but lots of fighters. We started finding those just south of Stokke and counted. What was it, Bill?" 7 flights, mainly MiG-23s, I think. We never got a visual, but we picked up a lot of High-Lark radars. One guy got a little close and I had to pop him with a Sparrow. We saw the flash. That was a hard kill. In any case, guys, our friends ain't coming to Bodø unless it's by submarine." "You turned back at Skagen?" "Ran out of film, and we were low on fuel. The fighter opposition really started picking up north of Bodø. If you want to guess, we need to check out Anuya. But we need something else to do it, SR-71 maybe. I don't think I can get in and out of there except on burner. I'd have to tank right close to there even to try that, and like I said, lots of fighters were operating there." "Hardly matters," the group captain said. "Our aircraft haven't the legs for a strike that far without massive tanker support, and most of our tankers are committed elsewhere." Chapter 25. Treks. Iceland. Once clear of the meadow, they were back in what the map called wasteland. It was level for the first kilometer. Then the uphill effort began in earnest on the Glimsbrekker, a 700-foot climb. "So soon your legs forget," Edwards thought. The rain hadn't let up, and the deep twilight they had to guide them forced a slow pace. Many of the rocks they tried to walk on were loose. The footing was treacherous, and a misstep could easily be fatal. Their ankles were sore from the constant twists on the uneven ground, and their tightly laced boots didn't seem to help anymore. After 6 days in the back country, Edwards and his Marines were beginning to understand what fatigue was. At each step, their knees gave just an inch or so too much, making the next step that much more of an effort. Their pack straps cut cruelly into their shoulders. Their arms were tired from carrying their weapons and from constantly adjusting their gear. Necks sagged. It was an effort to look up and around, always having to be alert for a possible ambush. Behind them, the glow of the house fire disappeared behind a ridgeline. The first good thing that had happened. No helicopters yet, no vehicles investigating the fire. Good. But how long would that last? How soon would the patrol be missed? They all wondered. All but Vigdis. Edwards walked a few yards in front of her, listening to her breathing, listening for sobs, wanting to say something to her but not knowing what. Had he done the right thing? Was it murder? Was it expediency? Or was it justice? Did that matter? So many questions. He set them aside. They had to survive. That mattered. "Take a break," he said. 10 minutes. Sergeant Smith checked to see where the others were, then sat down beside his officer. "We done good, Lieutenant. I figure 4, maybe 5 miles in the past 2 hours. I think we can ease up a little." Edwards smiled wanly. "Why not just stop and build a house here?" Smith chuckled in the darkness. "I hear you, Skipper." The lieutenant studied the map briefly, looking up to see how well it matched with what he could see. "What say we go left around this marsh? The map shows a waterfall here, the Skulafoss. Looks like a nice deep canyon. Maybe we'll get lucky and find a cave or something. If not, it's deep. No choppers will come in there, and we'll have shadows to hide in. 5 hours?" "About that," Smith agreed. "Roads to cross?" "Nothing shows but foot trails." "I like it." Smith turned to the girl, who watched them without a word as she sat with her back against a rock. "How do you feel, ma'am?" he inquired gently. "Tired." Her voice said more than that, Edwards thought. There was no emotion there, none at all. He wondered if this was good or bad. What was the right thing to do for the victims of serious crime? Her parents murdered before her eyes, her own body brutally violated. What kind of thoughts were going through that head? Get her mind off it, he decided. "How well do you know this area?" the lieutenant asked. "My father fish here. I come with him many times." Her head leaned back into a shadow. Her voice cracked and dropped into quiet sobs. Edwards wanted to wrap an arm around her, to tell her things were all right now. But he was afraid it might only make things worse. Besides, who would believe that things were all right now? "How we fixed for food, Sarge?" "I figure we got maybe 4 days' worth of canned stuff. I went through the house pretty good, sir," Smith whispered. "Got a pair of fishing rods and some lures. If we take our time, we ought to be able to feed ourselves. Lots of good fishing creeks around here, maybe at this place we're going. Salmon and trout. Never could afford to do it myself, but I heard tell that the fishing's really something. You said your daddy's a fisherman, right?" "Lobsterman. Close enough." "You said you couldn't afford—" "Lieutenant, they charge you like $200 a day to fish up here," Smith explained. "Hard to afford on a sergeant's pay, you know. But if they charge that much, there must be a shitload of fish in the water, right?" "Sounds reasonable," Edwards agreed. "Time to move. When we get to that mountain, we'll belly up for a while and get everybody rested." "I'll drink to that, Skipper. Might make us late getting to—" "Screw it. Then we're late. The rules just changed some. Ivan's liable to be looking for us. We take it slow from now on. If our friends on the other end of this radio don't like it, too damn bad. We'll get there late, but we'll get there." "You got it, Skipper. Garcia, take the point. Rogers, cover the back door. 5 more hours, Marines, then we sleep." USS Ferris. The spray stung his face, and Morris loved it. The convoy of ballasted ships was steaming into the teeth of a 40-knot gale. The sea was an ugly, foam-whipped shade of green, droplets of seawater tearing off the white caps to fly horizontally through the air. His frigate climbed up the steep face of endless 20-foot swells, then crashed down again in a succession that had lasted 6 hours. The ship's motion was brutal. Each time the bow nosed down, it was as though the brakes had been slammed on a car. Men held on to stanchions and stood with their feet wide apart to compensate for the continuous motion. Those in the open, like Morris, wore life preservers and hooded jackets. A number of his young crewmen would be suffering from this ordinarily. Even professional sailormen wanted to avoid this sort of weather. But now mainly they slept. Ferris was back to normal condition 3 steaming, and that allowed the men to catch up on their rest. Weather like this made combat nearly impossible. Submarines were mainly a one-sensor platform. For the most part, they detected targets on sonar, and the crashing sea noise tended to blanket the ship sounds submarines listened for. A really militant sub-skipper could try running at periscope depth to operate his search radar, but that meant running the risk of broaching and momentarily losing control of his boat, not something a nuclear submarine officer looked kindly upon. A submarine would practically have to ram a ship to detect it, and the odds against that were slim. Nor did they have to worry about air attacks for the present. The sea's crenellated surface would surely confuse the seeker head of a Russian missile. For their own part, their bow-mounted sonar was useless, as it heaved up and down in a 20-foot arc, sometimes rising completely clear of the water. Their towed-array sonar trailed in the placid waters a few hundred feet below the surface, and so could theoretically function fairly well. But in practice, a submarine had to be moving at high speed to stand out from the violent surface noise, and even then engaging a target under these conditions was no simple matter. His helicopter was grounded. Taking off might have been possible, but landing was a flat impossibility under these conditions. A submarine would have to be within ASROC torpedo range, 5 miles, to be in danger from the frigate, but even that was a slim possibility. They could always call in a P-3 Orion. 2 were operating with the convoy at present, but Morris did not envy their crews a bit, as they buffeted through the clouds at under 1,000 feet. For everyone, a storm meant time off from battle, for both sides to rest up for the next round. The Russians would have it easier. Their long-range aircraft would be down for needed maintenance, and their submarines, cruising 400 feet down, could keep their sonar watches in comfort. "Coffee, Skipper?" Chief Clark came out of the pilot house, a cup in his hand with a saucer on top to keep the salt water out. "Thanks." Morris took the cup and drained half of it. "How's the crew doing?" "Too tired to barf, sir," Clark laughed. "Sleeping like babies." "How much longer this slop gonna last, Captain?" 12 more hours, then it's supposed to clear off. High-pressure system right behind this. The long-range weather report had just come in from Norfolk. The storm track was moving farther north. Mostly clear weather for the next 2 weeks. Wonderful. The chief leaned outboard to see how the forward deck fittings were taking the abuse. Every third or fourth wave, Ferris dug her nose in hard, occasionally taking green water over the bow. This water slammed into things, and the chief's job was to get them fixed. Like most of the 1052s assigned to the stormy Atlantic, Ferris had been given spray strakes and higher bow plating on her last overhaul, which reduced but did not entirely eliminate the problem known to sailors since men first went to sea. The ocean will try very hard to kill you if you lack the respect she demands. Clark's trained eye took in 100 details before he turned back. "Looks like she's riding this one out okay." "Hell, I'd settle for this all the way back," Morris said after finishing off his coffee. "After it's over, we'll have to round up a lot of Murchies, though." Clark nodded agreement. Station keeping was not especially easy in this kind of weather. "So far, so good, Captain. Nothing big has come loose yet." "How about the tail?" "No sweat, sir. I got a man keeping an eye on that. Should hold up nice,
unless we have to speed up. Both men knew they wouldn't speed up. They were making 10 knots, and the frigate couldn't run much faster than that in these seas, no matter what the cause. "Heading aft, sir." "Okay, heads up." Morris looked aloft to check that his lookouts were still alert. Probabilities or not, there was danger out there. All kinds. Stornoway, Scotland. Anuya. They weren't heading for Bodø after all, Toland said as he pored over the satellite photographs of Norway. "How many troops on the ground, do you think?" "At least a brigade group, Captain. Maybe a short division. Lots of tracked vehicles here, lots of SAMs, too. They're already basing fighters at the airfield. Be bombers next. Maybe there by now. These shots are 3 hours old." The Russian naval force was already headed back to the Kola fjord. They could reinforce by air now. He wondered what had happened to the regiment of Norwegians supposed to be based there. "Their blinder light bombers can reach us from there. Bastards can dash in and out at high Mach numbers, be bloody difficult to intercept." The Soviets had launched a systematic attack on the RAF radar stations arrayed on the Scottish coast. Some attacks were by air-to-surface missiles, others by submarine-launched cruise missiles. One had even been by fighter bombers with massive jamming support. But that one had been costly. RAF Tornadoes had killed half of the raiders, mainly on the return leg. Twin-engine blinder bombers could deliver their heavy bomb loads after running in low and fast. Probably why Ivan wanted Anuya, Toland thought. Perfectly located for them. Easy to support from their own northern bases, and just a little too far for fighter bombers in Scotland to counterattack without heavy tanker support. "We can get there," the American said, "but it means getting half our attack birds loaded up with buddy stores." "No chance. They'll never release them from the reserve force." The group captain shook his head. "Then we have to start running a heavy patrol over the Faroes, and that keeps us from bothering Iceland too much." Toland looked around the table. "Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? How do we take the initiative away from these bastards? We're playing their game. We're reacting to their actions, not doing what we want to do. That's how you lose people. Ivan's got his backfire standing down because of this front moving across the central Atlantic. They'll be flying again tomorrow after a good day's rest, gunning for our convoys. If we can't hit Anuya, and we can't do much about Iceland, what the hell are we going to do? Just sit here and worry about defending Scotland? If we allow Ivan to establish air superiority over us, if Ivan can kill the convoys, group captain, we lose the fucking war," Toland pointed out. "True. You're quite correct, Bob. The problem is, how do we hit the backfires? They appear to be flying directly down over Iceland. Fine, we have a known area of transit, but it's protected by MiGs, laddie. We'd end up sending fighters to battle fighters. So we try something indirect. We gun for the tankers they're using. The fighter pilots present, 2 squadron operations officers, had silently been watching the intelligence types talk. "How the hell are we going to find their tankers?" one asked now. "You think they can refuel 30 or more bombers without some radio chatter?" Toland asked. "I've listened in on Russian tanker ops by satellite, and I know there's chatter. Let's say we can get a snooper up there, and he finds out where they're tanking. Why not then put some toms astride their flight path home?" "Hit them after they tank the strike," the fighter jock mused. "It won't do diddly for the strike today, say, but it'll hurt the bastards tomorrow. If we succeed even once, then Ivan has to change his operational pattern. Maybe send fighters out with them. If nothing else, we'll have them reacting to us for a change. And perhaps take the heat off us," the group captain went on. "Right, let's look at this. Iceland. The map didn't begin to show how hard it would be. The Skula River had carved a series of gorges over the centuries. The river was high, and the falls generated a cloud of spray from which a rainbow arched in the morning sun. It made Edwards angry. He'd always liked rainbows before, but this one meant the rocks they had to climb down were slick and wet. He figured it to be 200 feet down to a floor of granite boulders. It looked a lot farther than that. "You ever do any rock climbing, Lieutenant?" Smith asked. "Nope, nothing like this. You?" "Yeah, except we've mostly practiced going up. This here ought to be easier. Don't worry too much about slipping. These boots hold pretty good. Just make sure you set your feet on something solid, okay? And you take it nice and slow. Let Garcia lead off." "I already like this place, Skipper. See that pool below the falls? There's fish in there. And I don't think anybody will ever spot us down this hole." "Okay, you watch the lady." "Right. Garcia, lead off. Rogers, cover the rear." Smith slung his rifle across his back as he walked to Vigdis. "Ma'am, you think you can handle this?" Smith held out his hand. "I have been here before." She almost smiled until she remembered who had brought her here and how many times. She didn't take his hand. "That's good, Miss Vigdis. Maybe you can teach us a thing or two. You be careful now." It would have been fairly easy except for their heavy packs. Each man carried a 50-pound load. The added weight and their fatigue affected their balance, with the result that someone watching from a distance might have taken the Marines for old women crossing an icy street. It was a 50-degree slope down, in some places almost vertical, with some paths worn into the slopes, perhaps by the wild deer that throve here. For the first time, fatigue worked in their favor. Fresher, they might have tried to move more quickly. As it was, each man was near the end of his string, and feared his own weakness more than the rocks. It took over an hour, but they made it down with nothing worse than cuts on their hands and bruises somewhere else. Garcia crossed the river to the east side, where the canyon wall was steeper, and they camped out on a rocky shelf 10 feet above the water. Edwards checked his watch. They had been on the move continuously for more than 2 days, 56 hours. Each found himself a place in the deep shadows. First, they ate. Edwards downed a can of something without troubling to see what it was. His burps tasted like fish. Smith let the two privates sleep first, and gave his own sleeping bag to Vigdis. The girl fell mercifully asleep almost as quickly as the Marines. The sergeant made a quick tour of the area while Edwards watched, amazed that he had any energy left at all. "This is a good spot, Skipper," the sergeant pronounced finally, collapsing down next to his officer. "Smoke?" "I don't smoke. Thought you were out." "I was. The lady's dad did, though, and I got a few packs." Smith lit an unfiltered cigarette with a Zippo lighter bearing the globe and anchor of the Marine Corps. He took a long pull. "Jesus, ain't this wonderful? I figure we can spend a day here to rest up." "Sounds good to me." Smith leaned back. "You held up pretty good, Lieutenant." "I ran track at the Air Force Academy. 10,000-meter stuff, some marathons, that sort of thing." Smith gave him a baleful look. "You mean I've been trying to walk a damned runner into the ground?" "You have walked a marathoner into the friggin' ground." Edwards massaged his shoulders. He wondered if the pain from his pack straps would ever go away. His legs felt as though someone had hammered on them with a baseball bat. He leaned back and commanded every muscle in his body to relax. The rocky ground didn't help, but he could not raise the energy even to look for a better spot. He remembered something. Shouldn't somebody stand guard? "I thought about that," Smith said. He was lying back also, his helmet down over his eyes.
I think just this once we can forget it. Only way anybody'll spot us is if a chopper hovers right overhead. Nearest road's 10 miles from here. Screw it. What do you think, Skipper? Edwards didn't hear the question. Kiev, the Ukraine. Ivan Mikhailovich, are your bags packed? Alexeyev asked. Yes, Comrade General. Commander-in-Chief West is missing. He was en route from 3rd Shock Army to his forward headquarters and disappeared. It is thought he might have been killed by an air attack. We are taking over. Just like that? Not at all, Alexeyev said angrily. They took 36 hours to decide that he was probably dead. The maniac had just relieved 3rd Shock's commander, then disappeared, and his deputy couldn't decide what to do. A scheduled attack never began, and the fucking Germans counterattacked while our men were waiting for orders. Alexeyev shook his head to clear it, and went on more calmly. Well, now we will have soldiers running the campaign, not some politically reliable whoremonger. Sergatov again noted his superior's puritanical streak. It was one of the few traits that agreed exactly with party policy. Our mission? The captain asked. While the general takes charge at the command post, you and I will tour the forward divisions to ascertain the situation at the front. Sorry, Ivan Mikhailovich, I'm afraid this is not the safe posting I promised your father. I speak good English in addition to Arabic, the younger man sniffed. Alexeyev had checked that out before writing up the transfer orders. Captain Sergatov had been a good company officer before being lured out of uniform by the promise of a comfortable life of party work. When do we leave? We fly out in 2 hours. In daylight? The captain was surprised at that. It would appear that air travel by day is safer. NATO claims to dominate the night sky. Our people say otherwise, but they are flying us out in daylight. Draw your own conclusions, Comrade Captain. Dover Air Force Base, Delaware. A C-5A transport aircraft sat outside its hangar, waiting. Within the cavernous structure, a team of 40, half officers in naval dress, half civilians wearing General Dynamics coveralls, worked on Tomahawk missiles. While one group removed the massive anti-ship warheads and replaced them with something else, the other group's task was more difficult. They were replacing the missile guidance systems, the usual ship-hunting packages being removed in favor of terrain-matching systems that the men knew were used only for nuclear-tipped missiles intended for land targets. The guidance boxes were new, fresh from the factory. They had to be checked and calibrated. A delicate job. Though the systems had already been certified by the manufacturer, the usual peacetime routines were gone, replaced with an urgency that all of them felt, but none of them knew the reason for. The mission was a complete secret. Delicate electronic instruments fed pre-programmed information into the guidance packages, and other monitors examined the commands generated by the onboard computers. There were only enough men to check out 3 missiles at a time, and each check took just over an hour. Occasionally, one would look up to see the massive Galaxy transport still waiting, its crew pacing about between trips to the weather office. When each missile was certified, a grease pencil mark was made next to the F code letter on the warhead, and the torpedo-shaped weapon was carefully loaded into its launch canister. Nearly a third of the guidance packages were discarded and replaced. Several had failed completely, but the problems with most were quite minor, though serious enough to warrant replacement instead of adjustment. The technicians and engineers from General Dynamics wondered about that. What sort of target demanded this sort of precision? All in all, the job took 27 hours, 6 more than expected. About half of the men boarded the aircraft, which lifted off the concrete 20 minutes later, bound for Europe.
They slept in the rear-facing seats, too tired to care about the dangers that might await them at their destination, wherever that was. The Skulafoss, Iceland. Edwards was sitting up almost before he knew why. Smith and his Marines were even faster, already on their feet, weapons in their hands and racing to cover. Their eyes scanned the rocky rim of their small canyon as Vigdis continued to scream. Edwards left his rifle and went to her. The automatic reaction of the Marines was to assume that she had seen some danger upon them. Instinctively, Edwards knew different. Her eyes looked blankly toward the bare rocks a few yards away, her hands gripped at the bedroll. By the time he reached her, she had stopped screaming. This time, Edwards did not stop to think. He grabbed her around the shoulders and pulled her head toward his own. "You're safe. Vigdis, you are safe." "My family," she said, her chest heaving as she caught her breath. "They killed my family. Then—" "Yes, but you are alive." "The soldiers, they—" The girl had evidently loosened her clothes to sleep more comfortably. Now she drew back from Edwards, pulling them tight around her. The lieutenant kept his hands away from her clothes and wrapped the sleeping bag around her. "They will not hurt you again. Remember all of what happened. They will not hurt you again." She looked into his face. He didn't know what to make of her expression. The pain and grief were evident, but there were other things there, and Edwards didn't know this girl well enough to read what she was thinking. "The one who killed my family, you killed him." Edwards nodded. "They are all dead. They can't hurt you." "Yes." Vigdis looked down at the ground. "You all right?" Smith asked. "Yeah," Edwards answered. "The lady had a bad dream." "They come back," she said. "They come back again." "Ma'am, they ain't never coming back to hurt you." Smith grasped her arm through the sleeping bag. "We'll protect you. Nobody will hurt you while we are here, okay?" The girl nodded jerkily. "Okay, Miss Vigdis, now, why don't you try to get some sleep? Ain't nobody gonna hurt you while we're around. You need us, you can call us." Smith walked away. Edward started to rise, but the girl's hand came out of the bag and took his arm. "Please, do not go away. I fear to be alone." "Okay, I'll stay with you. You lie back and get some sleep." 5 minutes later, her eyes were closed and her breathing was regular. Edwards tried not to look at her. Should she suddenly awake and see his eyes on her, what might she think? And she could be right, Edwards admitted to himself. 2 weeks ago, had he encountered her at the Keflavik Officers Club? He was a young, unattached man, and she was evidently a young, unattached woman. His main thought after the second drink would have been to get her back to his quarters. A little soft music. How beautiful she would have looked there, slipping demurely from her fashionable clothes in the soft light coming through the shades. Instead, he had met her stark naked, cuts and bruises on her exposed flesh. So strange it was now. Edwards knew without thinking that if another man tried to put hands on her, he'd kill him without hesitation. And he couldn't bring himself to think of what taking the girl himself might be like. His only likely thought, if he had encountered her on the street. What if I hadn't decided to come to her house, he wondered. She'd be dead by now, along with her parents. Probably someone would have found them in a few days. Like they'd discovered Sandy. And that, Edwards knew all along, was the reason he'd killed the Russian lieutenant and enjoyed the man's slow trip to hell. A pity no one had seen fit to do that. Smith waved to him. Edwards rose quietly and walked over.
I got Garcia on guard. I think we better go back to being Marines after all. If that had been for real, we'd all be cold meat by now, Lieutenant. We're all too tired to move out just yet.
Yes, sir. The lady okay?
She's had a tough time. When she wakes up, hell, I don't know. I'm afraid she might just come apart on us. Maybe. Smith lit a cigarette. She's young. She might bounce back if we give her a chance. Get her something to do? Same as us, Skipper. You're better off doing than thinking. Edwards checked his watch. He'd actually gotten 6 hours of sleep before all this had happened. Though his legs were stiff, otherwise he felt better than he would have imagined. It was an illusion, he knew. He needed at least another 4 hours, and a good meal, before he'd be ready to move. We won't move out until about 11. I want everybody to get some more sleep and one decent meal before we head out of here. Make sense? When you gonna radio in? I should have done that a long time ago. I just don't want to climb those damned rocks. Lieutenant, I'm just a dumbass grunt, but instead of doing that, why don't you just walk downstream about half a mile? You ought to be able to track in on your satellite that way, right? Edwards turned to look north. Walking about that far would lower the angle to the satellite, as well as climbing. Why didn't I think of that? Because, like any good Air Force Academy graduate, you thought in terms of up and down instead of sideways. The lieutenant shook his head angrily, noting the sergeant's sly grin before he lifted the radio pack and heading down the canyon's rocky floor. "You're very late, Beagle," Doghouse said at once. "Repeat your status." "Doghouse, things are just terrible. We had a run-in with a Russian patrol." Edwards explained for another 2 minutes. "Beagle, are you out of your goddamn mind? Your orders are to repeat, avoid contact with the enemy. How do you know that somebody doesn't know you're there? Over." "They're all dead. We rolled their vehicle over a cliff and set fire to it. We made it look like an accident, just like on TV. It's all over, Doghouse. No sense worrying about it now. We are now 10 clicks from where it happened. I'm resting my men for the rest of the day. We will continue our march north tonight. This may take longer than you expect. The terrain is rugged as hell, but we'll do our best. Nothing more to report. We can't see much from where we are." "Very well, your orders are unchanged, and please don't play White Knight again. Acknowledge." "Roger that. Out." Edwards smiled to himself as he repacked the radio. When he got back to the others, he saw that Vigdis was stirring in her sleep. He lay down beside her, careful to stay a few feet away. Scotland. Bloody cowboy. John Wayne rescuing the settlers from the bloody Red Indians. "We weren't there," said the man with the eye patch. He fingered it briefly. "It is a mistake to judge a man from 1,000 miles away. He was there. He saw what was happening. The next thing is, what does this tell us about Ivan's troops?" "The Sovs do not exactly have an exemplary record for dealing with civilians," the first man pointed out. "The Soviet airborne troops are known for their stern discipline," the second replied. Formerly a major in the SAS and invalided out, he was now a senior man with the Special Operations Executive, the SOE. "Conduct like this is not indicative of well-disciplined troops. That may be important later on. For the moment, as I told you earlier, this lad is turning out very nicely indeed." He said it without a trace of smugness. Chapter 26. Impressions. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. The flight in was bad enough. They'd come in aboard a light bomber racing in at low level to a military airport east of Berlin. No more than 4 staff members to an aircraft. All had arrived safely, but Alexeyev wondered how much of it was skill and how much luck.
This airfield had clearly been visited by NATO aircraft recently, and the general already had his doubts about what his colleagues in the Air Force had told him about their ability to control the sky even in daylight. From Berlin, a helicopter took his party to Sink West's forward command post outside Stendal. Alexeyev was the first senior officer to arrive at the underground bunker complex, and he did not like what he found. The staff officers present were too concerned with what the NATO forces were doing and not concerned enough with what the Red Army was supposed to be doing to them. The initiative had not been lost, but his first impression was that the danger was real. Alexeyev located the command operations officer and started assembling information on how the campaign was going. His commander arrived half an hour later and immediately took Alexeyev into his office. "Well, Pasha? I have to see the front at once. We have 3 attacks underway. I need to see how they are going. The German counterattack at Hamburg was repulsed again, but this time we lack the forces to exploit it. The northern area is currently in stalemate. Our deepest penetration to date is just over 100 kilometers. The timetable has gone completely to hell. Losses are far higher than expected, on both sides, but worse for us. We have gravely underestimated the lethality of NATO anti-tank weapons. Our artillery has been unable to suppress them enough for our forces to achieve a major breakthrough. NATO air power is hurting us badly, especially at night. Reinforcements are not getting forward as well as we expected. We still have the initiative in most areas, but unless we achieve a breakthrough, that may not last more than another few days. We must find a weakness in NATO lines and launch a major coordinated attack soon." "The NATO situation?" Alexeyev shrugged. "Their forces are fully in the field. Further reinforcements are coming in from America, but from what our prisoners have told us, not so well as they expected. My impression is that they are stretched very thin in some areas, but we have not as yet identified a major area of weakness. If we can find one, and exploit it, I think we can rupture the front and stage a multi-divisional breakout. They can't be strong everywhere. The German demand for forward defense compels the NATO forces to try and stop us everywhere. We made the same mistake in 1941. It cost us heavily. It must be doing the same to them." "How soon do you wish to visit the front?" "Within the hour. I'll take Captain Sergetov with me." "The party man's son? If he's hurt, Pasha..." "He's an officer in the Soviet army. Whatever his father might be, I need him." "Very well. Keep me posted on where you are. Send the operations people in. We have to get control of this whorehouse." Alexeyev commandeered a new Mi-24 attack helicopter for his reconnaissance. Overhead, a flight of agile MiG-21 fighters guarded the general as the helicopter skimmed low over the treetops. He eschewed the seat, instead crouching by the windows to see what he could. A lifetime of military service had not prepared him for the destruction that lay on the landscape below him. It seemed that every road held a burned-out tank or truck. The major crossroads had gotten particularly severe attention from NATO air power. Here a bridge had been knocked out, and immediately behind it a company of tanks waiting its repair had been savaged. The charred remains of aircraft, vehicles, and men had transformed the neat, picturesque German countryside into a junkyard of high-technology weapons. As they crossed the border into West Germany, things only got worse. Each road had been fought for, each tiny village. He counted 11 smashed tanks outside one such village and wondered how many others had been pulled off the battlefield for repair. The town itself was almost totally destroyed by artillery and resulting fires. He saw only one building that looked like it might be habitable. 5 kilometers west, the same story was repeated, and Alexeyev realized that a whole regiment of tanks had been lost in a 10-kilometer advance down a single road. He began to see NATO equipment, a German attack helicopter identifiable only from the tail rotor that stuck out from the circle of ashes, a few tanks, and infantry carriers. For both sides, the proud vehicles manufactured at the greatest expense and skill were scattered on the landscape like trash thrown from a car window. The Soviets had more to expend, the general knew, but how many more? The helicopter landed at the edge of a forest. Just within the tree line, Alexeyev saw, anti-aircraft guns tracked them all the way to the ground. He and Sergetov jumped out, ducking under the still turning main rotor as they ran into the trees. There they found a cluster of command vehicles. "Welcome, Comrade General," said a dirty-faced Red Army colonel. "Where is the divisional commander?" "I'm in command. The general was killed day before yesterday by enemy artillery fire. We have to move the CP twice a day. They are becoming very skilled at locating us." "Your situation?" Alexeyev asked curtly. "The men are tired, but they can still fight. We are not getting sufficient air support, and the NATO fighters give us no rest at night. We have about half our nominal combat strength, except in artillery. That's down to a third. The Americans have just changed tactics on us. Now, instead of attacking the leading tank formations, they are sending their aircraft after our guns first. We were badly hurt last night. Just as we were launching a regimental attack, 4 of their ground attack fighters nearly wiped out a battalion of mobile guns. The attack failed." "What about concealment?" Alexeyev demanded. "Ask the devil's mother why it doesn't work," the colonel shot back. "Their radar aircraft can evidently track vehicles on the ground. We've tried jamming, we've tried lures. Sometimes it works, but sometimes not. The division command post has been attacked twice. My regiments are commanded by majors, my battalions by captains. NATO tactics are to go for the unit commanders, and the bastards are good at it. Every time we approach a village, my tanks have to fight through a swarm of missiles. We've tried rockets and artillery to suppress them, but you can't take the time to blast every building in sight. We'd never get anywhere." "What do you need?" "Air support, and lots of it. Get me the support to smash through what's opposing me, and I'll give you your damned breakout." 10 kilometers behind the front, a tank division was waiting for this very unit to rupture the front. But how could it exploit a breakthrough that was never made? "Your supply situation?" "Could be better, but we're getting enough forward to supply what we have left. Not enough to support an intact division." "What are you doing now?" "We launch a 2-regiment attack just over an hour from now. Another village named Biben. We estimate enemy strength as 2 understrength battalions of infantry supported by tanks and artillery. The village commands a crossroads we need. Same one we tried to get last night. This assault should work. Do you wish to observe?" "Yes." "Then we'd better get you forward. Forget the helicopter unless you want to die. Besides," the colonel smiled, "I can use it to support the attack. I'll give you an infantry carrier to get you forward. It will be dangerous up there, Comrade General," the colonel warned. "Fine, you can protect us. When do we leave?" USS Faris. The calm sea meant that Faris was back on port and starboard steaming. Half the crew was always on duty as the frigate held her station north of the convoy. The towed sonar was streamed aft, and the helicopter sat ready on the flight deck, its crew dozing in the hangar. Morris slept also, snoring away in his leather bridge chair, to the amusement of his crewmen. So officers did it too. The crew accommodations often sounded like a convention of chainsaws. "Captain, message from Sinklant Fleet." Morris looked up at the yeoman and signed for the message form. An eastbound convoy 150 miles north of them was under attack. He walked back to the chart table to check distances. The submarines there were not a threat to him. That was that. He had his own concerns, and his world had shrunk to include them only. Another 40 hours to Norfolk, where they would refuel, replace expended ordnance, and sail again within 24 hours.
"What the hell's that?"
a sailor said loudly. He pointed to a low-lying trail of white smoke.
"That's a missile," answered the officer of the deck. "General quarters. Captain, that was a cruise missile southbound a mile ahead of us."
Morris snapped upright in his seat and blinked his eyes clear.
"Signal the convoy. Energize the radar. Fire the chaff."
Morris ran to the ladder to CIC.
The ship's alarm was sounding its strident note before he got there. Aft, 2 Super RBOC chaff rockets leaped into the sky and exploded, surrounding the frigate with a cloud of aluminum foil. "I count 5 inbounds," a radar operator was saying. "One's heading towards us. Bearing 008, range 7 miles, speed 500 knots. "Bridge, come right full rudder to 008, the tactical action officer ordered. "Stand by to fire off more chaff. Air action forward, weapons free." The 5-inch gun swiveled slightly and loosed several rounds, none of which came near the incoming missile. "Range 2 miles and closing," reported the radarman. "Fire 4 more Super RBOCs." Morris heard the rockets launch. The radar showed their chaff as an opaque cloud that enveloped the ship. "CIC," called a lookout. "I see it. Starboard bow inbound. It's gonna miss. I got a bearing change. There it goes, passing aft. Missed us by a couple hundred yards." The missile was confused by the chaff. Had its brain had the capacity to think, it would have been surprised that it struck nothing. Instead, on coming back to a clear sky, the radar seeker merely looked for another target. It found one, 15 miles ahead, and altered course toward it. "Sonar," Morris ordered. "Check bearing 008. There's a missile-armed sub out there." "Looking now, sir. Nothing shows on that bearing." "A 500-knot sea skimmer. That's a Charlie-class sub, maybe 30 miles out," Morris said. "Get the helo out there. I'm going topside." The captain reached the bridge just in time to see the explosion on the horizon. That was no freighter. The fireball could only mean a warship had had her magazines exploded by a missile, perhaps the one that had just missed them. Why hadn't they been able to stop it? 3 more explosions followed. Slowly the noise traveled across the sea toward them, reaching Ferris as the deep sound of an enormous bass drum. The frigate's Sea Sprite helicopter was just lifting off, racing north in the hope of catching the Soviet sub near the surface. Morris ordered his ship to slow to 5 knots, in the hope that the lower speed would allow his sonar to perform just a little better. Still nothing. He returned to CIC. The helicopter's crew dropped a dozen sonobuoys. 2 showed something, but the contact faded and was not re-established. Soon an Orion showed up and carried on the search, but the submarine had escaped cleanly, her missiles having killed a destroyer and 2 merchantmen. Just like that, Morris thought. No warning at all. Stornoway, Scotland. "Raid warning again?" the group captain said. "Real time?" Toland asked. "No, an asset we have in Norway. Contrails overhead heading southwest. He counts 20 or so, aircraft type unknown. We have an Imrod patrolling north of Iceland now. If their backfires, and if they rendezvous with a tanker group, we might just get something. See if your idea works, Bob." 4 Tomcat interceptors were sitting ready on the flight line. 2 were armed with missiles. The other pair carried buddy stores, fuel tanks designed to transfer fuel to other aircraft. The distance they expected for a successful intercept meant a round trip of 2,000 miles, which meant that only 2 aircraft could reach far enough, and they were stretching to the limit. The Nimrod circled 200 miles east of Jan Mayen land. The Norwegian island had been subjected to several air attacks, destroying the radar there, though so far the Russians had not launched a ground attack as expected. The British patrol aircraft bristled with antennae but carried no armament of her own. If the Russians sent escorting fighters out with the bomber tanker force, she could only evade. One team listened in on the bands used by the Russians to communicate between aircraft, another on radar frequencies. It was a long, tense wait. 2 hours after the raid warning, a garbled transmission was heard, interpreted as a warning to a backfire pilot approaching a tanker. The bearing was plotted, and the Nimrod turned east, hoping for a cross bearing on the next such signal. None was detected. Without a firm fix, the fighters had only the slimmest hope of an intercept. They were kept on the ground. Next time, they decided, there'd be a pair of snoopers up. USS Chicago. The QZB bell ringer call arrived just after lunch. McCafferty brought his submarine to antenna depth and received orders to proceed to Faslane, the Royal Navy submarine base in Scotland. Since losing contact with the Russian surface force, they had not tracked a single positive contact. It was crazy. All the pre-war assessments told McCafferty to expect a target-rich environment. So far, he was rich only in frustration. The executive officer took them back down to a deep cruising depth, while McCafferty began to write up his patrol report. Beben, Federal Republic of Germany. "You're pretty exposed here," the captain observed, crouching just behind the turret. "True enough," Sergeant McCall agreed. His M1 Abrams tank was dug into the reverse slope of a hill, its gun barely clear of the ground behind a row of shrubs. McCall looked down a shallow valley to a tree line 1,500 meters away. The Russians were in there, surveying the ridges with powerful field glasses, and he hoped that they could not make out the squat, ominous profile of the main battle tank. He was in one of 3 prepared firing positions, a sloped hole in the ground dug by the engineers' bulldozers, helped over the last few days by local German farmers who had taken to the task with a will. The bad news was that the next line of such positions required traversing 500 meters of open fields. They'd been planted with something a bare 6 weeks before. Those crops would never amount to much, the sergeant knew. "Ivan must love this weather," McCall observed. There was an overcast at about 1,300 feet. Whatever air support he could expect would have a bare 5 seconds to acquire and engage their targets before having to break clear of the battlefield. "What can you give us, sir?" "I can call 4 A-10s, maybe some German birds," the Air Force captain replied. He surveyed the terrain himself from a slightly different perspective. What was the best way to get the ground attack fighters in and out? The first Russian attack on this position had been repulsed, but he could see the remains of 2 NATO aircraft that had died in the effort. There should be 3 choppers, too. That surprised McCall and worried him. Just what sort of attack were they expecting here? Okay. The captain stood and turned back to his armored command vehicle. "When you hear Zulu, 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 that means the air is less than 5 minutes out. If you see any SAM vehicles or anti-air guns, for Christ's sake, take them out. The warthogs have been hit real hard, Sarge." "You got it, Captain." "You better get your ass out of here. It's going to be showtime soon." One thing McCall had learned was just how important a good forward air control officer was. And this one had dug the sergeant's troop out of a really bad scrape 3 days before. He watched the officer sprint 50 yards to the waiting vehicle, its engine already turning. The rear door hadn't yet closed when the driver pulled out fast, zigzagging down the slope and across the plowed field toward the command post. B Troop, 1st Squadron, 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, had once been 14 tanks. 5 of the originals were gone, and there had been only 2 replacements. Of the rest, all had been damaged to one degree or another. His platoon leader had been killed on the 2nd day of the war, leaving McCall in command of the 3-tank platoon, covering nearly a kilometer of front. Dug in between his tanks was a company of German infantry, men of the Landwehr, the local equivalent of the National Guard, farmers and shop owners for the most part, men fighting to defend not just their country, but their own homes. They too had taken serious losses. The company was no more than 2 platoons of effectives. Surely the Russians know just how thin we're spread, McCall thought. Everyone was dug in, deep. The power of Russian artillery had come as a shock, despite all the pre-war warnings they'd had. The Americans must love this. The colonel gestured at the low clouds. Their damned airplanes come swooping in too low for our radar, and this way we have practically no chance to see them before they fire. How badly have they hurt you? See for yourself. The colonel gestured at the battlefield. 15 tanks lay in view, the burned-out remains. That American low-level fighter did this, the Thunderbolt. Our men call it the Devil's Cross. But you killed 2 aircraft yesterday, Sergetov objected. Yes, and only one of 4 gun vehicles survived the effort. The same vehicle got both. Senior Sergeant Lupenko. I recommended him for the Red Banner. It will be posthumous. The 2nd aircraft crashed right on his vehicle. My best gunner, the colonel said bitterly. 2 kilometers away, the wreckage of a German Alpha jet was a charred garnish atop the remains of a ZSU-30 gun vehicle. No doubt it had been deliberate, the colonel thought. That German had wanted to kill just a few more Soviets before he died. A sergeant handed his colonel a radio headset. The officer listened for half a minute before speaking a few words that he punctuated with a quick nod. 5 minutes, comrades. My men are fully in place. Would you follow me, please? The command bunker had been hastily built of logs and earth, with a full meter of overhead cover. 20 men were crammed into it, communications men for the 2 regiments in the assault. The division's 3rd Regiment waited to exploit the breakthrough and pave the way for the Reserve Armored Division to break into the enemy's rear. If, Alexeyev reminded himself, everything went as planned. No enemy troops or vehicles could be seen, of course. They would be in the woods atop the ridge less than 2 kilometers away, dug in deep. He watched the divisional commander nod to his artillery chief, who lifted a field phone and spoke 2 words. Commence firing. It took several seconds for the sound to reach them. Every gun the division owned, with an additional battery from the tank division, spoke as one dreadful voice, and the thunder echoed across the countryside. The shells arched overhead, at first striking short of the opposite ridgeline, then closing on it. What had once been a gentle hill covered with lush grass turned into a brown obscenity of bare earth and smoke. I think they're serious, Sarge, the loader said, pulling his hatch down tight. McCall adjusted his helmet and microphone as he peered out the viewports built into his commander's cupola. The thick armor plate kept most of the noise out, but when the ground shook beneath them, the shock came through the treads and suspension to rock the vehicle, and each crewman reflected to himself on the force needed to budge a 60-ton tank. This was how the lieutenant had bought it. A 1 in 1,000 shot from a heavy gun had landed a round right on his turret, and it had burrowed through the thin overhead armor to explode the vehicle. Left and right of McCall's tank, the largely middle-aged German territorials cowered in their deep, narrow holes, their emotions oscillating between terror and rage at what was happening to them and their country. And their homes. Good fire plan, Comrade Colonel, Alexeyev said quietly. A screaming sound passed overhead. There is your air support. 4 Russian ground attack fighters wheeled overhead to trace parallel to the ridgeline and dropped their loads of napalm. As they turned back toward Russian lines, one exploded in midair. "What was that?" "Probably a Roland," the colonel answered. "Their version of our SA-8 rocket. Here we go. 1 minute." 5 kilometers behind the command bunker, 2 batteries of mobile rocket launchers ripple-fired their weapons in a continuous sheet of flame. Half were high-explosive warheads, the other half smoke. 30 rockets landed in McCall's sector and 30 in the valley before him. The impact of the explosives shook his tank violently, and he could hear the pings of fragments bouncing off his armor. But it was the smoke that frightened him. That meant Ivan was coming. From 30 separate points, gray-white smoke billowed into the air, forming an instant man-made cloud that enveloped all the ground in view. McCall and his gunner activated their thermal imaging sights. "Buffalo, this is 6, the troop commander called in over the command circuit. "Check in." McCall listened in closely. All 11 vehicles were intact, protected by their deep holes. Again he blessed the engineers and the German farmers who had dug the shelters. No further orders were passed. None were needed. "Enemy in view," the gunner reported. The thermal sight measured differences in temperature and could penetrate most of the mile of smoke cover. And the wind was on their side. A 10-mile-per-hour breeze was driving the cloud back east. Sergeant First Class Terry McCall took a deep breath and went to work. "Target tank, 10 o'clock. Sabo, shoot!" The gunner trained left and centered the sight reticle on the nearest Soviet battle tank. His thumbs depressed the laser button, and a thin beam of light bounced off the target. The range display came up in his sight. 1,310 meters. The fire control computer plotted target distance and speed, elevating the main gun. The computer measured wind speed and direction, air density and humidity, the temperature of the air, and the tank's own shells, and all the gunner had to do was place the target in the center of his sights. The whole operation took less than 2 seconds, and the gunner's fingers jammed home on the triggers. A 40-foot muzzle blast annihilated the shrubs planted 2 years earlier by some German Boy Scouts. The tank's 105-millimeter gun jerked back in recoil, ejecting the spent aluminum case. The shell came apart in the air, the sabot falling free of the projectile, a 40-millimeter dart made of tungsten and uranium that lanced through the air at almost a mile a second. The projectile struck the target 1 second later at the base of the gun turret. Inside, a Russian gunner was just picking up a round for his own cannon when the uranium core of the shot burned through the protective steel. The Russian tank exploded, its turret flying 30 feet into the air. "Hit," McCall said. "Target tank, 12 o'clock. Sabo, shoot." The Russian and American tanks fired at the same instant. But the Russian shot went high, missing the defilated M1 by nearly a meter. The Russian was less lucky. "Time to leave," McCall announced. "Straight back. Heading for alternate 1. The driver already had reverse engaged and twisted hard on his throttle control. The tank surged backward, then spun right and headed 50 yards to another prepared position. "Damned smoke!" Sergetov swore. The wind blew it back in their faces, and they couldn't tell what was going on. The battle was now in the hands of captains, lieutenants, and sergeants. All they could see was the orange fireballs of exploding vehicles, and there was no way to know whose they were. The colonel in command had his radio headset on and was barking orders to his subunit commanders. McCall was in his first alternate position in less than a minute. This one had been dug parallel to the ridgeline, and his massive turret trained to the left. He could see the infantry now, dismounted and running ahead of their assault carriers. Allied artillery, both German and American, ripped through their ranks, but not quickly enough. "Target! Tank with an antenna just coming out of the tree line." "Got him!" the gunner answered. He saw a Russian T-80 main battle tank with a large radio antenna projecting from the turret. That would be a company commander, maybe a battalion commander. He fired. The Russian tank wheeled just as the shot left the muzzle. McCall watched the tracer barely miss his engine compartment. "Give me a heat round," the gunner shouted over the intercom. "Ready." "Turn back, you mother—" The Russian tank was driven by an experienced sergeant who zigzagged his way across the valley floor. He jinked every 5 seconds, and now brought his tank left again. The gunner squeezed off his round. The tank jumped at the recoil, and the spent round clanged off the turret's rear wall. Already the closed tank hull stank of the ammonia-based propellant. "Hit! Nice shot, Woody!" The shell hit the Russian between the last pair of road wheels and wrecked the tank's diesel engine. In a moment, the crew began to bail out, escaping into an environment alive with shell fragments. McCall ordered his driver to move again. By the time they were in their next firing position, the Russians were less than 500 meters away. They fired 2 more shots, killing an infantry carrier and knocking the tread off a tank. "Buffalo, this is 6. Begin moving to Bravo line. Execute." As platoon leader, McCall was the last to leave. He saw both of his companion tanks rolling down the open reverse slope of the hill. The infantry was moving also, into their armored carriers, or just running. Friendly artillery blanketed the ridgeline with high explosives and smoke to mask their withdrawal. On command, the tank leaped forward, accelerating to 30 miles per hour and racing to the next defense line before the Russians could occupy the ridge they were leaving behind. Artillery fire was all over them, exploding a pair of German personnel carriers. "Zulu! Zulu! Zulu!" "Get me a vehicle!" Alexeyev ordered. "I cannot permit this. I cannot let a general—" "Get me a damned vehicle! I must observe this!" Alexeyev repeated. A minute later, he and Sergetov joined the colonel in a BMP armored command vehicle that raced to the position the NATO troops had just vacated. They found a hole that had sheltered 2 men, until a rocket had landed a meter away. "My God, we've lost 20 tanks here," Sergetov said, looking back. "Down!" The colonel pushed both men into the bloody hole. A storm of NATO shells landed on the ridge. "There's a Gatling gun," the gunner said. A Russian anti-aircraft gun carrier came over the ridge. A moment later, a heat round exploded it like a plastic toy. His next target was a Russian tank coming down the hill they'd just left. "Heads up! Friendly air coming in!" McCall cringed, hoping the pilot could tell the sheep from the goats. Alexeyev watched the twin-engine fighter swoop straight down the valley. Its nose disappeared in a mass of flame as the pilot fired his anti-tank cannon. 4 tanks exploded before his eyes as the Thunderbolt appeared to stagger in midair, then turned west, a missile chasing after him. The SA-7 fell short. "The Devil's Cross?" he asked. The colonel nodded in reply, and Alexeyev realized where the name had come from. From an angle, the American fighter did look like the stylized Russian Orthodox crucifix. "I just called up the reserve regiment. We may have them on the run," the colonel said. "This," Sergetov thought incredulously to himself, "is a successful attack." McCall watched a pair of anti-tank missiles reach out into the Russian lines. 1 miss, 1 kill. More smoke came in from both sides as the NATO troops fell back another 500 meters. The village they were defending was now in sight. The sergeant had counted a total of 5 kills to his tank. He hadn't been hit yet, but that wouldn't last. The friendly artillery was really in the fight now. The Russian infantry was down to half the strength he'd first seen, and their tracked vehicles were laying back, trying to engage the NATO positions with their own missiles. Things looked to be going reasonably well when the 3rd Regiment appeared. 50 tanks came over the hill in front of him. An A-10 swept across the line and killed a pair, then was blotted out of the sky by a SAM. The burning wreckage fell 300 yards in front of him. "Target tank, 1 o'clock, shoot!" The Abrams rocked backward with yet another shot. "Hit!" "Warning! Warning!" called the troop commander. "Enemy choppers approaching from the north." 10 Mi-24 Hinds arrived late, but they made up for it by killing a pair of tanks in less than a minute. German Phantom jets then appeared, engaging them with air-to-air missiles and cannon in a wild melee that suddenly included surface-to-air missiles also. The sky was crisscrossed with smoke trails, and suddenly there were no aircraft in view. "It's bogging down," Alexeyev said. He'd just learned one important lesson. Attack helicopters cannot hope to survive in the face of enemy fighters. Just when he thought the Mi-24s would make a decisive difference, they'd been forced away by the appearance of the German fighters. Artillery support was slacking off. The NATO gunners were counter-batterying the Soviet guns expertly, helped by ground attack fighters. He had to get more frontline air support. "The hell it is," the colonel answered. He radioed new orders to the battalions on his left flank. "Looks like a command vehicle at 10 o'clock on the ridgeline. Can you reach it?" "Long shot, Whang! A shot glanced off the turret's face. "Tank, 3 o'clock, close in!" The gunner turned his yoke controls, and nothing happened. Immediately he reached for the manual traverse. McCall engaged the target with his machine gun, bouncing bullets off the advancing T-80 that had come out of nowhere. The gunner cranked frantically at the handle as another round crashed into their armor. The driver aided him, turning the vehicle and praying that they could return the fire. The computer was out, damaged by the shock of the first hit. The T-80 was less than 1,000 meters away when the gunner settled on it. He fired a heat round, and it missed. The loader slammed another home in the breech. The gunner worked his controls and fired again. Hit! "There's more behind that one," the gunner warned. "Buffalo 6, this is 3-1. Bad guys coming in from our flank. We need help here," McCall called. Then to the driver. "Left track and back up fast." The driver needed no encouragement. He cringed, looked out his tiny viewing prisms, and rocked the throttle handle all the way back. The tank raced backward and left as the gunner tried to lock onto another target. But the automatic stabilization was also out. They had to sit still to fire accurately, and it was death to sit still. Another Thunderbolt came in low, dropping cluster munitions on the Russian formation. 2 more Soviet tanks were stopped, but the fighter went away trailing smoke. Artillery fire joined in to stop the Soviet maneuver. "For Christ's sake, stop so I can shoot one of the fuckers!" the gunner screamed. The tank stopped at once. He fired, hitting a T-72 on the tread. "Reload!" A second tank joined McCall's, 100 meters to his left. It was intact and fired off 3 quick rounds for 2 hits. Then a Soviet helicopter reappeared and exploded the troop commander's tank with a missile. A shoulder-fired Stinger missile then killed the chopper as the German infantry redeployed. McCall watched a pair of hot anti-tank missiles go left and right of his turret, reaching for the advancing Soviets. Both hit. "Antenna tank, dead ahead." "I see him. Sabo!" The gunner cranked the turret back to the right. He elevated his gun to battle sights and fired. "Captain Alexandrov!" the division commander shouted into his microphone. The battalion commander's transmission had stopped in mid-word. The colonel was using his radio too much. 10 miles away, a German battery of 155mm mobile guns tracked in on the radio signals and fired 20 quick rounds. Alexeyev heard the incoming and jumped into a German-dug foxhole, dragging Sergetov with him. 5 seconds later, the area was blanketed by smoke and noise. The general stuck his head up to see the colonel still standing, still giving radio orders. Behind him, the command vehicle was burning, the radios with it. 5 men were dead, another half-dozen screaming with the pain of their injuries. Alexeyev looked with annoyance at a bloody streak on the back of his hand. McCall killed one more tank, but it was the Germans who stopped the attack, using the last of their hot missiles to do so. The remaining Russian commander lost his nerve when half the tanks in the battalion were hit. The survivors turned on their smoke generators and retreated back around the hill to the south. Artillery chased after them. The land battle was over for the moment. "McCall, what's happening down your way?" the troop executive officer inquired. "Where's 6? "To your left." McCall looked and saw the troop commander's burning tank. So that's who it was. "Just us, sir. What's left?" "I count 4. My God, the sergeant thought. "Get me a regiment from the tank division and I can do it. They have nothing left," the colonel insisted. His face was bloody from a superficial wound. "I will do this. How soon can you continue the attack?" Alexeyev asked. 2 hours. I need that long to regroup my forces." "Very well. I must return to headquarters. The enemy opposition was tougher than you expected, Comrade Colonel. Otherwise, your forces performed well. Tell your intelligence section to work harder. Gather up your prisoners and interrogate them rigorously." Alexeyev moved off with Sergetov in his wake. "Worse than I expected," the captain observed, once they were inside their vehicle. "They must have had nearly a regiment facing us." Alexeyev shrugged. "We can't make that kind of mistake very often and expect to succeed. We advanced 4 kilometers in 2 hours, but the cost was murderous. And those bastards in the Air Force. I'll have something to say to our frontal aviation generals when we get back." "That makes you Troop XO, the lieutenant said. It turned out there were 5 surviving tanks. One had both radios broken. "You did good. Real good." "How'd the Germans make out?" McCall asked his new boss. 50% losses, and Ivan kicked us back 4 clicks. We can't expect to survive much more of this. We may have some reinforcements in an hour. I think I convinced Regiment that Ivan really wants this place. We'll be getting help. Same for the Germans. They promised another battalion by nightfall, maybe a second one by dawn. Take your track down for refuel and reload. Our friends may be back soon." "That's 1 little and 2 big attacks for this village. They ain't got it yet, sir." "One other thing. I talked to Regiment about you. The colonel says you're an officer now." McCall's tank spent 10 minutes getting to the rearm point. Fueling took 10 minutes while the exhausted crewman loaded a new collection of shells. The sergeant was surprised that he had to head back to the front, 5 rounds short. "You've been hit, Pasha." The younger man shook his head. "I scratched my hand getting out of the helicopter. I'll let it bleed a while to punish myself for clumsiness." Alexeyev sat opposite his commander and downed a full-liter canteen of water. He was embarrassed by his slight wound and decided to lie about it. "The attack?" "Opposition was ferocious. We'd been told to expect 2 infantry battalions plus tanks. I estimate the actual enemy strength as a damaged regiment, and they had well-prepared positions. Even so, we almost broke through. The colonel in command had a good plan, and his men pushed as hard as anyone could expect. We forced them back to within sight of the objective. I want to release a regiment of tanks from the OMG to the next attack." "We are not permitted to do this." What? Alexeyev was stunned. The operational maneuver groups are to remain intact until the breakthrough is achieved. Orders from Moscow. One more regiment will do it. The objective is in sight. We've chewed up one motor rifle division to get this far and lost half the strength of another. We can win this battle and get the first major rupture in NATO lines, but we have to act now. You're certain? Yes, but we must move fast. The Germans must realize how close this battle has become. They'll try to reinforce also. The lead regiment from 30th Guards Tank Division is 1 hour from the front. If we can get them moving within 30 minutes, they'll be part of the next attack. In fact, we should move the whole division up. This opportunity will not last long. Very well. I will call Stavka for permission. Alexeyev leaned back and closed his eyes. The Soviet command structure. To deviate from the plan, even a theater commander had to get permission. It took over an hour while the staff geniuses in Moscow examined the maps. The lead regiment of 30th Guards was released and ordered to join the motor rifle division in the next attack. But they were late, and the attack was delayed 90 minutes. Second Lieutenant Terry McCall, he still wore his stripes and was too tired to care about his change in rank, wondered how seriously command was taking this little tank battle. 2 battalions of German regulars arrived in tracked vehicles, relieving the exhausted Landwehr men, who moved back to prepare defensive positions in and around the village to their rear. A company of Leopard tanks and 2 platoons of M1s reinforced the position, with a German colonel in overall command. He arrived by helicopter and surveyed all the defensive positions. A tough-looking little bastard, McCall thought, with some bandages on his face and a tight, unsmiling mouth. McCall remembered that if Ivan broke through here, he just might be able to flank the German and British forces that had stopped the Russians' deepest penetration at the suburbs of Hanover. That made the battle important to the Germans. The German Leopards took the frontal positions, relieving the Americans. It was a full troop now, back to 14 vehicles. The troop commander split the force into 2 parts, with McCall commanding the southern group. They found the last line of dug shelters, just southeast of the village. McCall arrayed his newly assigned command with care, checking each position on foot and conferring with each tank commander. The Germans were thorough enough. Any position that did not already have natural shrubbery in place had had it transplanted in. Nearly all of the civilians who lived here had been evacuated, but a handful of people were unwilling to desert the homes they'd built. One of them brought some of the tankers hot food. McCall's crew didn't have time to eat it. The gunner repaired 2 loose connectors and reset the bulky fire control computer. The loader and driver worked on a loose tread. Artillery was falling around them before they finished. Alexeyev wanted to be there. He had a telephone link with the division and listened in on the division command circuit. The colonel, Alexeyev wanted to make him a general if the attack succeeded, complained that they had been forced to wait too long. He'd asked for and gotten a reconnaissance mission over enemy lines. One of the aircraft had vanished. The other's pilot reported movement, but could not provide a strength estimate, so busy had he been dodging surface-to-air missiles. The colonel feared there had been an increase in enemy strength, but without hard evidence could not justify either a further delay or further reinforcements. McCall also watched from a distance. The last row of hills was a mile away, across what had been a farm, but was now covered mostly with small trees, as though the soil had been exhausted. His forces were organized in 2 3-tank platoons. As commander, his job was to lie back and direct them by radio. 20 minutes after the radio reported a strong Russian advance, he began to see movement. German personnel carriers began streaming down the hill toward the village. Some Soviet helicopters appeared to the north. But this time a Roland battery hidden in the village engaged them, exploding 3 before they retreated out of sight. Next came the German Leopard tanks. McCall counted and came up 3 short. NATO artillery pounded the hilltops, and Soviet guns dropped shells in the fields around the American tanks. Then the Russians appeared. "Buffalo, all units hold fire. Repeat, everyone hold fire," the troop commander said over the radio. McCall saw that the retreating Germans were passing through the village. So that's what that little Kraut bastard has planned, he thought. Beautiful. "We have them on the run," the colonel told Alexeyev over the command circuit. On the map table in front of the general, counters were moved and plotting officers made marks with grease pencils. They penciled in a red gap in the German lines.
The leading Soviet tanks were now 500 meters from the village, racing down the 2-kilometer gap between B Troop's tanks.
The German colonel gave his order to the American troop commander. "Buffalo, this is 6. Take 'em." 12 tanks fired at once and hit 9 targets. "Woody, look for antennas," McCall ordered his gunner.
He used his viewing prisms to keep an eye on his subordinates as the gunner traversed right and searched the rear Soviet ranks.
"There's one. Load a heat round. Target tank. Range 2600. The tank lurched sideways. The gunner watched the tracer on the shell arc through the air on its 2-mile path. "Hit!" The second volley from the M1s killed 8 tanks. Then others began to explode from anti-tank missiles launched out of the village.
The Russians had defilated tanks on their flanks, and in front of them was a village bristling with anti-tank missiles. The German colonel had set a moving ambush, and the pursuing Russians had fallen into it.
Already the Leopards were sweeping around left and right from behind the village to catch the Russians in the open. The air control officer brought his fighter bombers in on the Soviet artillery positions yet again.
Soviet fighters engaged them, but while doing that, they could not interfere with the land battle. And now a squadron of German Gazelle missile-armed choppers added their fire into the killing ground.
The Soviet tanks fired off smoke and desperately tried to engage their enemies. But the Americans were dug in deep, and the German missileers in the village skillfully changed firing points after every shot. McCall shifted one platoon right and the other left. His own gunner located and killed a second command tank. Then the Germans enveloped the Russian formation from north and south. Still outnumbered, the Germans nevertheless caught the Russians off balance, raking the tank column with their big 120mm gun tubes. The Soviet commander ordered his helicopters back in to blast open an escape route. They surprised and killed 3 German tanks before missiles began to drop them from the sky yet again. Suddenly it became too much. As McCall watched, the Soviet force wheeled and retreated toward the hills, with the Germans in pursuit. The counterattack was pressed to the limit, and McCall knew that nobody did that as well as the Krauts. By the time he had orders to move, the initial defense position was back in friendly hands. The battle had lasted barely over an hour. 2 Soviet motor rifle divisions had now been decimated on the road to Biba. The crewmen opened their hatches to let fresh air into the stifling turret. 15 empty cases rattled about on the floor. The fire control computer was out again, but Woody had killed another 4 tanks, 2 of them belonging to Soviet officers. The troop commander came over to him in a jeep. 3 tanks damaged, McCall reported. Have to drag them clear for repairs. His face split into a wide grin. They ain't never gonna take this town away from us. Those Bundeswehr regulars made the difference. The lieutenant nodded. Okay, start getting your people reloaded. Oh yeah, last time I came back 5 rounds short. They're thinning out the ammo issue. It's not getting across to us as quick as we thought. McCall thought that one over and didn't like what he came up with. Have somebody tell those Navy pukes that we can stop these bastards if they get their shit together.
USS Faris. Morris had never seen Hampton Roads so crowded. At least 60 merchantmen were swinging at anchor, with a beefed-up escort force preparing to take them to sea. Saratoga was in also, her mainmast gone and a replacement being fabricated on the quay while repairs were underway for less visible damage from her near miss. Numerous aircraft circled overhead, and several ships had their search radars on, lest a Soviet submarine sneak close inshore and launch cruise missiles into the mass of shipping. Faris was tied to the fueling pier, taking on fuel oil for her boilers and jet fuel for her helicopter. The single ASROC she'd expended had already been replaced, as had the 6 chaff rockets. Aside from that, the only thing that needed to be taken aboard was food. Ed Morris handed his patrol report to a messenger who would deliver it to his squadron commander. He would have gone himself, but there was no time. They were scheduled to sail in another 12 hours. This was another 20-knot convoy bound for the French ports of Le Havre and Brest with heavy equipment and munitions. Morris had been given the fleet intelligence report. If anything, matters had gotten worse. 20 NATO submarines were now staked out in the GIUK gap, trying to make up for the loss of the SOSUS line. They reported killing a sizable number of Soviet submarines, but they also reported that some had gotten through. And for each known leaker, Morris was sure that there were 4 or 5 unknowns. The first convoy had gotten virtually a free ride. Those few Soviet submarines in the Atlantic at the time had been spread thin and were forced to race noisily to their convoy targets. No longer. About 60 were thought to be in the Atlantic now, at least half of them nuclear-powered. Morris thought over the numbers, what the Soviet inventory was, how many kills NATO claimed, and wondered if 60 was an optimistic assessment. Then there were the backfires. The convoy would be taking a southerly routing, adding 2 full days to the crossing time, but forcing the Soviet bombers to stretch to the limit of their fuel. Also, 30 minutes before each satellite pass, the convoy would reverse course to a westerly heading in the hope that the Soviets would then vector their bombers and submarines to the wrong point. A pair of carrier battle groups was at sea and would offer support, if possible. Clearly, they wanted to spring a trap on the backfires. The carrier groups would be steaming an evasive path, trying to avoid satellite detection entirely. Morris knew this was possible, an exercise in geometry, but it placed serious limits on the carrier's freedom of action. And having the carrier groups at sea would take up some of the anti-submarine patrol aircraft that the convoys depended on. A compromise, but then all life, and certainly any war operation, was a collection of compromises. Morris lit an unfiltered cigarette. He'd broken the habit years before, but halfway through the outbound leg of his first war cruise, he'd found himself at the ship's store purchasing a carton of tax-free at-sea smokes. The added hazard to his health, he judged, was no more than incidental. Already 9 destroyers and frigates had been sunk, 2 with all hands. Iceland. Edwards had learned to hate the rust-colored contour lines on his maps. Each one announced a change of 20 meters. He tried to work it out in his head, but got no further than 65.6 feet for every one of the goddamned red-brown lines. Sometimes the lines were spread apart by as much as 1/8 of an inch. Other times they were packed together tightly enough that the lieutenant half expected to find a sheer wall. He remembered the one visit he'd had to Washington, D.C., and the time he and his father had scornfully walked past the tourists lined up to wait for an elevator ride to the top of the Washington Monument, preferring to walk the 500 feet up the square spiral staircase to the observation deck. They'd arrived at the top, tired but proud. He was now making that same climb about every 90 minutes, except this time there were no smooth, even steps.
and no elevator awaited them at the top for a more relaxing trip down, and no taxi to the hotel. They climbed 10 contour lines, 200 meters, or 656 feet, 3 hours after breaking camp. Crossing, the map said, from the Skoradal-Shrepper 2nd Order Administrative Division to the Lundar-Reykjadeshrepper 2nd Order Administrative Division. There was no green highway sign to announce this, the Icelanders being bright enough to know that anyone who traveled out here lived here and needed no directions. They were rewarded with 2 kilometers of fairly level terrain as they walked between a pair of marshes. It was littered with rock and ash from what seemed to be an extinct volcano about 4 miles away. "Take a break," Edward said. He sat down next to a 3-foot rock so that he'd have something to lean against, and was surprised when Vigdis came over. She sat down 3 feet away, facing him. "How are you today?" he asked. There was life in her eyes now, Mike saw. Perhaps the demons that had awakened her the previous day were now gone. No, he thought, they'd never be completely gone. But you had to be alive to have nightmares, and they would probably fade in time. With time, you could recover from anything, except murder. "I have no thank you for my life." "We could not stand by and let them kill you," he said, wondering if it was a lie. If the Russians had simply killed all 3 people in the house, would he have attacked them, or would he have waited and simply looted the house after they'd left? It was a time for the truth. "I didn't do it for you, not only for you." "I do not understand." Edwards took his wallet from a back pocket and opened it to a 5-year-old photograph.
"That's Sandy. Sandra Miller. We grew up on the same block, all the way through school. Maybe we would have gotten married someday," he said quietly.
And maybe not, he admitted to himself. People change. "I went to the Air Force Academy. She went to the University of Connecticut in Hartford. October of her 2nd year, she disappeared. She was raped and murdered. They found her a week later in a ditch. The guy who did it, they never proved he killed Sandy, but he raped 2 other girls at the school. Well, he's in a mental hospital now. They said he was crazy, wasn't really responsible. So someday the docs will say he's cured, and they'll let him out. And Sandy'll still be dead." Edwards looked down at the rocks. "I couldn't do anything about that. I'm not a cop. I was 2,000 miles away. But not this time." His voice showed no emotion at all. This time was different. "You love Sandy?" Vigdis asked. How to answer that one, Mike wondered. It sure did seem like that 5 years ago, didn't it? But would it have worked out? You haven't exactly been celibate these last few years, have you? But it hasn't been the same either, has it? He looked at the photograph taken 3 days before Sandy had been killed. It had arrived in his box at Colorado Springs after her death, though he hadn't known it at the time. Her dark, shoulder-length hair, the tilt of the head, the impish smile that went with an infectious laugh, all gone. Yes. There was emotion in his voice now. You do for her, then? Yes? Yes, Edwards lied. I did it for me. I do not know your name. Michael Edwards. You do this for me, Michael. Thank you for my life. There were the first beginnings of a smile. She placed her hand on his. It was soft and warm. Chapter 27. Casualties. Keflavik, Iceland. At first, we thought that they simply drove off the cliff road. We found this in the vehicle. The major of field police held up the top of a broken bottle of vodka. But the medical corpsman who collected their personal effects found this. The major pulled the rubberized sheet off the one body that had been thrown clear when the vehicle hit the rocks. The stab wound in the chest was unmistakable. "And you said that the Icelanders were as peaceful as sheep, Comrade General," the KGB colonel observed sardonically. The major continued. "It is difficult to reconstruct exactly what happened. There was a farm a short distance away whose house was burned to the ground. We found 2 bodies in the wreckage. Both had been shot." "Who were they?" General Andreev asked. "Impossible to identify the bodies. The only way we knew they were shot was the bullet hole in the sternum, so that was likely done at very close range. I had one of our surgeons look at them. A man and a woman, probably in their middle years. According to a local government official, the farm was occupied by a married couple with 1 daughter, age," the major checked his notes, "20. The daughter has not been found." "What of the patrol?" "They were southbound on the coast road when they disappeared." "No one spotted the fires?" the KGB colonel asked sharply. "There was heavy rain that night. Both the burning vehicle and the farmhouse were below the horizon for the neighboring observation patrols. As you know, the road conditions here have upset our patrol schedules, and the mountains interfere with radio performance. So when the patrol was late getting in, no particular note was made of it. You can't see the vehicle from the road, and as a result, they were not spotted until the helicopter flew over it." "The other bodies, how did they die?" the general wanted to know. "When the vehicle burned, the soldiers' hand grenades cooked off, with the obvious results. Except for the sergeant here, there is no telling how they died. So far as we can tell, no weapons were taken. All the rifles were there, but some items are unaccounted for. A map case and some other minor things. Possibly they were blown clear of the vehicle by the explosions and fell into the sea, but I doubt this." "Conclusions?" "Comrade General, there is not a great deal to go on, but I surmise that the patrol visited the farmhouse, liberated this bottle of vodka, probably shot and killed the 2 people who lived there, and burned the house. The daughter is missing. We are searching the area for her body. At some time after this happened, the patrol was surprised and killed by an armed party, which then tried to make their deaths look like a vehicle accident. We should assume that there is at least 1 band of resistance fighters at large." "I disagree," the KGB colonel announced. "Not all the enemy troops have been accounted for. I think that your resistance fighters are probably NATO personnel who escaped when we took Keflavik. They ambushed our troops, then murdered the farm people in the hope of stirring the local population against us." General Andreev shared a furtive look with his major of field police. It had been a KGB lieutenant commanding the patrol. The Chekisti had insisted that some of their people accompany the roving patrols. Just what he needed, the general thought. Bad enough that his crack paratroopers were consigned to garrison duty, always destructive to unit morale and discipline. But now they were jailers too, and in some cases commanded by jailers. So the arrogant young KGB officer, he'd never met a humble one, had thought to have himself some fun. Where was the daughter? The answer to this mystery certainly lay with her. But the mystery wasn't the important thing, was it? "I think we should interrogate the local inhabitants to see what they know," the KGB officer announced. "There are no local inhabitants, comrade," the major answered. "Look at your map. This is an isolated farm. The nearest neighbor is 7 kilometers away." "But who killed these unfortunates and why is unimportant. We have armed enemies out there," Andreev said. This is a military matter, not something for our colleagues in the KGB. I'll have a helicopter search the area around the farm. If we find this resistance group, or whatever it is, we will deal with it as with any band of armed enemies. You may interrogate any prisoners we manage to capture, Comrade Colonel. Also, for the moment, any KGB officer who accompanies our security patrols will be an observer, not a commander. We cannot risk your men in combat situations for which they have not been fully trained. So, let me talk to my operations officer to see how we will handle the search. Comrades, you did well to bring this to our attention. Dismissed. The Chekist wanted to stay, but, KGB or not, he was only a colonel, and the general was exercising his legitimate prerogatives as commander on the scene. An hour later, an Mi-24 attack helicopter lifted off to check the area around the burned farm. Stornoway, Scotland. Again? Toland asked. Not a bank holiday, Commander, the group captain replied. 2 regiments of backfires departed their bases 20 minutes ago. If we want to catch their tankers, we must move smartly. Within minutes, 2 EA-6B prowlers, designed to find and jam enemy radar and radio signals, were climbing to altitude on a northwest heading. Known with backhanded affection as the Queer, the EA-6B's most striking characteristic was its canopies, inlaid with real gold to protect sensitive onboard instruments against electromagnetic radiation. As the planes climbed, their pilots and electronics officers were already working in their gilt cages. 2 hours later, they spotted their prey, radioed back the signal bearings, and 4 Tomcats rolled down the runway of Stornoway. Norwegian Sea. Cruising at an altitude of 36,000 feet, the Tomcats flew racetrack-shaped patterns north and south of the predicted course for the Soviet tankers. Their powerful search missile guidance radars were shut down. Instead, they swept the skies with a built-in TV camera that could identify aircraft as far as 40 miles away. Conditions were ideal. A clear sky with only a few high cirrus clouds. The fighters left no contrails that might warn another aircraft of their presence. The pilots curved their fighters around the sky, their eyes shifting out to check the horizon, then in to check engine instruments, a cycle repeated every 10 seconds. Well, looky here, the squadron commander said to his weapons operator. The flight officer in the Tomcat's back seat centered the TV camera on the aircraft. Looks like a Badger to me. I don't suppose he's alone. Let's wait. Raj. The bomber was over 40 miles off. Soon 2 more appeared, along with something smaller. That's a fighter. So they have fighter escorts this far out, eh? I count a total of 6 targets. The weapons officer tightened up his shoulder straps, then activated his missile controls. All weapons armed and ready. Fighters first? Fighters first. Light 'em up, the pilot agreed. He toggled up his radio. 2, this is lead. We have 4 tankers and a pair of fighters on a course of about 085, 40 miles west of my position. We are engaging now. Come on in. Over. Roger that. On the way, lead. Out. 2 brought his interceptor into a tight turn and advanced his throttles to the stops. The leader's radar activated. They now had 2 fighters and 4 tankers identified. The first 2 Phoenixes would be targeted on the fighters. Shoot! The 2 missiles dropped clear of their shackle points and ignited, leading the Tomcat to the targets. The Russian tankers had detected the fighters' AWG-9 radar and were already trying to evade. Their escorting fighters went to full power and activated their own missile guidance radars, only to find that they were still outside missile range to the attacking fighters. Both switched on their jamming pods and began to jink their aircraft up and down as they closed, in hope of launching their own missiles. They couldn't run away. There wasn't enough fuel for that, and their mission was to keep the fighters off the tankers. The Phoenix missiles burned through the air at Mach 5, closing the distance to their targets in just under a minute. One Soviet pilot never saw the missile and was blotted from the sky in a ball of red and black. The other did, and threw his stick over, a second before the missile exploded. It nearly missed, but fragments tore into the fighter's port wing. The pilot struggled to regain control as he fell from the sky. Behind the fighters, the tankers split up, two heading north, the other pair south. The lead Tomcat took the northern pair and killed both with his remaining two Phoenixes. His wingman, racing up from the north, fired two missiles, hitting with one and missing with the other, as the missile was confused by the Badger's jamming gear. The Tomcat continued to close and fired another missile. By this time, he was close enough to track the bird visually. The AIM-54 missile ran straight and true, exploding only 10 feet from the Badger's tail. Hot fragments ripped into the converted bomber and detonated the remaining fumes in its refueling tanks. The Soviet bomber disappeared in a thundering orange flash. The fighters swept their radars around the sky, hoping to find targets for their remaining missiles. 6 more Badgers were 100 miles off, but they had already been warned by the leading tankers and were heading north. The Tomcats didn't have enough fuel to pursue. They turned for home and landed at Stornoway an hour later with nearly dry tanks. 5 confirmed kills and a damage, the squadron commander told Toland. It worked. This time. Toland was pleased, nevertheless. The U.S. Navy had just completed its first offensive mission. Now for the next one. Information was just in on the backfire raid. They'd hit a convoy off the Azores, and a pair of Tomcats was waiting 200 miles south of Iceland to meet them on the return leg. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. "Our losses have been murderous," said the general of Soviet frontal aviation. "I will tell our motor rifle troops just how serious your losses have been," Alexeyev replied coldly. "We have lost nearly double our projections." "So have we. At least our ground troops are fighting. I watched an attack. You sent in 4 attack fighters. 4! "I know of this attack. There was a full regiment assigned, more than 20, plus your own attack helicopters. The NATO fighters are engaging us 10 kilometers behind the front. My pilots must fight for their lives simply to get where your tanks are, and then all too often they are engaged by our own surface-to-air missiles." "Explain," ordered Alexeyev's superior. "Comrade General, the NATO radar surveillance aircraft are not easy targets. They are too well protected. With their airborne radar, they can vector their fighters against ours to launch their missile attacks from beyond visual range. When our pilots learn that they are being attacked, they must evade, no? Do your tankers sit still to give their enemies an easy shot? This often means that they must drop their bombs to maneuver. Finally, when they do manage to reach the battle zone, they are frequently shot at by friendly missile units who don't take the time to distinguish between friend and foe." It was an old story, and not merely a Soviet problem. "You are telling us that NATO has command of the air," Alexeyev said. "No, they do not. Neither side does. Our surface-to-air missiles deny them the ability to control the air over the battle line, and their fighters, helped by their surface-to-air missiles and ours, deny it to us. The sky over the battlefield belongs to no one." "Except the dead," the Air Force general thought to himself. Alexeyev thought of what he had seen at Beeben and wondered how correct he was. "We must do better," the theater commander said. "The next massed attack we launch will have proper air support if it means stripping fighters from every unit on the front. We are trying to get more aircraft forward by using deceptive maneuvering. Yesterday we tried to feint NATO's fighters to the wrong place. It nearly worked, but we made a mistake. That mistake has been identified. We attack south of Hanover at 0600 tomorrow. I want 200 aircraft at the front line supporting my divisions. You'll have them, the Air Force general agreed. Alexeyev watched the flyer leave. So, Pasha? Well, that's a start, if the 200 fighters show up. We have our helicopters, too. I watched what happens to helicopters in a missile environment. Just when I thought they'd blast a hole through the German lines, a combination of SAMs and fighters nearly annihilated them. They have to expose themselves too greatly when they fire their missiles. The courage of the pilots is remarkable, but courage alone is not enough. We have underestimated NATO firepower. No, more properly, we have overestimated our ability to neutralize it. We've been attacking prepared positions since this war began. Once we break into the open, yes, a mobile campaign will reduce our losses and give us a much more even contest. We have to break through. Alexeyev looked down at the map. Just after dawn tomorrow, an army, 4 motor rifle divisions, supported by a division of tanks, would hurl itself into the NATO lines. And here seems to be the place. I want to be forward again. As you wish, Pasha. But be careful. By the way, the doctor tells me the cut on your hand was from a shell fragment. You are entitled to a decoration. For this? Alexeyev looked at his bandaged hand. I've cut myself worse than this shaving. No medal for this. It would be an insult to our troops. Iceland. They were climbing down a rocky slope when the helicopter appeared 2 miles west of them. It was low, about 300 feet over the ridgeline, and moving slowly toward them. The Marines immediately fell to the ground and crawled to places where they might hide in shadows. Edwards took a few steps to Vigdis and pulled her down also. She was wearing a white patterned sweater that was all too easy to spot. The lieutenant stripped off his field jacket and draped it around her, holding her head down as he wrapped the hood over her blonde hair. Don't move at all. They're looking for us. Edwards kept his own head up briefly to see where his men were. Smith waved for him to get down. Edwards did so, keeping his eyes open so that he could look sideways at the chopper. It was another Hind. He could see rocket pods hanging from stubby wings on either side of the airframe. Both the doors to the passenger compartment were open, revealing a squad of infantrymen, weapons at the ready, looking down. Oh, shit. The noise from its turboshaft engines increased as the Hind came closer, and the massive 5-bladed main rotor beat at the air, stirring up the volcanic dust that coated everything on the plateau they had just left. Edwards's hand tightened on the M16's pistol grip, and he thumbed off the safety. The helicopter was coming almost sideways, its rocket pods pointed at the flatlands behind the Marines. Edwards could make out the machine guns in the Hind's nose, some kind of rotary gun like the American minigun that spat out 4,000 rounds per minute. They wouldn't have a chance in hell against that. "Turn, you son of a bitch," Mike said under his breath. "What is it doing?" Vigdis asked. "Just relax. Don't move at all. Oh, God. Don't let them see us now." "There. Look there at 1 o'clock, the gunner said from the front seat of the helicopter. "So, this mission isn't a waste after all," the pilot replied. "Go ahead." The gunner centered his sights and armed the machine gun, setting his selector for a 5-shot burst. His target was agreeably still as he depressed the trigger. "Got him!" Edwards jumped at the sound. Vigdis didn't move at all. The lieutenant moved his rifle slightly, bringing it to bear on the chopper, which moved south, dropping below the ridgeline. He saw 3 heads come up. What had they shot at? The engine sounds changed as the helicopter landed, not far away. The gunner had hit the buck with 3 bullets, with little damage to the edible tissue. There was just enough in the 80-pound animal to feed the squad and the helicopter crew. The paratroop sergeant slit the deer's throat with his combat knife, then set to remove the viscera. The local deer were nothing like the animals his father hunted in Siberia, but for the first time in 3 weeks, he'd have some fresh meat. That was sufficient to make this boring mission worthwhile. The carcass was loaded into the hind. 2 minutes later, it circled up to cruise altitude and flew back to Keflavik. They watched it depart, the stuttering rotor sound diminishing on the breeze. "What was that all about?" Edwards asked his sergeant. "Beats the hell out of me, Skipper. I think we better boogie on out of here. They were sure as hell looking for something, and I'll bet you it's us. Let's keep to places with some kind of cover." "You got it, Jim. Lead off." Edwards walked back to Vigdis. "He's safe now?" "They've gone. Why don't you keep that jacket on? It makes you harder to spot." It was 2 sizes too large for Edwards and looked like a tent on Vigdis's diminutive frame. She held her arms out straight in an effort to get her hands out of the sleeves, and for the first time since he met her, Vigdis Augustdottir smiled. USS Faris. "All ahead 1/3, the executive officer ordered. "All ahead 1/3, aye," the quartermaster of the watch responded, moving the annunciator handle up from the ahead full setting. A moment later, the inside pointer changed also. "Engine room answers all ahead 1/3. "Very well." Faris slowed, coming off a 25-knot sprint to commence another drift maneuver, and allowing her towed-array sonar to listen for hostile submarines. Morris was in his bridge chair, going over messages from shore. He rubbed his eyes and lit up another Pall Mall. "Bridge," called the urgent voice of a lookout. "Periscope feather on the port bow. Halfway to the horizon, port bow." Morris snatched his binoculars from the holder and had them to his eyes in an instant. He didn't see anything. "Battle stations," ordered the XO. The alarm gong went off a second later, and weary men ran again to their posts. Morris looped his binoculars around his neck and ran down the ladder to his battle station in CIC. The sonar loosed a dozen ranging pings to port as Morris took his position in CIC. Nothing. The helo lifted off as the frigate maneuvered north, allowing her towed-array sonar to track on the possible contact. "Passive sonar contact. Evaluate as possible submarine bearing 013, announced the towed-array operator. "Steam noises. Sounds like a possible nuke." "I got nothing there," said the active sonar operator. Morris and his ASW officer examined the water conditions board. There was a layer at 200 feet. The passive sonar was below it, and could well be hearing a submarine that the active pings could not reach. The lookout might have seen anything from a spouting whale — this was the mating season for humpbacks — to a streak of foam, or the feathery wake left by a periscope. If it was a submarine, he had plenty of time to duck under the layer. The target was too close to be bottom-bounced, and too far for the sonar to blast directly through the layer. "Less than 5 miles, ASW said. "More than 2. If this is a sub, we're up against a good one." "Great. Get the helo on him right now." Morris examined the plot. The submarine could have heard his frigate as it sprinted at 25 knots. Now, at reduced speed, and with Prairie Masker operating, Faris would be very hard to detect. So the sub's fire control solution had probably just gone out the window. But Morris didn't have one either, and the submarine was perilously close. An urgent contact report was radioed to the screen commander 20 miles away. The Sea Sprite dropped a pattern of sonobuoys. Minutes passed. "I got a weak signal on number 6 and a medium on number 4. the Sonoboy petty officer said. Morris watched the plot. That made the contact less than 3 miles off. "Drop some pingers," he ordered. Behind him, the ship's weapons officer ordered the arming of the ASROC and torpedo launchers. 3 miles off, the helicopter turned and swept across the target area, dropping 3 CAS buoys this time, which sent out active, non-directional pings. "Contact. A strong contact on buoy 9. Classify as possible submarine." "I got him. Bearing 015. This one's a sub. Classify as positive submarine contact," said the towed array man. He just increased power. Some cavitation sounds. "Single-screw submarine, maybe a Victor class. Bearing changing rapidly left to right." The active sonar still didn't have him, despite continuous maximum power pings down the correct line of bearing. The submarine was definitely under the layer. Morris wanted to maneuver, but decided against it. A radical turn would cause his towed array sonar to curve, rendering it useless for several minutes. Then he would have to depend on sonobuoys alone, and Morris trusted his towed sonar more than the buoys. "Bearing to contact is now 015 and steady. Noise level is down somewhat." The operator pointed at his screen. Morris was surprised. The contact bearing had been changing rapidly and was now steadied down. The helicopter made yet another pass. A new sonobuoy registered the contact, but the mad gear didn't confirm the presence of a submarine, and the contact was fading. The noise level continued to drop. Morris watched the relative position of the contact pass aft. What the hell was this character doing? "Periscope, starboard bow," the talker reported. "Wrong place, sir. Unless we're looking at a noisemaker," the operator said. The ASW officer had the active sonar change bearing, and the results were immediate. "Contact bearing 345, range 1,500 yards. A bright pip glowed on the sonar scope. "All ahead flank," Morris yelled. Somehow the submarine had evaded the towed sonar, then popped up atop the layer and run up his periscope. That could only mean one thing. "Right full rudder." "Hydrophone effects, torpedoes inbound, bearing 351. Instantly, the weapons officer ordered the launch of an anti-submarine torpedo down the same bearing in the hope that it would disturb the attacking submarine. If the Russians' torpedoes were wire-guided, he'd have to cut the wires free to maneuver the sub clear of the American return shot. Morris raced up the ladder to the bridge. Somehow the submarine had broken contact and maneuvered into firing position. The frigate changed course and speed in an attempt to ruin the submarine's fire control solution. "I see one," the XO said, pointing over the bow. The Soviet torpedo left a visible white trail on the surface. Morris noted it, something he had not expected. The frigate turned rapidly. "Bridge, I show 2 torpedoes bearing constant 350 and decreasing range," the tactical action officer said rapidly. "Both are pinging at us. The Nixie is operating." Morris lifted a phone. "Report the situation to the escort commander." "Done, Skipper. 2 more helos are heading this way." Ferris was now doing 20 knots and accelerating, turning her stern to the torpedoes. Her helicopter was now aft of the beam, frantically making runs with its magnetic anomaly detector, trying to locate the Soviet sub. The torpedo's wake crossed past the frigate's bow, as Morris's ship kept her helm over. There was an explosion aft. White water leaped 100 feet into the air as the first Russian fish collided with the Nixie torpedo decoy. But they had only one Nixie deployed. There was another torpedo out there. "Left full rudder," Morris told the quartermaster. "Combat. What about the contact?" The frigate was now doing 25 knots. "Not sure, sir. The sonobuoys have our torp, but nothing else." "We're going to take a hit," the XO said. He pointed to a white trail on the water, less than 200 yards away.
It must have missed the frigate on its first try, then turned for another. Homing torpedoes kept looking until they ran out of fuel. There was nothing Morris could do. The torpedo was approaching on his port bow. If he turned right, it would only give the fish a larger target. Below him, the ASROC launcher swung left toward the probable location of the submarine. But without an order to fire, all the operator could do was train it out. The white wake kept getting closer. Morris leaned over the rail, staring at it with mute rage as it extended like a finger toward his bow. It couldn't possibly miss now. "That's not real smart, Captain." Bosun Clark's hand grabbed Morris's shoulder and yanked him down to the deck. He was just grabbing for the executive officer when it hit. The impact lifted Morris a foot off the steel deck. He didn't hear the explosion, but an instant after he had bounced off the steel a second time, he was deluged with a sheet of white water that washed him against a stanchion. His first thought was that he'd been thrown overboard. He rose to see his executive officer, headless, slumped against the pilot house door. The bridge wing was torn apart, the stout metal shielding ripped by fragments. The pilot house windows were gone. What he saw next was worse. The torpedo had struck the frigate just aft of the bow-mounted sonar. Already the bow had collapsed, the keel sundered by the explosion. The forecastle was awash, and the horrible groaning of metal told him that the bow was being ripped off his ship. Morris staggered into the bridge and yanked the annunciator handle to all stop, failing to notice that the engineers had already stopped engines. The ship's momentum pushed her forward. As Morris watched, the bow twisted to starboard, 10 degrees off true, and the forward gun mount became awash, its crew trying to head aft. Below the mount were other men. Morris knew that they were dead, hoped that they had died instantly, and were not drowning, trapped in a sinking steel cage. His men. How many had their battle stations forward of the ASROC launcher? Then the bow tore away. 100 feet of the ship left the remainder to the accompaniment of screeching metal. It turned as he watched, colliding with the after part of the ship as it rotated in the water like a small berg. There was movement at an exposed watertight door. He saw a man try to get free and succeed, the figure jumping into the water and swimming away from the wallowing bow. The bridge crew was alive, all cut by flying glass, but at their posts. Chief Clark took a quick look at the pilot house, then ran below to assist with damage control. The damage control parties were already racing forward with fire hoses and welding gear. And at Damage Control Central, the men examined the trouble board to see how severe the flooding was. Morris lifted a sound-powered phone and twisted the dial to this compartment. "Damage Control report. Flooding aft to frame 36, but I think she'll float. For a little while anyway. No fires. Waiting for reports now." Morris switched settings on the phone. "Combat, radio the screen commander that we've taken a hit and need assistance." "Done, sir. Gallery's heading out this way. Looks like the sub got away. They're still searching for her. We have some shock damage here. All the radars are down. Bow sonar is out. ASROC is out. The tail is still working, though, and the Mark 32 mounts still work. Wait, screen commander's sending us a tug, sir." "Okay, you have the con. I'm going below to look at the damage." You have the con, Morris thought. How do you con a ship that ain't moving? A minute later, he was at a bulkhead, watching men trying to shore it up with lumber. "This one's fairly solid, sir. The next one forward's leaking like a damn sieve. No way we'll patch it all. When the bow let go, it must have twisted everything loose." The officer grabbed a seaman by the shoulder. "Go to the after DC locker and get more 4x4s. "Will this one hold?" "I don't know. Clark is checking the bottom out now. We'll have to weld in some patches and stiffeners. Give me about 10 minutes and I'll tell you if she'll float or not." Clark appeared. He was breathing heavily. The bulkhead sprung at the tank tops, and there's a small crack too. Leaking pretty good. The pumps are on and just about keeping even. I think we can shore it up, but we have to hustle.
The damage control officer led the welders below at once. 2 men appeared with a portable pump. Morris ordered them below.
How many men missing?
Morris asked Chief Clark. He was holding his arm strangely.
All the guys made it out of the 5-inch mount, but I haven't seen anybody from below decks. Shit, I think I broke something myself.
Clark looked at his right arm and shook his head angrily.
I don't think many guys made it out of the bow, sir. The watertight doors are twisted some. They gotta be jammed tight.
Get that arm looked at, Morris ordered.
Oh, fuck the arm, Skipper. You need me.
The man was right. Morris went back topside with Clark behind him. On reaching the bridge, Morris dialed up engineering. The noise on the phone answered his first question. The engineer spoke over the hiss of escaping steam.
Shock damage, Captain. We got some ruptured steam pipes on the number 1 boiler. I think number 2 will still work, but I've popped the safeties on both just in case. The diesel generators are online. I got some hurt men here. I'm sending them out. Okay, we just did a check of number 2 boiler. A few minor leaks, but we can fix them quick. Otherwise, everything looks pretty tight. I can have it back online in 15 minutes.
We need it. Morris hung up. Farris lay dead in the water. With the safety valves opened, steam vented onto the massive stacked structure, giving off a dreadful rasping sound that seemed like the ship's own cry of pain. The frigate's sleek clipper bow had been replaced by a flat face of torn metal and hanging wires. The water around the ship was foul with oil from ruptured fuel tanks. For the first time, Morris noticed that the ship was down by the stern. When he stood straight, the ship was misaligned. He knew he had to wait for another damage control report. As with an accident victim, the prognosis depended on the work of surgeons, and they could not be rushed or disturbed. He lifted the phone to CIC. Combat, bridge. What's the status of that submarine contact?
Gallery's helo dropped on it, but the torp ran dry without hitting anything. Looks like he ran northeast, but we haven't had anything for about 5 minutes. There's an Orion in the area now. Tell them to check inside of us. This character isn't going to run away unless he has to. He might be running in, not out. Tell the screen commander. Aye, Captain. He hadn't hung the phone up when it buzzed. Captain speaking. She'll float, sir, the damage control officer said at once. We're patching the bulkhead now. It won't be tight, but the pumps can handle the leakage. Unless something else goes bad on us, we'll get her home. They sending the tug out to us? Yes. If we get a tow, sir, it better be stern first. I don't want to think about trying to run this one into a seaway. Right. Morris looked at Clark. Get a gang of men aft. We'll be taking the tow at the stern, rig it up. Have them launch the whaleboat to look for survivors. I saw at least 1 man in the water. And get a sling on that arm. You got it, Captain. Clark moved aft. Morris went to CIC and found a working radio. X-ray Alpha, this is Farris, Morris called to the screen commander. State your condition. We took 1 hit forward. The bow has gone all the way to the ASROC launcher. We cannot maneuver. I can keep her afloat unless we hit some bad weather. Both boilers currently down, but we should have power back in less than 10 minutes. We have casualties, but I don't know how many or how bad yet. Commodore, we got hit by a nuke boat, probably a Victor. Unless I miss my guess, he's headed your way. We lost him, but he was heading out, the Commodore said. Start looking inside, sir, Morris urged. This fellow got to knife fighting range and pulled a beautiful number on us. This one isn't going to run away for long. He's too damn good for that. The Commodore thought that one over briefly. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Gallery's en route to you. What other assistance do you need? You need Gallery more than we do. Just send us the tug, Morris answered. He knew that the submarine wouldn't be coming back to finish the kill. He'd accomplished that part of his mission. Next, he'd try to kill some merchants. Roger that. Let me know if you need anything else. Good luck, Ed. Thank you, sir. Out. Morris ordered his helo to drop a double ring of sonobuoys around his ship, just in case. Then the Sea Sprite found 3 men in the water, one of them dead. The whaleboat recovered them, allowing the helo to rejoin the convoy. It was assigned to Gallery, which took Ferris's station as the convoy angled south. Below, welders worked their gear in waist-deep salt water as they struggled to seal off the breaks in the frigate's watertight bulkheads. The task lasted 9 hours. Then the pumps drained the water from the flooded compartments. Before they had finished, the fleet tug Papago pulled alongside the frigate's square stern. Chief Clark supervised as a stout towing wire was passed across and secured. An hour later, the tug was pulling the frigate on an easterly course at 4 knots, backwards to protect the damaged bow. Morris ordered his towed-array sonar to be strung over the bow, trailing it out behind to give them some small defense capability. Several extra lookouts were posted to watch for periscopes. It would be a slow, dangerous trip back home. Chapter 28. Breakthroughs. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. Be careful, Pasha. As always, Comrade General. Alexeyev smiled. Come, Captain. Sergetov fell in behind his superior. Unlike during their previous frontline outing, both men wore protective body armor. The general carried only a sidearm to go along with his map case. But the captain was now officially a bodyguard, in addition to a staff officer, and had a small Czech submarine gun slung over his shoulder. He was a different man today, the captain saw. On Alexeyev's first trip to the front, he'd been tentative, almost hesitant in manner. It hadn't occurred to the younger man that, as senior as Alexeyev was, he had never seen combat before and had approached this gravest of contests with the same sort of apprehension as a new private. No longer. He had smelled the smoke. Now he knew how things worked or didn't work. The change was remarkable. His father was right, Sergetov thought. He was a man to be reckoned with. They were joined in their helicopter by an Air Force colonel. The Mi-24 lifted off in darkness, its fighter escort overhead. Lammersdorf, Federal Republic of Germany. Not many people appreciated the importance of the videocassette recorder. A useful convenience for the home, to be sure, but not until a captain in the Royal Dutch Air Force had demonstrated a bright idea 2 years before had its battlefield utility been proven in secret exercises, first in Germany, then in the western United States. NATO radar surveillance aircraft kept their customary positions high over the Rhine. The E-3A Sentry aircraft, better known as AWACS, and the smaller, lesser-known TR-1, flew their missions in boring circles or straight lines far behind the fighting front. They had similar but different functions. The AWACS was mainly concerned with air traffic. The TR-1, an upgraded version of the venerable U-2, looked for vehicles on the ground. Initially, the TR-1 had been something of a failure. Because it tracked too many targets, many of them immobile radar reflectors set everywhere by the Soviets, the NATO commanders had been deluged with information that was too disordered to use. Then came the VCR. All the data relayed from the aircraft was recorded on videotape anyway, since it was a convenient medium for data storage. But the VCRs built into the NATO system possessed only a few operating features. The Dutch captain thought to bring his personal machine into his office, and demonstrated how, by using fast forward and fast reverse, the radar data could be used to show not only where things were going, but also where they had come from. Computer support made the task easier by eliminating items that moved no more than once every 2 hours, thus erasing the Russian radar lures. And there it was, a brand new intelligence tool. With several copies made of each tape, a staff of over 100 intelligence and traffic control experts examined the data round the clock. Some engaged in straight tactical intelligence. Others looked for patterns. A large number of trucks moving at night to and from frontline units could only mean shuttle runs to fuel and ammunition dumps. A number of vehicles breaking away from a divisional convoy and deploying in line parallel to the front meant artillery preparing for an attack. The real trick, they had learned, was to get the data to the forward commanders quickly enough so they could make use of it. At Lammersdorf, a Belgian lieutenant was just finishing up a tape that was 6 hours old, and his report was sent by landline to the forward NATO commanders. At least 3 divisions had been moved north and south on Autobahn 7, he reported. The Soviets would attack at Bad Salzdetfurt in strength, sooner than expected. Immediately, reserve units from the Belgian, German, and American armies were rushed forward, and Allied air units alerted for a major land action. Fighting in this sector had been vicious enough already. The German forces covering the area south of Hanover were at less than 50% strength, and the battle that had not yet begun was already a race, as both sides tried to get reserves to the point of attack before the other. Hola, Federal Republic of Germany. 30 minutes, Alexeyev told Sergetov. 4 motor rifle divisions were online, covering a front of less than 20 kilometers. Behind them, a tank division waited to exploit the first breach in German lines. The objective was the town of Alfeld on the Leine River. The town commanded 2 roads being used by NATO to shuttle units and supplies north and south, and its capture would open a breach in the NATO lines, allowing the Soviet operational maneuver groups to burst into NATO's rear. Comrade General, how are things progressing, in your opinion? The captain asked quietly. Ask me in a few hours, the general answered. The river valley to his rear was yet another wasteland of men and arms. They were only 30 kilometers from the border, and the Red Army's tanks had been expected to reach Hola in only 2 days. Alexeyev frowned, wondering what staff genius had come up with that timetable. Again, the human factor had been overlooked. The morale and fighting spirit of the Germans was like nothing he had ever seen. He remembered his father's stories of the battles across the Ukraine and Poland, but he had never quite believed them. He believed them now. The Germans contested every lump of dirt in their country like wolves defending their cubs, retreating only when they were forced to, counterattacking at every opportunity, draining the blood from the advancing Russian units as they brought every weapon they had to bear. Soviet doctrine had predicted heavy losses. The battle of movement could be achieved only by costly frontal assault, which first had to blast a hole in the front lines. But the NATO armies were denying that hole to the Soviets. Their sophisticated weapons, firing from safe, prepared positions, were ripping through each attack wave. Their aircraft attacks in the Soviet rear sapped the strength of units before they could be committed to decisive battle, and played hob with artillery support despite the most careful deceptive measures. The Red Army was moving forward, Alexeyev reminded himself, and NATO was paying its own price. Their reserves were also being thinned out. The German forces were not using their mobility as Alexeyev would have, too often tying themselves to geographic locations instead of fighting the Soviet forces on the move. Of course, the general thought, they didn't have very much terrain to trade for time. He checked his watch. A sheet of flame rose from the forests below him as Russian artillery began its preparatory bombardment. Next came the multiple rocket launchers, and the morning sky was alight with streaks of fire.
Alexeyev turned his binoculars downrange. In a few seconds, he saw the orange-white explosions of the rounds as they impacted on NATO lines. He was too far from the fighting front to see any detail, but an area that had to be many kilometers across lit up like the neon signs so popular in the West. There was a roar overhead, and the general saw the leading elements of the ground attack fighters racing to the front.
"Thank you, Comrade General," Alexeyev breathed.
He counted at least 30 Sukhoi and MiG fighter bombers, all hugging the ground as they headed toward the battle line. His face crinkled into a determined smile as he walked into the command bunker.
"The lead elements are moving now," the colonel announced. On a table made of rough planks laid across sawhorses, grease pencil marks were made on the tactical maps. Red arrows began their march toward a series of blue lines. The plotters were all lieutenants, and each wore a telephone headset linked to a specific regimental headquarters. The officers connected to reserve units stood away from the table, puffing on their cigarettes as they watched the march of the arrows. Behind them, the commander of 8th Guards Army stood quietly, watching his plan of attack unfold. "Meeting moderate resistance. Enemy artillery and tank fire is being encountered," a lieutenant said. Explosions rocked the command bunker. 2 kilometers away, a flight of German Phantoms had just torn into a battalion of mobile guns. "Enemy fighters overhead," the air defense officer said belatedly. A few eyes looked apprehensively up at the log ceiling of the bunker. Alexeyev's didn't join them. A NATO smart bomb would kill them all in a blink. Much as he enjoyed his post as deputy commander of the theater, he wished himself back to the days when he had commanded a fighting division. Here he was only an observer and felt the need to have the reins in his own 2 hands. "Artillery reports heavy counter-battery fire and air attacks. Our missiles are engaging enemy aircraft in the 57th Motor Rifle Division's rear area," the air defense officer went on. "Heavy air activity over the front." "Our fighters are engaging NATO aircraft," the frontal aviation officer reported. He looked up angrily. "Friendly SAMs are shooting down our fighters." "Air defense officer," Alexeyev shouted, "tell your units to identify their targets." "We have 50 aircraft over the front. We can handle the NATO fighters alone," the aviator insisted. "Tell all SAM batteries to hold fire on all targets above 1,000 meters," Alexeyev ordered. He had discussed this with his frontal aviation commander the night before. The MiG pilots were to stay high after making their own attack runs, leaving the missile and gun batteries free to engage only those NATO aircraft that were an immediate threat to ground units. Why were his own planes getting hit? 30,000 feet over the Rhine, 2 NATO E-3A radar aircraft fought for their lives. A determined Soviet attack was underway, 2 regiments of MiG-23 interceptors rocketing through the sky toward them. The onboard controllers were calling for help. This both distracted them from countering the attack and stripped fighters from other missions. Heedless of their own safety, the Russians came west at over 1,000 miles per hour with heavy jamming support. American F-15 Eagles and French Mirage jets converged on the threat, filling the sky with missiles. It was not enough. When the MiGs got to within 60 miles, the AWACS aircraft shut down their radars and dove for the ground to evade the attack. The NATO fighters over Bad Salzdetfurt were on their own. For the first time, the Soviets had achieved air superiority over a major battlefield. 143rd Guards Rifle Regiment reports they have broken through German lines, a lieutenant said. He didn't look up, but extended the arrow for which he was responsible. Enemy units retreating in disarray. 145th Guards checking in, reported the plotting officer next to him. The first line of German resistance has collapsed, proceeding south along the axis of the rail line. Enemy units are on the run. They are not regrouping, not attempting to turn. The general commanding 8th Guards Army gave Alexeyev a triumphant look. "Get that tank division moving!" The 2 understrength German brigades covering this sector had suffered too much, been called upon to stop too many attacks. Their men spent, their weapons depleted, they had no choice but to run from the enemy, hoping to form a new line in the woods behind Highway 243. At Hackenstedt, 4 kilometers away, 20th Guards Tank Division started moving down the road. Its 300 T-80 main battle tanks, supported by several hundred more infantry assault carriers, spread left and right of the secondary road and formed its attack formation in columns of regiments. The 20th Tanks was the Operation Maneuver Group for 8th Guards Army. Since the war had begun, the Soviet Army had been trying to break one of these powerful units into the NATO rear. It was now possible. "Well done, Comrade General," Alexeyev said. The plotting table showed a general breakthrough. 3 of the 4 attacking motor rifle divisions had broken through the German lines. The MiGs succeeded in killing 1 of the AWACS aircraft and 3 Eagle fighters, at the price of 19 of their own, in a furious air battle that lasted 15 minutes. The surviving AWACS was back at altitude now, 80 miles behind the Rhine, and its radar operators were working to re-establish control of the air battle over central Germany as the MiGs ran for home through a cloud of NATO surface-to-air missiles. At murderous cost, they had accomplished a mission for which they had not even been briefed. But this was only the beginning. Now that the initial attack had succeeded, the most difficult part of the battle was underway. The generals and colonels commanding the attack had to move their units forward rapidly, careful to keep the formations intact as they leapfrogged their artillery southwest to provide continuous support for the advancing regiments. The tank division had the highest priority. It had to hit the next set of German lines only minutes behind the motor rifle troops in order to reach Alfeld before nightfall. Units of the field police established pre-planned traffic control points and directed units down roads whose marker signs had been removed by the Germans. Of course. The process was not as easy as might have been expected. Units were not intact. Some commanders were dead. Vehicles had broken down, and damaged roads slowed traffic well below normal rates of advance. For their part, the German troops were trying to reorganize. Rearguard units lingered behind every turn in the road, pausing to loose their anti-tank missiles at the hard-charging Soviet advance guard, which took a particularly heavy toll of unit commanders. Allied aircraft were reorganizing also, and low-level attack fighters began to engage the Soviet units in the open. Behind the sundered battle line, a German tank brigade rolled into Alfeld, with a Belgian motorized regiment 10 minutes behind. The Germans proceeded northeast on the main road, watched by citizens who had just been ordered to evacuate their homes. Faslane, Scotland. "No luck, eh?" asked Todd Sims, commander of USS Boston. "None," McCafferty confirmed. Even the trip into Faslane had been unlucky. The guard ship for the Safe Transit Corridor, HMS Osiris, had gotten into attack position without their having detected her. Had that Brit diesel sub been a Russian, McCafferty could very well be dead now. "We had our big chance against that amphibious group. Things were going perfect, you know. The Russians had their sonobuoy lines out, and we beat them clean. Just about had our targets lined up for the missile attack. I figured we'd hit with our missiles first, then go in with torpedoes." "Sounds good to me," Sims agreed. "And somebody else launches his own torpedo attack. Screwed everything up. We lofted 3 harpoons, but a helo saw us do it, and bingo! We had the bastards all over us." McCafferty pulled open the door to the officers' club. "I need a drink." "Hell yes," Sims laughed. "Everything looks better after a few beers." "Hey, that sort of thing happens. Luck changes, Danny." Sims leaned over the bar. 2 strong ones. As you say, Commander. A white-coated steward drew 2 mugs of warm, dark beer. Sims picked up the bill and led his friend to a corner booth. There was some sort of small party going on at the far end of the room. Danny, for crying out loud, let up on yourself. Not your fault that Ivan didn't send you any targets, is it? McCafferty took a long pull on his mug. 2 miles away, Chicago was reprovisioning. They'd be in port for 2 days. Boston and another 688 class sub were tied to the same key, with another pair due in later today. They were to be outfitted for a special mission, but they didn't yet know what it was. In the meantime, the officers and crewmen were using their modicum of free time to breathe fresh air and unwind. You're right, Todd. Right as ever. Good. Have some pretzels. Looks like quite a shindig over there. How about we wander over? Sims lifted his beer and walked to the end of the room. They found a gathering of submarine officers, which was not a surprise, but the center of attention was. He was a Norwegian captain, a blond man of about 30, who clearly hadn't been sober for several hours. As soon as he drained 1 jar of beer, a Royal Navy commander handed him another. I must find the man who save us, the Norwegian insisted loudly and drunkenly. What gives? Sims asked. Introductions were exchanged. The Royal Navy officer was captain of HMS Oberon. This is the chappie who blasted Kirov all the way back to Murmansk, he said. He tells the story about every 10 minutes. About time for him to begin again. Son of a bitch, McCafferty said. This was the guy who had sunk his target. Sure enough, the Norwegian began speaking again. We make our approach slowly. They come right, he belched, to us, and we creep very slow. I put periscope up, and there he is. 4,000 meters, 20 knots. He will pass within 500 meters starboard. The beer mug swept toward the floor. Down, periscope! Arne! Where are you, Arne? Oh, he's drunk at table. Arne is weapons officer. He set to fire 4 torpedoes. Type 37 American torpedoes. He gestured at the 2 American officers who had just joined the crowd. 4 Mark 37s. McCafferty winced at the thought. That could ruin your whole day. Kirov is very close now. Up periscope. Course same, speed same. Distance now 2,000 meters. I shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reload and dive deep. You're the guy who ruined my approach, McCafferty shouted. The Norwegian almost appeared sober for a moment. Who are you? Dan McCafferty, USS Chicago. You over there? Yes. You shoot missiles? Yes. Hero! The Norwegian submarine commander ran to McCafferty, almost knocking him down as he wrapped the American in a crushing bear hug. You save my men! You save my ship! What the hell is this? Sims asked. Oh, introductions, said a Royal Navy captain. Captain Bjorn Johansen of His Norwegian Majesty's submarine Cobben. Captain Daniel McCafferty of USS Chicago. After we shoot Kirov, they come around us like wolves. Kirov, blow up! 4 fish, I believe it, Sims agreed. Russians come to us with cruiser, 2 destroyers, Johansen continued, now quite sober. We, evade, go deep. But they find us and fire their RBU rockets. Many, many rockets. Most far, some close. We reload, and I shoot at cruiser. You hit her? 1 hit. Hurt, but not sink. This take, I am not sure, 10 minutes, 15. It was very busy time, yes? Me too. We came in fast, flipped on the radar. There were 3 ships where we thought Kirov was. Kirov was sunk, Blow up? What you see was cruiser and 2 destroyers. Then you shoot missiles, yes?
Johansson's eyes sparkled.
3 harpoons. A helix saw the launch and came after us. We evaded, never did know if the missiles hit anything. Hit? Ha! Let me tell you.
Johansson gestured.
We dead. Battery down. We have damage now, cannot run. We already evade 4 torpedoes, but they have us now. Sonar have us. Destroyer fire RBU at us. First 3 miss, but they have us. Then, boom, boom, boom. Many more. Destroyer blow up. Other hit, but not sink, I think. We escape.
Johansson hugged McCafferty again, and both spilled their beer on the floor. The American had never seen a Norwegian display this much emotion, even around his wife.
My crew alive because of you, Chicago. I buy you drink. I buy all your men drink.
You are sure we killed that tin can?
You not kill, Johansson said. My ship dead. My men dead. I dead. You kill.
A destroyer wasn't exactly as good as sinking a nuclear-powered battle cruiser, McCafferty told himself. But it was a whole lot better than nothing, too. And a piece of another, he reminded himself. And who knows, maybe that one sank on the way home. Not too shabby, Dan, Sims observed. Some people, said the skipper of HMS Oberon, have all the bloody luck.
You know, Todd, said the commanding officer of USS Chicago, this is pretty good beer.
USS Ferris. There were only 2 bodies to bury. Another 14 men were missing and presumed dead. But for all that, Morris counted himself fortunate. 20 sailors were injured to one extent or another. Clark's broken forearm, a number of broken ankles from the shock of the torpedo impact, and a half-dozen bad scaldings from ruptured steam pipes. That didn't count minor cuts from flying glass. Morris read through the ceremony in the manual, his voice emotionless as he went through the words about the sure and certain hope of how the sea will one day give up her dead. On command, the seamen tilted up the mess tables. The bodies wrapped in plastic bags and weighted with steel slid out from under the flags, dropping straight into the water. It was 10,000 feet deep here, a long last trip for his executive officer and a third-class gunner's mate from Detroit. The rifle salute followed, but not taps. There was no one aboard who could play a trumpet, and the tape recorder was broken. Morris closed the book. Secure and carry on. The flags were folded properly and taken to the sail locker. The mess tables were carried below, and the stanchions were replaced to support the lifelines. And USS Ferris was still only half a ship, fit only to be broken up for scrap, Morris knew. The tug, Papago, was pulling her backwards at just more than 4 knots. 3 days to shore. They were heading toward Boston, the closest port, rather than a naval base. The reason was clear enough. Repairs would take over a year, and the Navy didn't want to clutter up one of its own repair facilities with something that would take that long. Only those ships that could be repaired for useful war service would get rapid attention. Even his continued command of Ferris was a joke. The tug had a reserve crew, many of them salvage experts in civilian life. 3 of them were aboard to keep an eye on the towing cable and advise Morris on the things he had to do. Their pieces of advice were really orders, but polite ones. There were plenty of things to keep his crew busy. The forward bulkheads required constant watching and attention. Repairs were underway to the engine plant. Only one boiler was working, providing steam to turn the turbo generators and provide electrical power. The second boiler needed at least another day of work. His main air search radar, they said, would be working in 4 hours. The satellite antenna was just back online also.
By the time they reached port, if they reached port, everything aboard that his crew could fix would be fixed. That didn't really matter, but a busy crew, the Navy has always said, is a happy crew. In practical terms, it meant that the crewmen, unlike their captain, did not have time to brood on what mistakes had been made, the lives that had been lost because of them, and who had made them. Morris went to the Combat Information Center. The tactical crew was rerunning the tape and paper record of the encounter with the Victor, trying to find what had happened. I don't know. The sonar operator shrugged. Maybe it was 2 subs, not just 1. I mean, here he is, right? This bright trail here. Then a couple minutes later, the active sonar picked him up over here. Only 1 sub, Morris said. Getting from here to there is about a 4-minute run at 25 knots. But we didn't hear him, sir, and it don't show on the screen. Besides, he was heading the other way when we lost him. The sonarman rewound the tape to run it all again. Yeah. Morris went back to the bridge, playing it over again in his mind. He had the entire sequence memorized now. He walked out on the bridge wing. The spray shields were still perforated, and there was a faint bloodstain where the XO had died. Someone would be painting over that today. Chief Clark had all kinds of work gangs going. Morris lit a cigarette and stared at the horizon. Reydarvat, Iceland. The helicopter was the last warning they needed. Edwards and his party were heading northeast. They passed through an area of many small lakes, crossed a gravel road after waiting an hour to see what the traffic there was like, none, and began to traverse a series of marshes. By this time, Edwards was thoroughly confused by the terrain. The mixture of bare rock, grassy meadows, lava fields, and now a freshwater marsh made him wonder if Iceland might not be the place where God had put everything that had been left over after the world was built. Evidently, he'd made just the right amount of trees, though, because there were none here, and their best cover was the knee-high grass that sprouted from the water. It must be hardy grass, Edwards thought, since this marsh had been frozen not too long ago. It was still cold, and within minutes of entering the marshes, everyone's legs ached with it. They endured the misery. The alternative was to travel on bare and slightly elevated ground, not something to be contemplated with enemy helicopters about. Vigdis surprised them with her endurance. She kept up with the Marines without faltering or complaining. A true country girl, Edwards thought. She was still benefiting from a childhood of chasing the family sheep around, or whatever it was you did with sheep, and climbing these goddamned hills. "Okay, people, take 10, Edwards called. Immediately, everyone looked for a dry spot to collapse. Mainly, they found rocks. Rocks in a marsh, Edwards thought. Garcia kept watch with the purloined Russian binoculars. Smith lit up a cigarette. Edwards turned around to see Vigdis sitting down next to him. "How do you feel?" "Very tired," she said with a slight smile. "But not so tired as you." "Is that so?" Edwards laughed. "Maybe we should step up the pace." "Where do we go?" "We're going to Famsfjordur. I didn't say why. I figure another 4 or 5 days. We want to stay clear of all the roads we can." "To protect me, yes?" Edwards shook his head. "To protect all of us. We don't want to fight anybody. There's too many Russians around to play soldier games." "So I don't stop you from important things?" Vigdis asked. "Not at all. We're all happy to have you with us. Who wouldn't like a walk in the country with a beautiful girl?" Edwards asked gallantly. Was that a smart thing to say? She gave him a strange look. "You think I'm pretty after..."
Vigdis, if you were hit by a truck... Yes, you are very beautiful. No man could change that. What happened to you was not your fault. Whatever changes it made are inside, not outside. And I know somebody must like you. My baby, you mean? Mistake. He find another girl. This is not important. All my friends have babies. She shrugged it off. That stupid son of a bitch, Edwards thought. He remembered that bastardy carried no stigma on Iceland. Since no one had a surname, most of the Icelanders had given names followed by patronymics. You couldn't even tell the difference between the legitimate and illegitimate. Besides which, the Icelanders didn't seem to give a damn one way or the other. Young unmarried girls had babies, took proper care of them, and that was that. But who would walk away from this girl? Well, speaking for myself, Vigdis, I've never met a girl prettier than you. Truly? Her hair looked like hell, tangled and filthy, Edwards admitted to himself. Her face and clothing were covered with dust and mud. A hot shower could change that in a few minutes, revealing the lovely thing that she was. But beauty comes from within, and he was only beginning to appreciate the person inside. He ran his hand along her cheek. Any man who says different is an idiot. He turned to see Sergeant Smith coming over. Time to move, unless you want our legs to stiffen up, Lieutenant. Okay. I want to make another 8 or 10 miles. There's farms and roads on the far side of this mountain we're walking around. We'll want to eyeball that area before we try to cross it. I'll call in from there, too. You got it, Skipper. Rogers, take the point and bend it a little west. Bodenberg, Federal Republic of Germany. The ride forward had not been an easy one. 8th Guards Army moved its forward command post as close behind the leading troops as possible. Its commander, like Alexeyev, believed in having his eyes and ears as close to the front as possible. The trip took 40 minutes in armored troop carriers. It was far too dangerous to use helicopters, during which Alexeyev had observed a pair of savage air attacks on Russian columns. German and Belgian reinforcements had joined the action, and intercepts of radio messages indicated that American and British units were also en route. Alexeyev had called up more Russian units as well. What had begun as a relatively simple push by one mechanized army was now growing into a major engagement. He took this to be a good sign. NATO would not be reinforcing if they did not regard the situation as dangerous. The Soviet task was to achieve the desired result before reinforcements came into play. The general commanding 20th Guards Tank Division was in the command post. They'd set it up in a secondary school. A new building, it had lots of space, and until an underground bunker could be prepared, it would have to do. The pace of the advance had slowed, as much because of traffic control difficulties as from the Germans. Straight down this road to Sak, 8th Guards Army told the tanker. My motor rifle troops should have it clear by the time you get there. 4 kilometers to Alfeld. Yes, just make sure you can support us when we jump across the river. The general set his helmet atop his head and moved out the door. It was going to work, Alexeyev thought. This general had done a magnificent job of delivering his unit to the front in nearly perfect order.
The next thing he heard was an explosion. Windows shattered. Pieces of ceiling dropped around him. The Devil's Cross had returned yet again.
Alexeyev raced outside to see a dozen burning armored vehicles. As he watched, the crew bailed out of a brand-new T-80 tank. An instant later, the vehicle brewed up. A fire swept through the ammunition racks inside, and a pillar of flame rose toward the sky as from a small volcano. "The general is dead! The general is dead!" the sergeant shouted. He pointed to a BMD infantry carrier from which no one had escaped alive. Alexeyev found the commander of the 8th Guards Army cursing beside him. The assistant commander of that tank division is a new colonel. Pavel Leonidovich reached a quick and convenient decision. No, Comrade General. What about me? Startled, the commander stared at him, then remembered Alexeyev's reputation as a tank commander and his father's. He made a quick decision of his own. 20th Tanks is yours. You know the mission. Another infantry assault carrier rolled up. Alexeyev and Sergetov boarded it, and the driver sped off toward the divisional command post. It took half an hour before they stopped. Alexeyev saw rows of tanks parked inside the tree line. Allied artillery was falling close by, but he ignored it. His regimental commanders were grouped together. The general quickly gave orders for objective and timing. It spoke well of the general, not dead an hour, that everyone here knew his mission. The division was finally organized, with every part of the assault plan already firmed up. Alexeyev saw at once that he had a good battle staff. He set them to work as his unit commanders rejoined their regiments. His first battle headquarters was fittingly in the shade of a tall tree. His father could have wished for no better. Alexeyev smiled. He found his divisional intelligence officer. What's the situation? A battalion of German tanks is counterattacking on this road leading east from Sak. They should be contained, and in any case our vehicles are moving southwest behind them. The lead motor rifle troops are just inside the town and report only minor resistance. Our leading elements are now moving and should be there within the hour. Air Defense Officer? SAMs and mobile anti-aircraft guns are just behind the leading echelons. We also have friendly air cover. 2 regiments of MiG-21s are on call for air defense, but we haven't had any ground attack fighters assigned yet. They took a beating this morning, but so did the other side. We killed 12 NATO aircraft before noon. Alexeyev nodded, dividing that number by 3, as he had learned. Excuse me, Comrade General. I am Colonel Popov, your divisional political officer. Fine, Comrade Colonel. My party dues are paid to the end of the year, and with luck, I will live to pay them again. If you have something important to say, be quick. If there was anything Alexeyev didn't need now, it was a Zampolit. After we capture Alfeld, if we capture Alfeld, I will let you have the keys to the city. For the present, let me do my job. Dismissed. Probably wanted permission to shoot suspected fascists. As a 4-star general, Alexeyev could not ignore political officers, but at least he could ignore those under the rank of general. He walked over to the tactical maps. On one side, as before, lieutenants showed the advance of his units. On the other, intelligence officers were assembling what data they had on enemy opposition. He grabbed the shoulder of his operations officer. I want that lead regiment right behind the motor rifle troops. If they need some help, give it to them. I want this breakthrough, and I want it today. What artillery do we have set up? 2 battalions of heavy guns are ready now. Good. If those infantry have targets for them, find out, and let's start hitting them now. This is not a time for finesse. NATO knows we're here, and our worst enemy is time. Time works for them, not for us. The operations officer and artillery commander got together, and 2 minutes later, his 152mm guns were delivering fire to the front. He'd have to have a medal awarded to the dead commander of 20th Tanks, Alexeyev decided. The man deserved a reward of some kind for the training he saw evident in this staff. Enemy air attack in progress, a plotting officer said. Enemy tanks emerging from woods east of Sak. Estimate battalion strength. Heavy artillery fire supporting the Germans. He had to trust his colonels now, Alexeyev knew. The time at which a general could observe the entire battle and control it was long past. His staff officers made their little marks on the map. The Germans should have waited, the general thought. They should have let the division spearhead go through, then attack the division supply column. That was foolish. The first time he had seen a German commander make a tactical error. Probably a junior officer who had relieved a dead or wounded superior, or perhaps a man whose home was nearby. Whatever the reason, it was a mistake, and Alexeyev was profiting by it. His leading 2 tank regiments took losses, but they smashed the German counterattack in 10 furious minutes. 2 kilometers. Leading elements now 2 kilometers from Sac. Opposition from artillery only. Friendly units are in sight. Infantry troops in Sac report minor resistance only. The town is nearly clear. Forward scouts report the road to Alfeld is open. Bypass Sac, Alexeyev ordered. The objective is Alfeld on the line. Alfeld, Federal Republic of Germany. It was a scratch team. American mechanized infantrymen and the lead tank squadron of an advancing British brigade reinforced the remains of Germans and Belgians who had been crushed by 5 Soviet divisions that day. There was little time. Combat engineers worked furiously with their armored bulldozers to scrape shelters for the tanks, while infantrymen dug holes for their anti-tank weapons. A cloud of dust on the horizon was all the warning they needed. A division of tanks was reported heading their way, and the civilians had not entirely evacuated the town behind them. 20 miles behind them, a squadron of ground attack aircraft circled, waiting for the call-down signal. "Enemy in sight," a lookout on a church steeple radioed. In seconds, artillery fire lashed at the leading Soviet columns. Anti-tank missile crews popped the covers off their targeting scopes and loaded the first weapons of what promised to be a long afternoon. The Challenger tanks of 3rd Royal Tank Regiment settled into their holes. Hatches shut tight as the gunners zeroed their sights on distant targets. Things were too confused, and there had not been enough time to establish a firm chain of command here. An American was first to fire. The TOW-2 missile sped downrange, its control wires trailing out behind like a spider's web as it reached 4 kilometers to a T-80 tank. "Advanced elements are now under fire from enemy missile teams," reported a plotting officer. "Flatten them," Alexeyev ordered his artillery commander. Within a minute, the division's multiple rocket launchers were filling the sky with trails of fire. Tube artillery fire added to the carnage at the battle line. Then, NATO artillery joined the fray in earnest. "Lead regiment is taking losses." Alexeyev watched the map in silence. There was no room for deceptive maneuver here, nor was there time. His men had to race through the enemy lines as quickly as possible in order to seize the bridges on the line. That meant that his leading tank crews would suffer heavily. The breakthrough would have its own heavy price, but the price had to be paid. 12 Belgian F-16 fighters swept in low over the front at 500 knots, dropping tons of cluster munitions on the lead Soviet regiment, killing nearly 30 tanks and a score of infantry carriers less than a kilometer from the Allied lines. A swarm of missiles rose into the sky after them, and the single-engine fighters turned west, skimming over the ground in their attempt to evade. 3 were smashed to the ground and fell among the NATO troops, adding to the carnage already created by Soviet fire. The commander of the British tanks saw that he lacked the firepower to stop the Soviet attack. There just wasn't enough. It was time to leave while his battalion was still able to fight. He alerted his companies to be ready to pull out and tried to get the word to neighboring units. But the troops around Alfeld came from 4 different armies, with separate languages and radio settings. There hadn't been time to establish exactly who was in overall command. The Germans didn't want to leave. The town had not yet been fully evacuated, and the German troops would not desert their positions until their countrymen were safely across the river. The Americans and Belgians began to move when the British colonel told them to, but not the Germans, and the result was chaos within the NATO lines.
Forward observers report enemy units moving back on the right. Repeat, enemy units appear to be disengaging on the northern side of the town. Move the 2nd Regiment north. Loop around and head for the bridges, fast as they can. Disregard losses and charge for those damned bridges. Operations officer, keep pressure on all enemy units. We want to trap them on this side and finish them if we can, Alexeyev ordered. Sergeytov, come with me. I have to go forward. The attack had ripped the heart out of his lead regiment, Alexeyev knew, but it had been worth the cost. The NATO forces would have to move their units through a smashed town to get to the bridges, and having the Allied units on the north side disengage first was a godsend. Now, with a fresh regiment, he'd be able to run over them, and, if he were very lucky, get the bridges intact. This he'd have to supervise himself. Alexeyev and Sergeytov boarded a tracked vehicle, which motored southeast to catch the maneuvering regiment. Behind them, his operations officer began to give new orders over the divisional radio net. 5 kilometers on the far side of the river, a battery of German 155mm guns was waiting for this opportunity. They had remained silent, waiting for their radio intercept experts to pin down the divisional headquarters. Quickly, the gunners punched the target data into their fire control computers, while others loaded high-explosive shells. Every gun in the battery trained out on an identical azimuth. The ground shook when they began rapid fire. 100 shells fell in and around the divisional headquarters in less than 2 minutes. Half the battle staff was killed outright, most of the others wounded. Alexeyev looked at his radio headset. His third close brush with death. That was my fault. I should have checked the sighting of the radio transmitters. I must not make that mistake again. Damn, damn, damn! Alfeld's streets were clogged with civilian vehicles. The Americans in their Bradley tracked vehicles avoided the town entirely, hurrying down the right bank of the Lena and crossing to the other side in good order. There they took positions on the hills overlooking the Lena and set up to cover the crossing of the other Allied troops. The Belgians were next. Only a third of their tanks had survived, and these covered the southern flank on the far side of the river, hoping to stop the Russians before they were able to cross. German Staatspolizei had held back civilian traffic and allowed the armored units to pass. But this changed when Soviet artillery began bursting in the air close to the river. The Russians had hoped it would impede traffic, and it did. Civilians who had been late to follow orders to leave their homes now paid for their error. The artillery did scant damage to fighting vehicles, but thoroughly wrecked civilian cars and trucks. In minutes, the streets of Alfeld were jammed with disabled and burning cars. People left them, braving the fire to run for the bridges, and the tanks trying to make their way to the river found their way blocked. Their only escape was over the bodies of innocent civilians, and even when ordered to proceed, the drivers shrank from it. Gunners rotated their turrets to face over the rear and began to engage the Russian tanks now entering the town. Smoke from burning buildings wafted across everyone's field of view. Cannon fired at targets glimpsed for a moment. Rounds went wild, and the streets of Alfeld turned into a slaughterhouse of soldiers and non-combatants. There they are, Sergeytov pointed. 3 highway bridges spanned the Lena. Alexeyev started to give orders, but they weren't necessary. The regimental commander already had his radio microphone keyed and directed a battalion of tanks with infantry support to proceed up the west bank, following the same route, still relatively open, that the Americans had used. The American fighting vehicles on the far side of the river opened fire with missiles and their light cannon, killing a half-dozen tanks, and the remainder of the regiment engaged them with direct fire, while Alexeyev personally called down artillery on the hilltops.
In Alfeld, the battle had come to a bloody standstill. The German and British tanks took up positions at intersections largely hidden from view by wrecked cars and trucks, and backed toward the river slowly as they fought to give the civilians time. The Russian infantry tried to engage them with missiles, but too often debris lying in the streets tore the flight control wires, causing the missiles to fall out of control and explode harmlessly. Russian and Allied artillery fire churned the town to rubble. Alexeyev watched his troops advancing toward the first bridge. South of him, the commander of the lead regiment swore at his losses. More than half his tanks and assault vehicles had been destroyed. Victory was within his grasp, and now his troops had been stopped again by impassable streets and murderous fire. He saw the NATO tanks pulling slowly back, and, enraged that they were escaping, called in for artillery. Alexeyev was surprised when the artillery fire shifted from the center of the town to the riverfront. He was shocked when he realized that it was not tube artillery fire, but rockets. As he watched, explosions appeared at random over the riverfront. Then rounds began exploding in the river in rapid succession. The rate of fire increased as more and more launchers were trained on the target, and it was already too late for him to stop them. The farthest bridge went first. 3 rockets landed at once, and it came apart. Alexeyev watched in horror as over 100 civilians fell into the churning water. His horror was not for the loss of life. He needed that bridge. 2 more rockets landed on the center bridge. It did not collapse, but the damage it took was serious enough to prevent tanks from using it. The fools! Who was responsible for this? He turned to Sergetov. Call up the engineers. Get bridging units and assault boats to the front. They have absolute priority. Next, I want every surface-to-air missile and anti-air gun battery you can find. Anyone who gets in their way will be shot. Make sure the traffic control officers know this. Go! The Soviet tanks and infantry had reached the only surviving bridge. 3 infantry vehicles raced to the far side and were taken under fire by the Belgians and Americans as they raced to cover. A tank followed. The T-80 rumbled across, got to the far side, and exploded from an impacting missile. Another followed, then a third. Both reached the west bank. Then a British chieftain emerged from behind a building and followed the Soviet tanks across. Alexeyev watched in amazement as it ran right between the 2 Soviet vehicles, neither of which saw it. An American missile ran just behind it and plowed into the ground, raising a cloud of dirt and dust. 2 more chieftains emerged at the bridgehead. One exploded from a point-blank shot by a T-80. The other fired back, killing the Russian tank a second later. Alexeyev remembered a tale from his boyhood of a brave peasant on a bridge as the British tank engaged and killed 2 more Soviet tanks before succumbing to a barrage of direct fire. 5 more Soviet vehicles raced across the bridge. The general lifted his headset and dialed up 8th Guards Army headquarters. This is Alexeyev. I have a company of troops across the Lina. I need support. We have broken through. Repeat, we have broken through the German front. I want air support and helicopters to engage NATO units north and south of Bridge 439. I need 2 regiments of infantry to assist with the river crossing. Get me support and I might have my division across by midnight. You'll get everything I have. My bridging units are on the way. Alexeyev leaned against the side of his BMP. He unbuckled his canteen and took a long drink as he watched his infantry climb the hills under fire. 2 complete companies were across now. Allied fire was now attempting to destroy the remaining bridge. He had to get at least a full battalion across if he wanted to hold this bridgehead for more than a few hours. I'll get the bastard, he promised himself, who fired on my bridges. Boats and bridges are en route, Comrade General, Sergetov reported. They have first priority, and the sector traffic control officers have been informed. 2 SAM batteries are starting this way, and I found 3 mobile AA guns 3 kilometers off. They said they can be here in 15 minutes. Good. Alexeyev trained his binoculars on the far bank. Comrade General, our infantry carriers are amphibious. Why don't we swim them across? Look at the river bank, Vanya. The general handed his glasses over. As far as he could see, the far side was all set with stone and concrete to prevent erosion. It would be difficult, if not impossible, for the tracked vehicles to climb that. Damn the Germans for that. Besides, I wouldn't want to try that in anything less than regimental strength. That bridge is all we have, and it can't last very long. With the best of luck, we won't have any assault bridges in place for several hours. The troops on the far side are on their own for at least that long. We'll run as many troops and vehicles across the bridge as we can, then reinforce with infantry assault boats as soon as they arrive. The book calls for this sort of crossing to be made in assault boats under cover of darkness or smoke. I don't want to wait for night, and I need the guns to fire live shells, not harmless ones. We must break the rules, Vanya. Fortunately, the book allows for that also. You have performed well, Ivan Mikhailovich. You are now a major. Don't thank me, you've earned it. Stornoway, Scotland. We didn't miss them by much. If we'd seen them 5 minutes sooner, we could have taken a few out. As it was, the Tomcat pilot shrugged. Toland nodded. The fighters had orders to remain outside Soviet radar coverage. You know, it's a funny thing. There were 3 of them flying a nice, tight formation. I had them on my TV system from 50 miles away. No way in hell they could tell we were there. If we had better range, we could follow them all the way home.
Like that game the Germans played on us once upon a time. Send a bird right behind a returning raid and drop a few bombs right after they landed.
We'd never get anything through their IFF, Toland replied. True, but we'd know their arrival time at their bases to within, 10 minutes. That's got to be useful to somebody. Commander Toland set his cup down. Yeah, you're right. He decided he'd put that idea on the printer to Commander Eastern Atlantic. Lammersdorf, Federal Republic of Germany. There was no mistaking it. NATO lines had been decisively broken south of Hanover. 2 brigades were taken from the perilously thin NATO ground reserve and sent toward Alfeld. Unless this hole was plugged, Hanover would be lost, and with it all of Germany east of the Weser. Chapter 29. Remedies. Alfeld, Federal Republic of Germany. As predicted, the bridge lasted less than an hour. In that time, Alexeyev had gotten a full battalion of mechanized infantry across, and though the NATO troops launched a pair of vicious counterattacks on his bridgehead, the tanks he'd placed on the east bank had been able to break them up with direct fire. Now NATO had caught its breath and was assembling artillery. Heavy guns pounded his bridgehead and the tanks on the Soviet side of the river. And to make matters worse, the assault boats had been held up by incredible traffic snarls on the road between Zach and Alfeld. German heavy guns were littering the road and surrounding land with artillery-deployed mines, each powerful enough to knock the tread off a tank or the wheel off a truck. Sappers swept the roads continuously, using heavy machine guns to detonate the mines. But every one took time, and not all were seen before they exploded under a heavily loaded vehicle. The loss of the individual trucks and tanks was bad enough. Worse still were the traffic tie-ups that resulted from each disabled vehicle. Alexeyev's headquarters were in a camera shop overlooking the river. The plate glass window had long since been blown away, and his boots crackled with every step. He surveyed the far bank through his binoculars and anguished for his men as they tried to fight back at the men and tanks on the hills above them. A few kilometers away, every mobile gun in 8th Guards Army was racing forward to provide fire support for his tank division,
and he and Sergetov set them to counter-battery the NATO guns. "Enemy aircraft!" a lieutenant shouted. Alexeyev craned his neck and saw a dot to the south, which grew rapidly into a German F-104 fighter. Yellow tracer lines reached out from his AA guns and blotted it from the sky before it could release. But instantly another appeared, this one firing its own cannon at the gun vehicle and exploding it. Alexeyev swore as the single-engine fighter bored in, dropped 2 bombs on the far side of the river, then streaked away. The bombs fell slowly, retarded by small parachutes. Then, 20 meters over the ground, appeared to fill the air with fog. Alexeyev dove to the floor of the shop as the cloud of explosive vapor detonated from the fuel-air explosive bombs. The shock wave was fearful, and above his head, a display case shattered, dropping broken glass all over him. "What the hell was that?" Sergetov yelled, deafened by the blast, then looking up. "You're hit, Comrade General." Alexeyev ran his hand over his face. It came away red. His eyes stung, and he poured the contents of his canteen over his face to clear them of the blood. Major Sergetov slapped a bandage on his general's forehead with only one hand, Alexeyev noticed. "What happened to you?" "I fell on some of this damned glass. Stay still, Comrade General. You're bleeding like a slaughtered cow." A lieutenant general showed up. Alexeyev recognized him as Viktor Beregovoy, 8th Guards Army's second in command. "Comrade General, you have orders to return to headquarters. I am here to relieve you." "The hell you say?" Alexeyev bellowed. "The orders come from Commander-in-Chief West, comrade. I am a general of tank troops. I can carry on here. If you will permit me to say so, you have performed brilliantly. But you are needed elsewhere." "Not until I'm finished." "Comrade General, if you want this crossing to succeed, we need more support here. Who can better arrange that support, you or I?" Beregovoy asked reasonably. Alexeyev let out a long, angry breath. The man was right. But for the first time, Pavel Leonidovich Alexeyev had really led men in combat. And he had done well. Alexeyev knew it. He had done well. "There is no time to argue. You have your task, and I have mine," the man said. "You know the situation?" "Fully. There is a vehicle in the back to return you to headquarters." Alexeyev held the bandage to his head. Sergetov hadn't tied it properly, and walked out the back of the shop. Where the door had once been, he found a gaping hole. A BMD infantry carrier was there, its motor running. Alexeyev got in and found a medical orderly who clucked over the general and went immediately to work. As the carrier pulled off, Alexeyev listened to the noise of combat diminish. It was the saddest sound he had ever heard. Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. There was nothing like a distinguished flying cross to make a person happy about flying, and she wondered if she might be the first female Air Force pilot to have one. If not, Major Nakamura decided, what the hell? She had a gun camera videotape of all 3 of her badgers, and a Navy pilot she'd met in Brittany before catching a flight stateside had called her one damned fine pilot, for an Air Force puke. After which she had reminded him that if the dumbass Navy pilots had listened to her, maybe their airbase wouldn't be in a body and fender shop. Game, set, and match, she grinned to Major Amelia Nakamura, USAF. All the F-15s that could be ferried across the Atlantic had been ferried, and now she had another job. Only 4 of the 48th Fighter Interceptor Squadron's Eagles were still at Langley. The rest were scattered up and down the East Coast, including the 2 pilots who were qualified for the ASAT anti-satellite missiles. As soon as she'd heard that, she had made a phone call and informed Space Command that she was the Eagle driver who had worked out the ASAT flight profile. And why take a combat pilot off the line when she could handle the mission very well, thank you? She checked to make sure the ugly missile was properly attached to the airframe. It had been taken out of secure storage and re-examined by a team of experts. Buns shook her head. There had only been one real test of the system before a moratorium had been slapped on the project. A successful test, to be sure, but only one. She hoped it would work. The Navy really needed help from the Air Force pukes. Besides, that A6 driver was cute. The Major finished her walk-around, taking her time. Her target wasn't over the Indian Ocean yet. Then strapped herself into her Eagle, ran her eyes and hands over the gauges and handles, adjusted the seat, and finally input the numbers painted on the wall of the aircraft shelter into the aircraft's inertial navigation system so that the fighter would know where it was. Finished, she began to fire up her engines. Her flight helmet protected her from the shriek of the two Pratt & Whitney engines. The needles on her engine gauges rotated into proper position. Below her, the crew chief gave the aircraft a careful examination, then waved to her to taxi the aircraft into the open. 6 people were out there, standing behind the red warning line to protect their ears from the noise. Always nice to have an audience, she thought, ignoring them. Eagle 104 ready to taxi, she told the tower. 104, roger, you are cleared to taxi, the tower controller replied. Wind is 253 at 12 knots. Roger that, 104 is rolling. Buns brought her canopy down. The crew chief snapped to attention and gave the Major a perfect salute. Nakamura answered it with panache, advanced her throttle slightly, and the Eagle fighter moved off to the runway like a crippled stork. A minute later, she was in the air, a silky smooth feeling of pure power enveloping her as she pointed her Eagle at the sky. Cosmos 1801 was just completing its southbound leg, bending around the Straits of Magellan to head north over the Atlantic. The orbital pass would take it 200 miles off the American coast. At the ground control station, technicians prepared to switch on the powerful sea surveillance radar. They were sure an American carrier battle group was at sea, but had been unable to locate it. 3 regiments of backfires were waiting for information that would allow them to repeat the feat accomplished on the second day of the war. Nakamura eased her fighter under the tanker's tail, and the boom operator expertly shoved the refueling probe into the back of her fighter. 10,000 pounds of fuel transferred into her tanks in only a few minutes, and as she disengaged, a small cloud of kerosene vapor escaped into the sky. Gulliver, this is 104, over, she called over the radio. 104, this is Gulliver, replied a colonel in the passenger compartment of a Learjet cruising at 40,000 feet. All tanked and ready to go. All onboard systems show green. Orbiting at Point Sierra. Ready to initiate intercept climb. Standing by. Roger that, 104. Major Nakamura kept her Eagle in a small turning circle. She didn't want to waste a drop of fuel when she started her climb. She shifted ever so slightly in her seat, which, for her, was a violent show of emotion when flying, and concentrated on her aircraft. As her eyes traced over her cockpit instruments, she told herself to control her breathing. Space Command's radars picked up the Soviet satellite as it passed the bulge of South America. Computers compared its course and speed with known data, matched them with the position of Nakamura's fighter, and a computer spat out its commands, which were relayed to the Learjet. 104, come to heading 245. Turning now. The Major brought her fighter into a tight turn. Holding on 245. Stand by. Stand by. Initiate. Roger. Buns pushed her throttles to the stops and punched up the afterburners. The Eagle leaped forward like a spurred horse, accelerating through Mach 1 in seconds. Next, she eased back on the stick, bringing her Eagle into a 45-degree climb, still accelerating into a darkening sky. She didn't look out, Her eyes were locked on her cockpit gauges. The fighter had to maintain a specific flight profile for the next 2 minutes. As the Eagle rocketed into the sky, the altimeter needle whirled around its clock face. 50,000 feet, 60,000 feet, 70, 80, 90,000 feet. Stars were visible now in the nearly black sky, but Nakamura didn't notice. "Come on, baby, find the son of a bitch," she thought aloud. Beneath the aircraft, the ASAT missile's tracking head came on, searching the sky for the infrared heat signature of the Soviet satellite. A light blinked on Bunz's instrument panel. "My weapon is tracking. Repeat, my weapon is tracking. Auto-launch sequence equipment is activated. Altitude 94,000 feet, 700. Breakaway, breakaway." She felt her aircraft lurch as the heavy missile dropped free and immediately brought her throttles back to low power and brought the stick back to loop the fighter. She checked her fuel state. The afterburning climb had nearly emptied her tanks, but she had enough to make Langley without tanking again. She had already turned for home when she realized that she hadn't seen the missile. It didn't matter anyway. Nakamura turned west, letting the Eagle settle into a shallow dive that would terminate on the Virginia coast. Aboard the Learjet, a tracker camera followed the missile upward. The solid fuel rocket motor burned for 30 seconds, then the warhead separated. The miniature homing vehicle, an infrared heat sensor embedded in its flat face, had long since acquired its target. The Soviet satellite's onboard nuclear reactor radiated waste heat out into space, and the resulting infrared signature rivaled the sun. As its microchip brain computed the intercept course, the MHV made a tiny course alteration, and the distance between warhead and satellite dropped at a precipitous rate. The satellite was northbound at 18,000 miles per hour. The MHV southbound at over 10,000. Yet another high-tech kamikaze. Then, "Jesus," said the senior officer on the Learjet as he blinked his eyes and turned away from the TV screen. Several 100 pounds of steel and ceramic had just turned to vapor. "That's a kill. Say again, that's a kill." The TV picture was downlinked to Space Command, where a radar picture backed it up. The massive satellite was now an expanding cloud of orbiting rubble. "Target is negated," said a calmer voice. Leninsk, Kazakh SSR. The loss of signal from the Cosmos 1801 satellite was recorded scant seconds after it was obliterated from the sky. It was no surprise to the Russian space experts, since 1801 had used up its maneuvering thrusters several days before, and had been an easy target. Another F-1M rocket booster was sitting on a launch pad of the Baikonur Cosmodrome complex. An abbreviated launch sequence countdown would be underway inside of 2 hours. But from now on, the ability of the Soviet Navy to locate convoys and fighting fleets would be in jeopardy. Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. "Well?" Bunz asked as she jumped down from her fighter. "Kill. We have it on tape," another major said. "It worked." "How soon do you think they'll launch a replacement?" "One more kill and I'll be an ace." "We think they have one on the pad now, 12 to 24 hours. No telling how many spares they have ready." Nakamura nodded. The Air Force had a total of 6 remaining ASAT rockets. Maybe enough, maybe not. One successful mission did not make it a reliable weapon. She walked over to the squadron headquarters for coffee and donuts. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. "God damn it, Pasha," Sink West swore. "I don't have a 4-star deputy so that he can run around playing divisional commander. Look at you. You might have got your head cut off." "We needed a breakthrough. The tank commander was killed and his deputy was too young. I have given us the breakthrough." "Where is Captain Sergetov?" "Major Sergetov," Alexeyev corrected. "He performed well as my aide. His hand got carved up and he's having it attended to." "So,
What reinforcements do we have moving to the 8th Guards Army? Both generals moved over to a large map. These 2 tank divisions are already en route, 10 to 12 hours. How firm is your bridgehead? Could be better, Alexeyev admitted. There were 3 bridges there, but some madman started dropping rockets into the town and wrecked 2 of them. That left 1. We managed to get a mechanized battalion across, along with some tanks, before the Germans were able to destroy it. They have plenty of artillery support, and when I left, we had boats and bridging equipment coming in. The man who relieved me will be trying to reinforce as soon as he can arrange a crossing in force. Opposition? Thin, but the terrain is on their side. I'd estimate 1 regiment or so, the remains of other NATO units. Some tanks, but mainly mechanized infantry. They also have plenty of artillery support. When I left, it was a very even match. We have more firepower, but most of it's trapped on our side of the lineup. It's a race to see who can reinforce quickest. After you left, NATO threw aircraft in. Our people are trying to hold them back, but NATO seems to be ahead in the air. We can't wait for night. Those bastards own the night sky. Go now? Alexeyev nodded, thinking of what casualties he was bringing down on his division. As soon as we can assemble the boats, expand the bridgehead to 2 kilometers, then get the bridges across. What's NATO bringing in? Radio intercepts have identified 2 brigades en route, 1 British and 1 Belgian. They'll send more than that. They must know what we can do if we exploit this. We have 1st Guards tank army in reserve. Commit half of our reserves here? I can't think of a better place. Alexeyev gestured at the map. The drive toward Hanover had been stopped within sight of the city. The Northern Army groups had gotten into the outskirts of Hamburg at the cost of gutting 3rd Shock Army's tank formations. With luck, we can break all of the 1st into the enemy rear. That will get us to the Weser at least. Maybe the Rhine. A large gamble, Pasha, Sinkwest breathed. But the odds here were better than anything else on the map. If the NATO forces were stretched as thinly as his intelligence staff said, they had to crumble someplace. Perhaps this was it? Very well. Start posting the orders. Fastlane, Scotland. What about their ASW forces? Asked the captain of USS Pittsburgh. Considerable. We estimate that Ivan has 2 major anti-submarine warfare groups, one centered on Kiev, the other on a Cresta cruiser. There are also 4 smaller groups, each composed of a Krivak-class frigate and 4 to 6 patrol frigates of the Grisha and Mirka type. Add to that a large collection of ASW aircraft, and finally 20 or so submarines, half nuclear, half conventional, answered the briefing officer. Why don't we let them keep the Barents Sea, muttered Todd Sims of USS Boston. There's an idea, Dan McCafferty agreed silently. 7 days to get there? Pittsburgh asked. Yes, that gives us a good deal of freedom on how to enter the area. Captain Little? The captain of HMS Torbay took the podium. McCafferty wondered if the Brits had any need for NFL-style nose guards in their team sports. Under 6 feet, but very broad across the shoulders, his head topped by a shock of sandy, unruly hair, James Little certainly looked like one. When he spoke, it was with toughly won assurance. We've been running a campaign we call Key Punch. The objective of Key Punch is to evaluate what ASW defenses Ivan has operating in the Barents Sea. And also, of course, to lop off the odd sov who gets in our way. He smiled. Torbay had 4 kills. Ivan's set a barrier from Bear Island to the coast of Norway. The immediate area around Bear Island is a solid minefield. Ivan's been laying the thing since he took the island by parachute assault 2 weeks ago. South of this area, so far as we can determine, the barrier is composed of some small minefields and Tango-class diesel subs as a front line. backed by the mobile ASW groups and Victor III-class nuclear submarines. Their aim appears to be not so much prosecute to kill as prosecute to drive off. Every time one of our submarines has made an attack on this barrier line, there has been a vigorous response. Inside the Barents, things are pretty much the same. These small hunter-killer groups can be bloody dangerous. I personally had an encounter with the Krivak and 4 Grishas. Inshore, they have helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft in direct support, and it was a most unpleasant experience. We also found several new minefields. The Soviets appear to be sowing them almost at random in water as deep as 100 fathoms. Finally, they seem to have set a number of traps. One of them cost us Trafalgar. They set a small minefield and placed a noisemaker within it that sounds exactly like a Tango snorkeling her diesels. As near as we can make out, Trafalgar moved in to collect the Tango and ran right into a mine. Something to keep in mind, gentlemen. Little paused to let that bit of hard-won intelligence sink in. Right. What we intend you chaps to do is head north-northwest towards the edge of the Greenland ice pack, then east along the edge of the pack to the Svitana Anatrof. 5 days from today, 3 of our submarines will raise pure bloody hell on the barrier, supported by our own ASW aircraft and some fighters if that can be arranged. That ought to get Ivan's attention and draw his mobile forces west. You should then be able to proceed south to your objective. It's a roundabout route, of course, but it enables you to use your towed sonars for the maximum period of time, and you should be able to run at relatively high speed at the edge of the ice pack without being detected. McCafferty thought that one over. The edge of the ice pack was a noisy place, with billions of tons of ice in constant movement. The route has been scouted by HMS Scepter and Superb. They encountered minor patrolling only. 2 Tangos were found in that area. Our chaps had orders not to engage. That told the Americans how important this mission was. They will be waiting for you, so do be careful about engaging something in your path. How do we get out? Todd Sims wondered. As quickly as you can. By that time, we should have at least 1 more submarine to assist you. They'll stay roughly 12 hours ahead of your estimate speed of advance, eliminating any opposition they find. Once you reach the ice pack, you're on your own. Our chaps will be there only as long as it takes to reach the pack. After that, they have other duties to perform. We expect that Ivan's ASW groups will come after you. No surprise there, is it? We'll try to maintain pressure south of Bear Island to tie down as many as we can, but speed will be your best defense in this case. The skipper of USS Boston nodded. He could run faster than the Russians could hunt. Further questions? Asked Commander, Submarines, Eastern Atlantic. Good luck, then. We'll give you all the support we can. McCafferty leafed through his briefing papers to check for the firing orders, then tucked the ops orders into his back pocket. Operation Doolittle. He and Sims left together. Their submarines were at the same key. It was a short, quiet drive. They arrived to see Tomahawk missiles being loaded, in Chicago's case, into the 12 vertical tubes installed forward of the pressure hull in the submarine's bow. Boston was an older boat and had had to offload some of her torpedoes to make room for them. No submarine captain is ever happy offloading torpedoes. Don't worry, I'll back you up, McCafferty said. You do that. Looks like they're almost finished. Be nice to have 1 more beer, wouldn't it? Sims chuckled. See you when we get back. Sims and McCafferty shook hands. A minute later, both were below, seeing to the final arrangements for going back to sea. USS Faris. The Sikorsky Sea King helicopter was a tight fit on the frigate's helo deck, but for casualties the rules were always bent. The 10 worst cases, all scald burns and broken limbs, were loaded aboard after the helo was refueled, and Morris watched it lift off for the beach. The captain of what was left of USS Faris put his cap back on and lit another cigarette. He still didn't know what had gone wrong with that Victor class. Somehow the Russian skipper had teleported himself
from one place to another.
"We killed 3 of the bastards, sir." Chief Clark appeared at Morris's side.
"Maybe this one just got lucky."
"Reading minds, Chief?"
"Beg pardon, sir. You wanted me to report on some things. The pumps have just about dried things out. I'd say we're leaking 10 gallons an hour at the crack on the lower starboard corner. Hardly worth talking about. The bulkhead's holding, and we got people keeping an eye on it. Same story with the tow cable. Those tugboat guys know their stuff. The engineer reports both boilers are fully repaired, number 2 still online. The Prairie Masker is operating. The Sea Sparrow is working again in case we need that, but the radars are still down." Morris nodded. "Thank you, Chief. How are the men?" "Busy. Kinda quiet. Mad." "That's one advantage they have over me," Morris thought. "They're busy."
"If you'll pardon me saying so, Skipper, you look awful tired," Clark said.
The bosun was worried about his captain, but had already said more than he was supposed to. "We'll all get a good rest soon enough." Sunnyvale, California. "We show one bird lifting off," the watch officer told North American Aerospace Defense Command. "Coming out of Baikonur Cosmodrome on a heading of 155, indicating a probable orbital inclination of 65 degrees. Signature characteristics say it's either an SS-11 ICBM or an F-1 type space booster." "Only one?" "Correct. One bird only." A lot of U.S. Air Force officers had suddenly become very tense. The missile was on a heading that would take it directly over the central United States in 40 to 50 minutes. The rocket in question could be many things. The Russian SS-9 missile, like many American counterparts, was obsolete and had been adapted as a satellite booster rocket. Unlike its American counterparts, it had been originally designed as a fractional orbital bombardment system, FOBS, a missile that could put a 25-megaton nuclear warhead into a flight path mimicking that of a harmless satellite. "Booster engine cutoff." "Okay, we show separation and second stage ignition," the colonel said on the phone. The Russians would freak if they knew how good our cameras are, he thought. Flight path continues as before. Already NORAD had flashed a warning to Washington. If this was a nuclear strike, National Command Authority was ready to react. So many current scenarios began with a large warhead exploded at orbital height over the target country, causing massive electromagnetic damage to communications systems. The SS-9 FOBS system was tailor-made for that sort of thing. Second stage cutoff. And there's third stage ignition. Do you copy our position fix, NORAD? That's a roger, acknowledged the general under Cheyenne Mountain. The signal from the early warning satellite was linked into NORAD headquarters, and a watch crew of 30 was holding its breath, watching the image of the space booster move across the map projection. Dear God, don't let it be a nuke. Ground-based radar in Australia now tracked the vehicle, showing the climbing third stage and the spent second stage falling into the Indian Ocean. Their information also was linked by satellite to Sunnyvale and Cheyenne Mountain. That looks like shroud release, the man in Sunnyvale said. The radar picture showed 4 new objects fluttering away from the third stage. Probably the protective aluminum shroud needed for atmospheric flight, but unnecessary weight for a space vehicle. People began to breathe more regularly. A re-entry vehicle needed such a shroud, but a satellite did not. After 5 tense minutes, this was the first piece of good news. The FOBS didn't do that. An Air Force RC-135 aircraft was already lifting off the ground at Tinker Air Force Base, Oklahoma. Its engines firewalled as the flight crew raced the converted 707 airliner to altitude. The roof of what otherwise would be a passenger compartment held a large telescope camera assembly used to inspect Soviet space vehicles. In the back, technicians activated the sophisticated tracking systems used to lock the camera in on its distant target. Burnout, they announced at Sunnyvale. The vehicle has achieved orbital velocity. Initial numbers look like an apogee of 156 miles and a perigee of 148. They'd have to refine those numbers, but NORAD and Washington needed something right now. Your evaluation? NORAD asked Sunnyvale. Everything is consistent with a radar ocean reconnaissance satellite launch. The only change is the orbital intersection path was southerly instead of northerly, which made perfectly good sense, as everyone knew. Any kind of rocket launched over the pole entailed dangers that no one wanted to contemplate. 30 minutes later, they were sure. The crewman on the RC-135 got good pictures of the new Soviet satellite. Before it had completed its first revolution, it was classified as a RORSAT. The new radar ocean surveillance satellite would be a problem for the Navy, but not something to end the world. The people in Sunnyvale and Cheyenne Mountain maintained their vigil. Iceland. They followed a footpath around the mountain. Vigdis told them it was a favorite place for tourists to visit. A small glacier on the northern side of the mountain fed a half-dozen streams, which led in turn to a sizable valley full of small farms. They had a fine vantage point. Almost everything in sight was below them, including several roads that were kept under constant scrutiny. Edwards debated the advantages of cutting straight across the valley toward their objective or staying on the rough ground to the east. "I wonder what kind of radio station that is," Smith said. There was a tower of some sort 8 miles west of them. Mike looked at Vigdis and got a shrug. She didn't listen to the radio. "Not easy to tell from this far," Edwards observed, "but probably they have some Russians." He unfolded his big map. This part of the island showed lots of roads, but the information had to be taken with a grain of salt. Only 2 of the roads had decent surfaces. The rest were called seasonal on the map. Meaning exactly what, Edwards wondered. Of these, some were well maintained, others were not. The map didn't say which was which. All of the Soviet troops they'd seen on the ground were driving Jeep-type vehicles, not the tracked infantry carriers they'd observed on the invasion day. A good driver in a 4x4 could go almost anywhere, however. How good were the Soviets at driving Jeeps over broken ground? So many things to worry about, Edwards thought. Edwards tracked his field glasses over the area to his west. He saw a twin-prop airliner lift off from a small airfield. You forgot about that, didn't you? The Russians are using those puddle jumpers to ferry troops around. Sarge, what do you think? Might as well get a professional decision. Smith grimaced. The choice was between physical danger and physical exhaustion. Some choice, he thought. That's supposed to be why we have officers. I'd at least have some patrols down there, Lieutenant. Lots of roads. Figure some checkpoints so they can keep an eye on the local folks. Let's say that radio's a navigation beacon. It'll be guarded. Regular radio station will be guarded too. All these farms? What kind of farms, Miss Vigdis? Sheep, some milk cows, potatoes, she answered. So when the Ruskies are off duty, there'll be some wandering around to get some fresh food instead of their canned crap. We would too. I don't much like it, Lieutenant. Edwards nodded agreement. Okay, we head east. Just about out of food. There's always fish. Fastlane, Scotland. Chicago led the procession. A Royal Navy fleet tug had helped her away from the quay, and the American sub was heading out the channel at 6 knots. They were taking advantage of a window in Soviet satellite coverage. It would be at least 6 hours before another Russian reconnaissance satellite came overhead. Behind McCafferty came Boston, Pittsburgh, Providence, Key West, and Groton, at 2-mile intervals. What's the sounding? McCafferty asked over the intercom. 570 feet. Time. McCafferty ordered the lookouts below. The only ships in sight were aft. Boston was clearly visible, her black sail and twin diving planes gliding over the water like the angel of death. That was apt enough, he thought. The captain of USS Chicago made a final check of the control station atop the sail, then dropped down the ladder, pulling the hatch closed behind him. Another 25 feet and he was in the attack center, where he closed another hatch, turning the locking wheel as far as it would go. "Straight board shut," the executive officer reported, going through the official litany that signified that the submarine was rigged for dive. Submariners evolved checklists long before aviators discovered them. McCafferty checked the status boards himself, and so furtively did several others of the attack center crew. Everything was as it should be. "Dive. Make your depth 200 feet, McCafferty ordered. The submarine filled with the sound of rushing air and water, and the sleek black hull began her descent. McCafferty reviewed the chart in his head. 74 hours to the ice pack and turn east. 43 hours to Sviatana and turn south. Then came the really hard part. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. The Battle of Alfeld was turning into a living thing that ate men and tanks like a wolf eats rabbits. Alexeyev chafed at being 200 kilometers distant from the tank division he now regarded as his own. He could not complain about his relief, which only made things worse. The new commander had staged a successful forced river crossing, putting another 2 regiments of mechanized infantry on the far bank, and now 3 ribbon bridges were being built across the Lina. Or at least a spirited attempt was underway to build them, despite murderous artillery fire from NATO units. "We have created a meeting engagement, Pasha," Sinkwest said, staring down at the map. Alexeyev nodded agreement. What had begun as a limited attack was fast becoming the focal point of the whole fighting front. 2 more Soviet tank divisions were now near the battle area, racing to the Lina. 3 NATO brigades were known to be heading the same way, along with artillery. Both sides were pulling tactical fighters from other sectors, one to smash the bridgehead, the other to support it. The terrain at the front didn't give the SAM crews enough time to discriminate friend from foe. The Russians had many more surface-to-air missiles, and so a free fire zone had been established at Alfeld. Anything that flew was automatically a target for the Russian missiles, while Soviet aircraft kept clear, working instead to locate and kill NATO artillery and reinforcements. That ran contrary to pre-war doctrine. Another gamble, but a favorable one, Alexeyev judged, given his experiences at the front. That was an important lesson not stressed enough in pre-war training. Senior commanders had to see what was happening with their own eyes. How did we ever forget that? Pasha wondered. He fingered the bandage on his forehead. Alexeyev was suffering from a murderous headache, and a doctor had used 12 stitches to close the wound. Crude stitches, the doctor had told him. They would leave a scar. His father had several such scars, all worn with pride. He'd accept the decoration for this one. "We have the ridge north of the town," 20th Tank's commander called in. "We've pushed the Americans off." Alexeyev took the phone. "How soon on the bridges?" "We ought to have one ready in another half hour. Their artillery support is slackening off. They blew one bridging unit to hell, but this one will be completed. I have a battalion of tanks lined up already. The SAMs are doing well. I can see the wreckage of 5 aircraft from where I'm standing. I see—" The general was interrupted by man-made thunder. Alexeyev could do nothing but stare at the telephone receiver, his fist tightened in anger around the handset. "Excuse me, that was close. The final section of bridge is rolling out now. Those engineers have taken terrible losses, Comrade General. They deserve particular attention. The major in command of the unit has been exposed for 3 hours now. I want the gold star for him." "Then he'll get it." Good. The bridge section is off the truck and in the water. If they give us 10 minutes to anchor the far end, I'll get those damn tanks across for you. How long on my reinforcements?" "The lead elements will arrive just after sunset." "Excellent. I must leave now. I'll be back when we start rolling tanks." Alexeyev handed the phone back to a junior officer. It was like listening to a hockey game on the radio. "The next objective, Pasha? Northwest to Hameln and beyond. We might be able to cut off NATO's northern army groups. If they start to disengage their forces around Hamburg, we go to a general attack and chase them all the way to the English Channel. I think we have the situation we've been hoping for." Brussels, Belgium. At NATO headquarters, staff officers looked at the same maps and reached the same conclusions with less enthusiasm. Reserves were dangerously low. Yet there was no choice. Men and guns converged on Alfeld in ever-increasing numbers. Panama. It was the biggest transit of U.S. Navy ships in years. The gray hulls used both sides of each lock system, preventing westbound traffic from moving. They were in a hurry. Helicopters moved the canal pilots to and from ships. Speed restrictions were broken, regardless of the erosion problems at the Gilliard Cut. Those ships needing refueling had it done as soon as they exited the canal at the Gatun locks, then formed an anti-submarine barrier outside Limon Bay. The formation's transit from Pacific to Atlantic lasted 12 hours under ruthless security. Finished, they departed north at a fleet speed of 22 knots. They had to go through the Windward Passage at night. Chapter 30. Approaches. Boston, Massachusetts. They call it the smell of the sea, Morris thought, but really it's not. It's the smell of land. It came from the tidal marshes, all the things that lived and died and rotted at the water's edge, all the smells that fermented in the marginal wetlands and when released blew out to sea. Sailors considered it a friendly odor because it meant that land, port, home, family were near. Otherwise, it was something to be neutralized with Lysol. As Morris watched, the tug Papago shortened her tow line for better control in the restricted waters. 3 harbor tugs came alongside, their crews throwing messenger lines to the frigate's sailors. When they were secured, Papago cast off and proceeded up the river to refuel. "Good afternoon, Captain." The harbor pilot had come out on one of the tugs. He looked to have been bringing ships in and out of Boston for 50 years. "And to you, Captain," Morris acknowledged. "I see you killed 3 Russian subs." "Only one by ourselves. The others are assists." "How much water are you drawing forward?" "Just under 25 feet. No," Morris had to correct himself. The sonar dome was at the bottom of the Atlantic now. "You did well to bring her back, Captain," the pilot said, looking forward. "My can didn't survive. Before you were born, I guess. Callahan, 792. Assistant gunnery officer. I just made JG. We got 12 Jap planes, but just after midnight, the 30th kamikaze got through on us. 47 men. Well." The pilot took the walkie-talkie from his pocket and started giving directions to the tugs. Ferris began to move sideways toward a pier. A medium-sized dry dock was straight ahead, but they were not moving that way. "Not the dry dock?" Morris asked, surprised and angry that his ship was being moved to an ordinary pier. "Mechanical problems in the dock. They're not ready for you yet. Tomorrow, day after for sure. I know how you feel, Captain, like your kid's hurt and they won't let her in the hospital. Cheer up, I watched mine sink." It made no sense to grumble, Morris knew. The man was right. If Ferris hadn't sunk during the tow, she was safe enough alongside the pier for a day or two. The pilot was an expert. His trained eye measured the wind and the tide, and he gave the proper orders to the tug captains. Within 30 minutes, the frigate was secured to the cargo pier. 3 TV news crews were waiting for them behind a screen of sailors in shore patrol livery. As soon as the brow was rigged, an officer hurried aboard and came right to the bridge. "Captain, I'm Lieutenant Commander Anders. I have this for you, sir." He handed over an official-looking envelope. Morris tore it open and found a standard Navy dispatch form. The message ordered him in terse Navy prose to Norfolk by the quickest available transport. I have a car waiting. You can catch the shuttle to D.C., then hop a short hauler to Norfolk. What about my ship? That's my job, Captain. I'll take good care of her for you. Just like that, Morris thought. He nodded and went below to pack his gear. 10 minutes later, he walked without speaking past the TV cameras and was taken to Logan International Airport. Stornoway, Scotland. Toland went over the satellite photographs of Iceland's 4 airfields. Strangely, the Russians were not making any use of the old Keflavik field, preferring instead to base their fighters at Reykjavik and the new NATO base. Occasionally, a backfire or two were landing at Keflavik, bombers with mechanical problems or running short of fuel, but that was it. The northerly fighter sweeps had had their effect too. The Russians were doing their tanking farther north and east now, which had produced a marginal but nevertheless negative effect on the backfire's range. The experts estimated that it cut 20 minutes off the time they had to search for convoys. Despite the searching done by the Bears and satellite reconnaissance, only 2/3 of the raids actually launched attacks. Toland didn't know why. Was there a problem with Soviet communications? If so, could they find a way to exploit it? The backfires were still hurting the convoys, and badly. After considerable Navy prodding, the Air Force was starting to base fighters in Newfoundland, Bermuda, and the Azores. Supported by tankers borrowed from the Strategic Air Command, they were trying to maintain a combat air patrol over those convoys they could reach. There was no hope of actually breaking up a backfire raid, but they could start thinning the Bears out. The Soviets had only about 30 of the wide-ranging Bear D reconnaissance aircraft. Roughly 10 flew every day with their powerful big bulge radars turned on to guide the bombers and submarines in on the convoys, which made them relatively easy to find, if a fighter could be put out there to find them. After much experimentation, the Russians had fallen into a predictable pattern of air operations. They would be made to pay for that. Tomorrow, the Air Force would have a 2-plane patrol over 6 different convoys. The Russians would be made to pay a toll for basing aircraft on Iceland, too. I make it a regiment, say 24 to 27 aircraft, all MiG-29 Fulcrums, Toland said. We never seem to see more than 21 on the ground. I figure they're running a fairly steady combat air patrol, say 4 birds aloft almost around the clock. They also appear to have 3 ground-based radars, and they're moving them around a lot. That probably means that they're set up for ground-controlled intercepts. Any problem jamming the search radars? A fighter pilot shook his head. With the right support, no. So we'll just have to flush the MiGs off the ground and kill some. The commanders of both Tomcat squadrons were with Toland, examining the maps. Want to keep clear of those SAMs, though. From what the guys in Germany say, the SA-11 is very bad news. The first Air Force effort to flatten Keflavik with B-52s had been a disaster. Follow-up efforts with smaller, faster FB-111s had harassed the Russians, but could not put Keflavik totally out of business. SAC was unwilling to part with enough of its fastest strategic bombers to do this. There still had not been a successful mission against the main fuel storage site. It was too close to a populated area, and satellite photos revealed that the civilians were still there. Of course. Let's get the Air Force to try another B-52 mission, one fighter jock suggested. They come in like before, except he outlined some changes in the attack profile. Now that we have our queers with us, it might work out all right. If you want my help, Commander, you might at least be a little polite about it. The Prowler pilot in the room clearly didn't like to have his $40 million aircraft referred to by that nickname. I can knock those SAM radars back some. Just keep in mind that SA-11 has a backup infrared tracker system. You get within 10 miles of the launchers, they have an even-money chance of smoking your Tomcat right out of the sky. The really nasty thing about the SA-11, pilots had learned, was that it left almost no exhaust trail, which made it very hard to spot. And it was even harder to evade a SAM you couldn't see. We'll stay clear of Mr. Sam. First time, gentlemen, we got the odds on our side. The fighter pilots started putting a plan together. They now had solid intelligence of how Russian fighters operated in combat. The Soviets had good tactics, but they were also predictable. If the American aircraft could contrive to present a situation for which the Russians were trained, they knew how Ivan would react to it. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. He had never expected it to be easy, but neither had Alexeyev expected NATO air forces to have control of the night skies. 4 minutes after midnight, an aircraft that had never registered on their radar had obliterated the radio transmitter station for Sync West's headquarters. They'd only had 3 alternate stations, each more than 10 kilometers from the underground bunker complex. Now they had 1, plus a mobile transmitter that had already been bombed once. The underground telephone cables were still being used, of course, but advances into enemy territory had made telephone communications unreliable. Too often, the cables strung by Signal Corps troops were being destroyed by air attack and badly driven vehicles. They needed the radio links, and NATO was systematically eliminating them. They'd even attempted an attack on the bunker complex itself. The decoy site, set exactly between 2 transmitter stations, had been hit by 8 fighter bombers and liberally sprinkled with napalm, cluster munitions, and delay-fused high explosives. If the attack had been on the real complex, the ordnance experts said, there might have been casualties. So much for the skill of our engineers. The bunkers were supposed to withstand a near miss from a nuclear warhead. He now had a full fighting division across the lineup. The remains of one, he corrected himself. The 2 reinforcing tank divisions were trying to cross now, but the ribbon bridges had been bombed overnight along with the advancing divisions. The NATO reinforcements were beginning to arrive. Their road advances had also suffered from air attacks, though at ghastly cost to the Soviet fighter bombers. The tactics... No, amateurs discuss tactics, Alexeyev thought wryly. Professional soldiers study logistics. The key to his success would pivot on his ability to maintain bridges on the river Lina and to run traffic efficiently down the roads to Alfeld. The traffic control system had already broken down twice before Alexeyev had dispatched a team of colonels to handle things. We should have picked a better place, Alexeyev muttered. Excuse me, Comrade General? Sergetov asked. There's only one good road into Alfeld. The general smiled ironically. We should have made our breakthrough at a town with at least 3. They watched wooden counters march, creep down the line on the map. Each counter was a battalion. Missile and anti-aircraft gun units lined the corridor north and south of this road, and the road was itself constantly swept to rid it of the remotely deployed mines that NATO was using in large numbers for the first time. 20th Tanks has taken a serious mauling, the general breathed. His troops. It might have been a quick breakthrough. Should have been, but for NATO aircraft. The 2 reinforcing divisions will complete the maneuver, Sergetov predicted confidently. Alexeyev thought him right. Unless something else went wrong. Norfolk, Virginia. Mara sat across the desk from Comnav Surflant, Commander, Naval Surface Forces, U.S. Atlantic Fleet. A 3-star admiral, he'd spent his whole career in what he liked to call the real Navy, frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. The small gray ships lacked the glamour of aviation and the mystery of the submarines, but right now they were the key to getting the convoys across the Atlantic. Ivan's changed tactics on us. A hell of a lot faster than we thought he was able to. They're going for the escorts. The attack on your frigate was deliberate. You didn't just stumble across him. He was probably laying for you. They're trying to roll back the escorts? Yes, but with particular attention to the ships with tails. We've hurt their submarine force. Not enough, but we have hurt them. The Toderay pickets have worked out very well. Ivan picked up on that, and he's trying to take them out. He's looking for the Surtash ships too, but that's a harder proposition. We've killed 3 submarines that tried to move in on them." Morris nodded. The surface towed array sonar ships were modified tuna clippers that trailed enormous passive sonar cables. There weren't enough of them to provide coverage for more than half the convoy routes, but they fed good information into ASW headquarters in Norfolk. Why don't they send backfires after the ships? We've wondered about that too. Evidently the Russians don't think they're worth the diversion of that much effort. Besides, we've got a lot more electronic capability built into them than anyone thought. They're not easy to locate on radar. The Admiral went no further than that, but Morris wondered if stealth technology, which the Navy had been working on for years, had been applied to the Surtash force. If the Russians were limiting their effort to locate and kill the tuna boats with submarines, he thought, so much the better. "I'm putting you in for a decoration, Ed. You did very well. I've only got 3 skippers who've done better, and one of them was killed yesterday. So how bad was your damage?" "She may be a total loss, sir. It was a Victor. We took 1 hit in the bow. The keel let go, and the bow tore off, sir. We lost everything forward of the Azrock launcher. Lots of shock damage, but most of it's already fixed. Before she'll sail again, we have to build her a new bow." The Admiral nodded. He'd already seen the casualty reports. "You did well to save her, Ed. Damned well. Ferris doesn't need you for the moment. I want you here with my operations people. We have to change tactics, too. I want you to look over what intelligence and operational information we have and feed me some ideas. For starters, we might stop those damn backfires." "That's being worked on." The reply held both confidence and skepticism. The Windward Passage. To the east was Haiti on the island of Hispaniola. To the west was Cuba. Blacked out, radar systems fully energized but placed on standby, the ships sailed in battle formation, escorted by destroyers and frigates. Missiles were hung on launchers and trained out to port, while the launch controllers sweated in their air-conditioned battle stations. They didn't expect trouble. Castro had gotten word to the American government that he had had no part in this, and was angered that the Soviets had not informed him of their plans. It was diplomatically important, however, that the American fleet traverse the passage in darkness so that the Cubans could say truthfully that they had seen nothing. As a sign of good faith, Castro had also alerted the Americans to the presence of a Soviet submarine in the Florida Straits. To be used as a vassal was one thing. To have his country used as a base for a war without being informed was too much. The sailors didn't know all of this, just that no serious opposition was expected. They took it with a grain of salt, as they did all intelligence reports. Their helicopters had laid a string of sonobuoys, and their ESM radar receivers listened for the pulsing signal of a Soviet-made radar. Aloft, lookouts trained clumsy starlight scopes around the sky, searching for aircraft that might be hunting them visually, which would not be hard. At 25 knots, every ship left a foaming wake that seemed to fluoresce like neon in the darkness. Maylocks didn't work anymore, one frigate captain grumbled to himself. He sat in the command chair in his ship's combat information center. To his left was the chart table. In front of him, he faced aft, the young tactical action officer stood over his plotting scope. The Cubans were known to have surface-to-surface missile batteries arrayed on their coastline like the fortresses of old. At any moment, the ships might detect a swarm of incoming vampires. Forward, his single-arm missile launcher was loaded and trained out, as were his 3-inch gun and Sea-Whiz topside. The coffee was a mistake, but he had to stay alert. The price was a stabbing pain in his upper abdomen. Maybe I should talk to the corpsman, he thought, and shrugged it off. There wasn't time for that. He'd been working around the clock for 3 months to get his ship ready for action. racing through the acceptance trials and conducting continuous workups, working his men and ship hard, but working himself hardest of all. He was too proud to admit that he'd pushed too hard, even to himself. It came just as he finished his third cup of coffee. For all the warnings, it was a pain as severe and surprising as a thrown knife. The captain doubled over and vomited on the tiled deck of CIC. A sailor mopped it up at once, and it was too dark to see that there'd been blood on the tile. He couldn't leave his post, despite the pains, despite the sudden chill from the blood loss. The captain made a mental note to keep off the coffee for a few hours. Maybe he'd see the corpsman when he got the chance. If he got the chance. There'd be a 3-day layover in Norfolk. He could rest a little then. He knew he needed rest. The fatigue that had been building for days hammered at him. The captain shook his head. Throwing up was supposed to make you feel better. Virginia Beach, Virginia. Morris found his home empty. At his suggestion, his wife had gone home to Kansas to stay with her family. "No sense having you and the kids home worrying about me," he'd told her. He regretted it now. Morris needed the company, needed a hug, needed to see his kids. Within a minute of opening the door, he was on the phone. His wife already knew what had happened to his ship, but had withheld it from the kids. It took 2 minutes to assure her that he was indeed all right, at home and uninjured. Then came the kids, and finally the knowledge that they couldn't arrange a flight home. All the airliners were either ferrying men and supplies overseas or booked solid until mid-August. Ed saw no sense in having his family drive all the way from Salina to Kansas City to wait on standby. Goodbyes were hard. What came next was harder. Commander Edward Morris donned his whites and from his wallet took a list of family calls he had to make. They'd all been officially notified, but another of the duties that came with command was to make the trips himself. The widow of his executive officer lived only half a mile away. A good man with a barbecue, the XO, Morris remembered. How many weekends had he spent in their backyard watching steak sizzle over charcoal? What would he tell her now? What would he tell the rest of the widows? What would he tell the kids? Morris walked to his car and was mocked by the license plate, FF 1094. Not every man got to carry his failure around with him. Most were fortunate enough to leave it behind. As he started the engine, Morris wondered if he'd ever be able to sleep without the fear of reliving again that moment on the bridge of his ship. Iceland. For the first time, Edwards had beaten his sergeant at his own game. For all his alleged expertise with a fishing rod, Smith had come away with nothing after an hour's effort and handed the rod to Mike in disgust. 10 minutes later, Edwards landed a 4-pound trout. "Ain't that some shit?" Smith growled. The last 10 kilometers they'd covered had taken 11 hours. The one road they'd had to cross, they learned, was a busy one. Every few minutes, a vehicle headed north or south. The Russians were using this gravel strip as their principal means of overland travel to Iceland's northern coast. Edwards and his party had spent 6 hours hiding in the rocks of yet another lava field, watching and waiting for a safe time to cross. Twice they'd seen Mi-24 helicopters patrolling the area, but neither had come close. They'd seen no foot patrols either, and Edwards had concluded that Iceland was too big for the Soviet force to control. At that point, he'd taken out his Russian map and set to analyzing the symbols. The Soviet troops were concentrated in an arc extending north and south of the Reykjavik Peninsula. He'd radioed that into Scotland, spending 10 minutes describing the Russian symbology. Road traffic had dropped off at dusk, allowing them to cross the road on the run. They'd found themselves without food in another area of lakes and streams. Enough was enough, Edwards had decided. They had to rest again and began fishing to get themselves some food. The next leg of their journey would keep them well clear of inhabited areas. His rifle and other gear lay next to a rock, covered with his camouflage jacket. Vigdis was with him. She'd hardly left his side all day. Smith and the Marines had found places to relax while their lieutenant did most of the work. The local bug population was out in force today. His sweater kept most of them off his skin, but his face attracted its share. He tried to ignore them. Quite a few bugs had found their way to the surface of the stream, and the trout were going after them. Every time he saw a ripple, he cast the feathery lure toward it. The rod bent again. "Got another one!" he hooted. Smith's head came up, shook angrily, and went back down in the bushes 50 yards away. Edwards had never done this sort of fishing. All his experience was in his father's boat, but the principles were pretty much the same. He let the trout pull against the line, but not too much, just enough to wear him out as Edwards worked the rod up and down, drawing the fish upstream and into the rocks. Suddenly he tripped over a rock and fell into the shallow water, managing, however, to keep his rod tip high. Struggling to his feet, he stepped back, his fatigue pants black and wet against his legs. "This is a big one." He turned to see Vigdis laughing. She watched him work the fish in and began moving toward it. A minute later, she grabbed the leader and pulled the trout clear of the water. 3 kilos, this one. She held it up. At age 10, Mike had caught a 100-pound albacore, but this brown trout looked a lot bigger. He reeled in the line as Vigdis walked toward him. 10 pounds of fish in 20 minutes, he thought. We might just be able to live off the land yet. The helicopter appeared without warning. There was a westerly wind. It had probably been patrolling the road to the east, and the aircraft was less than a mile away before they heard the stuttering sound of its 5-bladed rotor headed right toward them. "Everyone freeze!" Smith yelled. The Marines were in good cover, but Mike and Vigdis were in the open. "Oh, God," Edwards breathed. He finished reeling his line in. "Take the fish off the hook. Relax." She looked at him as the helicopter approached, afraid to turn around toward the incoming chopper. Her hand shook as she worked the hook free of the wriggling trout. "It's going to be all right, Vigdis." He wrapped his arm about her waist and walked slowly away from the stream. Her arm pulled his body close against hers. It came as a greater shock than the Russian chopper. She was stronger than he'd expected, and her arm was a heated path around his back and chest. The chopper was less than 500 yards off, bearing directly at them, nose down, the multi-barreled gun trained directly at them. He'd never make it, Edwards saw. His rifle was 50 feet away under his camouflage jacket. If he moved fast enough to get there, they'd know why. His legs were weak beneath him as he watched death approach. Slowly, carefully, Vigdis moved the hand in which she held the fish. She used 2 fingers to grab Mike's hand at her waist, moving it up and around until it rested on her left breast. Then she held the fish high above her head. Mike dropped his rod and stooped to get the other trout. Vigdis followed his movements and managed to keep his left hand in place. Mike held up his fish as the Mi-24 attack helicopter hovered 50 yards away. Its rotor tossed up a circle of spray from the surrounding marsh. "Go away," Mike rasped through his grinning teeth. "My father loves to fish," the senior lieutenant said, manipulating the flight controls to hover. "Shit on the fish," the gunner snapped back. "I want to catch one of those. Look where that young bastard has his hand." They probably don't even know what's going on, he thought. Or if they know, they have sense enough not to do anything about it. Nice to see that some people are untouched by the madness that's sweeping the world. The pilot looked down at his fuel gauges. "They look harmless enough. We're down to 30 minutes fuel. Time to return." The chopper settled at the tail, and for a terrible moment Edwards thought it might be landing. Then it pivoted in midair and moved to the southwest. One of the soldiers riding in the back waved at them. Vigdis waved back. They stood there as it flew off. Their hands came down, and her left arm held his tight against her. Edwards had not realized that Vigdis didn't wear a bra. He was afraid to move his hand, afraid to appear to make an advance. Why had she done that? To help fool the Russians? To reassure him? Or herself? That it had in fact worked seemed unimportant. The Marines were still concealed. They stood there quite alone, and his left hand seemed to burn as his mind stumbled over what he ought to do. Vigdis acted for him. His hand slid away as she turned to him and buried her head against his shoulder. Here I am, holding the prettiest girl I ever met in one hand, Edwards thought, and a goddamned fish in the other. That was easily solved. Edwards dropped the fish, wrapped both arms around her, and held on tight. "Are you all right?" She looked up at his face. "I think yes." There was only one word for what he felt toward the girl in his arms. Edwards knew this wasn't the time and wasn't the place, but the look and the word remained. He kissed her gently on the cheek. The smile that answered him counted more than all the passionate encounters of his life. "Excuse me, folks," Sergeant Smith said from a few feet away. "Yeah." Edwards disengaged himself. "Let's get moving before they decide to come back." USS Chicago. Things were going well. American P-3C Orions and British Nimrods were scouting the route to the ice pack. The submarines had been forced to detour east around one suspected Russian submarine, but that was all. Ivan was sending most of his boats south, it seemed, confident that the Norwegian Sea was under his control. Another 6 hours to the pack. Chicago was drifting now, finished with her turn at the head of the freight train procession of submarines. Her sonar gear searched the black water for the telltale noise of a Russian submarine. They heard nothing but the distant growling of the ice pack. The tracking team plotted the position of the other American submarines. McCafferty was glad to see they had trouble doing so, even with America's best sonar equipment. If they had trouble, so would the Russians. His crew looked to be in good shape. 3 days on the beach had counted for a lot. The beer supplied by the Norwegian skipper, plus word on what their harpoon had done in Chicago's one real engagement, had counted for even more. He'd already briefed the crew on their current mission. The information was accepted quietly, with a couple of jokes about going back home, to the Barents Sea. "That was Boston, Skipper," the XO said. "Now we're the caboose." McCafferty walked back to examine the chart. Everything looked okay, but he checked everything carefully. With so many submarines running the same course track, the risk of collision was real. A quartermaster ran down the list of the sister subs that had passed Chicago. The skipper was satisfied. "All ahead 2/3, he ordered. The helmsman acknowledged the order and twisted the annunciator dial. "Engine room answers, all ahead 2/3. "Very well, left 10 degrees rudder. Come to new course 348. Chicago accelerated to 15 knots, taking her station at the end of the column as the freight train raced to the Arctic. Chapter 31. Demons. Virginia Beach, Virginia. "Left full rudder," Morris screamed, pointing at the torpedo's wake. "Right full rudder, aye," the helmsman replied, spinning the wheel right, then left, then centering it. Morris stood on the port bridge wing. The sea was flat calm, and the torpedo's wake was clearly visible, following every turn and maneuver the frigate made. He even tried reversing, and that didn't work. The torpedo appeared to go sideways. It stopped dead in the water and rose to the surface where he could see it. It was white, with what seemed to be a red star on the nose. And it had eyes, like all homing torpedoes. He ordered flank speed, but the torpedo stayed with him on the surface now, skimming along like a flying fish, clearly visible to all who could see. But only Morris saw it. It closed ever so slowly as the frigate maneuvered. 50 feet. 30. 10. "Where did my daddy go?" the little girl asked. "I want my daddy." "What's the problem, Skipper?" the exec asked. This was very strange, because he didn't have a head. Sweat poured from Morris's face as he bolted upright in his bed, his heart racing. The digital clock on the headboard said 4:54. Ed got up and walked shakily into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. The second time tonight, he thought. Twice more during the tow back to Boston, the nightmare had come, robbing him of the few hours of rest he allowed himself. Morris wondered if he had screamed in his sleep. "You did everything you could have done. It's not your fault," he told the face in the mirror. "But you were the captain," it replied. Morris had gotten through 5 homes when he'd had to stop. It was one thing to talk to wives and parents. They understood. Their sons and husbands were sailors and had taken a sailor's risk. But the 4-year-old daughter of gunner's mate second class Jeff Evans had not understood why her daddy would never come home again. A second-class petty officer didn't make much, Morris knew. Evans must have worked like a madman on that little house to make it as neat as it was. A good man with his hands, he remembered. A good gunner's mate. Every wall was newly painted. Much of the interior woodwork had been replaced. They'd been in the house only 7 months, and Morris wondered how the petty officer had found the time to get all that work done. He had to have done it himself. No way he could have afforded contractors. Jenny's room had been a testimony to her father's love. Dolls from all over the world had stood on handmade shelves. As soon as he'd seen Jenny's room, Morris had had to leave. He'd felt himself on the verge of breaking down, and some absurd code of conduct wouldn't allow him to do that in front of strangers. So he'd left and driven home, with the rest of the list tucked back in his wallet. Certainly the fatigue that had enveloped him would allow him a night's sleep. But now he stood in front of the mirror, looking at a man with hollow eyes who wished his wife were there. Morris went out to the kitchen of his 1-story house and went mindlessly through the process of making coffee. The morning paper was on the doorstep, and he found himself reading stories about the war that he knew to be inaccurate or out of date. Things were happening much too fast for reporters to keep up. There was an eyewitness account from an unnamed destroyer about a missile that had leaked through her missile defenses. An analysis piece explained how surface warships were obsolete in the face of determined missile attacks and asked where the fleet's vaunted carriers were. That, he thought, was a pretty good question. Morris finished his coffee and returned to the bathroom for a shower. If he had to be awake, he thought, he might as well be at work. He had 1 set of undress whites in the closet. He donned them a few minutes later and walked out to his car. It was already first light when he drove to the Norfolk Navy base. 40 minutes later, he was in one of several operations rooms, where the positions of convoys and suspected submarine locations were plotted. On the far wall, the threat board listed estimated Russian assets and the numbers and types of kills accumulated to date. Another wall showed losses. If the intel guys were right, he thought, the war at sea had the look of a draw. But for the Russians, a draw was the same as a win. "Good morning, Commander," Comnav Sir Flint said. Another man who had not slept very much. "You look a little better." Better than what, Morris wondered. "We have some good news for a change." North Atlantic. The B-52 crews were nervous despite the heavy fighter escort. 5,000 feet above them, a full squadron of F-14 Tomcats flew top cover, having just refueled from KC-135 tankers. The other squadron was tanking now for their part in the mission. The sun was just peeping above the horizon, and the ocean below them was still dark. It was 0300 local time, when human reaction times are at their worst. Keflavik, Iceland. The alarm klaxon jolted the sleeping Russian pilots off their cots. Their ground crews took fewer than 10 seconds to begin pre-flight procedures as the airmen climbed the steel ladders into their cockpits and plugged in their helmet radios to learn what the emergency was. "Heavy enemy jamming activity to the west," the regimental commander announced. "Plan 3. Repeat, Plan 3. In the control trailer, radar operators had just seen their radar screens turn to a cluttered nightmare of white noise jamming. An American raid was coming in, probably B-52s, probably in force. Soon the American aircraft would be so close that the ground-based radars could burn through the jamming. Until then, the fighters would try to engage as far out as they could to reduce the number of bombers before they could strike their target. The Soviet pilots had been well drilled in their time on Iceland. Within 2 minutes, the first pair of MiG-29s was rolling. In 7, all were in the air. The Soviet plan left a third of the fighters over Keflavik while the others charged west toward the jamming, their own missile targeting radars on, seeking targets. They were 10 minutes out when the jamming stopped. A single MiG got a radar contact off a retreating jamming aircraft and radioed Keflavik, only to learn from his ground controllers that nothing was on the scopes out to a range of 300 kilometers. A minute later, the jamming began again, this time from the south and east. More cautiously this time, the MiGs flew south. On orders, they kept their radar systems shut down until they were 100 miles offshore. But when they switched on, they found nothing. Whoever was jamming was doing it from a great distance. The ground controllers reported that 3 jammers had been involved in the first incident and 4 in the second. Quite a lot of jammers, the regimental commander thought. They're trying to run us around, trying to make us use up our fuel. "Come east," he ordered his flight leaders. The B-52 crews were really nervous now. One of the escorting prowlers had picked up the voice radio orders from the MiGs, and another had caught a flash of their air intercept radars to the southwest. The fighters eased south also. They were now 150 miles from Keflavik, crossing the Icelandic coast. The mission commander evaluated the situation and ordered the bombers to turn slightly north. The B-52s carried no bombs, just the powerful radar jammers designed to allow other bombers to reach targets within the Soviet Union. Below them, the 2nd Squadron of Tomcats was heading for the deck, the eastern slopes of the Vatna Glacier. With them were 4 Navy prowlers for additional protection against air-to-air missiles in case the MiGs got too close. "Starting to get some airborne radars bearing 258. Seems to be closing," one prowler reported. Another copied the same signal, and they triangulated the range to 50 miles. Close enough. The mission commander was flying a prowler. "Amber Moon, say again, Amber Moon." The B-52s turned back east and dove, opening their bomb bays to disgorge tons of aluminum chaff that no radar signal could penetrate. As soon as they saw that, the American fighters all dropped their external fuel tanks, and the prowlers broke off from the bombers to orbit just west of the chaff. Now came the tricky part. The fighters of both sides were closing at a combined speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. "Queer check," the mission commander radioed. "Blackie check," acknowledged the skipper of VF-41. "Jolly check," replied the commander of VF-84. Everyone was in position. "Execute." The 4 prowlers flipped on their anti-missile jamming gear. The 12 Tomcats of the Jolly Rogers were strung on a line at 30,000 feet. On command, they activated their missile guidance radars. "American fighters!" shouted a number of Russian pilots. Their threat receivers instantly told the pilots that fighter-type radars were locked on their aircraft. The Soviet fighter commander was not surprised. Surely the Americans would not risk their heavy bombers again without a proper escort. He'd ignore these and bore in for the B-52s, as his training dictated. The MiG radars were heavily jammed, their ranges cut in half, and as yet unable to track any targets at all. He ordered his pilots to be alert for incoming missiles, confident that they could avoid those that they saw, and had all his aircraft increase power. Next, he ordered all but 2 of his reserve force to leave Keflavik and come east to support him. The Americans needed only seconds to lock onto targets. Each Tomcat carried 4 Sparrows and 4 Sidewinders. The Sparrows went first. There were 16 MiGs in the air. Most had at least 2 missiles targeted, but the Sparrows were radar-guided. Each American fighter had to remain pointed at its target until the missile hit. This ran the risk of closing within range of Soviet missiles, and the Tomcats were not equipped with protective jammers. The Americans had taken position up-sun from the Russians. Just as their radars began to burn through the American jamming, the Sparrows arrived, the first directly from the sun, exploding its MiG in midair and warning everyone in its flight. The Soviet aircraft began radical jinks up and down, some pilots breaking into hard turns as they saw the 7-inch wide missiles racing in. But 4 more found their targets, and in moments there were 3 hard kills and 1 severely damaged aircraft that turned to limp for home. The Jolly Rogers turned as soon as their missiles were spent and ran northeast with the Soviets in pursuit. The Russian commander was relieved that the American missiles had performed so poorly, yet still enraged at the loss of 5 aircraft. His remaining aircraft bore in on Afterburner as their targeting radars began to defeat the American jamming. The American fighter escort had had its turn, he knew. Now it was his turn. They ran northeast, their visored eyes alternating between squints into the sun and quick looks at their radar scopes to pick out targets. They never looked down. The lead MiG finally had a target and launched 2 missiles. 20,000 feet below them, shielded from ground radar by a pair of mountains, 12 Tomcats of the Black Aces went to Afterburner. Their radars shut off as the twin-engined fighters rocketed skyward. Within 90 seconds, the pilots began to hear the growling signal that indicated their Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles were tracking targets. Seconds later, 16 missiles were fired from a range of 2 miles. 6 Russian pilots never knew what hit them. Of the 11 MiGs, 8 were hit in a matter of seconds. The commander's luck remained briefly as he jerked his fighter around, causing a Sidewinder to break lock and fly into the sun. But now what could he do? He saw 2 Tomcats running south, away from his remaining fighters. It was too late to organize an attack. His wingman was gone, and the only friendly aircraft he could see was to his north. So the colonel reefed his MiG into an 8G turn and dove at the American, oblivious to the warning buzz of his threat receiver. Both Sparrows, launched from the second group of Black Aces, struck his wing. The MiG came apart around him. The Americans had no time to gloat. The mission commander reported a second group of MiGs heading their way, and the American squadrons regrouped to meet them, forming a solid wall of 24 aircraft. Their radars shut down for 2 minutes as the MiGs raced into the cloud of jamming. The Russian second-in-command was making a serious error. His fellow pilots were in danger. He had to go to their rescue. One group of Tomcats volleyed off its remaining Sparrows. The other fired Sidewinders. A total of 38 missiles closed in on 8 Soviet aircraft who had no clear picture of what they were running into. Half of them never did, blotted out of the sky by American air-to-air missiles. 3 more were damaged. The Tomcat pilots all wanted to close, but the commander ordered them off. They were all short of fuel, and Stornoway was 700 miles off. They turned east, ducking through the cloud of aluminum chaff left by the B-52s. The Americans would claim 37 kills, quite a score since they had expected a total of only 27 Russian aircraft. In fact, of 26 MiGs, only 5 undamaged aircraft remained. A stunned airbase commander immediately began rescue operations. Soon the parachute division's attack helicopters were flying northeast, searching for downed pilots. Stendal, German Democratic Republic. 30 kilometers from Alfeld to Hameln, Alexeyev thought. An hour's drive in a tank. Elements of 3 divisions were making that drive now, and since the crossing had been achieved, they'd advanced a total of only 18 kilometers. This time it was the English. The tanks of the Royal Tank Regiment and 21st Lancers had stopped his leading elements cold halfway to Hameln and hadn't budged in 18 hours. There was real danger here. For a mechanized formation, safety lay in movement. The Soviets were feeding units into the gap, but NATO was using its air power to the utmost. The bridges on the liner were being destroyed almost as fast as they could be repaired. Engineers had prepared crossing points on the riverbanks, and the Russians were able to swim their infantry carriers across now. But the tanks couldn't swim, and every attempt to run them across underwater, as they were supposedly equipped to do, had been a failure. Too many units had to be deployed to protect the breach in NATO's lines, and too few were able to exploit it. Alexeyev had achieved a perfect textbook breakthrough, only to see that the other side had its own textbook for containing and smashing it. Western Theater had a total of 6 reserve Class A divisions to send into the fighting. After that, they would have to start using Class B units composed of reservists, with older men and equipment. There were many of them, but they could not perform as well as the younger soldiers. The general bridled at the necessity of committing units to battle that would certainly take higher casualties than normal. But he had no choice. His political masters wanted it, and he was only the executor of political policy. "I have to go back forward," Alexeyev told his boss. "Yes, but no closer than 5 kilometers to the front line, Pasha. I cannot afford to lose you now." Brussels, Belgium. The Supreme Allied Commander Europe looked at his own tally sheet. Nearly all of his reserves were committed to the fighting now, and the Russians seemed to have an endless supply of men and vehicles moving forward. His units had no time to reorganize and redeploy. NATO faced the nightmare of all armies. They could only react to the moves of their opponent, with almost no chance to launch their own initiatives. So far, things were holding together, but only barely. Southeast of Hameln, his map showed a British brigade. In fact, it was nothing more than a reinforced regiment composed of exhausted men and damaged equipment. Artillery and aircraft were all that allowed him to prevent a collapse, and even that would not be enough if his units didn't get more replacement equipment. More ominously, NATO was now down to 2 weeks of ordnance, and the resupply coming from America had been seriously impeded by attacks on the convoys. What could he tell his men? Reduce munitions expenditures? When the only thing stopping the Russians was the profligate use of every weapon at hand. His morning intelligence brief was starting. The chief NATO intelligence officer was a German general who was accompanied by a Dutch major carrying a videotape cassette. For something this important, the intel officer knew Sackyer wanted to see the raw data, not just the analysis. The Dutch officer set up the machine. A computer-generated map appeared, then units showed up. The tape took under 2 minutes to display 5 hours of data, repeating it several times so that the officers could discern patterns. "General, we estimate that the Soviets are sending 6 full divisions towards Altfeld. The movement you see here on the main road from Braunschweig is the first of them. The others come from their theater reserve, and these 2 coming south are reserve formations from their Northern Army group." "So you think that they are making this their main point of attack?" Sackyer asked. "Yeah." The German general nodded. "The Schwerpunkt is here." Sackyer frowned. The rational thing to do would be to withdraw behind the river Weser to shorten his defensive line and reorganize his forces. But that would mean abandoning Hanover. The Germans would never accept that. Their own national strategy of defending each home and field had cost the Russians dear, and stretched NATO forces to the breaking point. Politically, they would never accept such a strategic withdrawal. West German units would fight on alone if they had to. He could see it clearly enough in the eyes of his own intelligence chief. And if somebody invaded New Hampshire, he admitted to himself, would I withdraw into Pennsylvania? An hour later, half of the existing NATO reserves were heading east from Osnabrück to Hameln. The battle for Germany would be won or lost on the right bank of the Weser. Stornoway, Scotland. The returning Tomcats got little rest. As soon as they landed, the British and American ground crewmen refueled and rearmed the fighters. The Russians were raiding the British northern airfields more carefully now. The American airborne radar aircraft supporting the British Nimrods and Shackletons were making life hard on the twin-engine Blinder bombers flying out of Andøya in Norway. Royal Air Force Tornadoes flew combat air patrol missions 200 miles offshore while the American pilots rested. A few enterprising crew chiefs painted red stars underneath the cockpits, and intelligence officers evaluated gunsight videotapes and recordings of Soviet missile radars. Looks like we hurt them, Toland judged. The kill claims were too high, but with fighter pilots, they always were. Bet your ass, replied the commander of the Jolly Rogers. The Navy commander chewed on a cigar. He claimed personal credit for a pair of MiGs. Question is, will they reinforce? It worked once, but they won't fall for that gag again. You tell me, Toland. Can they replace what we culled out? I don't think so. The MiG-29 is about the only fighter they can stage out that far. The rest of those are in Germany, and they've taken a beating there, too. If the Russians decide to cut loose some MiG-31s, I think they can reach that far, but I don't see them releasing their prime bomber interceptor for this kind of mission. The Jolly Rogers' skipper nodded agreement. Okay. Next step, then, is we put a combat air patrol close to Iceland and start beating on those backfire raids for real. They might just come looking for us, too, Toland warned. They have to know now what we did and where we did it from. The commander of VF-41 looked out the window. One of his Tomcats sat half a mile away between two piles of sandbags. 4 missiles were visible on the airframe. He fingered the Ace of Spades emblem on his chest and turned back. Good. If they want to fight us on our turf, in our radar cover, fine. Alfeld, Federal Republic of Germany. Alexeyev left his helicopter on the outskirts of the town and climbed into yet another BMP infantry carrier. 2 ribbon bridges were operating. Fragments of at least 5 others littered the riverbanks, along with countless burned-out tanks and trucks. The commander of 20th Tanks rode with them. NATO air attacks are murderous, General Beregovoy said. I've never seen anything like it. Even with our SAMs, they close in. We get our share, but it's not enough, and things only get worse as we approach the front. What progress have you made today? The main opposition at the moment is English. At least a brigade of tanks. We've pushed them back 2 kilometers since dawn. There's supposed to be a Belgian force out there also, Sergetov pointed out. They've disappeared. We don't know where they are. And yes, that worries me also. I've placed one of the new divisions on our left flank to guard against counterattack. The other will join 20th Tanks when we resume the attack this afternoon. Strength? Alexeyev asked. The 20th is down to 90 working tanks. Maybe less, the general said. That number is 4 hours old. Our infantry has done better, but the division is now under 50% nominal strength. Their vehicle angled down onto the floating ribbon bridge. Each box-like segment was bolted to 2 others, and the vehicle bobbed up and down like a small boat in the surf as they drove across the line. All 3 officers controlled their feelings, but none liked being locked inside a steel box over the water. The BMP infantry assault vehicle was technically amphibious, but many had sunk without warning, and it was rare for anyone to escape when that happened. They could hear distant artillery fire. Air attacks at Alfeld happened without warning. It took just over a minute to complete the crossing. In case you're curious, that bridge we just crossed holds the record for the longest survival.
He checked his watch. 7 hours. What of that major you requested the Gold Star for? Alexeyev asked. He was wounded in an air attack. He'll live. Give him this. Perhaps it will speed his recovery. Alexeyev reached into a pocket and came out with a 5-pointed gold star attached to a blood-red ribbon. He handed it to the general. That major of engineers was now a hero of the Soviet Union. USS Chicago. All the boats slowed on reaching the ice pack. McCafferty inspected it through his periscope, a thin white line less than 2 miles away. There was nothing else visible. Few ships lingered so near the ice, and no aircraft were visible. Sonar reported a gratifying amount of noise. The serrated fringe of the pack was composed of thousands of individual floes, slabs of ice a few feet thick, ranging in size from a few square feet to several acres. Every year they came loose with the spring thaw and drifted at random until the freeze began again. While loose in the brief Arctic summer, they drifted at random, grinding against one another in a process that destroyed some of the smaller floes, which added to the never-ending groans and pops of the solid ice that went across the top of the pole all the way to the north slope of Alaska. What's that? McCafferty adjusted the scope slightly, turning the handle to the 12-power setting. He'd glimpsed what might have been a periscope for the merest instant. It was gone now and reappeared. The sword-like dorsal fin of a male killer whale. A puff of spray marked its breath, condensing to vapor in the polar air. Then, a few more whales appeared. What was it they called a family of orcas? A school? No, a pod. Up here hunting seals, probably. He wondered if the omen was good or bad. Orcinus orca was the scientific name. Bringer of death. Sonar, do you have anything at 139? Khan, we have 11 killer whales on that bearing. I make it 3 males, 6 females, and 2 adolescents. Pretty close in, I think. Bearing is changing slowly. The sonar chief responded as if insulted. There were standing orders not to report biologicals unless specifically ordered otherwise. Very well. McCafferty had to grin in spite of himself. The other submarines of Operation Doolittle were strung out on a line more than 10 miles across. One by one they went deep and headed under the pack. An hour later, the freight train headed east 5 miles inside the nominal edge of the pack. 12,000 feet below them was the floor of the Barents Abyssal Plain. Iceland. Haven't seen a chopper all day, Sergeant Smith observed. Conversation, Edwards noted, made a nice distraction from the fact that they were eating raw fish. He checked his watch. It was time to call in again. It had gotten so that he could assemble the radio antenna in his sleep. Doghouse, this is Beagle, and things could be a lot better. Over. Beagle, we read you. Where are you now? About 46 kilometers from our objective, Edwards replied. He gave them map coordinates. There was one road yet to cross and only one more row of hills according to the map. Nothing much to report except we have not seen any choppers today. In fact, we haven't seen any aircraft at all. Edwards looked up. The sky was pretty clear too. Usually they spotted fighters once or twice a day as they patrolled overhead. Roger that, Beagle. Be advised that the Navy sent some fighters over and beat them up pretty good around dawn. All right. We haven't seen any Russians since the chopper looked us over. In Scotland, his controller shuddered at that. Edwards went on. We're down to eating fish we catch, but the fishing's pretty good. How's your lady friend? Mike had to smile at that one. She's not holding us back, if that's what you mean. Anything else? Negative. Okay, we'll be back if we see anything. Out.
Edwards flipped the power switch on the radio pack. "Our friends say the Navy chewed up some Russian fighters today." "About time," Smith said. He was down to his last 5 cigarettes and stared at one now, deciding whether or not to reduce his supply to 4. As Edwards watched, he opened his lighter to poison himself again. "We go to Hamsfjorda?" Vigdis asked. "Why?" "Somebody wants to know what's there," Edwards said. He unfolded the tactical map. It showed the entrance to the bay to be crammed with rocks. It took him a moment to realize that while the land elevations were in meters, the depth curves on the map were in fathoms. Keflavik. "How many?" The fighter regiment commander was lowered gently from the helicopter, his arm tied across his chest. Ejecting from his disintegrating aircraft, the colonel had dislocated his shoulder, and then his parachute had landed him on a mountainside, giving him a sprained ankle plus several facial cuts. It had taken 11 hours to find him. On the whole, the colonel considered himself lucky, for a fool who had allowed his command to be ambushed by a superior force. 5 aircraft are mission capable, he was told. Of the damaged ones, we can repair 2. The colonel swore, angered in spite of the morphine that coursed through his veins. "My men? We've found 6, including you. 2 are uninjured and can still fly. The rest are in the hospital." Another helicopter landed close by. The paratroop general got out and came over. "Good to see you alive." "Thank you, Comrade General. You are continuing the search?" "Yes, I have detailed 2 helicopters to the task." "What happened?" "The Americans staged a raid with heavy bombers. We never saw them, but we could tell from the jamming. They had fighters mixed in with them. The bombers fled when we approached." The Air Force colonel tried to put the best face on it, and the general did not press him. This was an exposed post, and such things were expected. The MiGs could hardly have ignored the American raid. There was no point in punishing this man. The general had already radioed for more fighters, though he didn't expect any. The plan said they would not be necessary. But the plan had also said his division had to hold the island unsupported for only 2 weeks. By that time, Germany was supposed to be fully defeated, and the land war in Europe mainly over. He received reports from the front that were mere embellishments of the news on Radio Moscow. The Red Army was driving on the Rhine, and they'd been driving on the Rhine since the first day of the damned war. The names of the cities under daily attack were strangely left out. His intelligence chief was risking his life by listening in on Western radio broadcasts. The KGB regarded it as a disloyal act, in order to get an idea of how the fighting was going. If Western reports were true, he didn't really believe them either, the campaign in Germany was a bloody mess. Until that was over, he was vulnerable. Would NATO try to invade? His operations officer said it was impossible unless the Americans were able to destroy the long-range bombers flying out of Kirovsk first. And the whole point of seizing Iceland had been to prevent the American carriers from moving to a position from which they could do just that. On paper, then, the general expected only increased air attacks, and he had surface-to-air missiles to defend against those. But he hadn't become a divisional commander by merely shuffling papers. North Atlantic. What the hell happened? The captain looked up to see a tube stuck in his arm. The last thing he remembered was being on the bridge halfway through the afternoon watch. Now the porthole on the starboard side of his stateroom was covered. Darkened ship. It was night outside. "You passed out, Captain," the chief hospital corpsman said. "Don't." The captain tried to rise. His head made it about 18 inches off the pillow when his strength gave way. "You have to rest. You've got internal bleeding, Skipper. You threw up blood last night. I think it's a perforated ulcer. You scared the hell out of me last night. Why didn't you come see me?" The chief held up a bottle of Maalox tablets. People gotta be so damned smart about everything. Your blood pressure's down 20 points, and you darn near went into shock on me. This ain't no bellyache you got, Captain. You might have to have surgery. There's a helo on the way out now to medevac you to the beach. I can't leave the ship. Doc's orders, Captain. If you die on me, I lose my perfect record. I'm sorry, sir, but unless you get real medical attention real quick, you could be in real trouble. You're heading for the beach. Chapter 32. New names, new faces. Norfolk, Virginia. Good morning, Ed. Commander, Naval Surface Forces U.S. Atlantic Fleet, was seated behind a desk covered with dispatches that seemed to be organized into piles. Morning, half an hour after midnight. Morris hadn't left Norfolk since arriving at dawn on the previous day. If he went home, he'd have to sleep again. Morning, sir. What can I do for you? Morris didn't want to sit down. You want to go back out? Comnav Surflant asked bluntly. Who with? Reuben James's skipper came down with a bleeding ulcer. They flew him in this morning. She arrives in another hour with the fibs from Pac Fleet. I'm assigning her to convoy duty. We have a big one assembling in New York Harbor. 80 ships, all big, all fast, loaded with heavy equipment for Germany. It sails in 4 days with a heavy U.S.-UK escort plus carrier support. Reuben James will be in port long enough to refuel and reprovision. She sails for New York this evening in company with HMS Battle Axe. If you're up to it, I want you to take her. The Vice Admiral eyed Morris closely. She's yours if you want her. You up to it? My personal gear's still aboard Ferris, Morris temporized. Did he really want to go back out? Packed up and on the way down, Ed. There were plenty of men who could do it, Morris thought. The operations staff he'd been working with since he arrived in Norfolk was full of people who'd leap at this. Go back to sea and put it on the line again? Or drive back every night to an empty home and nightmares? If you want me, I'll take her. Pfolzihausen, Federal Republic of Germany. The northern horizon flashed with artillery fire that backlit the trees. The sky was never free of the thunder. The drive to the divisional command post was a mere 15 kilometers from Alfeld. 3 vicious air attacks and 20 separate artillery barrages had converted the morning drive into a nightmare lasting into dusk and beyond. The forward headquarters of 20th Tanks was now the command post for the entire drive toward Hameln. Lieutenant General Beregovoy, who had relieved Alexeyev, now wore the hats of Commander 20th Tanks and Operational Maneuver Group Commander. The OMG concept had been one of the most precious Soviet pre-war ideas. The daring thrust would open a corridor into the enemy's rear, and the Operational Maneuver Group would exploit it, racing into the corridor to seize important economic or political targets. Alexeyev stood with his back against an armored vehicle, looking north at the flashing outline of a forest. Another thing that hasn't gone according to plan, he thought. As if we expected NATO to cooperate with our plans. There was a yellow flash overhead. Alexeyev blinked his eyes clear and watched the fireball turn to a comet that fell to the earth, landing several kilometers away. Ours or theirs, he wondered. Another promising young life snuffed out by a missile. Now we kill our young men with robots. Who said mankind was not using his technology to worthwhile ends? He had prepared his whole life for this. 4 years in officer school. The difficult initiation as a junior officer, promotion to command a company. 3 more years at Frunze Military Academy in Moscow after he'd been recognized as a rising star. Then command of a battalion. Back to Moscow to the Voroshilov Academy of the General Staff. Top man in his class. Command of a regiment, then a division. All for this? A field hospital was in the trees 500 meters away, and the wind carried the shrieks of the wounded to the command post. Not like that in the movies he'd watched as a child, and still watched. The wounded were supposed to suffer in quiet, determined dignity, puffing on cigarettes proffered by the kindly, hard-working medics, waiting their turn for the courageous, hard-working surgeons and the pretty, dedicated nurses. A fucking lie, all of it, a monstrous fucking lie, he told himself. The profession for which he had prepared his life was organized murder. He sent boys with pimples on their faces into a landscape rained on with steel and watered with blood. The burns were the worst. The tank crews who escaped from their brewed-up vehicles with their clothes alight. They never stopped screaming. Those killed by shock or the pistol of a merciful officer were only replaced by more. The lucky ones who reached the casualty clearing stations found medics too busy to offer cigarettes, and doctors who were dropping from fatigue. His brilliant tactical success at Alfeld had led nowhere yet, and he wondered in his soul if it ever would, if he had cast young lives away for nothing more than words in books written by men who did their best to forget the horrors they had inflicted and endured. Second thoughts now, Pasha? He asked himself. And what of those 4 colonels you had shot? Rather late to discover a conscience, isn't it? But now it wasn't a map table game or an exercise at Spola, nor a handful of routine training accidents. It was one thing for a company commander to see all this after following orders from above. It was another for the man who gave the orders to view his handiwork. There is nothing so terrible as a battle won, except a battle lost. Alexeyev remembered the quote from Wellington's commentary on Waterloo, one of the 2 million books in the Frunze library. Certainly not something written by a Russian general. Why had he ever been allowed to read that? If soldiers read more of those remarks and less of glory, then what would they do when their political masters ordered them to march? Now there, the general told himself, there is a radical idea. He urinated against a tree and walked back towards the command post. He found Beregovoy leaning over the map. A good man and an effective soldier, Alexeyev knew. What did he think of all this? Comrade, that Belgian brigade just reappeared. It's attacking our left flank. They caught 2 regiments moving into new positions. We have a problem here. Alexeyev strode to Beregovoy's side and surveyed the available units. NATO still was not cooperating. The attack had come at the junction of 2 divisions, one worn out, the other fresh but unblooded. A lieutenant moved some counters. The Soviet regiments were pulling back. Keep the reserve regiment in place, Alexeyev ordered. Have this one move northwest. We'll try to catch the Belgians' flank as they approach this road junction. Professionalism dies hard in the soldier. Iceland. Well, there it is. Edwards handed his binoculars to Sergeant Smith. Kamsfjordur was still miles away. Their first sight of it came from the top of a 2,000-foot hill. A sparkling river below them fed into the fjord more than 10 miles away. Everyone kept low, afraid to be skylined with the low sun behind them. Edwards broke out his radio. Doghouse, this is Beagle. The objective is in sight. This was a particularly dumb thing to say, Edwards knew. Kamsfjordur was almost 30 miles long, about 10 miles across at its widest point. The man in Scotland was impressed. Edwards's party had covered 15 kilometers in the past 10 hours. What kind of shape are you in? If you want us to go any farther, fella, this radio might malfunction. Roger, copy that. The major tried not to laugh. Where exactly are you? About 5 miles east of Hill 578. Now that we're here, maybe you might tell us why, Edwards suggested. If you see any, repeat, any Russian activity, we want to know about it immediately. One guy taking a leak against a rock, we want to know about it. Do you copy that? Roger. You want the size in inches? No Ruskies in view yet. Some ruins to our left and a farm a ways downriver from us. Nothing moving at either place. Any particular location you want us? We're working on that. Sit tight for the moment. Find a nice place to hide and stay put. What's your food situation? We have enough fish to last out the day, and I can see a lake where we might get some more. Remember when you said you'd have some pizzas sent out, Doghouse? Right now, I'd kill for one. Pepperoni and onions. Fish is good for you. Beagle, your signal strength is down. You want to start thinking about conserving your batteries. Anything else to report? Negative. We'll be back if we see anything. Out. Edward slapped his hand down on the power switch. People, we are home. That's nice, Skipper, Smith laughed. Where's home? Bord Hardalur is other side that mountain, Vigdis offered. My Uncle Helgi lived there. We could probably get a decent meal there, Edwards told himself. Maybe some lamb, a few beers or something stronger, and a bed. A real soft bed with sheets and the down quilts they use here. A bath, hot water to shave, toothpaste. Edwards could smell every part of himself. They tried to wash in the streams when they could, but mostly they couldn't. I smell like a goat, Edwards thought. Whatever a goat smells like. But we didn't walk this far to do something as stupid as that. Sarge, let's secure this place. You got it, Skipper. Roger, sack out. Garcia, you and me have the first watch. 4 hours. You take that little knoll over there. I'll head over to the right. Smith stood and looked down at Edwards. Good idea that we all get some rest while we can, Skipper. Sounds great to me. You see anything important, give me a kick. Smith nodded and moved about 100 yards. Rogers was already half asleep, his head resting on his folded jacket. The private's rifle was cradled on his chest. We stay here? Vigdis asked. I'd sure like to go see your uncle, but there might be Russians in that town. How do you feel? Tired. Tired as us? He asked with a grin. Yes, tired as you, she admitted. Vigdis lay back next to Edwards. She was filthy. Her woolen sweater was torn in several places, and her boots scuffed beyond repair. What will happen to us now? I don't know. They wanted us here for a reason, though. But they don't tell you reason, she objected. Now there's an intelligent observation, Edwards thought. They tell you, and you not tell us? Vigdis asked. No, you know as much as I do. Michael, why all this happen? Why do the Russians come here? I don't know. But you are officer, you must know. Vigdis propped herself up on her elbows. She seemed genuinely astonished. Edwards smiled. He couldn't blame her for being confused. Iceland's only armed force was its police. A real-to-life, peaceable kingdom, the country had no military to speak of. A few small armed ships for fishery protection, and the police were all the country had ever needed to maintain security. This war had ruined their perfect record. For 1,000 years, without an army or a navy, Iceland had never been attacked. It had only happened now because they were in the way. He wondered if that would have happened if NATO hadn't built its base at Keflavik. Of course not. You idiot, you've seen what wonderful folks the Russians are. NATO base or not, Iceland was in their way. But why the hell had all this happened? Vigdis, I'm a meteorologist. A weatherman. I predict the weather for the Air Force. That only made her more confused. Not soldier? Not Marine soldier? Mike shook his head. I'm an officer in the U.S. Air Force, yes, but I am not really a soldier like the sergeant. I have a different job. But you saved my life. You are a soldier. Yeah, I suppose I am. By accident. When this all over, what will you do? Her eyes held a great deal of interest now. One thing at a time. He was thinking in terms of hours, not days or weeks. If we do survive, then what? Put that one aside. First comes survival. You think about after the war and there won't be any. I'm too tired to think about that. Let's get some sleep. She fought it. He knew that she wanted to know things he hadn't consciously considered. But she was more fatigued than she'd admitted, and 10 minutes later she was asleep. She snored. Mike hadn't noticed before. This was no china doll. She had strengths and weaknesses, good points and bad. She had the face of an angel, but she'd gotten herself pregnant. So what? Edwards thought. She's braver than she's beautiful. She saved my life when that chopper came in on us. A man could do far worse. Edwards commanded himself to lie down and sleep. He couldn't think about this. First, he had to survive. Scotland. If the area checks out? The Major asked. He had never really expected Edwards and his party to make it this far, not with 8,000 Russian troops on the island. Every time he thought about those 5 people trekking over bare, rocky ground and Soviet helicopters circling overhead, his skin crawled. Around midnight, I think, the man from Special Operations executive said. You could see the smile crinkling the skin around his eye patch. You chaps had better decorate this young man. I've been in his boots myself. You cannot imagine how difficult it is to do what these people have done. And having a bloody Hind helicopter sit right on top of them. I've always said it's the quiet little bastards that you have to watch out for. In any case, it's time we got some professionals in to back them up, pronounced the captain of Royal Marines. Make sure they take in some food, suggested the USAF major. Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. So, what's the problem? Nakamura asked. There are irregularities in some of the rocket motor casings, the engineer explained. Irregularities meaning they go boom? Possibly, the engineer admitted. Super, said Major Nakamura. I'm supposed to carry that monster 17 miles straight the hell up and then find out who goes into orbit, me or it. When this sort of rocket explodes, it doesn't do much. It just breaks into a couple of pieces that burn out by themselves. I imagine from 17 miles off it doesn't look like much. What about when the sucker ignites 20 feet from my F-15? A long way to skydive, Buns thought. I'm sorry, Major. This rocket motor is nearly 10 years old. Nobody checked our spec sheet on proper storage after it was mated with the ASAT warhead. We've checked it out with X-rays and ultrasound. I think it's okay, but I might be wrong, the man from Lockheed said. Of the 6 remaining ASAT missiles, 3 had been decertified by the man for cracks in the solid fuel propellant. The other 3 were question marks. You want the truth, or you want a song and dance? You gotta fly it, Major, the Deputy Commander of Tactical Air Command said. It's your decision. Can we rig it so the bird doesn't ignite until I'm clear? How long will you need? The engineer asked. Buns thought about her speed and maneuverability at that altitude. Say 10 or 15 seconds. I'll have to make a small change in the programming software, but that shouldn't be much of a problem. We'll have to make sure that the missile will retain enough forward velocity to keep its launch attitude, though. You sure that's enough time? No. We'll have to check that out on the simulator, too. How long we got? Minimum 2 days, maximum 6 days. Depends on the Navy, replied the general. Great. Stornoway, Scotland. Here's some good news, Toland announced. An Air Force F-15 Eagle fighter was flying over a fast convoy north of the Azores. 2 bears came looking for the ships, and the Eagle got them both. That makes 3 in the past 4 days. The backfire raid appears to have aborted.
What's their position? The group captain asked.
Toland ran his hand along the chart, checking latitude and longitude against the numbers on the dispatch form.
Looks like right about here. And that datum is 20 minutes old. That puts them over Iceland in just under 2 hours.
What about tankers? The Navy fighter commander asked.
Not on such short notice.
We can stretch that far with 2 fighters, using another 2 for buddy stores, but it only gives them about 20 minutes on station, under 5 on burner, and a 10-minute reserve when they get back here.
The fighter boss whistled.
Close. Too close. We have to wave off on this. A phone rang. The British base commander grabbed. Group Captain Mallory?
Yes.
Very well, scramble. He hung up. Klaxons went off at the ready shack half a mile away. Fighter pilots raced to their aircraft.
Ivan settled the argument in any case, Commander. Your radar aircraft report heavy jamming activity inbound from the north.
The commander raced out the door and jumped into a jeep. Norfolk, Virginia. The drive from Sackland headquarters took 10 minutes. The Marines at the main gate were checking everyone and everything carefully, even a Chevy with a 3-star flag. They drove to the waterfront amid an unending flurry of activity. Trains rolled down the tracks set in the streets. Repair shops and testing facilities worked around the clock. Even the McDonald's on the road immediately outside was working a 24-hour day, feeding hamburgers and fries to the men who took a few minutes for nourishment. For sailors spending a day or so on land, it was an important, if seemingly trivial, touchstone. The car turned right as it reached the docks, past the submarine piers to the ones that held destroyers. She's brand new, only a month in commission, just about long enough to calibrate the electronics, and they must have shaved some time on that, the Admiral said. Captain Wilkins did continuous workups on the transit from San Diego, but nothing with helicopters yet. Pac Fleet kept hers, and I can't give you a regular helo compliment either. All we have left is one Seahawk F variant, a prototype helo they were evaluating down at Jacksonville. The one with the dipping sonar? Ben Morris asked. I can live with that. How about a driver who knows how to use it? It's covered. Lieutenant Commander O'Malley. We pulled him out of a training billet at Jack's. I've heard the name. He was doing systems qualifications on Mosbrugger when I was tactical action officer on John Rogers. Yeah, he knows the job. Have to drop you off here. I'll be back in an hour after I have a look at what's left of the kid. Reuben James. A raked clipper bow marked with hull number 57 hung over the dock like a guillotine blade. His weariness momentarily forgotten, Morris stepped out of the Chevy to examine his new command with all the quiet enthusiasm of a man with his newborn child. He'd seen FFG-7 class frigates, but never been aboard one. Her severe hull lines reminded him of a cigarette racing yacht. 6 5-inch mooring lines secured her to the pier, but the sleek form already seemed to be straining at them. At only 3,900 tons full load, not a large ship, but manifestly a fast one to go in harm's way. Her superstructure was an aesthetic embarrassment, with all the grace of a brick garage, topped with antenna whips and radar masts that looked like they had been built by a child's erector set. But Morris saw the functional simplicity of the design. The frigate's 40 missiles were tucked away in circular racks forward. Her boxy after-deck house contained enough room for a pair of deadly ASW helicopters. Her hull was sleek because speed required it. Her superstructure was boxy because it had to be. This was a warship, and whatever beauty Reuben James might have had was accidental. Sailors wearing blue shirts and jeans moved rapidly across 3 gangways,
bringing supplies aboard for an immediate sailing. Morris walked briskly to the after gangway. A Marine guard saluted him at the foot of the brow, and an officer on the frigate's deck frantically ordered preparations to receive his new CO. The ship's bell was struck 4 times, and Commander Ed Morris assumed his new identity. Reuben James arriving. Morris saluted the colors, then the officer of the deck. "Sir, we didn't expect you for another," the lieutenant blurted. "How's the work going?" Morris cut him off. 2 more hours tops, sir." "Fine." Morris smiled. "We can worry about the Mickey Mouse later. Get back to work, Mr. Lyle, sir. Ship control officer." "And what the hell is that?" Morris wondered. "Okay, Mr. Lyles. Where's the XO?" "Right here, Skipper." The executive officer had grease on his shirt and a smudge on his cheek. "I was in the generator room. Pardon the way I look." "What kind of shape are we in?" "It'll do. Full load of fuel and weapons. The tail's fully calibrated." "How'd you do that so fast?" "It wasn't easy, sir, but we got it done." "How's Captain Wilkins?" "The docs say he'll be all right, but, well, he's out of the business for a while." "I'm Ed Morris." Captain and executive officer shook hands. "Frank Ernst. First time I've operated in the Atlantic Fleet." The lieutenant commander smiled crookedly. "Picked a great time for it. Anyway, we're in good shape, Skipper. Everything works. Our helo pilot's up in the Combat Information Center with the tactical guys. We got Jerry the Hammer. I played ball with him at Annapolis. He's good people. We got 3 real good chiefs. One's a qualified officer of the deck. The crew's on the young side, but I'd say we're about as ready as you could ask. Ready to sail in 2-3 hours tops. Where's your personal gear, sir?" "It ought to be here in half an hour." "What's the problem below?" "No sweat. An oil line let go on number 3 diesel generator. Yard goof wasn't welded right. It's fixed. You'll love the engine room, Skipper. On builder's trials in 5-foot seas, we topped out at 31.5 knots. Ernst raised his eyebrows. "Fast enough?" "And the stabilizers?" Morris asked. "They work just fine, Skipper." "What about the ASW troops?" "Let's meet 'em." Morris followed his XO into the superstructure. They proceeded forward between the 2 helicopter hangars, then to the left, past officers' country, and up a ladder. The Combat Information Center was located 1 level below and just aft of the bridge, adjoining the commanding officer's stateroom. Dark as a cave, it was newer than Ferris's and larger, but no less crammed. 20 or more people were at work running a simulation. "No, goddammit!" howled a loud voice. "You have to react faster! This here's a Victor, and he ain't gonna wait for you to make up your damn mind!" "Attention on deck! Captain in combat!" called Ernst. "As you were," called Morris. "Who's that loud son of a bitch?" A barrel-chested man emerged from the shadows. His eyes were surrounded by crinkles from looking into too many low suns. So this was Jerry the Hammer O'Malley. He knew him only by a crackling voice on a UHF radio, and by his reputation as a sub-hunter who cared more for his trade than promotion boards. "I guess you mean me, Captain. O'Malley. I'm supposed to drive your Seahawk Foxtrot." "You're right about the Victor. One of those bastards blew my first ship near in half." "Sorry to hear that, but you ought to know that Ivan's putting his best skippers in the Victors. She handles better than anything else they got, and that rewards a smart driver. So you were up against the varsity. Did you have him outside?" Morris shook his head. "We were late picking him up. Just coming off a sprint, and acoustical conditions weren't all that great. But we detected him. He couldn't have been more than 5 miles out. We had the helo after him, just about had him localized. Then he broke contact, neat as you please, and got inside on us. Yeah, the Victor's good at that. Pump fake, I call it. He starts going one way, then turns hard the other,
leaves a knuckle in the water, and probably a noisemaker too, right in the middle of it. Then he dives down under the layer and makes a quick sprint in. They've been refining that tactic for the past few years, and we've had trouble programming a reliable counter for it. You need a sharp crew in the helo, and you need good teamwork with these guys here. Unless you read my report, my friend, you must be a mind reader. Right, Captain, but all the minds I read think in Russian. The pump fake's what the Victor is best at, and you have to pay attention, what with his ability to accelerate and turn so quick. What I've been trying to teach people is when he shows turn to port, you start thinking he's really going to starboard, and you slide over maybe 2,000 yards and wait a minute or two, then you hammer the bastard hard and pickle off the fish before he can react. And if you're wrong? Then you're wrong, Skipper. Mostly, though, Ivan's predictable. If you think like a submariner, and you look at his tactical situation instead of your own. You can't keep him from running away, but his mission is to close on the target. And you can make life real hard for him if he does. Morris looked O'Malley hard in the eyes. He didn't like having the loss of his first command analyzed so glibly. But there was no time for these thoughts. O'Malley was a pro, and if there was a man to handle another Victor, this might be the one. You all ready? The Bird is at the air station. We'll join up after you clear the capes. I wanted to talk things over with the ASW team while we had the time. We're going to play outside ASW picket? Probably. With a towed array, it doesn't figure that we're going to be in close. And we might be teamed with a Brit for the convoy mission. Fair enough. If you want my opinion, we have a pretty solid ASW team here. We might just give the bad guys a hard time. Weren't you on Rogers a few years back? When you were working with the Moose. We worked together twice but never met. I was X-Ray Mike when we exercised against Skate. I thought I remembered you. O'Malley came closer and dropped his voice. How bad is it out there? Bad enough. We lost the GI UK line. We're getting some pretty good Surtas info, but you can bet Ivan's going to be gunning for those tuna boats pretty soon. Between the air threat and the sub-threat, I don't know. His face showed more than his voice did. Close friends dead or missing. His own first command blown in half. Morris was tired in a way that sleep alone would not cure. O'Malley nodded. Skipper, we got us a shiny new frigate, a great new helo, and a tail. We can hold our end up. Well, we'll have a shot soon enough. We sail for New York in 2 hours and take a convoy out on Wednesday. Alone? O'Malley asked. No, we'll have Brit company for the New York run, HMS Battleaxe. The orders haven't been confirmed yet, but it looks like we'll be working together all the way across. That'll be useful, Ernst agreed. Come on aft, Skipper. I'll show you what we're up to. The sonar room was aft of CIC, closed off by a curtain. Here, real lighting was on, as opposed to the darkened, red light world of combat. Geez, nobody ever tells me anything, growled a young lieutenant commander. Good morning, Captain. I'm Leonard, Combat Systems Officer. How come you're not at your scope? We froze the game, Skipper, and I wanted to check out the display on playback. I brought the game tape myself, O'Malley explained. This is the track of a Victor 3 that faked out one of our carriers in the Eastern Med last year. See here? That's the pump fake. You'll notice that the contact fades out, then brightens up. That's the noisemaker inside the knuckle. At this point, he ducked under the layer and sprinted inside the screen. Would have hit the carrier too, because they didn't get him for another 10 minutes. That, he jammed his finger at the display, is what you look for. This tells you you're up against a driver who knows his stuff, and he's out for your ass. Morris examined the screen closely enough to recognize the pattern. He'd seen it once before. What if they used the maneuver to break clear? Leonard asked. Because if they can break contact, why not break contact towards the target? Morris asked quietly, noting that he had a very young combat systems officer. That's right, Skipper. O'Malley nodded ruefully. Like I said, this is a standard tactic for them. and it rewards a sharp driver. The aggressive ones will always bore in. The ones who break off, that's effectively a kill. We have to reacquire, but so do they. With a 20-knot speed of advance, once we get past them, they have to play catch-up. That means making noise. The guy who runs away probably won't run the risk, or if he does, he'll do it badly, and we'll get him. No, this tactic is for the guy who really wants to get in close. Question is, how many of their skippers are that aggressive? Enough. Morris looked away for a moment. How's the helicopter complement? Only one flight crew for the bird. My co-pilot's pretty green, but our onboard systems operator's a first-class petty officer who's been around the block a few times. The maintenance guys are a pickup bunch, mostly from the readiness group at Jack's. I've talked to them. They should do just fine. We got berths for them all? Morris asked. Ernst shook his head. Not hardly. We're packed pretty tight. O'Malley, is your co-pilot deck qualified? Not on a frigate. I am. Hell, I did some of the first systems trials back in '78. We'll have to do workups on the way to New York both day and night to get my engine in the groove. Scratch team, Skipper. The bird doesn't even belong to an operational squadron. You sounded confident a minute ago, Morris objected. I am fairly confident, O'Malley said. My people know how to use the tools they got. They're sharp kids. They'll learn fast. And we even get to make up our own call signs. A wide grin. Certain things are important to aviators. There was one other unspoken message. When O'Malley referred to the aviation department as my people, he meant that he didn't want any interference in how he ran his shop. Morris ignored it. He didn't want an argument. Not now. Okay, XO, let's look around. O'Malley, I expect we'll rendezvous off the Capes. The helo's ready to launch right now, Captain. We'll be there when you want us. Morris nodded and went forward. The captain's personal ladder to the bridge was a bare 3 feet from the CIC floor, and his own. He trotted up, or tried to, his legs rubbery with exhaustion. Captain on the bridge, a petty officer announced. Morris was not impressed. He was appalled to see that the ship's wheel was only a brass dial about the size of a telephone's. The helmsman actually had a seat, offset from the center line, and to his right was a clear plastic box containing the direct control throttle to the ship's jet turbine engines. A metal rod suspended from the overhead ran completely from one side of the pilot house to the other, at a height that allowed it to be grabbed easily in heavy seas. An eloquent comment on this ship's stability. Have you served on a FIG before, sir? The XO asked. Never been aboard one, Morris answered. The heads of the 4 men on bridge watch each turned a hair at that. I know the weapons systems. I was part of the design team at NAVC back a few years ago, and I know more or less how she handles. She handles, sir, like a sports car, Ernst assured him. You'll especially like the way we can turn the engines off, drift as quiet as a log, then be up to 30 knots in 2 minutes flat. How quickly can we get underway? 10 minutes from your say-so, Captain. The engine lube oil is already warmed up. There's a harbor tug standing by to assist us away from the dock. Nav Surflant arriving, boomed the announcing system. 2 minutes later, the Admiral appeared in the pilot house. I have a man bringing your gear up. What do you think? XO, will you see to the provisioning? Morris said to Ernst. Then, shall we discover my stateroom together, Admiral? A steward was waiting for them below with a tray of coffee and sandwiches. Morris poured himself a cup, another for the Admiral, and ignored the food. Sir, I've never handled one of these before. I don't know the engines. You've got a great chief engineer, and she's a dream to handle. Besides, you have your conning officers. You're a weapons and tactics man, Ed. All your work is done in CIC. We need you out there. Fair enough, sir. XO, take her out.
Morris ordered 2 hours later. He watched Ernst's every move, embarrassed that he had to depend on another to do it. But it was amazingly easy. The wind was off the pier, and the frigate had a huge sail area that invited help. As the mooring lines were slackened off, the wind and the auxiliary power units located on the hull directly under the bridge pushed James's bow into the clear. Then the gas turbine engines moved her forward into the channel. Ernst took his time, though he was clearly capable of doing it faster. Morris took careful note of this too. The man didn't want to make his captain look bad. From there on it was easy, and Ed Morris watched his new crew at work. He'd heard stories about the California Navy, like, "Okay, man." But the quartermasters at the chart table updated the position with crisp assurance, despite the unfamiliar harbor. They glided noiselessly past the piers of the Navy Yard. He saw empty berths that would not soon be filled, and not a few ships whose sleek gray hulls were marred with scorched holes and twisted steel. Kidd was there, her forward superstructure wrecked by a Russian missile that had gotten past her multi-layered defenses. One of his sailors was looking that way too, a boy still in his teens, puffing on a cigarette which he flicked over the side. Morris wanted to ask what he was thinking, but could scarcely describe his own thoughts. It went quickly after that. They turned east at the empty carrier berthings, over the Hampton Bridge tunnel, then past the crowded amphibious basin at Little Creek. Now the sea beckoned them, forbiddingly gray under the cloudy sky. HMS Battle Axe was already out there, 3 miles ahead, a subtly different shade on her hull, and the white ensign fluttering at her mast. A signal light started blinking at them. "What the devil is a Reuben James?" Battle Axe wanted to know. "How do you want to answer that, sir?" a signalman asked. Morris laughed, the ominous spell broken. "Signal, at least we don't name warships for our mother-in-law." "All right." The petty officer loved it. Stornoway, Scotland. "The blinder isn't supposed to be able to carry missiles," Toland said. But what he saw gave the lie to that intelligence assessment. 6 missiles had gotten through the defending fighters and landed inside the perimeter of the RAF base. 2 aircraft were burning half a mile away, and one of the base's radars was wrecked. "Well, now we know why their activity has been light the past few days. They were refitting their bombers to deal with our new fighter force," Group Captain Mallory said, surveying the damage to his base. "Action, reaction. We learn, they learn." The fighters were returning. Toland counted them off in his head. He came up short by 2 Tornadoes and 1 Tomcat. As soon as the landing rolls were completed, each fighter taxied to its shelter. The RAF did not have enough permanent ones. 3 of the American fighters ended up in sandbag revetments, where ground crews immediately refueled and rearmed their aircraft. The crews climbed down their ladders to waiting jeeps and were driven off for debriefing. "Bastards used our own trick on us," one Tomcat pilot exclaimed. "Okay, what did you run into?" "There were 2 groups about 10 miles apart. Lead group was MiG-23 floggers with the blinders behind them. The MiGs launched before we did. They really knocked our radars back with white noise, and some of their fighters were using something brand new, a deceptive jammer we haven't run across yet. They must have been at the edge of their fuel, 'cause they didn't try to mix it up with us. I guess they just wanted to keep us off the bombers until they launched. Damn near worked. A flight of Tornadoes came around them on the left and bagged 4 of the blinders, I think. We got a pair of MiGs, no blinders, and the boss vectored the rest of the Toms onto the missiles. I splashed 2. Anyway, Ivan's changed tactics on us. We lost 1 Tomcat. I don't know what got him." "Next time," another pilot said. "We go up with some of our missiles preset to go after the jammers. We didn't have enough time to set that up. If we can get the jammers first, it'll be easier to handle the fighters." And then the Russians will change their tactics again, Toland thought.
Well, at least we have them reacting to us for a change. Pfalzihausen, Federal Republic of Germany. After 8 hours of vicious fighting that saw artillery fire dropping on the forward command post, Bergovoy and Alexeyev stopped the Belgian counterattack. But stopping them wasn't enough. They'd advanced 6 kilometers before running into a solid wall of tanks and missiles, and the Belgian artillery was laying heavy intermittent fire on the main road supporting the Russian advance toward Hameln. Certainly they were preparing for another attack, Alexeyev thought. We have to hit them first. But with what? He needed his 3 divisions to advance on the British formations standing before Hameln. Every time we break through, Major Sergetov observed quietly, they slow us down and counterattack. This was not supposed to happen. A splendid observation, Alexeyev snarled, then regained his temper. We expected that a breakthrough would have the same effect as in the last war against the Germans. The problem is these new light anti-tank missiles. 3 men and a jeep, he even used the American title for it, can race along the road, set up, fire 1 or 2 missiles, be gone before we can react, then repeat the process a few hundred meters away. Defensive firepower was never so strong before, and we failed to appreciate how effectively a handful of rear-guard troops can slow down an advancing column. Our security is based on movement. Alexeyev explained the basic lesson from tank school. A mobile force under these conditions cannot afford to be slowed down. A simple breakthrough is not enough. We must blast a massive hole in their front and race at least 20 kilometers to be free of these roving missile crews. Only then